Chapter 11 Naruto was inside the study that once belonged to his father. He was now making the study his own since he was the man of the house. His mother was out at work, and since he didn't want to be a bother, he decided to stay behind while doing some work. He would be joining her for lunch anyway. The blonde was looking through some scrolls on the notes that dealt with Konoha's leadership. His father had been Hokage, and although it hadn't been for a long time, he had had the time to gather valuable information about how things worked within the village hidden in leaves. Naruto was going through those notes in order to be able to clearly see where his future lied without the Sandaime Hokage. He was even looking for potential successors to the Sandaime Hokage. Jiraiya was out of the picture as the man has apparently refused to take the job once when it was given to him, and Naruto had observed the man hard enough to be able to tell that he would never take the mantle even if it was given to him once again. Drawing a list of possibilities wasn't that difficult, and Naruto's first thought was Danzo. From the notes he had looked at, it was no doubt that the War Hawk desired to be Hokage, and according to the Sandaime, he had tried to take the seat by force. Given that the Sandaime has stripped the War Hawk of most of his powers within the village, he was now reduced to running political schemes to gain support of the villagers as a respected and powerful elder of the village. The Sandaime Hokage was surely not blind to this, but he could not stop the man from gaining the support he was trying to gain. Naruto was certain that it was only so that the man would not have much opposition when he does try to fight for the position of Hokage. Once he has attained the power, he would no doubt care less about what the villagers think. The blonde wasn't worried about Konoha's future, he was worried about his own. If Danzo took the position, he would really make things for him difficult, and he would have no choice but to flee from the village. His mother was not going to be against the idea because she would know that staying behind would mean that he would be forced to become Danzo's weapon. Not that Naruto would willingly take that up. He would refuse. If he was to become a weapon, it would be a weapon used for the protection of his mother and nothing else. Naruto closed everything before him and decided it was about time he went to see the War Hawk. The man wouldn't make a move to him, with the Sandaime Hokage having threatened him with death if he made a move. It didn't take Naruto too long to find the War Hawk. He knew where the old man was usually occupied within these times of the day, and it was the Hokage Tower. As an elder and a former advisor of the Sandaime as well as a member of the village's council, the War Hawk did have an office within the place. Naruto just figured the office was really used to spy on the Sandaime Hokage than anything. When Naruto got into the office, he found the War Hawk in the company of his two scheming friends. The blonde looked around the room for a moment before his eyes went to Danzo. "I wish to speak to you," he said, looking straight at the War Hawk. Kaharu looked at the blonde with an expressionless look on her face. The blonde had seemingly decided to ignore them in favor of demanding something from Danzo. From that tone alone, it wasn't hard to tell that the blonde wasn't asking that Danzo speak to him, but telling him that he wanted to talk to him. "I have been telling Hiruzen that he shouldn't take things lightly with the boy," she said with a shake of her head. "Now look at what we have. A disrespectful child and a shinobi who doesn't care about Konoha, and a Jinchuriki no less. What a waste of potential. He has always been soft and unable to make the hard decisions that must be made," Danzo commented idly. "The fact that the child is related to our previous Hokage doesn't really mean much. In any case, allow me to handle this," Danzo finished calmly, his attention no longer at war colleagues but at Naruto. Kaharu and Homura didn't say anything to Danzo, they just stepped out of the office. Once the two were out of sight, Danzo spoke once more. "What do you want, Jinchuriki?" He hadn't actually expected the blonde to come before him. If he said he wasn't surprised, it would be a white lie. If Makoto had appeared, then he would have understood since he had approached her son, but this brat. No, it was not expected. He understood that the blonde wasn't an idiot and was actually very smart for his age. Naruto didn't give a physical reaction at being called Jinchuriki. He was a Jinchuriki, so it didn't really matter much to him, but still the fact that it was being said by this conniving bug kind of rubbed off him the wrong way. Even so, Naruto didn't comment on that. "I'm told that you called Sasuke into your cave and tried to bribe him with power," Naruto stated calmly. "And what if I did? Don't do it again." Danzo rarely looked amused, but this time he was amused. What did this child think he was before him? If Danzo really wanted to, he could take him by force and teach him some manners without the Sandaime knowing, and even after that, he would wipe off those memories just in case he tries to talk. Danzo has been living for far too many years, and this was the first time a mere boy had shown him this much disrespect. For someone who was associated with Itachi, I thought you would be smarter than this, Danzo said calmly. Smarter than what? Naruto asked calmly. Perhaps you have been snaking through the sand too much that you're now hearing things because of the sand in your ears. You're saying this because you think I am making a threat, correct? Naruto shook his head. You don't need to answer that. You're making that statement because you presume I am threatening you to stay away from Sasuke. Danzo blinked. He had honestly not expected that kind of response from the blonde. He looked curious for a few more moments before asking calmly. Why should I stay away from the Uchiha? Because I am making a humble request that you do, Naruto said calmly. I do believe that Itachi has also warned you against doing anything to his brother. I have been given the assignment to look after him, and I will do that job even if it means I have to stand in the way of crafty old snakes that try to trick little kids with power. A black-robed man flashed beside Naruto and spoke to Danzo. Danzo-sama, should I take out to the field? Danzo shook his head. I'm sure he came here knowing things, he said with a slight frown. The blonde was not stupid after all. This was still the Hokage Tower. He didn't know if Anbu had seen him enter the office or not. It was still something else that the blonde could have the audacity to speak to him in such a bold manner. If Sarutobi hadn't refused his request, Konoha would really be having a powerful weapon now. If the blonde was this smart even without him, what more could he have been with him? The possibilities were just mouth-watering and merely reinforced Danzo's desire to get hold of the Jinchuriki and enslave him. I ask again, will you stay away from Sasuke? No, Danzo said. It was a foolish question to ask. The Uchiha was needed by him, but as it stood now, the blonde appeared to be the most attracting quality. He was glad that Naruto had come here. His eyes were opened and he would make some decisive plans to get what he wants. He could not allow something so precious to have its own will. It needed to be controlled by him. Naruto showed no reaction once again. How unfortunate, Naruto said tonelessly. I wonder between you and the Sandaime, who has the fangs to bite. I have seen many masks of the Sandaime, but nothing of you. This is why I wonder. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Hiruzen is a naive and foolish cage. And you're the smart and realistic leader who deserves to be Hokage, Naruto stated calmly. Tell me, do you still wish to become Hokage? Still. When have I said I wanted to become Hokage? Danzo was really surprised at the blunt question from the blonde. This was just dangerous. Not to him, but the fact that the blonde was this smart was the problem. He could solve the problem, but as long as Hiruzen was alive, the problem could not be solved. Someone who was this smart and was the Jinchuriki could not be allowed to do as he pleases. It was even a greater problem since the blonde didn't have any loyalty towards Konoha, and what was certain was that he knew about Itachi's mission. If Itachi had given him the mission to look after his brother, then that meant the two were still on contact. At least that was something good. As far as Danzo was concerned, Itachi loved Konoha with everything. He was willing to accept his mission because of his love for Konoha after all. He believed that the Uchiha could be useful in trying to get the blonde to behave. Or he could use that. It would be most effective method of control. Oh, my bad, I was speaking under the impression that you wanted to become Hokage, Naruto said dryly. In any case, don't think you using that weapon you stole. I wouldn't have come here without making preparations. Danzo stared at Naruto for a long minute before he decided it wasn't worth holding back. Listen here, Jinchuriki, when I become Hokage, you will learn to respect me and you will serve Konoha with everything that you have. Either by force or on your free will, you will end up serving Konoha as its weapon. We will harness the power of the Kyuubi. Save yourself the trouble and bring along the Uchiha to my cave, as you call it, and we will begin the process now without the need to use force. If we end up needing to use force, those close to you cannot be guaranteed of safety. Well, that solves everything, Naruto said. The man had threatened his mother. There was no need to talk anymore. He had an enemy. I knew coming here would be a good decision, the blonde said calmly. He twisted around to leave the space. With his hand on the door knob, Danzo spoke once again. If I were you, I'd make the smart choice. You seem smart. Do what is best. I'm sure you know that there is nowhere you can hide within the elemental nations. If you try to run, I will find you. Naruto glanced over his right shoulder as he spoke. Amusing, he said before opening the door on his way out. Perhaps making enemies with Danzo was not the best of options, but at this stage, Naruto was sure it was unavoidable. There was no way he was going to work with that man. The possibilities of a good working relationship between him and the War Hawk were as slim as the chances of him waking up one day with lots of love for Konoha. For now, he was certain Danzo would stay grounded because of the Sandaime Hokage. This protection gave him the freedom to move around. He didn't have the muscles to fight off all the enemies, which was why he was relying on the Sandaime, for now at least. He had the weapons in his hands to make things happen, and he would drive things into the path that would be most pleasant for him. Noon. Naruto was having his lunch at the Ikaraku ramen stand with his mother. There was no other place that usually had in his mind when he spoke of lunch. He had been coming here for as long as he could remember. Well, he did like the food and his mother seemed to enjoy it as well. There could be no complaints, could there be? He wasn't that kind of person who would be thinking of trying something new. The rest of things around didn't really matter that much. He was most focused on important things and the other mundane things held little importance, and so he didn't bother with them. Mother, Naruto started, his eyes staring at the small bowl before him. What do you wish to be doing in the next 5 years? Kushina glanced at her son and masked her face with a curious look. It was just strange Naruto asking her such a question. She didn't even think that he really gave the future that much of a thought really. Well, it was good that he was giving tomorrow a thought. It made her happy even. At least she could hope for a future that wasn't as bleak as her nightmares. The redhead poked her chin as she dived up into her thoughts, wondering what she could be doing next. Kushina found it ironic that she expected her son to be thinking about the future, but she didn't really have many plans herself. Well, she could blame it on the fact that she was always thinking about Naruto. The future of her son held more importance than her. I don't know really, Kushina gave an honest response. By then you'll be working towards your 18th year, meaning you'll be all grown. I hope we'll be much happier than we are now, she woman added smiling. There could be a lot of things that can happen in the time. Naruto wasn't going to hold out for just one reality. This world could be unpredictable at times. One could never guess which way a human could come at and which masks they would be wearing. Of course that meant that events would change, and as much as people try to plan things, it is the events that occur around us that force us to change our plans. What about you, Naruto? I hope we're still together, then, Naruto simply said. Kushina smiled, shaking her head slightly. She should have expected Naruto to say something like that. She was about to say something, but stopped when she realized that Naruto's tone was a bit different and that there was really a deeper meaning to his words. The woman frowned slightly. What had she been thinking? Naruto wasn't stupid. He could work things out on his own. It wasn't that she hadn't been thinking about the hardships they could face if something happens to the Sandaime. The old man was even reminding her about it because, as he said, he could not hold out forever and he would have to soon leave his office. If he does, he may be unable to do anything for them. Was it why she had been trying to make Naruto learn living without him? Did she really think that a time would come when they would be separated? She shook her head. She would never allow something like that to happen. Although she did acknowledge that there were forces that were beyond her, she would not lie down and allow anyone to take her son away from her. She would fight with all that she has. Don't worry, we will still be together, Kushina said firmly. Naruto smiled, nodding at his mother. I know. I don't really worry about that, he said. But anything can happen. He paused for a moment before adding a positive note to the conversation. I also wish that by then, we have found someone to add to our clan. Even if it is just one member, I would really be happy. Kushina beamed up. Why didn't I say that? She asked. Perhaps we can enjoy the life I once enjoyed in the company of other Uzumakis. I'm sure your time at Uzu was wonderful, mother, Naruto said with a smile. But I was thinking, instead of living the past, why don't we create new memories that will suit us best? I like the thought of creating our own story, not living in past glories. Kushina smiled in thought. New memories, huh? She said to herself before nodding. I like the thought of that, she said. Yes, they could create new memories of their family instead of trying to recreate past glories. The past was the past and she had to accept that. Besides, she could not really recreate the past no matter how hard she tried. The people of yesterday were dead, but she was alive to make new memories and experience new things. Wouldn't it be wonderful if she was thinking of her own clan with Makoto doing her own work as well? Perhaps that would integrate them to the running of the village. There was much more she could offer to Konoha, and that would make her a valuable person who wouldn't be messed with just by anyone. Later that day, I was beginning to think that you no longer cared about poor old me, Kakashi said to Naruto as the two walked through the streets of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto had been walking on his own when Kakashi suddenly appeared before him. He hadn't been actively looking for the Jonin, but rather, minding his own business. What caused such a statement from the silver-head man was that had bothered offering the man a smile. It had been small, but a smile nonetheless, and Kakashi had seemed rather happy to see it. The blonde looked at the road ahead, seemingly uninterested in what was occurring around the streets with the villagers. Well, he had never really cared unless they made their move on him, and even so, he had really just ignored the villagers. You make it sound as if I cared to begin with, Naruto said, responding to Kakashi's statement. Kakashi put on a mock-hurt look on his face. You're so cold, the Jonin said. After everything we have been through, I thought you'd care about me, even if it was just a little, the Jonin added, almost looking like he was about to cry. Perhaps the Naruto of old may have responded to that, but now he found himself surrounded by serious matters that had much bearing on his future and how he was going to make his decision, as well as how he was going to live his life to be actually indulging in something he saw as trivial. Naruto did have that thought: if he didn't make plans for his future, who would do it for him? Why have you never thought of becoming Hokage? Naruto asked the Jonin. Kakashi's right eye glanced down at the blonde for a moment before he retreated back to his thoughts. This was the kind of conversation he was never going to have with the Sandaime Hokage. He cared about Naruto and would not say things that would entice the old to make some ridiculous moves. Kakashi was very much aware that the Sandaime was capable of many things and he would not risk anything. Why hadn't he thought of becoming Hokage? Why was Naruto even asking such a question? Was he worried about what would happen if the Sandaime retired? Being a former Anbu, Kakashi was very much aware what happened to shinobi who were deemed a flight risk. Naruto ticked all those boxes, and without the Sandaime drastic measures, the blonde would have been taken for the boxes to be emptied. It is much of hassle and I really don't like doing work, Kakashi said a bit carelessly. Thinking of becoming Hokage? Well, if the blonde put an effort to it, he would likely achieve that dream. For someone who was related to a former Hokage and held special ties with the current Kage, it was very much possible. Naruto also had the potential to become a really powerful shinobi in his prime, and that is without including the Biju he held into the equation. Naruto snorted in response. I have no such ambitions, the blonde said a bit distastefully as the thought of leading such a corrupt village. There has never been a day I thought of becoming Hokage, he said. But of course that didn't mean that if things were difficult for him, and a corrupt cockroach like Danzo was driving the village, he wouldn't make a move. With Danzo being Hokage, Naruto wouldn't be free to roam around the elemental nations. The War Hawk had just confirmed that to him. With how connected the man was, the best option that would make him safe would be if he got the man killed and take over the village. Not because he really wished to become Hokage, but because it would be a safe route for him and his mother. It wasn't just his mother now. Although he would have not thought it'd be possible, but Naruto was beginning to care about Makoto. He had told Sasuke that he had grown fond of her, and it wasn't because she was his mother's friend, but because he thought of her as a delightful person, much more than the monkeys that run rampant within these streets. It was really a curious thing. Naruto generalized his relationships with care and like. The only person he would willingly admit that he cared for was his mother. He was willing to admit that he cared for the Sandaime and Makoto. The rest of the people he just liked, and some he tolerated. Kakashi shook his head with an eye smile. He really should have expected such a response from Naruto. The blonde was like that. Becoming Hokage for the sake of Konoha would really go against everything that the blonde stood for, and he would definitely no longer be the Naruto he knows. I thought you were falling into Jiraiya's scheme, Kakashi said calmly. I have never been stupid, Kakashi, Naruto said firmly. Jiraiya is a little too late to try to manipulate me. Sometimes I think it is just better to give people what they want just to get them off your back. Naruto wasn't going to do anything for Konoha unless it benefited him greatly. That was the rule or a law if you like. You're starting to act like how you do in serious situations, Kakashi said. I don't know if that is a good thing or a bad thing. Knowing you, anything will go, the Jonin sighed. It would mean just more work for him as the Sandaime would no doubt call him to investigate Naruto's activities. Naruto seemed to shrug in response. Despite how famous you are, it is unlikely at this age you'd have the support needed to become Hokage, the blonde suddenly returning to the matter they had been talking about earlier. The Hyuga hold more political power, and I don't see those people supporting the tardy Sharingan no Kakashi. Kakashi blinked as he glanced at Naruto once again. He was surprised that the blonde was reading much into the political situation around the village. Naruto had never really shown much interest in the matters. He wasn't surprised that the blonde's assessment was spot on. Naruto was a genius when he wanted to be after all. Why the sudden interest in this? Naruto's eyes turned towards the masked Jonin for a moment before he responded. I don't like rhetoric questions, he said. Kakashi couldn't really say he was surprised by the somewhat cold response from the blonde. He had a good guess on why Naruto was talking about politics and the Hokage seat. The blonde has always liked to be given things straight on and really didn't answer when he was asked obvious questions. The Jonin shook his head. Where you headed to? I'd be shocked if you said you were just taking a stroll around the village, the man said. I think I'd even stop reading Ika Ika for a day, he said in a serious tone. Naruto looked at the man beside him as he responded. Yamanaka flower shop. My mother should be just about done by now. Oh, I heard she is working there now, Kakashi said. Planning on taking her somewhere. Naruto shook his head. We are just going to the Uchiha compound. I have my meeting with Sasuke and she has hers with Makoto. The blonde said calmly. How is it going with Sasuke, anyway? Good, considering everything, the blonde said. With graduation closer, things will take a new turn. I'm going to be wearing Konoha's headband and will be forced to become a genin. That doesn't give me happy thoughts, but it must be done. Genin life is fun, Kakashi tried to say. There are some moments you only get to experience with being a genin. Trust me, I know. If I had lived a bit differently, I could have opened my eyes more to the world at large, the Jonin said firmly. Moments later, Yamanaka flower shop. When Naruto walked into the flower shop, he was assaulted by Ino, who seemed to have sensed his presence upon entering the shop. The blonde stared at his fellow blonde, but didn't say anything to the girl. She was staring at him. What was he to say? Wasn't she supposed to be at the academy at this time? I see you have abandoned me, Ino said with a stare. Since you returned, you have hardly spent time with me and you're always not available. Sometimes your mother won't even tell me what you're doing, she just tells me that you're away from the village. Well, his Anbu life is an S-rank secret. His mother wouldn't dare tell anyone without clearance. Perhaps she even thought that if the girl knew, she was likely to let it slip. Naruto doubted it was likely. The girl might be an information well, but she could keep secrets. Ino was a smart girl, she knew the importance of secrets. The smart girl is the one that Naruto would not feel pressured to spend a few moments with, but the gossip who just wanted to play was seriously a chore. It was no wonder he had previously just walked into the park with her and took the sides while reading a book. Ino didn't have the challenges that he has. She was a carefree little girl who enjoyed everything she got from her father. Well, that was the joy of growing up like that. Naruto could not say it was wrong. She was allowed to live her life to the way she saw fit. You seem fine, Ino, Naruto said, ignoring her rant. Ino puffed up slightly and stayed on his way with her hand folded across her chest. It seemed that she wanted some answers from the blonde and would not get out of his way until he gave them to her. What have you been doing lately? Visiting Temari in the Suna, it came easily out of Naruto's lips. You know, she is my fiancé after all, the blonde added. That was something believable and it wasn't like Ino could force him to tell her what she wanted to hear. It wasn't one of those situations she could use blackmail to get him to do what she wanted. Ino looked at Naruto skeptically before speaking. I'd believe that if your mother was forcing you to go, but she didn't really seem pleased that you were continuously going away, and if you were going to visit Temari, your mother would have gone with you, Ino stated firmly. Naruto wasn't surprised that mind of Ino could compute all that. Perhaps her ability to think was the reason he had felt that he missed seeing her. She wasn't a stupid little girl. She was smart, and that he appreciated in a human. I see your mind is still sharp when it comes to juicy information, Naruto said without responding to Ino's statement, which was spot on, by the way. You're not going to answer me. Naruto raised an index finger as he responded. You have not asked me question. Previously you had been merely stating your facts, not asking me a question. I am not obligated to answer those, and I will choose when to answer your question. Ino gave the blonde a blank stare before a moment before she smirked. I know what you have been doing. You forget that my father works in the torture and intel department, he knows things, and he tells mother some things and I overhear some things. I might have also overheard your mother telling mine. If Ino was expecting Naruto to be shocked or surprised, she was disappointed. The blonde's expression didn't change. A second later, he smiled slightly. It is nice seeing you again, Ino. Honestly, I did think about your nagging and big ears while away from the village, the blonde said calmly. Is my mother done? Well, you owe me a meal and not ramen. That will be done when I have time, Naruto said. I have something planned up with my mother. Fine, Ino said a small huff. As long as you don't disappear again, she said. I am still here, Naruto said. He paused and looked past the Yamanaka. His mother was walking towards the two, smiling. I'm all done, Kushina said to Naruto. Tell your mother that I'll see her tomorrow morning. I have to do some shopping with Naruto. Ino nodded and gave Naruto a hard stare. If you forget me, I will haunt you for the rest of your life, she said in a serious tone before she spun around and stalked away from the two Uzumakis. Naruto merely shook his head as his mother watched curiously. What was that about? She wants me to make it up to her for being absent from her life for some time, the blonde said as he led his mother out of the shop. A couple of days later Naruto was sitting on a tree branch, waiting for Itachi to appear before him. He had used trickery to get away from his team so that he could meet the Uchiha. Well, it wasn't really trickery, he had merely sent a clone back with them while the real him sped away from the three. Once the mission was over, he had made his move. Arrangements had already been made to meet the Uchiha. Naruto didn't wait long before the Uchiha walked along the ground with his partner right beside him. Naruto hadn't been expecting a third party to join in the party, but he didn't comment on it. He wasn't going to say anything given that Itachi had yet to say anything about the blue man beside him. Itachi stopped right under the tree Naruto was sitting on and spoke. This is my partner in the Akatsuki, Kisame, the Uchiha said. He wanted to meet you and I was forced to drag him along. Naruto glanced down for a moment before speaking. My introductions need not to be made then, the blonde stated. This makes it the third Akatsuki member I have met. Your group is really filled with some powerful shinobi. Itachi was another powerful shinobi, and he was feeling some power from the blue man. That man had faced his father and still lived, and if Itachi was cautious around him then the man was truly a dangerous person. Not that Naruto was worried about that now. He knew how to disable the man, and he would do it eventually. For now, the man who called himself Uchiha Madara was not a threat to him. It was a bit unfair that a criminal group could be made up of such powerful shinobi. Naruto really didn't care about what they were doing. But he didn't like the fact that a group that was so strong existed and could really be a problem to his continued existence. Upon hearing Naruto speak, Itachi turned to face Naruto. What? What do you mean by that? Third member? Naruto asked as he jumped down the ground, before taking a few slow steps towards the tree trunk. He leaned against it, hands folded across his chest and spoke once more. The one who calls himself Uchiha Madara appeared before me. While not surprised that Madara had appeared before the blonde, Kisame raised an eyebrow at the blonde's body language. He was calm about it, not looking as if he had just met someone who could kill him and someone who was after the Biju inside of him. The expression on his face was just impassive. If the blonde had the Sharingan in an Akatsuki cloak, Kisame would have said that he was staring at another. Itachi. You don't sound too sure that he is actually Madara, Kisame said staring at the blonde. Of course not. I'm not stupid to believe anything I am told, the blonde said. He must be immortal if he is Uchiha Madara, but if he is, he wouldn't need to hide his face. The mask always hides something. Upon hearing the name, some people are likely to bend to the wonders of fear. If he is indeed Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't need to hide his face. Showing it would certainly make it a lot more fearsome. Besides, I know how Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan looks like, the blonde added. How? The man fought both the Shodai and Nidaime Hokage many times, and the latter was obsessive about studying everything about the Sharingan. He even developed techniques to counter the Sharingan. He even took Madara's body to study it after the battle in the Valley of End. I know because I stumbled upon the Senju's treasure in the Senju compound. Perhaps I was fortunate because my mother is a seal master and we are somehow related to the Senju. Kisame, Itachi said firmly. You have seen Naruto, I wish to speak to him alone. Kisame relented for a moment before sighed and nodded. Fine, he grumbled. Next time we meet, we might be on the battlefield, Gaki, the man said as he walked away. Itachi's Mangekyo came to life as he trapped Naruto in the world of Tsukuyomi. Have you told anyone about this? Naruto shook his head. We agreed with my mother that if we told the Sandaime, he would probably order the information to be taken for safety and Danzo was likely to know about it. It isn't much though. Most of the research is in the Sandaime's hands. But pieces about Madara were available. I think Tobirama hid his research even from his brother. Itachi shook his head. Just be careful, he said. What did that man want? He was making threats and saying something about coming to me to get something. The only interesting thing anyone would within me is the Biju in me. Naruto seemed nonchalant about the whole thing. Do you understand what this means? Yes, Naruto said. Don't worry yourself, Itachi. I have never been reckless before and I will not start now. In any case, your mother wants to speak with you and I suggest you do. Why? Itachi had the feeling that Naruto wasn't asking him, but telling him. There must be something more to this and he didn't like it. He had not been expecting to see his mother again anytime soon. He felt that it was somehow too early to see her. Because you have to, Naruto said firmly. She is struggling with Sasuke, it pains her to see her son hell-bent on killing his brother. Sasuke has a mother, surviving members of his clan, and yet he cannot live happily because he is a little obsessed with killing you. That will make him stronger. More detestable before my sight, Naruto stated. I hate corrupt and evil humans who have nothing but hatred in them and if he continues on that path, he will hurt his mother. I care for Makoto more than I care for Sasuke. I will kill him if he loses himself to his hatred and ends up hurting his mother in the process. Did my mother say she wants to speak to me? Itachi asked. He ignored the comment about Naruto killing his brother. He was certain that it would go that way. Provided that not much has changed with the blonde, Itachi was certain that Naruto didn't just say he would kill someone without really meaning it. At this moment, the blonde was telling him to change things so that he doesn't go that path. What had he been thinking though? He shouldn't have told his younger brother to resent him. He hadn't really thought about how it would affect his mother. It was a problem but he was nevertheless happy that Naruto was still around. If the blonde cared for his mother, then he would no doubt protect her if it came to that. Naruto nodded. Yes, he said. Come to Konoha in 4 nights. I will arrange for my mother to spend the night at the Uchiha compound. Itachi appeared to think for a moment. He would need to think about things and how to go about them, but if his mother wanted to speak to him, he had to go. Getting into Konoha was easy for him being that he is a former Anbu captain and Genjutsu was quite effective in getting his way. The Akatsuki is after Bijus. They have yet to make a move, yet. They are busy trying to find the location of other Jinchurikis and gathering money for operations. They will make their moves soon, Itachi said to Naruto. If it takes years, my body will not allow me to be of help to you. Well, at least you have those eyes I gave you. You might have to make use of them someday. Going against S-rank criminals, huh? Naruto said in a calm tone. Certainly, if they attacked now, it would have no choice but to unleash the Kyuubi, but given that the chakra will be forced out of my seal, it will be quite dangerous to my body. I thought your seal was made to allow you to use the Kyuubi's chakra. Yes, but during my years away from Konoha, I came to learn that there is a key needed to unlock the gate that holds back the Kyuubi. Using it now is done forcefully by weakening the seal, and since it is raw Biju chakra, it has negative effects on my body, Naruto said. More training will have to be done, and I may have to leave Konoha once again with S-rank criminals on my tail. As you are now, you can't do anything, but you do have people who can protect you. As long you stay in Konoha, you'll have the protection. I don't recommend leaving the village. Naruto failed to offer a response to Itachi's recommendation. Come to Konoha and we will deal with other challenges we are facing. My short time in Anbu has taught me that you can't do everything in your own. It is surprising that something like that is coming from me, but that is the reality I have come to understand. You can't do everything on your own, Itachi, neither can I. That was something that Naruto learned with being Anbu. The eyes could not see all fronts. With that reality, you needed more pair of eyes that would look where you cannot see. That was how things worked in this world and Naruto was learning. He hated it, but it was a reality that faced. Of course when it came to his mother personally things would be different. Itachi gave Naruto a tiny smile. You're really growing, he said lightly. It was a good sign that made him happy. I have been shouldering burdens on my own for a bit too long since Shisui died. I've always thought I could handle everything. But the reality is that I can't. If I had that power, I wouldn't have requested you look after Sasuke. He never thought that he would actually be getting some lessons from Naruto of all people. The blonde has often admitted to being narrow-minded. Perhaps things were changing because he was in Anbu. That kind of a world had its way when it came to changing people. In any case, if he was able to work things out with his Sasuke, things could really take a different outlook. But he feared that if Sasuke knew, he would do something stupid like try to attack the village elders. Itachi shook his head. He had made his choices, shouldn't he allow Sasuke to make his choices as well? He could not decide how Sasuke could live his life. Uchiha compound nights later, Makoto was feeling slightly nervous about meeting her elder son once again. It was midnight and she was pacing around the kitchen, waiting for her son to appear, with Naruto sitting comfortably on a chair beside the table. He didn't look as nervous as the Uchiha, just calm. Well, he rarely showed his nerves. Makoto wished she could be as calm as the blonde, but she was a little afraid. What if he doesn't show up? What if he says no? What if things get out of hand? Anbu could spring in this place at any moment and they would be in trouble for harboring an S-rank criminal. They would be labeled traitors. He will come, Naruto said to Makoto in a calm and slightly firm tone. Relax, will you? If you keep this up, you will be tired when he gets here. Naruto didn't have any doubt that Itachi would come. There had been no need to Itachi to say that he would come. If he heard the message, he had to come. Naruto had even placed a silencing seal around his mother's room so that she isn't disturbed by anything in her beauty sleep. This was also a burden that his mother didn't have to carry. It was also not his secret to tell. If Makoto wanted to tell his mother, she would. I know, but the nerves just won't go away, Makoto in a hushed tone, standing still for the first time a couple of minutes. She then went on to sit across the table, facing Naruto before speaking once again. Would it be good for Sasuke to be here? Speak to Itachi first, Naruto said. Do you wish for me to be of help? Makoto nodded with a smile. Of course you're needed. If you're not there to defend my points, who will? I need my delightful hero to be with me in difficult situations. The Uchiha wished Naruto would grow up to be a man already. In mind, he was already a man, but he was still just a child. She knew he would really become a supportive husband to whoever he marries. Even if he didn't seem to have any interest, Makoto would teach him everything Kushina could not. It was the least she could do for him after everything. I will do what I can, Naruto said with a small smile. At that moment, Itachi flashed into the room, his expression stoic. We should go to the study. There are a lot of activities outside, he stated, already walking away. Makoto merely shook her head as she walked beside Naruto. Just like his father, she whispered to the blonde. Has a hard time expressing his feeling, she paused, and smiled at Naruto. I can't say the same thing for you because you don't have much in that department. Naruto glanced at the woman for a moment before staring at the back of Itachi. He could not find anything wrong in her statement despite not saying anything in response. He didn't have much to express, hence his usual indifferent and impassive mask. When the three arrived at the study, Makoto smiled warmly at her elder son before closing the distance between them. She pulled the stiff Uchiha into a warm embrace, and Itachi just stood still like a pole, showing some surprise on his face. Mother, he said questionably. That is not how you hug your mother, Itachi, Naruto said, sitting atop of the small desk in the study, watching the two impassively. It has been years since your mother saw you and she has missed you. As my mother would say, show some love. Itachi struggled with his thoughts for a few moments before returning the embrace. Was it so hard? Makoto said as the two separated. Itachi just shook his head and watching his mother walk away from him. She sat down beside Naruto and faced him, as was the blonde. It felt like an interrogation room, but even with those eyes staring at him, waiting for him to crack, Itachi would not. I thought you'd hold some resentment towards me for what I did and I was trying to push Sasuke towards. Itachi said quietly. You're my son and nothing will change that. Makoto gave an evasive answer but one that allowed Itachi to know that no matter what, she would always love him as a mother loves her child. What did you try to do to Sasuke? Hate me in order to become stronger. I thought that would be the motivation he would need. Itachi said calmly. Hatred really did fuel some cruel intentions in people and some people worked like demons in order to get the power they needed to be strong. He thought because his mother was present, Sasuke would not completely fall into the dark side. Naruto was present as well, so he had things sorted out. Really, Makoto said slowly. Naruto is plenty strong, but it isn't hatred that makes him strong. Our Sharingan's evolution depends on our emotions. Without any, the Sharingan cannot evolve. The pleasant way for Sasuke to grow stronger would have been to just leave things as they were and allow him to strengthen his resolve into protecting what remains of the Uchiha. All these things. Itachi shook his head. He hadn't thought things like this. Perhaps it was because the original thought had been the Uchiha clan's massacre, not leaving some behind. That changed a few things, but it was apparent that he didn't change his thinking. He didn't want his brother to grow up to become corrupted. Sasuke was a good child. He had been a loving and sweet child when he was younger. But after what he had done, he had changed things. He didn't even want to face his younger brother even. Was he simply running away from a problem that only he could solve? What his mother said made sense. Why hadn't he done through that in the first place? Was it because he didn't want Sasuke to know about what he did? What would happen if Danzo goes to Sasuke and tells him that you were ordered to kill your clan by the Sandaime Hokage? That cripple is smart enough to devise a strategy that would fool Sasuke, Naruto said. You have done things in the way you believe, why don't you allow Sasuke to do the same? Are you suggesting that I tell him the truth? Naruto nodded. That Uchiha knows the truth. He said you were useful, but what if he decides that you're no longer useful and decides to have Sasuke replace you? That man, Uchiha Madara. That was a major problem, but Naruto seemed to have things thought out. Well, he could not be surprised. When it came to safety and making plans to ensure for that safety, the blonde worked like a prodigy. That Uchiha? Makoto asked. Are you talking about the one who caused the Kyuubi incident? Naruto nodded. Yes, that one. I think that is also something that must never get out. Konoha cannot know about that Uchiha. If the village knows, they will only say that they suspicion about the Uchiha clan being involved in the Kyuubi incident was true. Given how those people act, I don't think they will take a second before praising Itachi for what he did. Itachi blinked upon hearing that from Naruto. The blonde was really surprising him. Who could have thought that Naruto would actually have something like that in thought? But he did know that what the blonde had said was very possible. The villagers might actually praise for ridding of the clan what was responsible for the losses they incurred during the Kyuubi rampage. What would become of the clan then? Itachi could not really see what would happen if such a reality were to come to pass. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you only thought of something like that because you care for the future of the Uchiha clan, Itachi said with a tiny smile. Even though Naruto wasn't doing anything because he cared for his clan, it still made him happy. I am curious, though. Why? Makoto smiled and responded for Naruto. Because he is my beloved hero. If things go well in my family, I am happy and Kushina is happy. Naruto nodded in agreement with Makoto's words, but before he could respond, Sasuke burst into the study, a dark look on his face. Itachi, the youngest Uchiha, growled, his eyes flashing dangerously. He looked around the room and saw his mother and Naruto. He sent a dark glare at the latter before turning his attention towards his traitorous elder brother. Just in time, Naruto said calmly as he got up from the desk and landed on the floor gracefully. I shall leave you Uchihas to handle your personal matters. It is late anyway, I need my sleep. The blonde was already walking away when he said that. He was stopped from leaving when Sasuke stepped in front of him. What are you doing with this traitor? The same question can be asked about your mother, Naruto said mildly before shoving the Uchiha out of his way. Itachi, make sure you keep him sedated for the night so that he doesn't go on a rampage. Makoto shook her head as she watched the blonde walk away from the study. It was a nice gesture from him, but still, she would not have minded if the blonde had stayed behind. In her eyes, Naruto was a part of this family. Itachi was certain the only reason Sasuke wasn't lunging at him was because their mother was present in the room. If she had not been here, the boy would have charged at him. The elder sibling activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, it seems you and I have something we need to talk about. Chapter 12, Naruto, the Sandaime Hokage said, holding a headband with his right hand. He pushed it towards the blonde, who just stared at it. I know you lost the one I previously gave you. In any case, treasure this one as you will now be officially a genin of Konoha. That meant that Anbu life was over. It had been a short journey in the Black Ops, but a fruitful one that made him understand things in a new light, and he was able to make some plans as well as plant his seeds. Agreeing with the Sandaime in joining Anbu hadn't been the wrong option, but a right one that would prove useful. He had gained a lot, including precious battle experience, and got more familiar with the workings of Konoha's structures. Even so, being genin wasn't all fun and games. Naruto would rather he be given another rank other than genin. The rank was the lowest and it would be nothing but troublesome. He would be forced back into the grace of the brats he left at the academy. Naruto wasn't really looking forward to engaging that group. Their heads were filled with fun and games. Life for him wasn't like that. He had serious matters to handle than playing in the park or playing a game of hide and seek. He hoped he would not be forced into the company of useless brats who would be nothing more than annoyances. The blonde stared at the headband before him for a long minute before grasping it with his right hand. He then tied it around his forehead and looked back at the Sandaime, who was smiling broadly. It looks good on you, the old man said happily. This proves that you're a shinobi of Konoha and that your loyalty lies with the leaf, the old man added in a bit of a serious tone. Seriously, that was about just pushing it. The Sandaime clearly knew that he wasn't loyal to Konoha and that he would abandon this village without even thinking twice. The old man knew this and yet was still saying that. Perhaps he just trusted him to stay behind. Well, as long as the old man remained Hokage, Naruto would fight for Konoha, but the moment things changed, he was fleeing. Appearances did matter in this shinobi life. While he could not wear the damn metal plate with a smile, he could wear it as if he was proud. He could not afford to be seen glaring the headband with resentment. That would definitely look bad on him and it would give the eyes watching him a reason to act. For now, he would play the part. Naruto spoke. I will make sure never to lose this one, he said calmly. It is what is expected of a Konoha shinobi. Genins are put into teams. Who am I going to be put in a team with? You can make a guess, the Sandaime said with a smile. I did have some resistance in putting this team together. There are some people who think that you will be a bad influence on their kids and think that you shouldn't even be put in a genin cell, but rather continue working as an Anbu. Interestingly enough, most of the clan heads seemed to be in agreement with the thought brought up by Danzo. It had been the first time that they had agreed with the War Hawk. Perhaps they were also worried about Naruto's loyalties towards the Hidden Leaf. There had been arguments that sending him into a genin cell would be wasting his skills. It was to better serve the village's Anbu than being a normal shinobi. Hiyashi in particular had been vocal in his disapproval of his choice. Despite the man's political backing, the Sandaime had stood firm on his choice and reminded everyone that he was the Hokage and that his decisions were final. Of course that hadn't stopped Hiyashi arguing with him, but the Sandaime had dully reminded the man of his place. Although the Hyuga had discarded his eldest daughter, he really didn't want her in a team with Naruto. The Sandaime didn't really understand why, because the blonde was not really a disease and if anything, it was Hinata who would learn something from Naruto. That is, if the blonde doesn't ignore her. Hiruzen was surely hoping that Naruto influences the Hyuga girl. If he was able to change the girl into a serious kunoichi, it would look good on the Hyuga and Hiyashi will be forced to acknowledge his daughter. Of course by then, the man would be forced to thank Naruto. If things went according to plan, Naruto would have the Uchiha and the Hyuga behind him. That would ensure that even if he does go from this office, those two clans would put enough power to force good to come to the blonde's way. If he was a madman, the Sandaime would have been surely giggling at his grand scheme. This was just genius. Naruto didn't have to be loyal to Konoha to fight for it. He just had to be treated in the way he wanted and everyone just had to mind their own business and the blonde would fight for this village. It was simple as that. Only Danzo could ruin his best laid plans. Naruto didn't even need to think about who his sensei was going to be in the genin cell. It was going to be Kakashi. No one was suitable to the job than the Jonin. If there had been someone could do a better job at trying to form attachments and be strong enough to handle him, he would have chosen someone else. Naruto figured the old man accounted for his mind when picking the team. The Sandaime wouldn't put someone who didn't know him. It would be dangerous if he put someone he could easily outsmart. Kakashi may not look like it, but the man was smart and highly observant and the added fact was that the Jonin cared for him and the Sandaime trusted him with his own life. Sasuke would form a teammate. Naruto suspected that was just part of some agenda from the Sandaime Hokage. But he would not complain with that teaming. It would give him a better chance to look after Sasuke and ensure that the Uchiha grew to levels he could be useful. Ino was out of the picture. Naruto shook his head. The Sandaime would want someone he wasn't familiar with. Ino could still try to force her way into his life even without being in the same team as him. There was no need to team her with him. He could not figure who the fourth member of the team would be, but he was sure it wouldn't just be a random someone. Kakashi and Sasuke, who will be the last member? The Sandaime just smiled. Go to the academy after 1 p.m. and you will meet your teammates and sensei. The Sandaime said calmly, you'll be surprised when you find out who the final member of Team Kakashi will be. Naruto stared at the old man for a moment before shaking his head. I will head there, he said turning away from the old man. The Sandaime Hokage looked at the blonde with a careful eye. This world was really strange. It bitterly amused the old man at times. Naruto was someone he liked, but the thoughts inside his head about the blonde were not ones that would make everyone happy. There was always a plot, a deeper meaning to the words he said. Well, it was a game he played with the blonde. It didn't matter if people would get it or not. Besides, for people to know the kind of game they played, they would have to enter their heads. Although there was the unwritten law that they should always be frank with one another, both of them had their own secrets. Interestingly enough, the Sandaime often wondered who would come out victorious in this little game of theirs. Perhaps having such thoughts proved he was slowly turning towards the boundaries of what was right and wrong. He couldn't be faulted. Dealing with Naruto would push one to the limits, especially if one knew the blonde's true nature. The famed shinobi opened the drawer on his left hand and took out a file, Hokage eyes only. It was his little file. He had created the file on Naruto and it wasn't really filled with his thoughts about the blonde. The observers submitted their reports and the Sandaime would add his response to the reports before putting them together in the file. It was more like a diary entry than anything. The old man motioned for an Anbu to appear before him. The Anbu flashed in front of the Sandaime's desk a second later and the old man didn't speak. He continued staring at the file. He knew that if such a file was discovered it would cause some damage. The file contained the worries he has always denied having in front of the council. If something happened to him and the file fell into the wrong's hands, it would have massive and severe consequences. There were things about Naruto that only he knew inside the file, things that would make even Shikaku, who has always sided with him on the Naruto matter, think twice. The Sandaime handed the file to the Anbu before laying out his instructions. Keep this file locked away, he said. If anything happens to me, it should be burnt. Not a day later, but a second later. No one should see that file, I am understood. Hi, the Anbu saluted before disappearing into thin air. The Sandaime Hokage leaned back to his chair and breathed out a long breath. Everything was all set now, it was just time to see how things would play out. He had played his part, and now it was time for the pieces to move. Academy Iruka hadn't been well pleased when the Sandaime Hokage had him give Naruto the graduation exam so that he could be entered into the teams. The blonde had left the academy years ago and he couldn't say that he was ready for a genin. Everyone had to go through the academy first, but the Sandaime had insisted and when the thought of special treatment had crept in, the Sandaime was forced to tell him a secret. Naruto had been an Anbu trainee. The Chunin hadn't made arguments with the Sandaime Hokage after that revelation, but merely nodded and accepted every decision he made. Who was he to judge? He was just an academy teacher and a failure of a shinobi. Sure, he loved teaching, but as a shinobi, he had miserably failed. When Naruto walked into the class, and went towards the seat he had usually occupied during his days in the academy, the brought started. Iruka-sensei, one of the newly graduated genins, called out. What is he doing here? And why does he have a headband with him? Iruka cleared his throat. Naruto is a genin like you, he said firmly. He did the graduation exam and aced it, even better than Sasuke. Of course he wouldn't say the blonde was the top graduate because he wasn't in class. Official records will say that the Uchiha was the top student in his class, and rightly so. There were murmurs around the class. He wasn't even attending class with us. This smells special treatment. Is it because he is the Yondaimi's son? That was something that Naruto would never get used to, being called the Yondaimi's son. He has always been called a demon by the villagers, and they had looked at him with contempt. Of course, with the revelation their attitudes changed a little, but nothing much had really changed. It was almost like they were waiting for him to make a certain move before he can decide on whether to love or hate him regardless of his parentage. I find it impossible to believe that person was able to do better than Sasuke-kun, a fangirl snipped. Iruka had to expect that his students would have a difficult time believing that Naruto had really bettered Sasuke, and according to the Sandaime Hokage, the blonde was better than the Uchiha in every way. Well, during his short days in the academy, he had been better, and Iruka could not find a reason to deny anything. The academy teacher looked towards Naruto to see if he would be up to defending himself, but Iruka merely caught the sight of someone who showed lack of interest in anything going inside the class. The blonde had his eyes outside, and given the body language, Iruka could say he had a bored look on his face. Iruka shook his head and decided it wasn't really up to him to defend the Sandaime's decisions, and if Naruto wanted to defend himself, he would defend himself. That is enough about Naruto, Iruka said in a hardened tone. I just want to congratulate you for getting your headbands. I hope you make me proud when you hit the ground running. In any case, let us get to team assignments. Shikamaru was occupying the seat in front of Naruto. The Nara was sitting in a row with Choji and Kiba. He glanced at the blonde, who despite his face staring outside the window, glanced back at him, for a moment that is. I'm not really surprised that you came back, Shikamaru said to Naruto. I figured you'd join us, the Nara added. There was no reaction in Naruto's face. He had always known that the Nara was smart. People may think he wasn't because he never really out an effort in anything, but Naruto knew. The Naras were a clan blessed high IQs after all. I wouldn't expect anything less from you, came a response from Naruto. There was silence as Iruka continued to read out the teams. Quote ellipsis. Team 7, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Jonin Sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Team 8, Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura and Inazuka Kiba. Once again, Naruto looked away. He was really surprised that he was put in the same team with a Hyuga. There was only one Hyuga in this class, and he had a memory of girl, a slightly useless girl. He really hoped that she had changed. But that wasn't the worrying factor. He wondered why the Sandaime Hokage had put him in the same team as the Hyuga. She could not be of use in his development, or Sasuke's. Then why? It was certainly not for balancing the team. Both he and Sasuke were above normal genins, and Naruto was thinking perhaps the Hyuga had some skills as well. Not to mention she was also a Dujutsu user. Even if the Hyuga does prove to be a nuisance, it wouldn't take away anything from the fact that this team was seriously overpowered. There could be no genin team to stand against this one. He wasn't even a genin to begin with. Well, Naruto wasn't going to complain. If the Hyuga does prove to be useful, then he would take advantage of the situation to suit his needs. Still, without finding the reason the Sandaime brought her into the team would make him cautious. The girl was too timid to be a spy for the Sandaime, and Naruto was sure it wasn't just a mask. The role of playing a spy suited someone like Ino. The blonde Yamanaka girl was noisy after all and had some keen eyes. It would. Naruto's thoughts were cut by a groan from Shikamaru. The blonde looked down the Nara, who now looked as if the energy out of him had been sucked dry. I really should have expected this, but this has done nothing but confirm my worst nightmare, Shikamaru said tiredly. Ino is a bit too energetic for my liking. It is just going to make things too troublesome. At least you have me, Choji offered some words to console his friend. Yeah, Shikamaru said. That girl though, he said glancing down the rows towards the Yamanaka. To say a little energetic is a massive understatement, Naruto said. Ino was really full of energy. She was just way energetic. If she had red hair, Naruto would have mistaken her for an Uzumaki. Another fact was that she never really stopped talking, and as he was starting to find out, most of it was just gossip. It was just nuisance to Naruto. He didn't have time for gossip. Well, at least he wasn't going to end up in a team with her. He would never get anything serious done with her, and if she was still chasing after Sasuke, it would have proved to be even more of a chore to deal with her. Let us trade, Shikamaru said. Hinata for Ino. If I remember correctly, you used to get along with her. No, Naruto simply said. Hinata is fine. I can't believe that you got Hinata, Kiba grumbled with a pointed look towards Naruto. I would have been pleased if she was in my time. Instead, I got an Uchiha fangirl. She has nothing special about her either. She is smarter than you, Choji quipped, earning a glare from Kiba. How could he retort to that? No one would agree with him if he said he was really smarter than the girl. Sakura was after all a top student. She was just book smart, and for someone who wasn't from a clan, she really did work hard. Yeah, well, at least I can beat her up. Yay, Choji said. Be proud about being able to beat up a girl. How manly of you, the Akamaiki tone was dripping with sarcasm. Even Kiba was able to note. The boy looked red-faced for a moment before he crossed his hands across his chest, and put on a defensive look on his face, cheeks puffed up a bit. Gender doesn't matter with being a shinobi. That may be right, Shikamaru said, but we have just graduated and Sakura is still just a girl. Have you even seen her fight? This was an argument that Kiba wasn't going to win, and he went back to focus on Naruto, who had remained quiet since he started talking. Looking at that bored look on the blonde's face, Kiba frowned, but decided that starting a conversation wasn't going to give him anything. He was likely going to be ignored. Still, he needed to have one last word. If you dare make a move on Hinata, you'll regret it, Kiba warned. I don't have to worry about Sasuke. The brooding bastard might be gay and Hinata doesn't like him. Sounds like someone likes Hinata, Ino suddenly said, appearing before the group. She was wearing a smile on her face that clearly indicated that she had found some material to use. And what if I do? Kiba responded, staring fiercely at Ino. Ah, no fun when you act like that, the Yamanaka girl said disappointedly and stalked away from the Inuzuka. She stopped just beside Naruto and gave the blonde a stare. Why didn't you tell me? Naruto contemplated on whether he should respond on the question or not. It would be just annoying if he did not and the girl wouldn't stop pestering him. He sighed and answered calmly. The last time I saw you I wasn't aware, he merely said. Ino stared at him for a few moments, trying to catch any movement he would make that would tell her the blonde was lying or not. Unfortunately for her, Naruto remained stiff as a brick, causing her to sigh. I would have liked it if I was in a team with you, the girl grumbled under her breath. At least with Naruto she wouldn't have to do hard work. The blonde was her black knight, he would always protect her against all dangers. In missions, she would not have to worry about anything, Naruto would watch her back. But the lazy Shikamaru would probably just call her out if there was danger. Why, do you like him? Kiba asked with a grin after hearing the Yamanaka grumble. Maybe I do, maybe I don't, Ino responded with a shrug. Who cares anyway? And it isn't like Naruto is a bad person. He is superior to you in every way, and even better than Sasuke. It wouldn't be a problem if I liked him. Kiba said nothing, but he was really insulted. The girl had narrowed her gaze from head to toe, measuring him up, and after all that, she said Naruto was superior to him in every way. He wasn't better but superior. That was a slap to his pride. A truly massive blow, and Kiba really didn't like anyone who did that. Before he could explode, Team Asuma said a bit lazily as he walked into the class. Please follow me, he said. We are not done, Ino said to Naruto in a hardened tone before turning away. Naruto said nothing. Shikamaru merely shook his head before glancing at the blonde Uzumaki. Shogi some time at my house. He offered lightly. They did have some unresolved issues with their relationship and Shikamaru was going to follow up to it. Naruto nodded. Why not? He said. Shikamaru smiled slightly and waved his left hand as he followed Ino and Choji. If Kiba was thinking he was going to get time to talk to Naruto, he didn't get it because Kurenai came in to take teammate away. What remained was just 3 genins of Team 7. Hinata didn't know which way to look with Sasuke and Naruto in the class with her. With how nervous she was really thinking of just running away from the class and wait outside for their late sensei. But she held firm. Her father had warned her against embarrassing the clan any further. Any more disappointments and she was likely to be sent to the branch family and branded with a caged bird seal. It wasn't enough that the man she called father had stripped her of her rights as clan heiress, but he had also gone on to brand her a failure. It wasn't that she was weaker than Hanabi, it was just that she didn't want to do anything to harm her sister. She was just gentle that way. But her father didn't approve. A failure, huh? The Hyuga clan head had known that she was going to be placed in this team and had informed her that she would be paired with geniuses before harshly dismissing her. She already knew that Sasuke was a genius, but she didn't know about Naruto. He had seemed smart back then. Naruto, the Uzumaki who had been hated by the villagers in every corner, and when she was still considered clan heiress, she had been warned to stay away from him. Her father had been worried about the clan's reputation. But he had still been a human being to her. She could not understand the hatred. But in her eyes, he was strong. Hinata froze slightly when Sasuke's furious voice shattered the calm silence that had been in the class. She stole a glance. The Uchiha was looking at Naruto with a narrowed look on his face. "Where is the damn sensei?" Sasuke demanded, looking at Naruto. Naruto ignored Sasuke. He had taught the Uchiha to control himself better than that. Perhaps the restraint had loosened because of what he had recently learned. Naruto didn't expect it to be easy for the Uchiha to accept that the village elders had ordered his brother to massacre his entire clan. Sasuke didn't seem to care about the planned coup. That bothered him was what had been instructed of his brother. But still, Kakashi was really late. Naruto really didn't have the patience for this kind of tardiness. He could have spent some time to do something useful instead of waiting in this class. He would have to work around that issue. Speaking of the Jonin, Kakashi walked into the class. "Team 7, meet me at the rooftop." Jonin looked unapologetic over his lateness. The man then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto merely shook his head as he stood up. If Kakashi was going to waste his time, he wouldn't operate in the way the man was going to operate. He would move on his time as well. With that in mind, Naruto put his hands inside his pockets and walked slowly out of the class. The blonde was the last person to reach the roof. The blonde settled down beside Hinata with Sasuke sitting on the other side of the young Hyuga. She looked really ready to die at any moment. "Okay." Kakashi started closing his book. "This is Team 7, before anything, let us introduce ourselves, name, dislikes, goals and dreams." The Jonin paused for a moment as he opened his book once again and started reading. "I am Hitaki Kakashi. I don't have much in terms of dislikes, dreams, meh, likes, meh." The man looked up from his book and looked at Sasuke. "Your turn." "Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke started. "I don't like a lot of things, and I don't hate a lot of things. As for my dream, I wish to restore my clan to its former glory and kill some people." Naruto actually had no disagreements with that. He was actually proud of the Uchiha's response. He had been planning on doing it in the near future because the elders would really prove to be a problem when the Sandaime leaves the Hokage office. He wouldn't even hesitate to help out the Uchiha in that plan. Kill some people. I wonder who? Kakashi thought, his eyes still pressed on his book. Hinata poked her fingers for a few moments, her face red, lips moving up and down. Kakashi could almost say that it was cute and slightly amusing. He wasn't angry, but slightly amused, yet worried. Being young. At least he hadn't been like this when he was young. Hyuga Hinata, that was all she was able to stutter. She did not have the strength to say anything else. Hinata bit her lip in frustrations over her lack of courage. It really did bother her. Why couldn't she muster the courage to speak her mind? Other people spoke so freely, why couldn't she? Naruto's gaze turned towards the Hyuga for a moment before he responded. Uzumaki Naruto, likes a handful of things, dislikes a few people, dream, maybe seeing to the restoration of my clan. It almost looked like the blonde didn't even care about what he was saying. Kakashi shook his head. At least the blonde hadn't lied. It was a pity that the Hyuga was unable to say anything concrete though. Okay. Kakashi started. We will do a final test tomorrow morning to determine if you can really become Genins. He was really just going through formalities here. Sasuke was already a Genin in terms of skills. Naruto was a former Anbu and he was sure Hinata would follow in line. There was no need to test the two. What is that supposed to mean? Even if you got your headbands, if you fail tomorrow's test, you will be sent back to the academy. Kakashi said calmly. Meet me at training ground 7 at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to begin the test. After saying those words, the Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. I thought graduating from the academy meant that we have become Genins, Sasuke said, looking at Naruto, who was now on his feet. The blonde walked past Hinata without as much as acknowledging her before he responded to Sasuke. Don't get worked over it, Naruto responded calmly. How can I not be when there is a chance that I might be sent back to the academy? Sasuke asked. He had been happy about finally graduating from the academy. This meant that he could start his journey to become a real shinobi and grow strong enough to eliminate enemies of his clan. You won't be sent back, Naruto said calmly. Now stop fussing over it and let's just go. Hinata watched the two walk away from her. So, Naruto and Sasuke were friends. Hinata really didn't see what was so nice about Sasuke that girls fawned over him. Naruto was different. He had been in charge a second ago. Even so, Hinata felt down that he hadn't said anything to her or even looked into her eyes. Perhaps it was because she had disappointed him. Naruto was strong. Obviously he would be attracted to people who could speak their thoughts, like Ino. She could not when there were eyes all over. But on her own, she could speak. She could say, Naruto. She could even scream it when she was alone. Naruto. You calling me? Naruto's voice cut Hinata from her thoughts and brought her down to earth. The Hyuga slapped her mouth and shook her head vigorously. She hadn't realized that she had been speaking so loud. But that was the proof, wasn't it? It was proof that she could do it. She just had to push a little harder in order to do it. Uchiha compound. The way to the Uchiha compound had been a silent one. Sasuke hadn't really minded the silence. It gave him time to think about things inside his head. While Naruto wasn't throwing insults towards, the blonde did have a way with words, and when he was not talking, Sasuke appreciated it. Well, at times. As they stepped into his house, Sasuke faced Naruto. Are we going to train today? He asked. No, Naruto said with a slight shake of his head. I want to look at a few things. You can train on your own, but be mindful of tomorrow. Sasuke stared for a few moments. If the blonde wasn't here for him, then he was here for his mother. It made the Uchiha scowl slightly. Naruto was getting a little closer to his mother. It wasn't a pleasant thought. It just reminded him of how close Naruto had been to his brother. He had noticed how brightly his mother smiled at Naruto. The smile she gave him was different to the smile she gave the blonde. Sasuke really didn't know what it meant, but he understood that they had different meaning. He didn't like it that his mother gave Naruto special treatment. The blonde got that from his own mother, he didn't need from his mother as well. Sasuke followed Naruto from behind. The blonde stopped and turned to face him. Is there something you want? This is my house, Sasuke said. Besides, you always want to speak to my mother in private. I want to know what you want to talk about with her. I don't like things being kept from me. I wasn't about to talk about you, Naruto said, walking away. Our world doesn't really revolve around you, Sasuke. I do have other things I talk about with your mother other than you. Sasuke suppressed the urge to glare and just followed the blonde. They found his mother in the study, working through clan matters. The elder Uchiha smiled the two boys before speaking. Team assignments over. Sasuke nodded. We got this, Jonin, and he made us wait for hours. Do you know that despite graduating we might still be sent back to the academy? The young Uchiha complained to his mother. You can play this game after I go away, Sasuke, Naruto stated as he made himself comfortable on the chair in front of the small desk within the study. The blonde faced Makoto before speaking to her. I have some questions that you can answer. I highly doubt my mother knows anything about it. Makoto blinked for a moment and then turned to face Sasuke. She was tempted to say adults want to speak, but merely smiled at her son. It was a bit apologetically because she was going to focus on Naruto instead of answering to his complaints. Anything for you, Naruto, Makoto said with a smile. The Hyugas. Naruto started in a calm tone. What is the story with Hiyashi and his eldest daughter? Why do you think there is something there? Because the Sandaime would not have put her in a team with me for no reason at all. There has to be a reason. If I can know the story, then I might be able to find the reason. Makoto appeared to think for a few moments. Hiyashi more or less disowned Hinata because according to him, she is weak. You must have seen it. He has deemed her unfit to be clan heiress and stripped her of that title and handed it to her younger sister. He doesn't look at her fondly, but I am guessing even when the situation is like that, he still does care for his daughter. Hiyashi is the only parent Hinata has, and considering how much he loved her when she was younger, I highly doubt all that love has disappeared. Naruto's mind got to work for a few moments. So he treats her like trash, the blonde said. Well, I can see that happening. He paused before asking. Have you taken your seat in the village's council as a clan head? Makoto nodded. The blonde tilted his head to the side and smiled. If you were the Hokage and there was someone you wanted to have the support of the two most powerful clans in the village, what would you do? Why would that be in the first place? Because of an uncertain tomorrow. If a major clan dislikes a certain shinobi, you will do something to get that clan to like that shinobi. Hinata has been put as the bridge between Uzumaki Naruto and the Hyuga clan. Naruto said, standing up. I will play the Sandaime's little game. Enjoy the rest of your day, Makoto. The blonde turned to Sasuke, but said nothing, he just walked away. What was that all about? Sasuke asked his mother. Do you really have an interest in what you're asking, Sasuke? Makoto asked calmly. Sasuke stared at his mother for a long minute before changing the subject. Naruto's house dinner with the Uzumaki, it always a pleasant fare within the house. Naruto would never replace the time he spent enjoying his mother's food with anything else. She was a delightful cook and her food was the best. Perhaps he was saying that because he favored his mother better than anyone. Ino was most displeased that you were not put in the same team as her, Kushina said to Naruto. The blonde merely shrugged. I bet all she wanted was a muscle to do all her dirty work while she opens her mouth about this and that, he said dismissively. It wasn't that he hated the girl these days. She could be considered a friend, but the thing was that he was a lot more focused on plotting for his future than playing friends with Ino. With Sasuke it was okay because he had plans for the Uchiha and he was Makoto's son. He didn't even have to spend time talking about mundane things. Ino would have her time, but for now, his mind could not accommodate her. He was content with knowing that she was closer and if he ever needed some noise to ring up on his head, he would visit her. It was a little different back then because the girl was focused on blackmailing him, but things are different now. Perhaps it had to do with her growth. I don't think she would be happy hearing that, Kushina said. And what is wrong with being a muscle for her? Naruto stared at his mother when he couldn't really offer a response that would please her. Instead he changed the subject. She must have also told that I got a Hyuga in my team, he said. Kushina nodded. She did. And then she said she felt sorry for the girl for being in the same team with you. What is it about the Hyuga anyway? Kushina asked curiously. Ino had really seemed worried and even wondered if the girl would even survive you and Sasuke. Hinata, Naruto said. She is a timid girl who can't speak without stuttering. Sasuke's gaze will likely add to the pressure to strip her of her ability to speak. She even struggled to say her name today. Of course Naruto would leave out his expression and just tell her about Sasuke. If he told her about his look, she would be questioning him about it. The Hyuga had done something that interested him though. When she was trapped inside her own little world, she had called his name. There had been no stuttering, but a clear loud voice, a gentle Hyuga. It was perhaps fitting, but that little action made Naruto think. The girl was possibly telling herself that she could do it if she tried. Although Naruto would not say it to anyone, when someone was trying really hard to overcome their struggles, it drew his curiosity, and with the Hyuga, it was the same. He was a little interested in getting her to stand on her feet. He was after all going to play the Sandaime's game but on his own terms and agenda. Kushina appeared to think for a few moments before speaking. Kumogakure once tried to kidnap her and her father killed the man who tried to do it. It caused a major incident. You were not a bad person to her, were you? Kushina questioned with a narrowed look on her face. Naruto smiled. He was tempted to say, of course not, "Mother," and she would have likely believed it. He shook his head. Could he simply lie to his mother like that? It felt as if it would be simple. Lying came simple after all. "I will be good to her," the blonde said to his mother with a smile. "That is what I expect of you," Kushina said, with a smile. She understood that there were some parts of Naruto that really scared her. The fact that he was able to adapt well to Anbu life without suffering any strain is an indication that her son was not the little boy she saw in front of her. He had really grown. Kushina had really been fighting hard to give her son a normal life. She would never say that considering everything, she has done well. She had failed in so many areas. Makoto didn't agree with what she had been saying. The Uchiha said if it wasn't because of her, Naruto may have been somewhere, perhaps even followed after Itachi. Much depended on Naruto, and no matter how Kushina tried to force things to make him normal, she would not really succeed, and Naruto would only try because she was asking him. Makoto had said it was best to just allow Naruto to be Naruto, but always keep her voice active as the moral conscience that would keep him grounded. "Something wrong, mother?" Naruto asked, with his cock to the side, seeing a contemplative look on Kushina's face. Kushina put on a slightly forced smile, but she quickly dropped it when Naruto saw through her. She sighed and spoke. "I am just happy that you're going to be doing something normal now. You're doing something children wish to do, and I have a job that is as normal as it can get." Naruto nodded. "At least these days we don't have to worry about anyone trying something else. The villagers are exercising some restraint. I can do missions, you can do work, and we can return here at the end of the day. Don't forget to be good with your teammates. Teams are all about teamwork, and you're not really fond of that concept. You've usually focused on doing things yourself. This is an important rule with genin cells. Teamwork, it is really an important principle for the functioning of any team really. For the team to be a success, you must be willing to work with others, utilizing each other's strengths to strengthen the team. You also have to cover your teammates' weaknesses. Working in a team means working together for the same objective. It is not Naruto, it is team. I almost forget that you're a retired jonin," Naruto said to his mother. "Well, that is the same principle Anbu go by, well, at least the good Anbu. Understanding one's mates is key for the survival and success of the team." Kushina smiled. "Well, you had good company." Naruto nodded. "They were good and friendly people. We got along just fine. It is really simple though. What I have observed is that acceptance of one's teammates is essential for the team to click. If you cannot accept your teammates, you're obviously not going to get along. I don't see you struggling though. Kakashi and Sasuke have been in your life for some time, you have trained with both of them. From my experience, some shinobi understand each other through the exchange of blows. You have to integrate Hinata." Naruto nodded. He hoped it would not be difficult. But he still had to do it. He needed friends, after all. He had come to understand that within this world, you really need people who owe you and people who will be willing to do certain things for you. Without that, it was just a massive struggle. The following morning, training ground 7, it was around past 10 and Hinata was still waiting for Naruto and their sensei to show up. She had arrived at the training ground before it was even 8 and Sasuke had arrived 5 minutes before the said time. Because she had been forced to wake up early, she hadn't even had the time to eat anything. She was usually up by that time, but she had slept a little late last time trying to do some training to improve herself. She hadn't expected her sensei to be late, again. It was even more of a surprise that Naruto was even late. The blonde didn't look like a tardy person. In fact, he dressed respectfully and carried himself with disciple. He was almost like someone who had been forced to grow as a clan heir. The Uchiha sitting a distance away from her hadn't even said hello to her. She had tried to say something, but the words just died in her throat and she had looked away from him. An hour went, and he kept his patience, but after 2 hours, he started losing it. Hinata could not say anything, she merely watched. But after 3 hours, when it seemed he was going to explode, Sasuke settled down into a meditative pose. She could have sworn she heard him cursing Naruto's name before he started closing his eyes, whispering words to himself. It had surprised Hinata to see that the Uchiha could yo. Hinata nearly jumped when Kakashi popped up just in front of her. Although she had not jumped, she had squeaked as her heart nearly fled from her ribcage. Kakashi merely smiled at the girl as he greeted her before turning towards Sasuke. He received a not-so-subtle glare from the Uchiha, who was now walking towards him. "You're awfully late," Sasuke muttered in a barely audible tone. "Is this going to be a regular thing?" Kakashi acted as if he hadn't heard the Uchiha. He was just curious to see how he would react to being ignored. "Where is Naruto?" Sasuke responded in favor. He ignored Kakashi's question and looked away. He too was wondering the same thing. Naruto wasn't the kind of person to be late for something. If something was holding him up, he would have sent a clone to say that he would be turning up late. Kakashi blinked. Had Sasuke just blatantly ignored him? 15 minutes later, Naruto gracefully walked into the training ground. Kakashi was certain that the blonde had come late on purpose, having figured that he would be late again. This wasn't going to be fun. Who was going to listen to his lame excuses? "Where were you?" Sasuke asked. "I was helping my mother at the Yamanaka flower shop, and had the time to stock some weapons," the blonde responded calmly. Sasuke stared at the blonde. "But we were supposed to be here at 8. Naruto gave the Uchiha a look that said he wasn't really interested in an argument. "Was he here at 8? Sasuke shook his head. "Then you should have no complaints. If I know he is going to be late, I'd rather not waste my time waiting for him. Instead I chose to do something useful," the blonde said, turning to face Kakashi. Then, Kakashi shook his head. If he came up late every time, Naruto would do the same unless there is something that draws him to come here early. If not, this was going to be a daily occurrence. He could not have that, and he was positive if Naruto grew tired of waiting, he would definitely play the manipulation game. The Sandaime had said that Naruto was adept to playing the game because he had learned from him, and they usually played it together. One would never really say that the blonde was like that when looking at him. Naruto just appeared to be an indifferent person who lacked interest in things occurring around him, but in reality, he did some math inside his head. When Kakashi became aware that Naruto was watching him, waiting for him, he felt slightly exposed and felt the need to guard himself. If the blonde noticed, he didn't express it. "Right," Kakashi drawled, organization his thoughts. "I already told you that you have to pass today's test in order to become Genins." The Jonin then took out 2 bells. "There are only 2 of these bells, you have to get them before 1 p.m. Whoever doesn't get a bell, fails the test and will be sent back to the academy. You can begin trying to get the bells now." The Jonin flashed away. "Looks like the Hyuga isn't going to make it," Sasuke said to Naruto. "We are getting those 2 bells and become Genins. How are we going to do this?" Naruto looked up for a moment before looking towards Hinata, who seemed to shrink under his watchful gaze. The blonde didn't say anything to the girl. He turned to Sasuke and spoke. "Did you try to understand things about shinobi cells, Sasuke?" "No," Sasuke said. "Is there a need to understand anything about them? We just have to get those bells from Kakashi-sensei and we pass. What is there to understand?" Naruto looked disappointed for a second. "For someone who is called a genius, you rarely use your mind." "Sometimes I wonder if you are even a genius," the blonde stated flatly, his expression now indifferent. If Sasuke wasn't used to this, he would have retorted or come up with something, but he was used to it. Naruto was blunt in his assessments. What was stupid, he called stupid. "Is there something I missed, genius?" Sasuke couldn't help but allow the sarcasm to drip in his tone. It was mild, mixed with some bitterness. "I have told you this before, Sasuke. When you about to face a challenge, don't just charge in. Use your head. Don't act like you don't have it." The blonde then walked closer to Sasuke and leaned over to the Uchiha's left ear. "When my right foot is above Kakashi's head, use your kunai throwing skills, get the bells. You understand what I mean by that, right? They should be visible enough to target them. I will handle the rest." Naruto suddenly disappeared. "You've really become quite the sensei," Kakashi said, as Naruto flashed beside him. He was sitting on a tree branch. He didn't even have his book with him. He could not risk it with Naruto. The blonde was strong after all, and it wouldn't be good when he does give his report and learn that he had been embarrassed by the blonde. Someone of your caliber should have been given a team before, so I wondered why. Earlier in the morning, I went on to ask the Sandaime about it and he told me you have failed your past students. The old man wouldn't tell me why. This test itself is peculiar. Our cells are always made up of 3 genins and a jonin. If you fail one of us, we cannot be a team. There is a reason this team was put together, and it's either we all pass or we all fail. Mother said teamwork is essential in team cells. I have been in Anbu as you, I understand the value of teamwork. There are times you will face a giant, you will have to work together in order to win the battle. If you have given this same test to your last assigned teams, they wouldn't have the chance to getting the bells because you're a Jonin and they're just freshly graduated students with headbands. The blonde paused for a moment. I have spoken enough. Naruto's right foot suddenly lifted up into the air, and flashed towards Kakashi's face. The Jonin raised both his hands to block the sudden kick. The Jonin crossed both his hands in front of his face and blocked the kick, and he was still able to hold his position. Two kunais slid from Naruto's cloak, sliding into the palms of both his hands. He grabbed the kunai on his left hand firmly, and drove it towards Kakashi's head. The Jonin leaned back, while folding his legs with the tree branch to make sure he doesn't fall off the tree as he leaned back. Naruto let go of the kunai and it whizzed past the Jonin's face, embedding on the tree. Once again, Naruto made the first move. He jumped forward while twisting around in midair to face the Jonin. Another kunai slipped into the palm of his left hand before Naruto crossed his hands before channeling wind chakra into the kunais. The kunais disappeared from Naruto's hands, and sped towards Kakashi's chest. They hit him, piercing through him. The Jonin suddenly turned into a log covered by a thick cloud of smoke. Naruto landed into the ground and walked away from the trees, heading towards the clearing. He found Kakashi waiting for him. Smiling, the Jonin spoke. Your speed has increased, he said. As it naturally should, Naruto responded as he started darting towards the Jonin. As he grew closer, his speed increased considerably and he jumped into the air, throwing a right punch towards Kakashi's face. The Jonin reacted quickly by sidestepping the punch before grabbing Naruto's hand. He then lifted up the blonde and then flung him over his shoulder. The blonde landed on the ground gracefully and quickly put both his hands in front of his face, creating a defensive wall. Both palms were facing him and kunais slid through from the cloak into the palm of his hands. A second later, Kakashi was flashing a high root foot kick. As he was doing that, Naruto flipped his hands, getting the palms of his hands to face the incoming kick. The kick connected with his defense, and the power behind it sent the blonde flying backwards. He quickly recovered by flipping several twice before landing gracefully. Kakashi blinked, staring at his foot, which was still above the ground. There was a kunai, right between his toes. It had cut through his shinobi boot. Kakashi was at a loss once again when drops of blood started falling down the ground. The base of the foot isn't the most sensitive part of the body, Naruto said as Kakashi went down on the ground to inspect his foot. I will need stitches after this, Kakashi said with a wince, seeing his blood. It wasn't much to worry him, but how had Naruto cut him? Kakashi's instincts kicked when he sensed something coming in and fast. He cocked his head to the side and a kunai blew past his right cheek. Before he could sigh in relief, he felt something. His mask started to slip through, revealing a cut through his cheek. Wind chalk. Kakashi didn't get to finish because Naruto's left foot suddenly crashed into of him, his right slamming down towards his head. Kakashi wasn't a Jonin for nothing. Despite being surprised, and his mask slipping through, he managed to protect his face from being exposed by holding his mask together with his left hand while his right blocked Naruto's kick. It was surprisingly light. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly when his danger senses kicked in. The Jonin glanced down and saw both Naruto's hands falling on both his hands. The right hand had a Rasengan while the left had a kunai, both attacks poised towards his chest. The bells on Kakashi's waist dangled as a kunai sped past him. The bells fell down the ground as Sasuke appeared in the clearing from behind Naruto, charging towards the two. Get the bells, or save your face from being revealed. But if you try to get the bells, the Rasengan will hit you, and the kunai will pierce through your left shoulder. I am fast enough to hit before you can get the bells and do a replacement jutsu, Naruto said calmly. But of course, if you wish to test that speed, you're welcome to try. Alright, you win, Kakashi said quickly and in a hurried tone just to get the danger off his face. Naruto didn't move. He first allowed Sasuke to get the bells before lifting his right foot off Kakashi and then his Rasengan dispersed. Naruto then made the distance between him and the Jonin. Kakashi was still holding his mask, and he was still bleeding. I will be right back, the Jonin said before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. I'm disappointed, Sasuke said. I thought I would get my chance to fight a Jonin, but you did all the work. Well, at least we got the bells, that was something to smile about. This meant that they had passed the test and would not be sent back to the academy. He could go home and celebrate with his mother. That brother of his was right, looking up to Naruto in fighting would certainly help him. He was a little jealous of the blonde, that much Sasuke was willing to admit. But he was happy that Naruto was able to take time to teach him, and he knew certain well that the blonde didn't hold back when it came to training. Come out, Hinata, Naruto called out to the Hyuga before turning to face Sasuke. Hinata slowly and timidly walked out from the bush she had been hiding. She had been right to think that Naruto was strong, and if anything it appeared that he was the teacher of Sasuke. His tone earlier had seemed like a teacher lecturing his student. Still, did this mean that she was going to go back to the academy? If so, she was as good as dead. Her father had told her that, and he was likely never to recognize her again as his daughter. She would probably even be shipped into the branch family, who held no love for her by the way. Talk about a cursed existence. The time it took for Hinata to reach her teammates was enough for Kakashi to get back from wherever he had gone to. The Jonin appeared and stared at Naruto. You didn't have to cut me, you know, Naruto shrugged. I could have slipped a Senbon through your hand when you flung me over your shoulder, the blonde said nonchalantly. Kakashi just shivered thinking about that. How many weapons do you carry in the storage seals hidden under your cloak? A number of them, the blonde said. So you'd planned for Sasuke to make a move when you whispered something to him. I really should have expected you to do something like that. Kakashi said. You did do your homework, that is good. Naruto turned to Sasuke. I didn't win because I am strong. I won because I think before I make a move, and I had analyzed most things about him. It isn't always the strong who win, but sometimes those who think strategically and a few steps ahead of their opponent. Kakashi-sensei is a bit careless. I knew if I cut him he would probably sit down, and that meant loosening his guard to inspect himself. I knew that the mask is a precious thing and he wouldn't risk letting it slip through. Cutting it in the way I did meant that even if there was a mask beneath the mask, it would also be cut as well. Naruto decided against adding the book in the equation. That could come another day. His sensei would have been proud really. Naruto was strong enough to make him work hard, but the blonde hadn't engaged him to win the fight, but each move had been calculated, even anticipating what he would do. The kick had been light, that meant the blonde had known he would block it, and so he put much focus on his hands and balancing himself. It was almost like fighting against a Sharingan user. Then again, the blonde trained with Itachi, he had to know how the Dujutsu operated. Kakashi felt a bit giddy, just thinking about how the blonde had executed the plan for today. So what are you going to do about the bells? Kakashi asked, looking at Sasuke, who was holding both bells. The Uchiha threw one to Naruto and kept one, but Naruto threw the bell given to him to the Hyuga. Hinata, though, failed to catch the bell. It was almost like it was trying to run away from her as she tried to take it from the ground with her trembling soft hands. I don't care if I fail. I will go back to my old job if that is the case, the blonde said indifferently. Besides, this team cannot be a team without another team member. I suppose there is a lesson behind this. Like you said earlier, teamwork, Kakashi said to Naruto. Naruto appeared to think for a moment. Sasuke and I can work together just fine. More work will have to be done to get her, the blonde said, looking at Hinata, to function. At this point she is more of passenger, but I think we can make it work. I will tell you this, in the shinobi world, those who abandon rules are called trash, but to me those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash, Kakashi said a bit seriously. I guess I can pass you. Meet me here again tomorrow at, the man appeared to think for a moment before speaking, 10 a.m. so that we can get started on team exercises and then our first mission. Don't forget to go fill in your shinobi registration forms by the end of the day. Yane. Kakashi then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto would not have guessed that Kakashi was going to say something like that. He didn't put his mind onto it though. He turned towards Hinata, staring at the timid girl. Hyuga Hinata. Hinata was firmly holding onto the bell that Naruto gave her. She looked down, afraid to look into Naruto's gaze. Why yes. Sasuke snorted at the weak response. I'm going home, he said. Are you coming? The Uchiha asked Naruto. The blonde shook his head. I need to deal with this matter, he said, walking towards Hinata. Do as you like, Sasuke said indifferently, but did not leave the training ground. There wasn't anything he was going to be doing at home, and he was sure that his mother was busy with clan matters. The Uchiha walked towards the tree and stayed there, watching Naruto. Naruto stood just inches away from Hinata. He could feel her heart beat, she was even trembling, and almost looked as if she was about to hit the ground, but for some reason, she kept on clutching the bell he gave her. Naruto held out his right hand and placed it under her chin before lifting her head up so that he could look into her eyes. Her face grew red, as she struggled to maintain her gaze. A second later, she fell down the ground. The blonde blinked in surprise. What just happened? For a second he looked puzzled. He knelt down and took her right hand. She was all right, just knocked out. What could have done that? From the trees, Sasuke had amused himself. He didn't release a full-blown laughter, but he had laughed. What was amusing was the puzzled look on Naruto's face. It wasn't always that you got to see that look. The blonde rarely showed surprise. It took a few moments for Naruto to wake Hinata up. Attack me, Hinata, Naruto ordered in a hardened tone. Hinata hesitated. She put the bell on her pocket and asked, "Why?" "Because I want to see how good you are, for now I can only see a spineless kunoichi." The words seemed to deflate the girl, her shoulders slumped and she seemed ready to cry until Naruto spoke once again. "Prove me wrong, Hinata." That seemed to get her on the move, and the girl took a stance before charging towards Naruto. The blonde dodged and blocked all her strikes before grabbing her by her right hand, pulling her closer to him before slamming his right knee into her gut. Hinata let out a pained sound from her lips before falling down onto her knees. Naruto didn't attack her. He just stared at her, and Hinata looked back at him for a second before her eyes went back to the ground. Humans were despicable creatures full of malice and hate. Naruto looked at them with contempt hidden behind a mask of indifference. Vile humans were always plotting something, and most humans were really inhuman things that Naruto despised. But this timid girl before him was none of that. It was the first time that Naruto was coming across someone like her. She was gentle, her hands were too soft, she was a fragile little thing. He had thought he would hear glass shattering when he need her. He could tell her to jump and she would probably do it. Her strikes were weak, but he believed she could do better. It was almost like she was afraid to cause pain. A unique trait within a human. She didn't want to hurt anyone, which made her look weak. Her stuttering and fragility made her look like a pet that needed to be held together and shown how to walk. She wasn't the resentful Sasuke, she wasn't his beloved mother who could tear apart a worthless human in the blink of an eye. Naruto held out his right hand and placed it on her head. The touch made her tense. When she looked at him, she relaxed, even though he wasn't smiling. "You're weak-minded. You can't make decisions of your own, you can't even voice your thoughts. You're a timid little girl who is just one knock away from being useless." Naruto paused. "I was right, you're spineless." Naruto felt it. She tensed, and her fragile face looked as if it was about to break apart. Her eyes were cast down, unable to face his gaze anymore. "This is the honest truth, Hinata, if you want to survive in a world filled with vultures, you must not hesitate to strike. If you do, you will die within a second. You must be strong, or you will be devoured. Trust in your skills, and you will have the courage to stand on your feet. If you cannot raise your voice, you will be a spineless coward until you needlessly give away your life." Naruto stated in a hardened tone. "Do you understand what I am saying?" Hinata nodded. "Now stand up. Activate your Byakugan and attack me. Come at me with the same strength you when you called my name yesterday." Hearing that firm tone, I believed that there was more to you than you let on. Hyuga Hinata, do you want to prove me right or wrong? Chapter 13. Hinata lunged towards Naruto, her right palm glowing with chakra as she aimed a strike towards his right shoulder. The blonde shifted to the left, sidestepping the strike. Hinata's palm missed him by just inches as Naruto snaked around the girl, before hitting the outstretched right hand, causing her to fall forward a bit. Hinata moved with grace and fluidity as managed to balance her feet before twisting around, aiming an index finger towards her opponent's forehead. Naruto dodged the strike by leaning back slightly. Hinata took advantage of Naruto's position, knowing that he didn't have much balance and swept her right foot through the ground, moving it towards Naruto's feet. The blonde allowed both his hands to fall to the sides as he allowed his body to fall down the ground. Hinata's leg sweep hit Naruto, lifting up both his feet into the air as his hands hit the ground. Hinata used her Byakugan with precision as she flashed towards Naruto's right side and attempted to hit him on the chest with her open palm. In a speed that no longer surprised Hinata, Naruto brought out his right hand, leaving his left hand to balance his body. A kunai flung out from the sleeve of this cloak, causing Hinata's strike to hit with the wind-cloaked kunai. Hinata didn't retreat. She crouched down the ground, before attempting to sweep Naruto's left hand off the ground, knowing if she did, he would fall down on his back. Her Byakugan saw Naruto's fingers glow with chakra before he propelled his body above the ground, using the left hand. When Naruto flipped once before gracefully landing on the ground, a couple of feet away from her, Hinata straightened up and stood on both her feet, hands held up in a stance with her breathing slightly labored. This was just part of training that Naruto was having her do. It had been a month since she started with Team 7 and already for Hinata it was like a year. Every morning, she had a training session with Naruto. It was mostly brutal, depending on the mood. Honestly, Hinata had never felt so alive in her years of living. She was confident, striking with everything when she could. When she hesitated, it was abuse and she knew she would have to visit the hospital to get patched up. At least Naruto didn't go as far as to break her bones. As he said, she seemed a little too fragile that he was afraid if he broke her bones, they would never mend again. That had made Hinata flush. While Naruto could be so brutally blunt at times when in training, he believed in her ability and encouraged her. When she failed to do something he wanted of her, he didn't hide his disappointment. No, he would let her know that her efforts were not good enough and that she had to get up and try again. He would not stop telling her to get up until she did it right. If anything, he was patient with her but not so gentle even though he said she was a fragile little thing. There had been at times that Hinata thought perhaps he saw her as something that needed to be protected. That was just her. Either way, she felt alive because Naruto spent hours training her. Today, she had been told to just attack, and he would merely be defending. There was a rule: if she hesitated to attack, he would attack her. Naruto had gone as far as to nearly slit her throat and even once poked his sword right on her chest, where her heart was located. There had been blood because really, he hadn't been just pointing his sword at her, it was pressed against her. The one day Hinata's heart had nearly exploded inside her ribcage and her eyes nearly bulged out was when again, she had hesitated and Naruto had hit her on the neck with a senbon. She had been shocked to wake up in the hospital. Hesitate and she would be dead. That was the message that he had brutally slammed into her head. Every time she thought of hesitating to attack, she saw those cold unflinching eyes looking at her as a sword cut through her throat or when his senbon pierced through her neck. The memories had become her instinct. Hinata had been doing her best not to disappoint Naruto and he had been proud of her. The day he had praised her, she had gone home feeling giddy. She hadn't cared that her father didn't ask her why she came home bruised every day. With her breathing calm, Hinata charged at Naruto once again. On the sidelines, Kakashi popped up on a tree branch just beside Sasuke. The Jonin amused himself in the fact that Sasuke seemed jealous about the attention Naruto gave Hinata. He had heard the Uchiha complain that Naruto spent less time training with him as he does with their teammate. Naruto of course had dismissed the Uchiha's complaints with nonchalance. Is this ever going to end? Kakashi asked the Uchiha, with his eyes staring at his beloved book. When Sasuke glanced at the pages, the Jonin held up his book just so the Uchiha doesn't see. Who knows? Sasuke responded indifferently. Someone is a little jealous, the Jonin teased with an eye smile. I'm not. Kakashi merely smiled and turned back to the clearing for a moment as he analyzed what was going on. Hinata had really improved over the month. Even though they didn't do any real missions, Naruto had yet to complain. Kakashi had expected him to complain since he had been doing high-ranked missions in his days at Anbu, but the blonde was content with working up every day to see his mother to work and then come here to strengthen the Hyuga. No one was happy about this more than the Sandaime Hokage. He was sure that the old man would be rubbing it into Hiyashi's face soon enough once the girl has removed all her stutterings. At least she did not stutter in battle, and because of Naruto's treatment towards her, Hinata spoke to Naruto a bit confidently than she did with other people. Perhaps it was because if she was stuttering every word, the blonde would not talk to her. Naruto was really a good teacher. Even though Sasuke did complain, Naruto still made time for the Uchiha during evenings when they have done their missions. If anything, progress was going on smoothly. Kakashi didn't really have to do much with the team. If anything, he was just a mere spectator. Not that he was complaining anyway. He was having fun with being able to get time to read his beloved book and watch the progress of his students. It didn't mean that he did nothing completely. There were days that he offered his thoughts with the training and he also led team exercises. He didn't have to worry much since Naruto knew the important details about fighting. The Jonin had after all passed on his knowledge to the blonde. But when it came from Naruto's mouth, it was a little twisted to fit his personality. She has improved though, Kakashi voiced his thoughts. She strikes and is able to take action in battle. Still weak, Sasuke said. I'll admit she has done much more than I thought she could. But she is still not assertive, merely does everything she is being told to do. Naruto has been singing for her to be assertive but she still lacks considerably. Kakashi nodded. At least there is improvement, he said. Sasuke grunted in response. It is likely he will force her, the Uchiha said. More like have her make decisions during missions. The problem with her is that if she flops, it is likely going to crush her, which is why Naruto has yet to do anything. Kakashi appeared to think about it for a moment. I think he would do that, he said. Although, it is surprising that Naruto is actually considerate of someone's feelings as if he really cares. Sasuke snorted. Yeah, he said sarcastically. He's probably just worried of undoing all his hard work. He has yet to really give the girl a smile even though he praises her efforts. You don't really think that highly of Naruto in that regard, Kakashi said. Sasuke shrugged. I'm just stating the obvious, the Uchiha said with carelessness. Kakashi shook his head. Well, he could not really say that the blonde was the best when he was dealing with emotions and other people. Naruto didn't care much about people, and if Sasuke was saying it, it is because he has seen it with his own eyes. Kakashi reminded himself that the Uchiha was in fact a genius. With the Sandame's joy in all these, Kakashi could say he had planned for it to happen and if so, then Naruto must have known. Yet he was doing it anyway. The blonde had to have his own reasons. Naruto didn't do charity. Come on, let us go and join them, Kakashi said as he jumped down the ground. Sasuke followed his example shortly and the two walked towards the clearing. Naruto's gaze fell into the Hyuga, scanning every inch of her body. He hadn't done anything to bruise her today, but merely had her attack him. That was enough for today. He could focus on defense tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. She was improving, that was the important thing. You're using the Byakugan effectively and you move with grace. Well, I guess that is being helped by your possession of the Dujutsu, Naruto stated. But overall, you have attacked well. Since you have been given training at a young age, training you makes is a little easy as I don't have to tell you the basics. What you have always lacked is a spine and courage. At least in battle you're improving. All thanks to you, Hinata managed to say, her hand right above her chest as she got hold of the bell that was now tied on her neck. She had even found a way to silence it as it gave away her location when she was running. It has really become her treasure. Naruto thought of slamming his right foot into her mouth just so she could speak probably, but he decided against it. At least she was no longer fainting. That was something else and she was able to speak. Being assertive was something that she still refused to do. Naruto didn't know whether it was kindness or just a nuisance that was hindering her growth. Either way, it was really a problem. While she was going to be a useful tool no matter what, he could not have a timid person walking beside him. He had never been timid and shy to speak his mind. Of course there is always the rule of timing. Speaking of timing, Naruto had yet to deal this into the girl. There are times in life you just have to be quiet and just nod to what is being said to you. When you do what is instructed of you, don't do it with resentment, do it with a smile. I don't mean that literally, the blonde said to the Hyuga. But a time will come where you will have to speak your mind and if you're not firm, no one will hear you. To get the message through, you must be firm, otherwise it will seem as if you're just giving your opinion. Hinata nodded, though she wasn't too sure that she would actually reach that level where she would be assertive. Still, Naruto had said she could assertive without being aggressive. For her, it was a matter of standing on what she believed in and not simply folding to the side when someone says so. She had to learn to say no. Even so, Hinata had never said no before, not even after Naruto drilled those words into her. She was still not strong enough, but she was really happy at her progress and that Naruto wasn't giving up on her. That was really something to smile about. Done for the day? Kakashi asked as he walked towards the two, with Sasuke right beside the Jonin. Naruto nodded. Perhaps it is time we do a mission outside the village. We won't learn of our progress unless we are able to handle a serious mission. Besides, I wish to see how these two can handle danger. Kakashi smiled. I was actually thinking about the same thing, the Jonin said. I will go to the Sandaime and request a mission. I doubt he will refuse. Do make all preparations needed for a mission outside the village. That means weapons, tent and a change of clothes as we may have to camp outside the village. Finally, Sasuke grinned, I get to do some serious business and once we complete this one, we are not going to do those crappy chores you call D-rank missions. Any more of those and I would have gone mad. Naruto had not really minded. The missions gave him time to work on coordinating both Hinata's and Sasuke's movements as well as assess their teamwork. In the future, they would have to work together in order for things to work according to plan. Is there anything for today? I'd been hoping that we'd do another D-rank mission, Kakashi said absent-mindedly, his focus on his precious book. But since we have a mission tomorrow, you should take the time to rest and prepare yourself. Once I have the details, I will inform you before the day ends. Naruto nodded and placed his hands inside his pockets. Get checked up to make sure you have no problem, the blonde said to Hinata. Although they don't seem to care, they do pay your medical bills, am I correct? Hinata nodded. Without anything else to say, Naruto started walking away from his teammates and sensei. Where are you going? Sasuke asked as followed after the blonde. He was looking for an all-out sparring session with the blonde so that he could prepare his body for tomorrow's mission. I have things to do. Naruto said calmly. What is it? I was hoping we'd do a training session together. All out, no holding back, the Uchiha said. Maybe later, Naruto said, not showing so much interest in actually doing the training with Sasuke. Perhaps it was because his mind was filled with far more important things that trying to pump up Sasuke's pride or most likely crush it. He needed to find some information from the library in the village. Since he is a former Anbu, some restricted information was available to his eyes. What are you up to? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. If there was something he had also learned about Naruto aside from his general lack of care about people, there was also the fact that he wasn't an indifferent person. He may put on a bored or indifferent mask, but there were thoughts going inside that head of his. He hid his thoughts pretty well. You wouldn't know he was sizing you up, when he was looking at you with that indifferent look of his. But Sasuke knew, Naruto was a scheming person. Naruto glanced at Sasuke over his shoulder as he responded. Nothing much, Naruto said. What do you know about Danzo? Nothing. Sasuke was quick to say. Sometimes your ignorance about these things annoys me, Naruto said with his eyes now looking at the road ahead of him. I have told you that in order to defeat your enemy, you must be able to know what makes them tick. Without knowledge about the enemy, things would be difficult to combat. Besides that, they also needed to know who the enemies were in the elemental nations. If Naruto had other enemies aside from Danzo and the Akatsuki, he would work towards their elimination. But in order for that to happen, he must have the right information to make a move. It's not like the information is available for all to see, Sasuke grunted in response. How disappointing, Naruto said disdainfully at the response the Uchiha gave him. Not everything is made available. You will not be spoon-fed everything, Uchiha. There are some things you will have to struggle in order to get. If you think everything in life is free and that you just have to demand it, and you get it, then you're a delusional spoiled little Uchiha prince. Sasuke grit his teeth in anger. Things had gone back to this point, he really hated the mental beatdown he received from the blonde. If it wasn't because he was actually grateful for everything the blonde has done for his family, Sasuke would have taken out his kunai and plunged it on his neck while he was looking away. Yes, he did have those kind of thoughts every now and then. It was really difficult not to when the blonde always beat him down every time they sparred. He had never won or even came close to winning. What infuriated him was that they were of the same age and yet Naruto was always not just one step ahead of him, but a couple of giant steps ahead of him. Why should he even be angry anyway? Wasn't he already used to this kind of talk? Sasuke calmed himself and decided to speak about something else. This was how things worked with Naruto. It should not be a problem for him. Then, what do you want me to do? Just fix your head and don't be a spoiled child. I will handle what needs to be done, and when the time is right, a move will be made, Naruto said as he created a distance with the Uchiha. Sasuke didn't bother responding because he was certain that Naruto wasn't making a request but merely telling him what to do. The following morning, "You know this isn't my first mission, mother," Naruto said with a deadpanned expression on his face. His mother was making a fuss about all these and it was really a troublesome thing. Sure, he was happy that she was excited for this, but this was nothing compared to what he did in Anbu. This was just his first simple C-rank mission and his mother was acting like it was the first time he was leaving Konoha for a mission. Kushina stopped going through the things in Naruto's bag and put on a satisfied smile. "Can't you just allow your mother to have this moment, Naruto?" Kushina asked with a look on her face. "This is your first real mission for me. I never got to meet your teammates in Anbu and I didn't know what you were doing. But now I know what you're doing and I have met your teammates. If you wanted to meet my teammates in Anbu, you could have said so," Naruto said. "While Anbu identities remain a secret, those guys were the kind of careless people who wouldn't have minded coming to see you," the blonde explained lightly. Kushina tilted her head to the side. Naruto had already said that he had been with lively people in his squad, but she could never be sure. Yet if Naruto was saying that they would have no problem in meeting with her, it made her happy. "I'd be happy to see them one day," Kushina said with a smile. "Are you still in contact with them?" Naruto nodded. Well, he did need to know what was happening around in Anbu and those people would be willing to share things with him. He was a former Anbu after all. Besides that, Naruto could genially say they were not as the same monkeys he looked at with perfectly hidden contempt. "Yes," Naruto said. "Well, invite them over one day," Kushina said before sealing Naruto's bag in a scroll, which she handed to the blonde. He placed the scroll on the ground and did a couple of hand seals before touching it. The scroll disappeared in a puff of smoke. Seeing that her son was done, Kushina walked over to him. "Give me your hands," she said. Naruto held out both his hands and the woman folded the sleeves of his cloak and examined the tattoos on both hands before nodding in satisfaction. "Nothing wrong here," she said. "You use these things excessively though," she said. "Sometimes I use the ones on my sleeves," Naruto said. "But using them is much more effective than just making fireworks. I prefer effective over flashy," the blonde said. Kushina could not disagree with his choice. It wasn't like using the seals did a number on him anyway. She smiled and placed both her hands on Naruto's shoulders before leaning in. She kissed him on his right cheek. "Be good to your teammates and protect them, okay?" "Yes, mother," Naruto said with a small nod. "Now run along, you don't want to keep everyone waiting," Kushina said, pushing her son away. Naruto merely shook his head. His mother was treating him like a little boy again. He was happy that she was happy. But he didn't need her to pamper him like a child as Makoto did to Sasuke. He wasn't going to tell her to stop though. She was his mother and she was free to do anything. Without saying anything more, Naruto left his house and went on towards the Hokage Tower, where he was sure his teammates would be waiting for him. Kakashi would probably be running a bit late, visiting the grave site once again. "Where is your bag?" Sasuke asked, seeing the blonde looking as if he was going for a diplomatic mission for a few hours rather than a mission that would see them sleep inside tents at night. "I'm Uzumaki, I don't carry bags, I carry sealing scrolls," Naruto merely said. "Seals?" Hinata asked. While not much was really known about the Uzumaki by the general population, Hinata was from a clan and had been once a clan heiress before she was stripped of the right by her father. Even so, she did know that the Uzumaki had been a clan before and not just any clan but a prestigious clan that had strong ties with the Senju clan. They were known to be seal masters. Well, at least that's what she knew anyway. She didn't really understand the whole fuinjutsu thing as shinobi these days never really considered it in their training. Then again, it was a complex thing that required imagination and incredible skill. Naruto nodded. "Yes, seals," the blonde said. Kakashi appeared before the three as if he had watching from afar, waiting for them to gather. "Come on, guys," he said walking towards the building before them. The Sandaime Hokage smiled as Team 7 walked into his office. His eyes lingered around Naruto in particular before turning to face the Hyuga in the team. He smiled at the girl. Hiyashi was going to be shocked when he does learn that his daughter has really improved. She was considered a failure, but they didn't know that Naruto was making her a winner. Leaving his thoughts, the Sandaime leaned back to his chair and spoke. "Ah, Team 7, he said as if he didn't have his eyes on them every day. I'm sure Kakashi has already briefed you about the mission. This is your client, Tazuna." Tazuna glanced over his shoulder and spoke. "I wasn't hoping for brats to be accompanying me," he said. "They can even do it." The Sandaime Hokage merely smiled. "They are very capable genins and they have Kakashi with them, who is one of our best jonins." His eyes twinkled slightly as he added. "Well, unless there is something you're not telling me. This is a C-rank mission and what you paid for, this is what you get. If you want stronger muscles you request a higher ranked mission. You're likely to come across bandits, they are enough for that, do you think they will come across something much stronger?" Tazuna held up his hands defensively. "Of course not," he said quickly as he stood up. "Come on, let us go," he said to Team 7. "Hinata-chan, Sasuke-kun," the Sandaime said to the two genins. "You can wait outside with Tazuna. I want to speak with Kakashi and Naruto. He was the Hokage and the two is told. Nothing really gets past you," Naruto said to the old man. He had seen how the old man's eyes twinkled when he spoke to the client. It was as if he knew the client was hiding something from him. Sarutobi just smiled. "Well, if I allow things to get past me, I wouldn't survive as a Hokage, now would I?" The old man said. His eyes caught the cover of the book Kakashi had on his right hand. "Is that the new book?" he asked in a serious tone. "Yes," Kakashi said, just as serious as the Sandaime Hokage was. "Curse that Jiraiya," the Sandaime said. "I told him send me a copy each time he releases a new book. You're going to a mission and it will need your focus, why don't you leave me with that book, Kakashi?" "No," Kakashi gave a firm and simple response, while holding his book possessively. "Why did you have us remain?" Naruto asked the Sandaime, wanting to get over things so that he could leave and return as quickly as they could. It would not favor him if they end up taking more time. The Sandaime cleared his throat as his focus returned to the matter at hand. "I want you to be cautious in this mission. The wave has been struggling lately, it is likely you will face a difficult task. You will be free to choose how you go with things if this proves to be true. In any case, I am allowing this because I want an alliance with the Wave Country." Both Kakashi and Naruto nodded before the Sandaime released them. 2 hours later, as the team headed towards the Wave Country, Hinata was walking in front of Tazuna with Kakashi covering the rear, Naruto and Sasuke covering the right and left side respectively. The journey had been a silent one, with Kakashi lost in his precious book and Naruto not looking toward any talk. Hinata couldn't bring any subject and Sasuke was just Sasuke. Hinata had a feeling that Naruto didn't like their client. It was just a feeling. The blonde had remained indifferent since the journey started. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the client had been drinking and had been a little rude to them. She could not say she really knew what Naruto liked in other people because she really didn't know much about him. Outside of training and doing chores masked in the name of D-rank missions, she didn't spend time with him. Even so, Hinata was certain that Naruto didn't like the client. "Are there more countries like the Wave?" The silence was broken when Naruto asked. Obviously talking to their sensei. "Yes," Kakashi said without taking his eyes off his book. "That was rather dangerous. In a world such this and a country could hope to exist peacefully without a shinobi village. In Naruto's opinion, it was nothing but utter madness. Well, it was because of such countries and lands that shinobi earned their money. Certainly if all nations had shinobi, it would be difficult living a shinobi. Payment was only received when one did missions and shinobi villages earned most of their income by accepting mission requests." Hinata's eyes narrowed a bit as they came across a puddle of water. She glanced over her shoulder, turning to her sensei, but he merely motioned for her to keep walking. Hinata did as instructed and looked at both her teammates. Sasuke had a small smirk on his face and Naruto just looked indifferent. With his look, you could never really say that he had actually noticed the puddle. But Hinata knew better. Suddenly 2 shinobi burst out of the puddle after the group passed it. "One down," was heard as Kakashi's body burst into blood. Simply on the instincts that Naruto had beat into her, Hinata activated her Byakugan and flashed in front of the client, with a stance, ready for action. If it wasn't because her Byakugan could see chakra, she may not have seen Kakashi standing atop of a tree branch. Observing them, Hinata was sure that would have been trembling in fear, thinking her sensei had died. Naruto and Sasuke didn't have her thoughts though. Before she had even moved to protect the client, the two had already disappeared. The former had moved faster than Sasuke, but both got to work. Being faster than Sasuke, Naruto took the lead. He darted towards the incoming enemies, his eyes watching them calculatedly. With the two coming towards him side by side, Naruto suddenly jumped into the air, and flipped, taking an upside-down position. The two twisted around to face him, and as soon as they did so, Naruto flung two kunais from his hands. One hit the one of his left on the left shoulder and the other hit the other on his right shoulder. Both cursed as the kunais cut deep into their flesh, but were unable to do anything as Sasuke threw two kunais towards them, each with an invisible thread. The kunais didn't hit the two, but were directed to twist, wrapping the thread around the two, binding them together. As gravity remembered its job, Naruto outstretched both his hands, infused chakra into his muscles and grabbed the two heads before brutally smashing them together as Sasuke held firm on the binds. Naruto flipped backwards before gracefully landing on the ground. "Good work you two," Kakashi said as he appeared before Sasuke and Naruto. He turned to face Hinata. The Hyuga was now on her butt, looking relieved that the danger had passed. The Jonin gave her an eye smile. "You too, Hinata. The speed in which you moved to protect the client was impressive. You really have improved." Hinata flushed at the compliment. "Thank you Kakashi-sensei," she managed to say. Was it really hard for her to just say the damn words straight up? Hinata cursed herself. At least Naruto didn't seem interested in her, but was focused on the two enemies he had caught with Sasuke. It just really made her feel otherwise when someone praised her efforts, especially when she knew that she had really done well and they were not just saying it. Hell, even the damn Uchiha wearing a disappointed look had even said she was improving far better than he had expected. He had even said he hadn't expected her to improve at all. "I thought she would faint," Sasuke said to Naruto, looking at Hinata. "Still nervous and shaky, but at least not a burden. We know we can do the fighting while she guards the client in case of surprises," the Uchiha added. Naruto merely nodded. "Your teamwork still impresses me," Kakashi said to Naruto and Sasuke. "You ran ahead with Sasuke behind. You were like a mask to hide your teammate and used your speed to great effect in order to get their attention while Sasuke trapped them." It wasn't something Naruto would smile about. These were a couple of idiots and he said it. Teamwork aside, we were dealing with foolish arrogance. Just because people get into the bingo book doesn't make them strong. They are stupid, they shouldn't have attacked with you in the group, and who would have fell for that cheap trick? If it wasn't because they need to be interrogated, I would have. No need to fill everyone's mind with anything graphic, Naruto, Kakashi quickly said, cutting the blonde off before he could finish. "I will do the interrogation." Naruto merely shrugged and walked away. He didn't want to see because Kakashi was just going to ask them questions. They would probably give them, thinking they would be freed, but it was unlikely. They were missing Nin and there was a bounty in their heads. It was not much, but a bounty nonetheless. This might be a bit troublesome, Kakashi said as he walked up to his students, who were around their nervous-looking client. They were sent by Zabuza, an A-ranked missing Nin. What about them? I have sent a message to Konoha for them to be picked up, Kakashi said, turning his attention towards Tazuna. Under the serious gaze of the Jonin, the client shifted uncomfortably and looked as if he was about to hit the ground. "They were not here for us, but you. You said this mission was just C-class mission, meaning we are likely to come across bandits. Tell us what you are hiding." Naruto glanced over the client. The Sandaime Hokage had been right after all. The damn client had been withholding information from them. If it was another day, Naruto would have considered things, but he was slightly in a good mood. But this was not right. This man could have led them to a dangerous pit that would have threatened their lives. He had basically gambled on their lives. Well, why you see, Tazuna started nervously before regaining some of his composure. "The wave has been really poor because this evil man has taken over our country. We have no money to pay for higher ranked mission. C rank is what we could afford." As Tazuna explained, Naruto reaffirmed his earlier thoughts. Not having shinobi for protection in this world was just suicide. A country could not survive without shinobi backing it up. When it didn't have protection, evil monkeys took advantage of the country and enriched themselves. There is something that I don't like about you, Naruto started. I understand that you're trying to save your country, that is indeed a noble deed. But your actions here could have resulted in our deaths. Imagine if the Sandaime had sent a weaker team and Zabuza had chosen to attack himself. They would have likely been killed. Do you understand the consequence of your actions? As Tazuna nodded, Kakashi had to agree with the blonde. It had been a risk and the only thing that worked out in this situation was that they were strong. This team was perhaps the strongest genin team in Konoha, even despite the fact that they have only been genin for a short time. I understand if you're willing to abandon me. This isn't the agreed upon terms of the mission, Tazuna said. Hinata looked between Naruto and Kakashi. She understood that the man had lied, but they would not simply abandon him to his death, would they? It would be cruel, very cruel, and she wasn't sure that she would be able to live knowing that she had left someone to die. It wasn't like he was being stingy. He just didn't have the money to pay for a higher ranked mission. That would not be Konoha's way of doing business, Kakashi said. Besides, the Sandaime Hokage had known there was something you were hiding. I doubt anyone in this team would want to return to Konoha, each for different reasons of course. With Hinata it would be out of her kindness, Sasuke because of the challenge. Naruto, well, Kakashi couldn't say for sure. Of course not. This is our first mission outside the village, I am not going to allow anything to stand in the way of that, Sasuke said firmly. He didn't care much about the client and his reasons, he was just looking toward a good battle that would challenge him. Hinata, what do you think? Kakashi asked, giving the girl a platform to speak. He already knew what she was going to say, but allowing her to speak her mind would ease up things for her. She could grow used to speaking in opinions within the group, and if she did it regularly, she would end up growing in confidence. And Kurenai said he could not handle her. Hinata hesitated, swallowed a lump down her throat before speaking, not to anyone in particular. I think we should see continue. That wasn't all that she wanted to say, but she stopped there. At least she had said something, with all eyes staring down at her. That was good progress, right? Kakashi gave the girl an eye smile before turning to face Naruto. Naruto. Considering what the Sandaime said, it hardly matters what I think, the blonde said. But if you're looking for my opinion, let us proceed. Tazuna let loose of a long breath of relief as the team had come into agreement about taking him to the wave. He was happy that these people were going to continue protecting him. Some people may have laughed at him and some may have helped him gather the money, but the decision to go to Konoha had been right. If these people protect him as he builds the bridge, he could finish it with the help of the citizens of the wave and they could restore their dying nation. Tazuna thanked the gods. Diamond formation, Kakashi said to his team as they continued on with the mission. 30 minutes later, get down. It was Kakashi's cry, but he realized that he really shouldn't have screamed for his students because they had moved quickly to duck under the incoming blade. Kakashi grabbed their client, forcing him into the ground. The large swinging blade sped just above the group and went on to embed on a tree. Zabuza flashed on the hilt of the large sword and grinned towards Team 7. I was wondering why those two failed, the former Kiri-nin said calmly. Well, that doesn't really matter anyway, I just want the old man. I have no business with you. He is my target and I just want to get him and will be out of your way. Tazuna trembled slightly. Would they give him to save their own lives? Mission failure wasn't something that was a sin, it happened every now and then. They were shinobi and from what Tazuna knew, they were not the most morally responsible people. No can do, Kakashi said a bit lazily. I see, Zabuza said before disappearing away from the tree along with his sword. Team 7 followed the man towards a stream of water. The man was floating above the water with his large sword comfortably sitting on his shoulders. Copy Ninja Hitaki Kakashi, or as they famously call you, Sharingan no Kakashi, the man who is said to have copied over 1,000 jutsus. Sasuke looked slightly surprised at what he had just heard. Their sensei had copied over 1,000 jutsus and was known by missing nins. Was the man really something else? What was that about the Sharingan? He had never really given the man much thought because of his tardy attitude. The man never seemed to have a serious moment in his life and was always looked bored. But to think he was someone famous. Sasuke was surprised. Momoichi Zabuza, a rank missing nin and a former member of the legendary Seventh Swordsman of the Mist, Kakashi said calmly, preparing for battle. I cannot let you touch the client. If you want to take him, you will have to go through me first. Zabuza laughed. Fine, he said. But bringing children into battle, they are just brats and cannot protect anyone. Not even real shinobi. Kakashi didn't bother correcting the man. Protect the client and I will handle Zabuza, Kakashi instructed his team. A thick mist began to cover the area. That followed then was an immense and suffocating killing intent that washed over the area. Hinata felt fear grip her heart. She saw her death. Her breathing became labored with her legs and feet frozen. The atmosphere was oppressive, just suffocating. If this continued, Hinata felt like she was going to piss or lose her consciousness. She didn't dismiss the possibilities of both happening simultaneously. Hinata wasn't the only one who was frozen in fear, Sasuke was also trembling. So this what it felt like facing powerful shinobi. He had never felt such an oppressive feeling before. Sasuke was afraid, he didn't want to be here. This wasn't a place for him. How pathetic, Naruto stated disdainfully, his eyes narrowed towards Sasuke. I understand Hinata, but you, Uchiha. For someone who sometimes acts almighty and proud, seeing you shake like this isn't even amusing, it is sad. Kakashi should have expected the killing intent to affect the two. He hadn't thought that Naruto would be someone who could cower to something as a killing intent. Don't worry, Sasuke, Hinata. This will be over soon. And suddenly, the oppressive washed away and Hinata was able to breathe calmly. She looked down on her pants to see if she was wet. She may have let slip without even noticing it. It was very much possible and she had felt slightly numb. The Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her pants were not wet. Sasuke couldn't believe that he had been left like that. He shook his head and put on a hard look on his face before responding to Naruto. I wasn't trembling out of fear, but excitement. Naruto said nothing, that wasn't really worth responding to. He turned towards Hinata, flicking his index finger and hit her on the forehead. Hinata winced slightly, holding her forehead and looked up to Naruto. Activate your Byakugan and check the parameter. Oh, they seem to have recovered from that rather quickly, Zabuza said, sounding amused. But you're right about one thing, Kakashi, this will not take long. Zabuza moved on to clash with Kakashi. The battle didn't last long as Zabuza utilized the disappearing mist to his advantage and then managed to trap Kakashi in a water prison. The Jonin hadn't even used his Dujutsu in the fight. That was a lot easier than first thought, Zabuza said to Kakashi. Now watch as I slaughter your brats. The man held a single hand seal and produced 5 Mizubushins. These should be enough to handle a couple of brats. Naruto stared at Kakashi with an expressionless look on his face. With you trapped, I can decide to take the client away and leave you here, the blonde said. That wouldn't be a bad choice, Kakashi said. But you wouldn't, would you? Do you think I'd let you leave? Zabuza interrupted the talk between Kakashi and Naruto with a smile on his face. He still kept his hand on the water prison. You can't defeat my clones and they'd catch you before you can even take 3 steps away from here. Naruto didn't look impressed. For someone who is infamously called a demon, you're a bit arrogant, and your rank is only a rank. You only won the fight because Kakashi wasn't even going all out, the blonde stated. You chose to attack us here because you're a Suiten user. The existing water makes it easy for you to use your silent killing mist jutsu and some Suiten jutsu. I presume. The fact that you have your hand on that, the blonde pointed at the prison holding Kakashi, is because if you take your hand of it, the jutsu will probably deactivate, thus freeing Kakashi. Naruto turned to Sasuke and nodded. The Uchiha grinned and went through hand seals. Kaden, Great Fireball no Jutsu. The Uchiha released a large fireball jutsu, sending it towards the clones. Wind style. Wind breakthrough. Naruto released gusts of winds, which slammed into the fireball released by Sasuke. The jutsus collided, creating a fierce force of flames, moving in great speeds with gusts of winds blowing beside it. The jutsus exploded when they collided into the clones. Explosion was mixed with intense flames and gusts of winds, before steam came out as the clones were destroyed. Zabuza looked surprised that the brats could use ninjutsu of this level. He soon wiped off the look on his face and grinned. Well, Maybe you're real shinobi, but what are you going to do? Those were just mere clones. I can create more of those and you'll probably run out of chakra. So will you be? Naruto pointed out. Sasuke hurled a large shuriken towards Zabuza after jumping from behind Naruto. The shuriken twirled through the air as it sped towards the target. Although slightly surprised by the quick attack, Zabuza still managed to dodge the shuriken by jumping up slightly while maintaining his hold on his water prison jutsu. The moment shuriken went past Zabuza, it burst into a puff of smoke, causing Zabuza to twist his head to look behind him. Naruto had appeared in a puff of smoke and was doing the same hand seals he had done before. Zabuza's senses went off when Sasuke closed the distance between them as well, building up chakra. Futon, Kaden, shit. Zabuza cursed as he allowed his grip on his water prison to slip. He was forced to jump away from the two. But he was soon disappointed when the two didn't release any jutsu, and what made matters worse was that he had been forced to free Kakashi as well. Naruto walked on the water, walking towards Zabuza. He then suddenly disappeared in a blur and flashed in front of Zabuza. The man reacted quickly by swinging his sword towards the blonde. The sword cut through Naruto on the waist, but the blonde suddenly burst into a murder of crows. The crows cawed loudly. Zabuza widened his eyes when he found himself staring at two Sharingans. Hinata suddenly appeared in a puff of smoke right behind Zabuza with her Byakugan activated. She quickly hit the man on both his shoulders, shutting off some chakra points. She basically rendered his arms useless. Zabuza responded by flashing a backwards kick towards the Hyuga's gut. The foot crashed into Hinata and sent her flying, but she was saved when Naruto's clone flashed behind her and grabbed her gracefully. Kakashi held out his right hand. Birds started chirping as lightning engulfed his right hand. As Kakashi was speeding towards the missing nin, a Senbon whizzed through the air, heading towards Zabuza. It hit him on the neck, causing him to fall down the ground. The Jonin halted as a masked nin flashed beside the missing nin, but the moment he did so, Naruto flashed behind the nin, a kunai pressed against his back. Haku was at least shocked that the blonde had moved so fast to get behind him. It was as if he had been expecting him. I am a hunter nin from Kurigakure, Haku said calmly. I have been looking for him for quite some time. As you might know, he is a rogue ninja from Kiri and it is our job to hunt people like him and dispose of them. You were watching us, Naruto said. You waited until this moment to make a move, that is curious. But in any case, I don't care if you're a hunter nin or not. That man attacked us. I consider it a crime that must be punished by death. I will usher him to the doors of death. Haku offered. It is all right Naruto, Kakashi said. Let him to do as he pleases. We have our mission that we must do. We have to move towards the wave. Naruto didn't want to, but he ended up putting away his kunai away and walked away. The moment he turned his back on the nin, Haku knelt down and picked up Zabuza before disappearing. Kakashi blinked as he had his mind work out a few things. You said he had been watching the fight and chose to enter the battle when we were about to kill Zabuza. The Jonin appeared to think deeply. Maybe we shouldn't have allowed him to go. Hunter nins erase their targets right on the spot. Could he have been an ally? Hinata, Naruto called. Open your field of vision. We can still catch him. Kakashi waved his hands a bit dismissively. There is really no need for that. If he comes back, I will take things seriously. Besides, we have a client to protect. If we focus on chasing them, we break away our formation. The man paused for a moment. You had Hinata activate her Byakugan before I started fighting Zabuza so that you can get a clear view of our surrounding, he stated. Naruto merely nodded. How did Hinata get behind Zabuza so fast? I charged head on purpose to attract his fullest attention. I managed to transform into a Kra and replaced myself with Hinata. She already knew what she had to do. Naruto explained lightly. Kakashi smiled. Given Naruto's strategic mind, the three of them may have ended up doing some damage to Zabuza. Hinata had disabled his hands that gave them a huge advantage over the man. The collaboration jutsu had been used as a smoke screen to hide the plans being made in Naruto's transformation into a shuriken. This team was truly blessed. Naruto was able to think, and both his teammates followed his orders without complaints. He had not thought that Hinata would actually attack Zabuza, but she had. Naruto may not have given her choice in the matter. He may have told her that he was going to do the replacement jutsu whether she liked it or not. If she did not attack, she would have been in danger. Your teamwork never ceases to amaze me. You did well against an A-rank shinobi, the Jonin said happily. Maybe I should also start taking my responsibilities seriously, Kakashi said in deep thought. Hinata winced as she walked towards the others. That kick had really hurt her. Naruto had told her it would come and she had to use her Byakugan to defend or even strike the chakra points on his leg, but her nerves had gotten the better of her and she had failed to do anything. At least it hadn't been a complete failure. They still managed to overcome their challenge. The team rested for a few minutes before they headed towards the wave country. It didn't too long before they reached the country and went through a boat while hiding from more enemies. Once they made it through to the wave, Tazuna led them towards his house. The following day Sasuke had been really surprised when Kakashi took them into the woods and said they were going to train and he would be leading their training. Since they became a team, Kakashi never really took interest in showing them anything more than teamwork exercises. He would admit that they did help with the missions, but much of their cooperation and coordination was thanks to Naruto. The blonde was usually the one who handled training. Either way, as they sensei, Kakashi ought to have been doing something better. In any case, he wasn't complaining that much because he was not lacking in terms of training. What did Zabuza mean when he called you Sharingan no Kakashi? Sasuke asked something that had been bothering him. Kakashi glanced towards the Uchiha over his book before turning his eyes towards the book once more. I have a Sharingan, the Jonin said a bit carelessly. What? I am not an Uchiha, Kakashi said firmly, changing his tone from the careless one. The Sharingan I have was a gift from a friend of mine who died during the Third Shinobi World War. I had lost my left eye and half of his body had been crushed. Since he was dying, he had me take it since I had lost my eye. That is a first, Sasuke said, his tone slightly indifferent. I never expected a non-Uchiha to wield my clan's dujutsu. Does my mother know about this? Kakashi nodded. Everyone in the Uchiha knew. Your father approved of my use of the dujutsu even though some members of your clan just wanted for the eye to be gauged out of my eye socket. The Jonin stated his last words in a careless manner, which was just wrong. I have never seen you use it before. He isn't Uchiha, so the eye consumes a lot of chakra and for a non-Uchiha, he cannot deactivate it, hence it is always hidden. Naruto responded calmly. That was something that Sasuke ought to know. But the Uchiha was an ignorant idiot. Kakashi stopped walking and faced his team. They had reached their destination. Hinata, as you're a Hyuga, I assume that your chakra control is excellent. Hinata nodded. Excellent, Kakashi said. Sasuke, can you do tree walking? Sasuke nodded. Naruto taught me, he said. Kakashi sent Naruto a look before speaking once again. Your elements, he trailed off when Naruto spoke. Sasuke, it's fire and lightning. Hinata, it is water, the blonde said. You should teach Sasuke a Kaiden jutsu and Hinata a defensive water jutsu. Lightning on Sasuke needs a lot of work. I would take on Hinata's training in this, but I don't know any water jutsus. Given her excellent chakra control, it would be good she learns medical ninjutsu. We don't have that in the team. As a man who has copied over 1,000 jutsus, that should be okay for you, no? Kakashi glared at Naruto. I hate you, you're taking my job, the Jonin said. Go away and guard Tazuna. This is your punishment and don't think of coming here. He paused for a moment. And do bring us lunch, okay? Naruto said nothing, he merely turned around and walked away with his hands inside his pockets. Kakashi created a clone which led Hinata towards a stream of water while he remained behind to deal with Sasuke. What have you really been focusing with Naruto? Speed, taijutsu, reflexes, the mind. Sasuke paused. His favorite, meditation and standing still on a tall log while he is throwing senbons at me. They don't all miss, some hit me. Both Sasuke and Kakashi winced in thought. Meditation helps you remain calm. Naruto is able to think and analyze things because he always calm. Have you seen him lose his composure? For you that is a weakness. When you lose your composure, you're likely to just charge towards the opponent. Kakashi said. I think he has been doing a good job. I didn't say he wasn't, Sasuke said. Which jutsu are you going to teach me? Later that day Naruto was sitting around the dinner table with Tazuna, Tsunami and her son all around. He felt uncomfortable with the setting. It was strange eating with a lot of people without his mother. He had never actually had a home-cooked meal without his mother present. Many people were just the Uchihas during those good days. The day before he had refused eating with everyone and had eaten what he had sealed up in a scroll, but there was nothing left now. It didn't take long for his teammates and sensei to walk back into the house, both Sasuke and Hinata battered and worn out after a stressful day in the training ground. Naruto was content with the fact that Kakashi had bothered doing something useful. As a sensei, the man had been rather useless. Perhaps he had believed they were not ready for the strong things with shinobi. Naruto mentally slapped himself for having such a thought. It was just ridiculous. He was a former Anbu and Sasuke had survived the Uchiha incident. Hinata on the other hand was lacking and was really abused at home. Training to become stronger was the only way she could be accepted in her home. I was starting to think that you'd miss dinner, Tsunami said with a smile. The woman then stood up and went on to get more plates to serve the three. Her movements were a little hurried, but she handled the delicate plates in her hands with care before pushing them towards the last three members of Team 7. Naruto stayed silent as he watched everyone take in food into their plates. He had already prepared something and he was eating, but not hurried, just slowly as if he was savoring the food. That was not the case though. How did it go at the bridge? Kakashi asked Naruto. The blonde hadn't bothered returning to the training place. He had stayed at the bridge protecting Tazuna while he trained Hinata and Sasuke. Tsunami had been the one to bring them food. Fine, Naruto said calmly. Your end. Sasuke didn't allow Kakashi to respond. He jumped into the opportunity to gloat over his success at mastering a new jutsu. Kakashi-sensei taught me a new fire jutsu. I managed to learn it after hours of practice. Since I was using too much chakra, he had me do water walking, but that was the hard part. I wasn't able to master it. The Uchiha sounded disappointed with the failure. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha, who was sitting 3 chairs away. He didn't say anything, but merely gave a nod to acknowledge that he had heard him and what he had achieved was acceptable. Hinata's chakra control is really something else. I hadn't really looked into it, but it is impressive. She was able to learn a water wall jutsu and water walking in just 1 day. We were not able to do more because of her low chakra reserves, but tomorrow is another day. While Sasuke looked sour over the fact that Hinata had completed over everything she had been tasked to do, the Hyuga looked flustered. Her sensei was basically praising her efforts, and when it came from someone like him or Naruto, it made her melt because she knew they would never praise her unless she had done something good. Naruto looked over the Hyuga before returning to his food. A few moments passed before he finally responded. When we return to Konoha, you must find someone to help her with medical jutsu. That is another art that requires exceptional chakra control. If she is able to use it with her Byakugan, it will be effective and will make her an all-round fighter. Sasuke needs someone to help him with his lightning. I am sure you can help in that regard since it is also your element. Kakashi gave Naruto a look before shrugging. That is just too much work, the Jonin said carelessly. The days are still young. He paused for a moment before speaking once again. I will guard Tazuna in the morning till noon while you work with Hinata. Sasuke will be busy with water walking. Naruto merely nodded. Why do you even bother? Inari asked, speaking for the first time. You're all just going to die. No one can defeat Gato. Those who oppose him are killed. You will also be killed. Just forget about everything and return to Konoha. Naruto ignored the kid and focused on his food. We are shinobi, and as far as I have been able to gather, Gato uses bandits. We can handle them. You can rest easy, we will defeat him. Kakashi said calmly. You don't get it, do you? Inari asked quietly. Gato is too powerful. Everyone says they will fight him win, but in the end, they die. Inari, Tsunami said in a calm and soothing tone. Please calm down and eat your dinner. I'm not hungry anymore and I am just trying to help them. Shouldn't you also say something as well after what we experienced? The boy ended up shouting at his mother. Naruto's eyes fell on the boy, just cold. When Inari caught those icy blue eyes, he flinched. What an annoying little child. Ungrateful, your mother is trying to help and you yell at her. Shut up and eat your dinner or I will grab that plate and shove it down your throat before making you apologize for your lack of respect. Inari quickly got up and rushed away. Naruto merely shrugged. At least he could eat in silence without an annoying little voice yapping nonsense. Sasuke shivered thinking about the day Naruto hit him with a frying pan straight on his forehead and then threatened to break his fingers, all because he had been rude to his mother. The blonde was rather somehow when it came to mothers. Well, only when it was convenient for him. Sasuke was sure that the blonde didn't really care about Tsunami, but rather he found Inari to be an annoyance. You could have gone a little smoothly, you know, Kakashi said with a sigh. Tell what happened, Naruto said to Tazuna. After hearing the story, Hinata, go find the boy, deal with it. It should also help you with your own emotional stuff, the blonde said as he got up. Thank you for the food, and he walked away. He isn't a very nice person, is he? Tazuna asked, looking at the retreating blonde. Depends, Kakashi said with shrug. Can you please explain to us what is going on? 2 days later Naruto was sitting at the edge of the bridge, eyes looking at the water flashing below. The rest of his teammates and sensei were helping out Tazuna build his bridge. Naruto did have a number of clones helping out. In fact, he made much more manpower than Tazuna could afford. The reason for helping was simple. He wanted to go back to Konoha. This mission was becoming a bore. It would have been okay if he was busy running away or chasing after something, but waking up every day to guard someone was really becoming a problem, especially with his poor mother waiting for him back in Konoha. The blonde looked up into the sky. He didn't get to wonder and thought as a mist began to gather at the bridge. The blonde didn't get up, but merely dispelled all his clones so that he could ready himself. It was certain that Zabuza had returned for another battle. Naruto hoped Kakashi would fight with all he has around. It would be annoying if the man chooses that he needs to be saved, again. As the mist grew thicker, Naruto turned away from the water, and faced the bridge. It was good that Hinata was already guarding the enemy with her Byakugan activated. He had taught her too well. Over-relying on her Dujutsu would not be a good thing, but this case demanded that she use it while he relied on his senses to do the trick for him. The blonde didn't say anything when Sasuke walked up to him. He just remained silent and watched as things unfolded. I have come for another round, Kakashi, Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist. Kakashi lifted up his headband and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He had to take things seriously now. If he screwed up, Naruto would certainly be unwilling to help him out until he was hurt. Kakashi could see the blonde shrugging indifferently when asked why. It is your fault for not using everything you had. Naruto could say something like that. It won't be like last time, Zabuza, Kakashi said in a firm tone. I will end this quickly. Naruto and Sasuke just watched on as Kakashi engaged Zabuza. The battle waged on for a few moments before both were surrounded by ice mirrors. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked around the chilling prison that had been made for him and Sasuke. Haku flashed in one of the mirrors with several senbons in his right hand. I suppose if I ask you to stand down and allow Zabuza-sama to complete his mission, you will not do so. You suppose? Sasuke muttered sarcastically. If you're going to get in Zabuza-sama's way, I have no choice but to eliminate you, Haku stated calmly before throwing multiple senbons towards the two as he flashed towards another mirror. The senbons came in fast and quickly and from several mirrors. Sasuke and Naruto ended up getting hit by the senbons, but managed to avoid getting hit in vital places. Seeing Haku flash to another mirror, Naruto sped towards the mirror in incredible speed and drove a punch towards the ice user. The ice user flashed away to another mirror as Naruto's punch crashed into the mirror but failed to even leave a dent behind. Naruto didn't look surprised. He was forced to flash away beside Sasuke once more when Haku threw senbons towards him while he was still close to the mirror. Sasuke, Naruto started, his eyes staring at his fist. Activate your Sharingan to follow his movements and release a Kaden Jutsu. Sasuke smirked as he activated his Dujutsu. He knew that a faster opponent could make the Sharingan's ability to predict movements useless. Naruto had proved time and time again that unless his body was fast as the Sharingan, he would be hit by the things he had seen. Watching Haku flash to another mirror, ready to launch another wave of senbons towards them, Sasuke sped through hand seals before inhaling air inside his lungs. Fire style. Great Fireball no Jutsu. Sasuke released a large ball of flames that charged towards Haku. The ice user managed to flash towards another mirror but the fire-based jutsu was unable to melt the mirror even after crashing into the mirror. Sasuke didn't have time to curse at the ineffectiveness of his jutsu. He twisted around, foreseeing Senbons charging towards Naruto. He quickly pushed the blonde to the side, and the Senbons blew past between them. I made it in time, Sasuke said, relieved. He glared back at Haku. There was not even a scratch. What was made out of those mirrors anyway? Haku had been surprised to see the Sharingan, but it mattered not. As long as they were inside this mirror, they would not escape. No one had managed to do that before. No matter what you try, you cannot break the mirrors, he said to the two before flashing towards another mirror. Behind, Sasuke shouted as another wave of Senbons reared towards them. Naruto reacted quickly and blew wind from his mouth, deflecting all the Senbons. He held out his right hand. A malicious chakra that unnerved even Haku surged through the mirrors as Naruto formed a ball of chakra, but diluted by another form of chakra. Naruto had simply created a Rasengan using some of the Kyuubi's power. It would make it effective against the mirrors. He pushed chakra into his leg muscles and right hand for more power. Sasuke. Hi, Sasuke said responded calmly, knowing what Naruto wanted him to do even though the blonde hadn't said a thing. The moment Naruto made that jutsu, Sasuke had known that Naruto would need his dojutsu to make a move. Sasuke traced Haku and stared at him for a moment, before taking out a kunai. He lunged towards the mirror in which Haku stood. The moment he reached it, Haku flashed away. Sasuke saw this with his Sharingan and threw the kunai where the ice user was going to stop. When Haku stopped into another mirror, Naruto flashed in front of him, with his eyes flickering red a bit as the blonde crashed his jutsu into the mirror. Much to shock of Haku, the mirror shattered when the Rasengan crashed into it. Haku still managed to get away from the jutsu, but when he landed on the ground, a distance away, Naruto was right in front of him, right foot raised high. The kick slammed into his mask, cracking it as he was sent backwards. Haku recovered as Sasuke joined Naruto. There were sounds of chirping birds once more. Haku could remember the day he had heard that sound, and he was sure Zabuza would have been killed. He looked towards his master and saw the man bleeding heavily through his left shoulder as if he had been stabbed. He looked tired as well and was held back a hound of dogs. With Kakashi making his move, Haku made his decision. Kakashi was surprised when Haku jumped between him and Zabuza. He could not stop his jutsu from plunging into the ice user's chest. Zabuza grinned, having gotten the chance to attack. But the grin vanished a second later when he sensed something. Naruto had seen Haku moving and decided to attack Zabuza instead when he realized that Haku was going to protect the man. The blonde flashed behind the missing nin above the ground, twisting around with his sword held firmly, wind blazing through it for sharpening. The immobile Zabuza didn't have a chance to do anything when Naruto's blade cleanly cut through his neck, separating the head from the shoulders. Kakashi just watched as Zabuza's head hit the floor. Naruto landed down and walked over to Haku who was still alive. He didn't care for the man he had killed. Why did you protect him? It was a question of curiosity more than anything. B because he was my master and I, J just his T-tool. In the end IIF failed. I see, Naruto looked away. He would not fail to protect what he loved. He would not end up like this. He could not die in front of his mother and only for her to die a second later. It was just unacceptable. Uzumaki Naruto would win this battle and he would never say something like that. Failure was not acceptable. He could not afford it. Ah, it seems that the demon is fallen, Gato said carelessly with a smirk as he walked over the bridge with a large number of mercenaries just behind him. Well, he was worthless anyway, couldn't kill a couple of shinobi. Naruto, Kakashi said. I may have overused my Sharingan, the Jonin said and a second later, he fell down. Naruto just glanced over his shoulder and looked back at the monkeys before him. Worthless humans polluting this beautiful world with crime and all sorts of evil intentions. Disgusting humans. He needed to rid of such scumbags from this world. His mother could never be free to leave the Konoha and just enjoy seeing the world with people like them around. The blonde strengthened his grip on the hilt of his sword as he took a step forward. Gato said wagging his index finger. Tsunami was brought forward, tied up. We have the daughter of Tazuna. If you make a move, she dies. Give me Tazuna and I will give you the worthless woman. A mother held as a hostage. Worthless humans. Hinata, Naruto said. Take Tazuna and get away from the bridge. Sasuke, if you don't want to be painted red by blood, take Kakashi-sensei and follow Hinata. That was the only warning they got before Naruto disappeared. Chapter 14 Hokage Office, Team 7 returning from a successful A-rank mission, Kakashi reported to the Sandaime Hokage as his team walked into the office of the Hokage. The Sandaime smiled at the team, a third one, he said. It was their third successful A-rank mission. After the success of their first mission, he had thought it was okay to give them hard challenges. Kakashi had after all praised their teamwork. The Hokage knew firsthand that Naruto was a remarkable shinobi, and with his mind pulling the strings behind, he knew unless they were faced by an immovable object, they would always succeed. Some people were against his decisions, but the Sandaime Hokage didn't really care about what people were saying. Everyone had their own thoughts about certain things. Even if it was members of his own council making the noise, he was the Hokage and thus the commander of Konoha's military power. He could move his pieces as he saw fit. Your team has bettered all other teams, Sarutobi said to Kakashi. And I have really become surprised that you have decided to take your duties as sensei a bit seriously, the old man added. While putting Kakashi in charge of Team 7, he had thought of the possibilities of Kakashi slacking off from his work, but he had not minded. Naruto wasn't the one to slack off, and since the blonde was already training Sasuke, he would have to take Hinata in as well. He had accounted for things to get well even with that. Hinata was improving and he was really happy with it. Of course her clan didn't know about it, and the Sandaime wasn't going to burst Hiyashi's little bubble. No, he would leave things for Naruto. He was sure the blonde was working some scheme. He didn't mind at all. It was working within his agenda after all. Sasuke was growing steadily, and that had brought the elders to barge into his office to demand that special care be given to the boy when it became known that he had awakened the Sharingan. As the only Uchiha in the village using the Sharingan, that was really big news, but the Sandaime was content with how things were proceeding, and so he had shot down the thought. Well, I am blessed with some remarkable genins, Kakashi said a bit lazily, but still had an eye smile. The Sandaime nodded. Indeed, he said. Well, I think the only team that could match yours is Guy's team. They have some capable genins with them, and his team is a year older than yours. I believe they have your cousin, Hinata. He graduated on top of his class and is hailed as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, despite being from the branch family. Naruto didn't fail to notice how Hinata reacted when the Sandaime spoke. It was always something when the Hyuga clan was involved. The girl could never really muster the courage to speak out. Well, Naruto had never really ventured into that area. He was really waiting for the right time to work things out. For things to work out for him, Hinata had to regain her title as clan heiress. Yes, that would suit him best. He needed the Hyuga's political power. It was also something else knowing that someone from the branch family was a prodigy and not from the main family. The slave was the best, better than the master. How ironic and amusing at the same time. Naruto figured the Hyugas had had a hard time dealing with it. He was certain whoever this Hyuga was, he held some resentment towards the main family. He didn't have much use for that, but those holding much anger in them could be swayed easily. Naruto wasn't going to go that path. Hinata could kill all the birds if he played his cards right. Nothing extreme had to be done on his part. Please don't mention that to him, Kakashi more or less begged the Sandaime Hokage. Ever since he started hearing about this team, he has been requesting a challenge to see which team is better. Of course I have always refused, but if he hears it from you, he will force the issue. The Sandaime chuckled lightly. I will see that I don't, he said. Before the Sandaime could say anything, there was a knock on the door. Enter, the Hokage said. Team Asuma walked the office. Kakashi, Asuma said as he stood beside the Jonin. Off to a mission? He asked, seeing the bags the genins were carrying. Kakashi shook his head. We just returned, he said. Asuma glanced over to the three genins. He first looked at the Uchiha and then at Naruto, lastly his eyes fell onto the Hyuga in the room. If you didn't count Hinata, they looked to be a formidable team. The atmosphere between Naruto and Sasuke was interesting to say the least. They looked like capable genins. Well, the Uchiha was a genius and the other one delivered the killing blow on Zabuza. Asuma still could not really believe what Kakashi had told him. It was just unbelievable. There had been nothing special about Naruto that anyone talked about. Shikamaru has only said he wouldn't want to face Naruto, not in a physical battle but in a battle of wits. The Jonin smiled as a thought came to mind. Kakashi's team was the best as it was said, and Asuma could say that it was unfairly put. Considering that one member was a Sharingan user and the other was a Jinchuriki. That was just a problem. We have completed our B rank mission, Asuma said with a smile. Ino looked at Naruto but she didn't speak to him. The blonde wasn't the friend that she had gotten to know. Naruto before her was no longer her Black Knight, but had become Hinata's knight. She had heard that the blonde spent time training with her by the blonde's mother. Kushina had even gone as far as to say that she had even invited the Hyuga over to their house for a meal. Perhaps Ino was just jealous that another girl was within Naruto's shadow and she was no longer there with him. He had used his power to protect her, but now he was using it for Hinata while she was stuck with her lazy teammates. Of all people to get Naruto's attention, she never thought that Hinata would be one of them. Naruto didn't do pity. She knew that firsthand. Her Naruto would have simply looked away if someone was crying for help. He was cold like that, and Ino had liked that indifferent side of him. Ino left her thoughts when she saw that. Everyone, but Naruto was leaving the office. She followed her teammates from behind, but before she left the office, she glanced at Naruto. The Yamanaka was the last one to leave the office, and once she was out, she looked at Hinata with a smile. So Hinata, Ino started in a slightly innocent tone. What's up with you and Naruto? She went on about to ask the question just like that. Everyone in Team 7 and Asuma went on to give the girl a look at her question. What? Ino asked, seeing the looks she was being given. I'm just curious. Hinata just wanted to run away now. There was really nothing going on between her and Naruto, and that was the truth. But the fact that Ino had asked such a question and gotten her mind racing to the possibilities and a certain question like, what if? Luckily for her, Shikamaru responded. What, don't you just go and ask Naruto himself? The Nara said. He had merely said that out of curiosity, as he wanted to see how his teammate would respond to the question. He did have some moments with Naruto in a game of shogi. That was all they did anyway. Naruto did not chill to relax, he sharpened his wits in a game with him and then retreated back to his activities. Ino wasn't really taking her shinobi life seriously, and considering how serious Naruto was with his life, well, considering everything, it was understandable. It was obvious that they would not get along as they used to. Perhaps if Ino focused on training, then Naruto wouldn't be distancing himself from her. With more time he spends playing shogi with Naruto, Shikamaru has discovered that the blonde only uses pieces he sees as useful. If a piece is useless on the strategy he has, he was going to sacrifice it or just discard it. The blonde had even mused on just throwing it away if it was within the rules of the game. It was really possible that Naruto didn't see any benefit in associating with Ino anymore. That bastard probably wouldn't answer me, Ino said with a frown on her lips. Naruto would never ignore her if she tried talking to him. He had never done that, but that didn't mean he would answer every question she asked. You jealous? Choji asked the Yamanaka. Or just mad that you have been replaced? Of course not, Ino exclaimed. Hinata wasn't her competition. She was sure that Naruto didn't do the thing of liking girls. But that didn't mean that it didn't bother her when he gave his attention to another girl aside from her. The Anyo, Hinata started playing with her fingers. "And Naruto-kun is just my teammate and S-sensei," the Hyuga managed to say before saying her goodbye to Kakashi. "Don't forget that we meet again tomorrow," the Jonin called out as the Hyuga rushed away from the group. Hinata nodded before she disappeared into a corner. "So Kakashi, how about Brai later on with our teams?" Asuma suggested. Kakashi shook his head. "Already made plans," he said. "Maybe some other time." He turned towards Sasuke and spoke. "Tomorrow at 10 a.m., usual place." He was gone in swirl of leaves after those words left his mouth. Meanwhile, "You've really done well in the team," the Sandaime said to Naruto. Well, considering the fact that the blonde was strong enough to be Jonin, at least, it was something. Someone would have struggled to pull it off, but Naruto was doing well. That was why he was not denying Team 7 A-rank missions. Perhaps it was a little unfair to other teams, but as long as no one was complaining, the Sandaime was content with how things were. The mass shinobi may not know, but Kakashi's team literally has 2 Jonins and 2 Genins. Sasuke could even be considered a low Chunin if one liked to be put an argument in the matter. It was okay since most people thought that Uchiha was the star of the team and the rest of his Teammates were just learning from him. The Sandaime couldn't wait for the day Hinata proves everyone wrong and when Naruto does show Konoha what he can really do. I have not been focused on the fact that I have been reduced to a mere genin. The rankings really mean little to me. Besides, with the mission I have been doing, it hardly matters, Naruto said. The Sandaime nodded. The Chunin exams are going to happen in this village the day after tomorrow. The old man paused for a moment to examine Naruto's reaction to the news. He got nothing and so he just continued speaking. Kakashi will nominate your team to enter the exams even though Sasuke and Hinata can be said to be fresh genins. I believe with the amount of effort you have put in them, those two can make the village proud. Naruto merely nodded. He reasoned knowing that the Chunin exams were coming and going to be held in the village was one of the reasons the Sandaime Hokage decided to put him as a genin. The old man probably wanted him to make a show in front of the whole village. They are ready, Naruto said. Sasuke would go on a rampage if he is denied the opportunity and I think this will be a good opportunity. The blonde trailed off as some thoughts connected in his head. He smiled. A second later, his smile turned into a chuckle. 3 seconds later, he was slightly indifferent. It is such a rare thing to hear you laugh, the Sandaime Hokage said. What amuses you, Naruto? How things are playing out, the blonde said. I never thought that your schemes would lead to such a path. I had considered things, but I never thought you would be smiling at the end of the day as I imagine you will be during the exams. When you do put your mind to work, you truly show why they call you the professor. Naruto had thought that things would favor him immensely. He was playing the Sandaime's game but on his terms, but at the end of the day, the old man would be getting what he was planning to get and then some. They had one thing in common and that was what made the plot work. The old man didn't even have to lift a finger. He just pushed the pieces and he played the role perfectly. It was a little sad. He'd thought he would be getting over the old man, but it was apparent that he was still too young to outfox the professor. Things were not out of control nevertheless. Nothing had changed. Don't give me so much praise, Naruto-kun, the Sandaime said with an innocent smile. I didn't do anything, you're the one who has been doing things. Well, he was right about that. In any case, it seems you understand things, the old man continued. You were going to say it will be a good opportunity for Hinata to showcase her abilities. Most people have dismissed her, the Hyuga clan especially. I know Hiyashi will be rooting for Neji-kun, but imagine what will happen if the daughter he discarded and stripped as heiress of his clan performing well against the clan's prodigy. Whether Hinata wins or not, it doesn't matter, as long as she puts a good fight. Nobody would be expecting her to win the match or even put a decent effort to down the experienced genin in the form of the Neji. She was a failure of her clan, but he was hoping she would push Neji to his limits, and put a fight that would leave Hiyashi speechless and red-faced. What makes you think that Hinata will get to the finals and what makes you think that they will even fight against each other? Naruto asked calmly. Are you going to rig the matches? That would be unethical, the Sandaime Hokage said with a smile. You're going to make sure she makes it to the final round, will you not? If she doesn't make it, all your efforts would have been for nothing. This was nothing like being put on checkmate, and Danzo thought the Sandaime was naive and stupid, idiot. The old man was a cunning fox. He comforted with the left hand and searched with the right hand, a slippery snake just like his former student Orochimaru. Sometimes Naruto detested that innocent smile in the old man's face. I guess you win this game, Naruto said after a few moments of silence. You will get your winnings during the finals. I will make sure that Hinata reaches the center stage. I have no doubt you will do so, the old man said confidently. Now that we are done with that, you will be having guests tomorrow. The Cage's children are going to come to the village to attend the Chunin exams. I have arranged for them to stay with you and your mother. Since your house doesn't have enough room, it would be suitable if you used the Senju compound for the duration of the exams. And the Cage, he will come for the finals, the Sandaime Hokage said calmly. I don't know what time they will arrive, but other teams have already arrived and some will be arriving tomorrow. Make preparations in the Senju compound. If you need financial assistance, I will offer it. I will see what my mother is saying about it, Naruto said before turning away from the old man. As he was reaching the door, the old man spoke. I heard you visited Danzo. When Naruto glanced at the old man over his shoulder, he saw the pipe already inside his mouth, just a few seconds away from being lit. That is accurate. I don't have an association with him. He is a threat to me and I had merely gone to confirm just how much of a threat he is and will be. I'd have appreciated it if you'd spoken to me about it, Sarutobi said in a flat tone. I did so by walking into Hokage to speak to him. You have eyes in here, the blonde stated before leaving the office. The following day, is it true? Sasuke asked Naruto. The team was waiting for Kakashi to appear in the usual place. About the Chunin exams. Naruto nodded. This just meant that they would not be doing any missions for now. Things would heat up after the Chunin exams. If Sasuke manages to pass the exams, he would become a Chunin and Naruto may have to stop pretending to be a genin. He had grown used to this setting, he would be okay if nothing changes. Having to lay the groundwork over and over again would be hard work that would surely frustrate him, and for once he may do some active insubordination. This team was fine. He had worked around Hinata to gain her trust and there were no problems with Sasuke. Although the Uchiha hasn't said anything since Itachi spoke to him, Naruto was sure Sasuke was very much aware that the reason he still has a mother is because of him. That meant the Uchiha owed him. Are we going to participate? Hinata managed to find her voice and ask after Naruto had nodded to Sasuke's question. Yes, Naruto said. Of course Kakashi would have to nominate us first, but there is no reason we shouldn't. The blonde paused for a moment. For the Sandame's schemes to work out, they had to take part in the exams. Sasuke and Hinata were ready for the exams, so the old man wouldn't be pushing them into a difficult task just for his plans to come into fruition. This will be a good chance for you to show your worth, Naruto said, specifically to Hinata. After everything, you should make the Hyugas reconsider their thoughts about seeing you as a failure. So far, we have kept your improvement hidden, but that is all right. You can make a show in front of people. I hope I get to fight you in the exams, Sasuke said with a smirk. I will not be holding back anything and I will give it all. Naruto wanted to remind the Uchiha that he has been giving it his all in their sparring sessions. Well, unless he was hiding something from him, that could work out. Naruto didn't put it past the Uchiha to actually have something hidden under his sleeves. Morning, Kakashi greeted after appearing before his team in a swirl of smoke. I'm sure by now you have already noticed that there are a lot more people in the village, from outside. The reason is that we are going to host the Chunin exams. He took 3 forms and handed them to each of his genins. The decision is up to you. If you want to participate in the exams, be at the academy at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The Jonin disappeared after speaking. We have already made the decision, Sasuke said, turning to face Hinata. His expressionless look made the Hyuga shift uncomfortably. You're not going to screw anything by having second thoughts, are you? Well, even if you do, I will still go. Naruto shook his head and pocketed the form inside his cloak. Hinata, hi. Go home, relax, and calm your mind. Tomorrow, be at the academy, Naruto said before walking away, Sasuke right on his tail. Naruto felt that the Uchiha was boring holes at the back of his head as they walked. He didn't say anything about it for a few minutes until they reached the village streets. Is there something you want to say to me? About my brother, Sasuke spoke under his breath. His voice was barely audible, but Naruto heard him. I wanted to The Uchiha was cut off when someone called Naruto's name. Naruto. Sasuke turned around and saw 3 people walking towards them. He recognized the blonde in the middle as Naruto's fiancé. Did that mean that those 2 were her brothers? His mother had told him that the Kazekage had 3 children and Naruto was contracted to marry the elder one. Tamari was her name if he was not mistaken. As the 3 neared them, Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who'd also turned to face the Sand siblings. The Raven saw a small smile in Naruto's lips. It wasn't just a flat smile, but a smile that resembled something he saw when the blonde was around his mother. Sasuke was a bit surprised, even though his expression remained blank. Tamari, Naruto said with a small warm smile. He then turned to Gaara and held out his right hand. Gaara, you have really grown. There was a small twitch in Gaara's face as when Naruto said those words. We are of the same age, you know, and there isn't much difference our height. I'm guessing he means your expression, Gaara, Tamari said calmly. When the elder sibling spoke, Naruto turned to her for a moment before facing the other sibling. Kankuro, there was an obvious difference in his tone and the lack of smile. Kankuro merely grunted in response. You must be tired from your journey. Follow me. This must be Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara said in a quiet tone, his expressionless mask facing the young Uchiha. Naruto nodded. Yes, he said before folding his hands across his chest. Sasuke followed the four, walking beside Naruto. He wanted to say something important to Naruto, but it appeared that it would have to wait since there were people around them and he wasn't stupid enough to say that the blonde wasn't aware of it. He decided to just follow because he really had nothing better to do. This feels a little different, Temari said as she narrowed her gaze around the streets. It was a little different because the village she came from saw her as something else. Well, she was the Kage's daughter and people didn't outwardly send her heated glare out of nowhere. Boys would not approach her because of her parentage. It was not many people sending her a glare, but a few, she could count them in her hands. She could not understand why they were glaring at her. The reason really did avoid her mind. Why? Was it because they hated Naruto? Despite the many years that have passed in the sand, some people were still wary around Gaara even though he has turned a new leaf in his life since the Kushina reworked his seal. Their father had even started acknowledging him as his son. She could go on to say that they were a happy family once again. Still, she could say some resentment towards Gaara was justified. It hadn't been simply because he was a Jinchuriki, but because of what had happened in the past. Gaara hadn't been a bad person, but what happened when he tried to be nice wasn't that loving at all. All his kindness was always slapped into his face. What about Naruto, then? He was just Naruto. Yes, a Jinchuriki, but what had he done? I see no difference, Gaara said glancing at Naruto for a moment. He doesn't appear to mind though. At least it isn't many of them. Some of them are actually sending us a warm welcome. Temari, it doesn't really bother you, does it? Why should it? Sasuke rolled his eyes at the response. It was a typical response from the blonde. Sasuke was certain that Naruto didn't care about the villagers of this village. They could be massacred for all he cared. Even if it was happening in front of him, he would probably just watch it all happen. There has been much more than this I have had to take on, Naruto said. Most are content with this because it has brought an ally in Suna, while some resent that Uzumaki Naruto of all people is to be married to the daughter of the Kage. This is despite the fact that I am the previous Kage's son. At least most people are happy with this. Temari offered the positive with a smile. It's temporary, Naruto stated. Nothing with these people will last forever. If anything bad happens, like if Suna betrays Konoha, I will be blamed for it. They will likely say that I housed them, gave them everything they needed to know about Konoha. But Suna would never betray Konoha. Gaara said firmly. I know, Naruto said. I wouldn't forgive you people if you did something like that. But I was merely making a point. When Itachi did what he did, no one in their wildest dreams ever thought he would do it, but he didn't because I was associated with him. Some said it is the demon that drove him bad. Sasuke hadn't really known that Naruto had also suffered from Itachi's actions. Yes, people had also blamed him for the actions, and yet he didn't resent Itachi one bit and he hadn't gone on to say that Itachi did what he did because he was ordered to do it by Danzo. He had kept the secret and held on to his brother's wishes. Was that something he should thank or praise the blonde of? Naruto was mentally strong and always stays strong to what he believes in. He never seems to waver. Where was that power coming from? Sasuke could not come up with the answer. Naruto suddenly stopped and then turned to face Sasuke. He addressed the Uchiha, led Kankuro and Gaara to the Senju compound. I will follow shortly. Sasuke merely grunted in response. He was all but certain that Naruto was going to the flower shop to talk to his mother. He didn't delude himself into thinking that the blonde was taking Temari out to do something. He would be shocked if something like that happened willingly. But it was something that he was taking just her only. Come on Temari, Naruto said to the blonde, turning into a corner. The blonde looked at her brothers for a moment before following Naruto. Where are we going? She asked as she caught up to her fellow blonde. To my mother, Naruto said. He glanced at the girl at the corner of his eyes as he spoke. I thought your father would be accompanying you to the village. You're not just any children, but a lot more like the royal children of the sand. Temari frowned at the thought of her father. We came with our sensei, he went to speak to the Hokage after we entered the village, but I am sure he will be here for the finals. The man didn't even see us out of the village. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the bitterness in her tone. Something wrong with your father. The man I know would not act like that. Over the past weeks he has changed. He is like a different person. He no longer interacts with us. He feels cold. I wouldn't be surprised if someone said he was possessed. Temari said after a few moments of silence. What would it do, if she hid that from Naruto? Perhaps maybe I've just been thinking too deeply about it. I know my mother best. If she was possessed, I'd notice it. I cannot say that you are wrong because I don't know the circumstances. I wouldn't put anything past this world though. Anything is possible. In any case, since you're someone my mother has allowed into our family, after the games I shall go to Suna with you just to confirm. Temari smiled. You don't need to go that far, she said, still happy about the gesture. Naruto shrugged. While I just tolerate it, my mother has allowed you to call her mother, and I know for certain she wouldn't be happy if she found that your father is being bad. Besides, I am your fiancé, it's only logical that I look after your mental health. Logic, huh? Temari wondered out loud. It had nothing to do with emotions. It was something like principle. Did she wish emotions were evolved in that thought? Perhaps. Is there something wrong? Temari shook her head. I'm just wondering if we will ever reach that point of love our parents want us to reach. We are okay now, but will we ever cross that border? I don't think about such things. I believe the heart sometimes misleads. Naruto said calmly. But what is it that you want, Temari? Do you want to be called my fiancé? Do you want to love me? Decide what it is that you want and take measures to get it. I have said I will be there, and I meant it. Temari stared into the road ahead of her for a long minute as she went through her thoughts. I don't really have a choice. If my forces me to marry you, I will have to follow it. But it might not be so bad. I love your mother and you're not a bad person. At least I know I can make things work. My advice is that don't settle but look after the best for what you want. Even if something is forced to you, don't bow to it, twist it to meet your needs. The following day Sasuke released a long breath of relief when Hinata appeared before him and Naruto at the academy gates. The Uchiha smiled. When my mother told me that Chunin exams could only be taken by a 3-man team, I was afraid that you may not show up. He said to the Hyuga. Hinata showed her surprise over the fact that Sasuke was actually smiling at her. The Uchiha has congratulated her on her growth, but was not the one to be showering smiles. It was just like with Naruto. The blonde didn't give her smiles all the time, but when he did, it was sweet. I could not afford to disappoint Naruto-kun, Hinata said a bit firmly. Besides that she wanted to prove her worth to her family. She wanted to show them that she wasn't just the failure that they had cast out, but actually a kunoichi of skills. Reasons don't matter, Sasuke said with a shrug of his shoulders. The important thing is that you are here and we can take the part in the exams. The team walked through to the academy. They handed in their registration forms before being told which class to head to. Apparently, most of the genins had already made it to the class. They were not late, but hadn't been early either. As they were walking, they came through Team Guy. Neji Nisan, Hinata greeted the Hyuga in the team, but she was soundlessly ignored. She didn't attempt to make conversation any further. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this. It wasn't something that he had anticipated. He knew that there was animosity between the main family and the branch, but hadn't thought it went this deep. The hatred in Neji's eyes was something else that was a little terrifying, especially when it was being directed to the innocent Hinata. The Sandaime may have known about this and this was perhaps also in his plans. If he got to expose the animosity in the Hyuga clan, it would certainly force the clan to take some actions. The old man was indeed crafty. Naruto was slightly amused by this plan. Your Uchiha Sasuke, Lee said before anything could be said. I heard that you were top graduate in your class. I like to test myself against the ones hailed as geniuses. As he said that, Lee was already taking a stance. Not this again, Lee, Tenten said with a sigh. Don't you get enough with Neji? She asked before turning to face the Hyuga beside her. Aren't you going to stop him? Neji shrugged nonchalantly. He can fight if he wants to. I am not his babysitter, the Hyuga said. Besides, he was curious to see how the Uchiha would fare against Lee. He had been hearing a few things about him, so it would be good to see if the rumors were true or not. Fine, Why no, before Sasuke could finish speaking, Lee had already moved. The taijutsu user blurred out of sight in some incredible speed, flashing just above Sasuke, his left foot weaving through the air towards Sasuke's head. The Uchiha was too shocked to move, and the speed had been far more than he had anticipated. The kick never reached him as Naruto caught it with his right hand, before letting it go. Lee dropped to the ground on both his feet and looked at Naruto with a surprised look on his face. He hadn't seen the blonde move until he grabbed his foot. "We're leaving Sasuke," Naruto said, turning around. Hinata followed him while Sasuke stayed behind, teeth gritted. "Why? He is a taijutsu specialist, a student of the greatest taijutsu user in this village. With speed alone, I am not a match for him, and you'd need your Sharingan to fight. At this point it is needless, pointless even. If you want to fight, you will do it in the exams." Sasuke followed, albeit grudgingly. "Are you serious though?" He was asking about Lee's speed. Naruto held out his right hand. "His kick nearly slipped through my fingers. I had to strengthen them with chakra to hold him. From what I know about Guy, I assume he carries weights. It is merely a suspicion, but I would rather not risk it." Sasuke smiled. "I never thought I would hear you say someone was better than you at something. Well, even the mighty Uzumaki isn't better at everything. Don't soothe your pride by something like that, Sasuke," Naruto said flatly. Sasuke didn't let that ruin his mood. He had grown used to Naruto. "I may be soothing my pride over my own inadequacy against you, but it is nice knowing that you're not good at everything and that there are genins who better you at certain areas. Up until now, I'd thought you were better than all genins, but you're not. Just because Lee is faster doesn't mean he can actually beat me," Naruto responded calmly. "That may also be the truth, but it doesn't change the fact that is he faster than you?" Sasuke said with a pointed stare. Hinata found this amusing. It was rare. Sasuke usually stopped talking or changed the subject when Naruto went on with something someone would find offensive. But he had never shrugged off Naruto's bluntness easily and still looked to get the last word. He had admitted it to himself, so there was no way he could defend against that. A small giggle escaped her lips, causing her teammates to turn around to face her. Sasuke had the look of, "What the fuck," while Naruto had his indifferent mask decorated by a slight left-raised brow. She quickly put her hands on her mouth when she realized that they had heard her laugh. It was probably the first time she was laughing in front of them. Sorry," Hinata said quickly when both her teammates merely looked at her expectantly. "Why, you're bickering just to amuse me. Well, isn't that sweet?" Kakashi suddenly spoke behind the team. The Jonin had his iconic eye smile as he spoke. "Looks like someone is growing up," he said of Hinata. He too had never heard her laugh, but for her to have the confidence to laugh in front of her teammates was something. This could only mean that the bond between them could only grow. "Wait here for a moment," the Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. A minute later, he returned with a camera. "Let us take a memory for this day. We will not just remember this as the day you took the Chunin exam, but the day we all heard Hinata laugh for the first time." "Is that really necessary?" Naruto asked. Kakashi ignored Naruto and had Sasuke and Hinata gather around before handing the camera to someone he didn't even know. He dragged Naruto, and stood him on the right side. Hinata was standing between Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi stood behind the genins, his left hand holding his precious book and his right holding a peace sign. "Smile for the camera." The light flashed. Kakashi thanked the person who took their photo and took the camera. He faced his team once more and spoke. "I have nothing more to say than good luck and make me proud, and your parents proud." The Jonin disappeared in a swirl of leaves after saying those words. Naruto just shook his head and walked away with his teammates following him from behind. They made it to the class the others were supposed to be. The moment Naruto opened the door, he was assaulted by different waves of killing intent. It would shake someone else, but Naruto found it a bit amusing. Little humans trying to intimidate him with such weak intents. If he released doses of the Kyuubi's intent, they would run off from this class and some may even lose everything in their guts. Some would be on the floor, unable to withstand the pressure. A killing intent was supposed to accomplish something like that, not this. Something amusing. A very Nara Shikamaru asked Naruto, settling about a couple of feet away from the blonde. Naruto turned to face the Nara before responding. "Yes, the weak attempt to intimidate me," he said. He caught the eyes of other teams. He raised an eyebrow seeing Ino. Ino, I must say, I am very much surprised to see you here. What? Why? Ino demanded from the blonde. You have not changed from the days you were in the academy, Naruto responded calmly. I sense and see no change at all. What is that supposed to mean? Training, I presume, Shikamaru muttered quietly. Like him, Ino hardly trained and he could say that was something Naruto found to be disappointing. Kiba's team is also here, the Nara paused, seeing Team Guy. That makes fresh 12 Konoha Genins participating in the exams. Or Konoha 12, Kiba offered before turning his attention to Hinata. He smiled at the Hyuga. Hinata, have these bastards been treating you well? Because I swear if they have been mistreating you. Akamaru finished for his partner with a bark. What would you do? Sasuke asked challengingly. I'd beat both of you up. Kiba more or less roared in a loud tone, perhaps to put a more convincing act for him to be a little believable. To Sasuke, it was a bad joke that wasn't even amusing. He merely shook his head in response. They were soon approached by a male nin, looking old. He spoke about having years of experience as a genin and taking part in the exams and offered them information on any candidate as he had collected information during his days as a genin. Give me information on Uzumaki Naruto, Shikamaru asked merely out of curiosity. Kabuto took out a card, Uzumaki Naruto, he looked at the card and then faced the blonde. Taijutsu skills. High Chunin, Kenjutsu, low Jonin level, Ninjutsu, I don't know much except for the use of the Rasengan, the Yondaime Hokage's famous jutsu. Missions. 5A ranked Ms. Kabuto trailed off when his card was cut in half. Naruto, how come you have done 5A ranked missions? We have only done 3A ranked missions as a team. Sasuke asked. Naruto's missions beside, Team 7 had done 3A ranked missions. Everyone had a look of surprise and shock on their expressions. I did the 2 missions on my own before I joined you too, Naruto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. But his eyes were firmly on Kabuto, looking at the nin with a calculative look masked with curiosity. Kabuto knew when someone was looking at him with calculative eyes. By that he figured if Naruto's teammates didn't know about the missions and the look Naruto was giving him, they weren't supposed to be known. Yet, why was the blonde looking at him as if he was plotting something? Yakushi Kabuto, was it? He didn't wait for the nin to respond as he turned away. Sasuke, you only have to watch out for him, he said pointing at Kabuto, Lee and Subaku no Gaara. The first part of the exam came and passed. A great deal of genin teams were eliminated from the first part of the exam and the remaining were sent towards the Forest of Death for the second exam. They were with the delightfully sadistic Anko as their proctor. Naruto could agree with the woman that there were a lot of teams going into the second round and he really didn't want many of them entering the second round. He would be forced to take matters into his own hands. He had studied the way the exams were held in this village and knew what would happen if things went in a way he would not like. The Forest of Death would do its job to eliminate some teams though and Naruto was happy with that. As they stepped into the Forest of Death, Hinata felt a chill run down her spine. She could tell that this was a very dangerous place for her to be, but she could not run back because she was afraid. She had her teammates with her, and she knew that they would not leave her alone. They would be with her all the way. If Naruto was with her, nothing could go wrong. They walked for a few minutes before resting out under a tree. We can't just stand here, Sasuke spoke through gritted teeth. We need to move out and get another scroll or else we will fail. Naruto didn't share Sasuke's thoughts. Not possible, the blonde said. We will make it, but we must not make hasty movements. Let us relax for now. We will reach the destination tomorrow. For now we can look around and wait to see what will happen. What if other teams get there before we could? Not going to happen, Naruto said with impatience. Don't make me repeat myself, Sasuke. We will wait and move later on. This is a survival test and it doesn't matter who gets there first, but what matters is getting there on time and with the needed scrolls. Sasuke accepted what Naruto was saying although it took an hour before he could calm down. All the time Naruto was doing some light training with Hinata. He really could not understand the blonde sometimes. They were in the middle of an exam, and he seemed to be worried about training Hinata rather than handling the important matters. Well, at least this was Naruto he was dealing with. He knew the blonde would not allow them to fail. While he wasn't all that up in the blonde's mind, he knew Naruto was someone who did a few schemings of his own. His mother had even admitted it. It was late at night. Naruto summoned his sword and placed it behind him on a sheath, Anbu gear on, his cloak removed, just for the night. Where are you going? I am going on a hunt, Naruto responded calmly. Since you only like using your mind when it is convenient to you, I will tell you something. I just didn't have us sit here so that I could actually train Hinata. I was merely tiring her out while my clones searched for locations of the teams. Sasuke smirked. Even though the blonde had insulted him, he focused on the good point. He really did like the way Naruto thought sometimes. With Hinata out for the night, the blonde could hunt for the scrolls at night while others were sleeping. What sort of creature did its hunts at night? An owl. Naruto was not really an owl, right? I am coming with, Sasuke said firmly, leaving Naruto with no choice. The blonde didn't deny the Uchiha the chance to do so. He nodded and created 2 clones to stay with Hinata in case something happens. We are going to remove the weak links and take their scrolls. Use your kunais, no ninjutsu. We have to be silent and effective. There is a lot of ground that we must cover. That is fine by me, Sasuke said, grinning in all corners. He had been itching for a good battle and this was his chance to do something. With Naruto it was always fun. Why had he even questioned the blonde before? He really should never do it again. Naruto had never disappointed him before. He would never lead him to failure. Once again, he was forced to admit that Itachi had been right, following Naruto was the best thing for him. From now on, Sasuke would not question Naruto. As the two walked away from the tent housing Hinata, Sasuke cleared his throat to speak to Naruto. I never got the chance to speak to you yesterday because the Sand siblings arrived. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha at the corner of his eyes. He didn't say anything as he looked at the dark and narrow way ahead of him. At moments like this he had to use chakra to enhance his vision. He cursed those fortunate to have dojutsus. You want to talk about Itachi? I don't really want to talk to him, but I just want to thank you, the Uchiha said in a quiet tone. The words seemed to have gone through a mountain just to climb out of his throat. When he spoke again, he was a lot calmer. Itachi showed me everything and I understand that it was your role that saw my mother saved and some of my clansmen still breathing today. Value that contribution, love your mother, and follow my lead, we will get along just fine, Naruto stated in a calm tone. Now, let us get to work. The following morning Hinata rubbed her eyes after she awoke from her sleep. She had the feeling that she had missed something during the night, but she didn't think too much about it. Waking up inside a tent wasn't a first experience for her. She had been doing missions before and they had been forced to sleep out in the clearing. She was feeling a bit hungry though. She hadn't eaten anything last night and she was looking for a bath to clean herself. A girl needed to keep her body in check. Sasuke and Naruto were already up, both were sitting on a log staring into a map. When she walked out of the tent, Naruto turned to face her before he spoke. Pack everything, we have to move out. Hinata opened her mouth to say something, but she quickly shut it. She hadn't been about to question Naruto had she. When Naruto stared at her with an expressionless face, the Hyuga felt as if she could just run back to her tent and hide. She would have done so had the blonde no spoken to her. Say what you want to say. It was clear to Hinata that the blonde was demanding that she speak her mind and he would not accept anything less than her mind. He wanted to hear the words she wanted to say. Hinata had been in this position before and she knew the best way to handle it was to speak her thoughts. It wasn't like the blonde would get angry or laugh at her anyway. I'm a little hungry. Hinata all but mumbled. We will eat when we get to a good place. This isn't a good place. We are moving towards a stream of water that will also help us freshen up and we can catch some fish to eat. We aren't carrying food in our storage seals, so we will have to search. Naruto responded calmly. Hinata tilted her head to the side. She should have expected Naruto to say something like that. The blonde has always carried himself like a royal prince. You wouldn't find him all messed up, but he always had a certain style with what he wore and how he walked as well as with the people he associated with. Shaking her thoughts, Hinata nodded and turned away from the two and packed up everything before handing Naruto the small bag that contained everything. The blonde sealed the bag away and the team left the place, heading towards a stream of water. It wasn't long before they were able to find the stream and then settled down. Hinata had excused herself from the boys in order to bath safely away from their eyes. By the time she returned, her teammates were sitting by a small fire, already eating the fish they had caught. Hinata joined them in silence. "Eat up quickly so we can leave. We have the scroll we need. So hanging around here isn't an option," Sasuke said to Hinata in a strong tone. The Hyuga turned to Naruto as if to ask for permission to follow Sasuke's demands, but the blonde seemed to be in another world, as he savored his food. He was eating in a slow pace, not hurried. Hinata nodded to Sasuke before something hit her. They already had the scroll they needed. But they hadn't fought any teams since yesterday. Hinata shook her head. It was possible that they had moved at night. She wouldn't put it past Naruto to have planned something like that while she was sleeping. It didn't even surprise her that they already had the scroll they needed. What would her surprise would be if they only had one scroll. Eating was done and dusted and the team headed deep into the forest once more. They were brought to a halt when powerful gusts of wind suddenly crashed into them, sending the three backwards. A massive wave of killing intent washed over the area, freezing the genins in their place. It was much more potent than what Sasuke had experienced with Zabuza. Whoever had done this was seriously deadly, much more than the dead missing nin. Hinata was not faring any better than Sasuke. The Hyuga was on her knees, breathing harshly as if she had been forced into a couple of laps around the hidden leaf. Naruto rarely faced things that made him nervous, but this was truly dangerous. While he did not show his nervousness, deep inside he was certain that this was something he should fear. Even so, the blonde held his mask, his eyes slightly crimson, resembling those of the Biju sealed within him. Cowering in fear would not help him with anything. In fact, it would only result in pain and suffering. He had to think about how he was going to go about things here. Whoever this person was, he was not a genin and Naruto was sure of it. Even Anbu would be nervous around such a deathly aura. The blonde wasn't given the time to have many thoughts as a large snake lunged towards him, forcing him to jump back to avoid it. The snake cut through the ground, hissing with its fangs bared at him. Its movements were fast, not giving Naruto much time to think. The large snake opened its large mouth as it readied to swallow him whole. Naruto unsheathed his sword and took a stance before channeling wind chakra into it. Wind cutter. The blonde swung his sword vertically, released a wave of wind, shaped like a blade. The jutsu traveled towards the snake and when it collided with it, the snake disappeared in a puff of smoke. Another snake hissed from behind the blonde, lunging towards him. Naruto flicked his sword into his left hand as it jumped up into the air while he spun around. As he twisted around, Naruto was forming a Kyuubi chakra-infused Rasengan. He slammed the Rasengan into the head of the snake and once again, the animal disappeared in a puff of smoke. The blonde landed on the ground gracefully with a few question marks. The disappearing in a puff of smoke meant that these were not snakes from the forest but rather, summons. He hadn't been ignorant of his enemies and the powerful shinobi that live in this world. The only person who could summon snakes was Orochimaru. Naruto lost his indifferent mask, putting on a look of contempt with his eyes slightly shadowed, and his lips were slightly curled upside down into a frown. This was not battle that could be won by normal means. He could either use the Sharingan or that jutsu. He had promised to only use it for his mother, but lives were at stake here. He could not make do without something that would greatly surprise the snake enough for him to make a move while he was off guard. The blonde looked up to Sasuke. The young Uchiha was standing atop of a tree branch, shaking with Orochimaru just a distance away. He disappeared in a blur and appeared beside the Uchiha. He faced their attacker fully, and was not disappointed to see behind the shedding skin was the person he had suspected. Orochimaru, Naruto stated, summoning his three-pronged kunai. "What are you doing attacking children?" Naruto asked in a cold tone, his eyes flashing crimson as he spoke. Orochimaru could not mistake the power of the Kyuubi even if it was just a small dose of it. That meant that he was facing the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki and Minato's son. He didn't have much interest in the blonde, he was looking for Sasuke. Still, that look the blonde was giving him was not the look of a child. Orochimaru laughed menacingly. "Well, it seems that there is something interesting that I have overlooked." Naruto flung the kunai on his head towards Orochimaru in blinding speed. The snake Sanin merely bent his neck in ways it shouldn't, but that was enough for the kunai to zip past his head. The kunai had been aimed straight at his forehead. Naruto suddenly disappeared into thin air and appeared behind Orochimaru. Huh. Orochimaru blinked, seeing his vision change. He had been staring at the blonde, but then he suddenly disappeared, and the next thing was that the world started move sideways. No, his head was the one moving. Naruto had separated it from his shoulders. Rasengan. The blonde did not waste time before slamming the crimson jutsu into the back of the Sannin. The Kyuubi-powered jutsu grind through Orochimaru's back, making a hole, before the body was sent crashing into the ground. When the snake hit the ground, there was a loud explosion as the jutsu set off. Naruto flung his kunai straight towards where Orochimaru's head had fallen. He flashed there and stood over the snake's head. "You're not yet dead. This surpasses the limits of humans," the blonde said, holding out his right hand, the Kyuubi-infused Rasengan being formed once again. "This should be enough to obliterate your head." The blonde didn't get the chance to slam the jutsu into the head because multiple small snakes rushed towards him, coming from where Orochimaru's body had crashed. Naruto responded by throwing his kunai towards Sasuke. He flashed beside the Uchiha and grabbed him by the shoulder before throwing the kunai towards Hinata. He disappeared into thin air, and appeared beside Hinata. He flung the girl over his right-left shoulder. "Kyuubi," he said. "I know," the Biju said before forcing its chakra out of the seal. The crimson chakra covered Naruto's legs up to his waist. Without much said and not even a glance at Orochimaru, the blonde vanished along with his teammates. The destination was the tower. From the small crater, clothes in tatters, Orochimaru stood up slowly with a frown on his lips. He glared at the hole on his chest. He wasn't healing as quickly as he should. There were traces of the Kyuubi's chakra inside his wound and it was destroying his flesh slowly. That damn brat had specifically used the jutsu because he knew a Biju's chakra was like poison into a body of a human. If he allowed the chakra to enter his system, it would be all over for him. He had even failed to brand Sasuke, but that wasn't much of a problem now. He had found something interesting, Naruto to be precise. The blonde was something special that he needed to look into if he was going to discover what made him tick. 2 hours later, Anko had a baffled look on her face as she stared at the blonde standing her. The blonde was staring right back at the Sandaime Hokage inside the old man's office. His staring contest with the Hokage wasn't what had baffled her, but what he had said. "Let me get this straight," Anko said in a measured tone. "You beat Orochimaru and left him with a hole inside his chest, and although you have a history with Anbu, that shouldn't be possible. Not even Kakashi can go toe-and-toe against the snake." "I never said I beat Orochimaru. I didn't just leave him with a hole on his chest, I had severed his head off his shoulders," Naruto stated calmly. Was it that much of a big deal that he had done what he did against Orochimaru? Sure, the snake was a Sannin and all-powerful, but things could happen when you underestimate genins. He also had the element of surprise in his favor. He had been more or less lucky in his encounter with Orochimaru. Naruto wasn't going to count it as victory. "That is Orochimaru, Naruto," Kakashi stressed the name. "When I was younger, I couldn't even face him because he was just too powerful." Naruto shrugged indifferently. The Sandaime Hokage cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. "How did you do it, Naruto?" Hiruzen was less shocked than the two Jonins flanking both sides of Naruto. Considering what the blonde had in his arsenal, he was less shocked. He knew firsthand that Orochimaru was highly arrogant and wouldn't have even thought about taking kids seriously. With that in mind, the Sannin being humiliated in that way by Naruto was not out of the question. Perhaps one would have been too frightened to fight, but Naruto wasn't a normal kid, was he? Element of surprise, Naruto said calmly. "And you forget, I am still a Jinchuriki of the most powerful Biju. I may not have access to all its powers, but I do have access to some of its power." Element of surprise, huh? The Sandaime paused, running through some thoughts. "You used the Kyuubi's chakra to counter Orochimaru's killing intent. Given how malevolent and potent the chakra is, even a small portion of it should have been enough to nullify the effects of his intent. With that you were free, but what did you do to catch him off guard? Even surprised, your normal speed shouldn't have been enough to get you that close. Did you use it?" Naruto nodded. "It only takes a second when using it. I realized that was the only option I had to get out of the way. I must admit, he is rather frightening. I had never been so nervous against a foe before, but facing him, I was nervous." The blonde paused for a moment. He was after Sasuke, wasn't he? Yes, the Sandaime Hokage said with a sigh. Possibly the Sharingan, in any case. You should return to your teammates. We will talk after the second exam is done. At this stage, the exam is still active. Naruto merely nodded and disappeared via Shunshin. You're continuing with the exams? Kakashi asked. Isn't it a bit dangerous with Orochimaru out there? Well, he did say that if the exam was stopped he would destroy the leaf. Enko pointed out. She smiled. It doesn't sound so threatening now that I know that it came from a man who had his head severed off his shoulders by a brat, the snake mistress added with a grin. Orochimaru's arrogance will be his downfall, the Sandaime said with a shake of his head. Does he really think that he can take on this village by himself? Arrogance, the exam will continue. Jiraiya should be back in a day or two. I have sent a message for him to return. Kakashi nodded. Is there anything else? Orochimaru might be planning an invasion, the Sandaime said. I received a word of it from Jiraiya. Well, that would explain why he was even here in the first place. I doubt he could have just come here to get to Sasuke-kun. The old man paused for a moment. Whatever you do, don't let it slip to Naruto, do you understand me, Kakashi? The third said in a steel tone. Kakashi nodded. It wouldn't be good if he found out something like that. He wouldn't be surprised if the blonde would be far away from the borders of the Fire Country within an hour of hearing the news of the planned attack on Konoha. Why the serious mood around just a brat? Enko asked curiously, sensing the serious mood between the two. The Sandaime Hokage smiled bitterly. If he had an army, he would get his army marching towards Orochimaru's village. But since he doesn't have it, the Kyuubi would likely see light again as he marches towards sound with one purpose, destruction, and it wouldn't be because of his love for Konoha. Team 7 Sasuke looked at Naruto with a look that demanded answers. He didn't like it when things were being held back from him. Itachi had done it before and it had driven him towards a dangerous path. The blonde couldn't just say that Orochimaru was after him without explaining why. He didn't even need to guess that the man had only been interested in him. He hadn't bothered attacking Hinata and had merely sent a snake towards Naruto. Since Naruto was the strongest member in the team, the only logical choice would have been to attack the blonde rather than him. Naruto was sitting on the edge of the small single bed within the room, his feet shifting back and forth calmly. He wasn't all interested in Sasuke, but his rampaging thoughts. Orochimaru really did sicken him. That thing was the sort of creature that made him detest humans. Jiraiya hadn't been stingy with information about his former teammates. A sick, cruel creature that only sought about pain. Orochimaru was a conniving snake that would eat people like Hinata alive, and in Naruto's eyes, people like Hinata were the real humans, they were the ones who could breathe freely in this world. Snakes like Orochimaru only brought about pain, chaos and corrupted wherever they touched. Naruto could not stand such a livy. Naruto, Sasuke cut in Naruto's thoughts in a hardened tone. What? Naruto responded calmly. Sasuke merely stared, but Naruto tossed the stare over his shoulder and spoke once more. If you have a question, ask, and I will give you the answer. Well, that will depend on whether I am in a position to give the answers you seek. What did Orochimaru want? Some time ago, he attacked your brother. According to Itachi, he wanted his body and the Sharingan. I don't know the full details, but since he failed with Itachi, he was coming after you. With you he didn't need to use force, but rather, try to manipulate you. If Orochimaru does know the truth about the Itachi's missions, he doesn't know you know. It is likely he will try to pit you against your brother, Naruto explained in length. Sasuke appeared to think for a few moments before he spoke. What if gets the jump on us next time and tries to use force? We will run, Naruto stated in a calm tone. But I will talk to Itachi about setting up a trap with one of the Sharingans I have. It will be nasty, but I wouldn't mind watching the snake tossing around as the black flames burn his body, slowly and painfully. The blonde paused, changing the subject. We should rest. He won't reach us here, and other teams are still in the forest. We have to wait for the second stage to be completed before learning what will happen next. Sasuke almost found it amusing that Naruto was talking about running from Orochimaru. Considering that the blonde severed the snake's head off its shoulder, it would have been understandable if he spoke about trying again. Arrogance wasn't in the blonde's DNA. He knew when to fight and when to save his life. Chapter 15. The Sandaime Hokage looked down at the teams that had made it through the second round. The record for being the first person to come here had been broken by the Sand siblings, and even though Naruto's team was overpowered, it hadn't been the second team to make it here. Perhaps it was because the blonde was making an effort to weed out competition. The teams to have made it were still too many for him to take them all to the finals. It wouldn't be good if he bored people by allowing weak genins to make it to the finals. People would be expecting some good fights. Congratulations for passing the second exam, the Sandaime Hokage said to the gathered genins. Normally, having passed the survival challenge, you should be heading towards the finals of the exams, but there are still too many of you. It is not by a big margin. We will have to cut some of you so that we can accommodate a small number in the finals. As the Sandaime spoke, the Shikamaru looked around, seeing who had made it. All the suspects had passed the second exam. He had come across a team who'd been complaining about Konoha shinobi hitting them at night. It was not hard to figure out that it was Naruto's team. The blonde had a way of doing things after all. If he had the energy and actually trusted in his abilities to fight against stronger opponents, he would have taken that route as it was the easiest way of getting the scroll. Some teams would have been sleeping, tired from the exertions of the day, and that meant taking their scrolls would require minimum effort. Before I say how we will proceed, is there anyone who thinks they can't make the fighting that will occur in the next minutes? If you can't proceed, you can raise your hand. The Sandaime stated. Kabuto was quick to raise his hand, saying he didn't have enough chakra to go through and that his teammates were in no shape to fight. Kankuro also raised his hand to the surprise of his siblings. Naruto looked at the genin for a moment and then looked away. Was it really easy to lie like that? He may not be that much of a great censor, but he was certain that Kabuto was not tired, even though he was making it look as if he was tired. The Sandaime Hokage wasn't someone who could be fooled that easily, and yet he seemed to just accept Kabuto's reasoning without question. He didn't forget that the man possessed information that should not be known. It was a strange thing that he didn't really feel there was a need to care if the man was a spy or not. Being a former Anbu, he knew how spies worked. It wasn't out of the question for a spy to infiltrate the exams to have better access to certain facilities and being able to move without being flagged. Are we going to fight? Sasuke asked Naruto in a quiet tone. He was happy to fight anyway. He wouldn't lose here. Not when he was just a step away from making it to the finals, and he was certain that in the finals, if things went according to plan, he would get the chance to really fight Naruto. He would also get the chance to fight other strong genins. That was something he was really looking forward to. So far there hadn't been anyone who provided anything that would make him feel pressured. Sure, the raids he did with Naruto were fun, but there had been nothing that made him feel pressed against the wall. He needed to experience that in order to see how strong he has become. Measuring himself against Naruto wasn't really fair, even though he was loath to admit that. Likely, Naruto responded in one simple word. He didn't say anything further as the Sandaime spoke once more. We are going to proceed in this way, the old man started. The teams with the most scrolls will be exempted from this round and will head straight to the drawing board for the finals. And the remaining teams will have to fight to secure a spot to the finals. Not fair. We all passed the second exam, we must all be treated fairly. Why do we even get to fight while the others get a safe passage? The Sandaime Hokage merely smiled as he responded, his tone contained some steel in it. Not fair, the old man asked. Teams who have the most scrolls fought the most teams and actually won those matches, no. Doesn't that mean that they are strong and ready for the finals? Teams with just 2 scrolls in the meantime were only able to defeat one team, this means that they had less competition. If we are talking about being fair, saying the teams who have just 2 scrolls have made the same effort as a team with 6 scrolls would be unfair. Hayate took over from the Sandaime Hokage. You were all given the same opportunities and the same playing field. Having just 1 scroll means you have barely just made it, even though that was the requirement for passing the second test. There are those who pass with flying colors and those who do just enough. We cannot simply put those 2 groups in the same room. Because your results show that you're not equal. There were a few murmurs with the genins, but neither Hayate nor the Sandaime entertained them. The former merely continued with his job. Team Baki, you came in first and had the second most scrolls, you're exempted from this round, and Team 7, you came in third but had the most scrolls than any other team. We watched you executions, and you have been exempted from the preliminaries." He paused for a moment and pointed at the balcony. "If you could just go and wait over there." Ino looked at Naruto with a careful eye. It wasn't that she was having any evil and naughty thoughts. No, she was just feeling slightly jealous that he gets a get-out-of-jail-free card while she has to fight. If she had been on his team, she would have been avoiding any fighting now, but because she was stuck with Choji and Shikamaru, she had to grind through to get to the next point. It was really disappointing. You will not be fighting as teams but one-by-one matches. Know that right now, you don't represent your team, but actually your village and yourself. Those who will win their matches will go the finals. We will draw the matches for the preliminaries right now," Hayate said. The first match was drawn, Ino vs Sakura. Second match Lee vs Kiba. There were other matches paired up. Hayate dismissed the other genins, and had them wait over at the balcony while Ino and Sakura stayed behind. He said he would call the other teams after each match is over. Naruto watched as Sakura and Ino battled. It didn't last long, but he had never been so disappointed in his life. "Hinata," the blonde said to his teammate, "if you fight like that, don't appear before me ever again." That was pathetic. If I was their sensei, I'd be ashamed to call myself even sensei. Why would anyone nominate such academy students to the Chunin exams? The decision to put those children in this ring seems irrational and ill-advised. All eyes turned to Kurenai and Asuma. "The next match is about to start," Asuma said rather quickly in a bid to have the attention turn away from him and back to the fighting. Did Naruto had to put to so flatly though? If he didn't know any better, he would have thought that the blonde was merely saying it to humiliate him and Kurenai. "Naruto," Kakashi said to the blonde. "Can I talk to you?" The blonde first looked at Lee curiously before nodding. There was really nothing for him to see down there. His team wasn't going to participate, so he could get away without watching anything. Besides, he did not wish to expose his eyes to another ridiculous crap called a kunoichi battle. "Sure," the blonde said. Kakashi placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and the two disappeared in a swirl of leaves. They appeared in a room with the Sandaime Hokage present. "Kage Bunshin?" the blonde asked, his eyes sizing up the old man before him. The old man nodded. "Kabuto," the third said. "You have made contact with him while still at the academy. He revealed some information that should only be known to Anbu. Did he appear before you?" Naruto shook his head. "No, he did not," the blonde said. "I doubt he would have risked something like that." The Sandaime looked at Naruto curiously. "What do you mean by that?" "He knows that I know that he has access to secret information despite making himself appear as a failure for a genin," Naruto responded calmly. The Sandaime was silent for a few moments. "I thought he would have appeared once again since we suspect that he is working with Orochimaru. In any case, this doesn't lift off any suspicions we have on him. Why don't you just go after him and interrogate him? He escaped when we were trying to do that," Kakashi responded. The moment he left, Anbu were already on his tail, but he managed to lose them. They are still searching, but it's unlikely that they will find him if he was able to slip through them. "Kakashi-kun," the third said to the Jonin. "You can go, I want to speak to Naruto about something." A few minutes later, by the time Naruto returned to the balcony, the matches were already over and those who had made it were being addressed by the Sandaime Hokage. "The finals will be held in a month from tomorrow. You will have this time to prepare for your matches and learn what you can about your opponent." The old man turned to Hayate. "If you will," the man said. "We are going to draw the first matches for the finals," the man said. First match was drawn with Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. Second match, Lee vs Uzumaki Naruto. Fourth match, Subaku no Tamari vs Nara Shikamaru. Fifth match, Subaku no Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Later that day, Uchiha compound Makoto shook her head as she watched her son walk away from her. He was looking a lot happier about making it to the finals of the Chunin exams. Perhaps the thought of showing everyone what he could do was appealing to him. Well, she was also happy for her son. What kind of mother wouldn't be happy? The Uchiha's glance turned towards Naruto, who was sitting beside her at the back of her house. She looked at the small garden, listening to the sound of water rushing through the streams that divided the garden. She felt content. Naruto didn't share Sasuke's excitement about making it to the Chunin exams. Well, the blonde was already an Anbu. This was something small for him and, besides, her hero wasn't just a small boy, He was a man trapped in a boy's body. Makoto giggled at the thought. Perhaps she was starting to lose it. What would Kushina say if she knew how she thought of her son? You look happy, Naruto said to the woman on his left hand. Maybe I am, Makoto said calmly, a wide smile on her lips. I am happy for Sasuke. Seeing him so excited like this, makes me remember the old days. He was a sweet innocent child, and cute, the woman said smiling. Naruto didn't immediately respond, he first went through some thoughts before saying something to the woman. I tend not to think much about yesterday and the last. I really don't care much for the past. Memories we have will always be with us, whether good or bad. Good memories should not hold us back from living the present and the future. The little innocent Sasuke of the past is gone. Perhaps parts of him remain, but this is the present, not the past. Instead of focusing on the past, how about we look forward to tomorrow? Our future and happiness does not lie in the past, but we can find it tomorrow and now. Makoto smiled, it was a bit of sly smile. You don't know much. I am looking forward to tomorrow, dear. If possible, I'd wish for the days to speed ahead, the Uchiha said in a firm tone, carrying some anticipation in it. Naruto was forced to turn to look at Makoto. She had a strange look on her face. Perhaps there was something good that she was looking forward to. He was curious. What awaits you? You, Makoto merely said. Naruto gave her a confused look, but she shook it off. You'll see eventually, she said. I didn't think you'd be the one to talk about happiness though. Kushina will be ecstatic when she learns of it. I can imagine that. I think everyone desires to be happy at some point. Priorities sometimes get in the way. Naruto said, his eyes staring into the beautiful flowers that breathed a fresh breath. If you wish for it, you can have it. You have me. If you require me to show you happiness, I can. I understand that there are some things you cannot ask of your mother, she paused smiling warmly. You have given me a chance to live. I know my sons are okay. That makes me happy, but you know, even I sometimes wish to feel alive. I don't want to grow old being lonely. You have my mother. There are things she can't give and she is just as friend. It took 2 minutes for Naruto to respond to the statement. He looked at Makoto for a moment before looking away. You mean relationship? Makoto nodded. Your mother says she can't love anyone else but I can. This is why I look forward for tomorrow so that I can claim he who will make me feel alive again. Naruto raised an eyebrow, thinking. I hope he will be a worthy person, not a despicable man. Makoto smiled, it was a beautiful smile. He is sweet when he wants to be and I know he will make me happy. Naruto thought of it before shrugging off his shoulders. I have never really given relationships that much of a thought despite my engagement to Temari. Mother does wish for me to be in a relationship when I grow old enough. I think that will be a difficult task for me, but I do understand that you need someone who cares for you, the blonde-faced Makoto as he added, with a small smile. I do hope whoever you find will care for you. I can say as much as I do because if not, and turns out to be a sly snake, I will cut off his head. Once more, Makoto giggled. She really could see that happening. Naruto would seriously do that. I love that you care for me, granted how closed you are, I think it is something special and it makes me very happy. 2 days later Kakashi didn't know how he was going to start this conversation with Naruto. He didn't want to come off as favoring Sasuke from Hinata. They had all made it to the finals of the Chunin exams, but he wanted to train Sasuke alone. With recent events and the fact that he was a lot more suited to teaching the Uchiha ninjutsu than Naruto, he thought it was best he focused entirely on Sasuke. The Uchiha had a tough match against Subaku no Gaara in the first round, and given how the genin performed, Kakashi wasn't going to take any chances. He needed to do everything possible to make sure that he decreased the gap between Naruto and Sasuke. If he manages to do so, the Uchiha would be able to get the better of Gaara. Kakashi, Naruto said looking at the Jonin, I actually wanted to speak to you about something, the blonde said. Kakashi blinked. I also wanted to talk to you about Sasuke. The stared for a moment, trying to read Naruto's expression, but all he got was an indifferent mask that just stared back at him. You wanted to talk about him. Naruto nodded. It will be best if you take your time with him to teach him ninjutsu. Lightning could be his greatest element, I do not know much about it. With this, I figured it would be best if you take your time to teach him whatever you think is best. A little time away from Sasuke would do him good. It would be good to see how far the Uchiha progresses when he is being taught by someone else stronger. He did the best he could, but he could not teach Sasuke everything. Kakashi was an experienced Jonin and someone who had also taught him, so they could benefit something. I had something similar in mind, Kakashi said. You wouldn't have a problem if I teach him a dangerous jutsu, would you? Sasuke was by all means Naruto's student. The blonde communicated with the Uchiha's mother and has been overseeing his training for some time now. It was only best he asked the blonde's opinion. It doesn't matter what you teach him, Naruto said with an indifferent shrug. At this point, I think he does need something strong in his arsenal. If he doesn't learn anything, he'll start thinking I am holding him back. Sometimes you need to nurse his pride a bit, but not too much or else he will become full of himself. Kakashi nodded, inwardly he shook his head. Naruto had a thing about arrogance. It was like the blonde saw it as a disease and was not above reminding Sasuke that he had his limits. Always remain humble, no matter how far you think you're progressing, that is something that Naruto apparently told Sasuke. Despite all his skills and genius, Naruto was never the one to be smirking and hitting himself on the chest looking all puffed after accomplishing something. He always maintained the line. Well, when it came to discipline, the blonde was like a trained royal child. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he saw most people as low lives. He was above them, and his way of living should be better. Of course, he wasn't the one to lord over people. Hinata? Kakashi asked. At least he had to know how the blonde would deal with the Hyuga. Honestly, Kakashi was just a sensei in name to the girl. Naruto was her real sensei. Even so, he was the leader of Team 7, he could not simply hope for the best without making sure that things would be okay. How are you even going to deal with your own training? I have sort of hit the barrier of my age, Naruto said calmly. There isn't much I can learn now. I just have to perfect what I do know. Perhaps Fuinjutsu can do and I need to get better control of the power sealed within me. Kakashi didn't show any reaction to that. Naruto didn't have a problem about talking about the Biju sealed within him. Someone else would be nervous about starting, but Naruto was not. Sasuke knew about the Biju and Hinata most likely knew about it. Being a Jinchuriki was something normal for Naruto and not a burden that he was forced to carry by the Yondaime Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage didn't even seem to have a problem with him using the power of the Biju. The old man said it was fine as he was sure that Naruto wouldn't be corrupted by it, and as long as he wasn't drawing it unconsciously, there was no risk of the power taking over his body. Better control over it would be good for him when he does come to face other Jinchurikis. You don't really have a problem with using that power, huh? Naruto shook his head. It is available. Only foolishness would lead me to avoid using it, even though it does cause my body harm. Well, that depends on how much I use anyway. A small portion does no harm since my body has grown used to it because it was been inside of my body since birth. I do understand my limits. I must admit that I have become rather dependent on it. Every time I think of a troubling situation, the power comes to mind. The blonde paused for a moment. I must improve if I am to avoid becoming too dependent on it, that without it, I will become helpless in battle. Kakashi nodded. That is something that you have taught Sasuke well. Hinata uses her Byakugan almost exclusively though. The Hyuga Taijutsu style is based around the Byakugan. Trying to teach her to fight without it, would require teaching her a new style. I will try to help her fight without it nonetheless. There will be enough time during this month. The blonde paused. I will need to leave the village to be able to get all the time needed to train. You're going to leave the village without your mother? Kakashi sounded shocked as he spoke. Don't be ridiculous, Naruto said with a blank look on his face. Mother is coming along. I also need her help with some Fuinjutsu. Will Hiashi allow his daughter to leave the village with you though? Kakashi didn't see that happening. That man wouldn't allow for something like that to happen. With how the man viewed Naruto, it was likely that he was going to think the blonde would influence his daughter in a bad way, even though he has discarded her. He doesn't have to agree to it, Naruto said indifferently. Seeing a raised brow from Kakashi, the blonde explained. Hinata is a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, thus a subordinate of the Sandaime Hokage. If he says that she was taken away by her sensei for a month-long training camp in preparation for the finals, he would not complain, especially if the Sandaime approved of it. Well, that is what official records will say anyway, Kakashi said with a smile. Do you really think these things on your own? That is just using a technicality to get what you want. Have you spoken to the Sandaime about it? Naruto shook his head. No, he said. I will, but I have already told Hinata to prepare for the journey away from the village. We won't be going far anyway, but a distance enough to avoid unwanted eyes. Well, I'm sure the Sandaime Hokage has already figured you'd want to continue training Hinata and he will be making preparations of his own. His schemes need to work with you doing your part, the Jonin said carelessly. What about the Sand siblings? They leave today for Suna and will return to the village in time for the exams. Naruto responded calmly. Well, most genins are returning home, Kakashi said, finding no surprise in that. Then again, Sunagakure was the only other village that had participants in the finals. The others were from Konohagakure. It wasn't that much of a surprise that the Hidden Leaf was dominating. The host nation tended to be the dominant force in the exams. How are you going to prepare your match against Lee, though? Kakashi was sure that Naruto would get the most challenge he has ever received in that genin. If the extremist in training hasn't been slacking off, then Lee would be a frightening opponent for Naruto. There were battles that even strategies would not help that much, especially in one that would be dominated by speed and physical strength. Going against Lee would require Naruto drop his precious sword and focus on taijutsu. Ninjutsu wouldn't do if you can't hit your opponent. It would be possibly for the first time that the blonde would actually be fighting without his sword. I will figure something out, Naruto said calmly. Physically, he is stronger than me and he is also faster than me. I am not slow by any means. I'm not too troubled by it either way. My focus this month will be on Hinata. She has to put on a good show. Just make sure you don't neglect your own training, Kakashi said seriously. Lee isn't someone you'd want to underestimate. Naruto stared at Kakashi blankly for a long minute before speaking, on the different matter. Was the Orochimaru matter resolved? It would be a problem if the snake continues to trouble Sasuke. He needed the Uchiha for things to work out for him, and if Orochimaru wanted to get in the way of that, Naruto would have no problems in plotting for the snake's death. He already detested the kind of human the snake was anyway, so if he became persistent with Sasuke, he would only get mad. Naruto went deep into his head when he thought of getting mad. It has been quite some time since he actually lost it. He always remained calm, no matter what. Even when the villagers were cursing him in front of his mother, he had always remained calm. Perhaps it was because his mother was mad, and there was no need for him to be infuriated as well. 2 furious Uzumakis would only lead to a massacre. The Sandaime is dealing with it, Kakashi said a bit too quickly. He kept his mask when Naruto stared into his visible eye. He didn't want to let slip of anything about Orochimaru's plans. The Sandaime was sure Naruto would make his own plans and those plans would not benefit Konoha in any way. I'll see you in a month, the Jonin said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Uchiha compound Makoto looked at her son with a small smile. She was not disappointed that he was actually leaving the village to do some training, but rather she was happy. Kakashi came highly recommended, and if he took things seriously, he would end up helping her son greatly. She would have preferred it if he was also going with Naruto, but she couldn't always get what she wanted. You seem a little excited about this, the Uchiha matriarch said to her son. It had been a long time since she saw him so excited like this. It was nice seeing that something could excite him. Perhaps his sensei had promised him something good. Sasuke nodded. With just me to focus on, I know Kakashi-sensei will not slack off. He was actually serious about training me, so I think we will be learning something that will help with my development. It wasn't that he wasn't learning anything useful with Naruto, but he did need some time away from the blonde. The thought that the blonde was still his age still lingered within his mind, and sometimes that didn't make him focus. But with the blonde away, he could focus on wiping out that indifferent mask. Yes, he would tear off that mask. Makoto looked at her son carefully. Are you not just excited that you'll get to train without Naruto and learn something that he doesn't know? Well, she could see that happening. Sasuke didn't deny it. Not just that, but we all win our rounds. I get to face him in the finals. I will have something he won't see coming. Sometimes it is difficult knowing that whatever I do, I just can't seem to catch up to him. This is my chance. You can catch up to him if you try hard enough. Sasuke, Makoto said confidently. Naruto is still just like you. You are of the same age and you're both geniuses. You also possess something that Naruto doesn't, the Sharingan. Naruto has the Sharingan, Sasuke corrected. He was sure that his mother was very much aware about this. Naruto didn't seem like he capable of hiding things from her, so the blonde had to have told her about the Sharingans he has. Makoto shook her head lightly. The Sharingans Naruto has can never be used in the same way as you. He cannot use any ability other than what is programmed into the eyes unless he implants them. Sasuke nodded. Well, he is still a Jinchuriki, that meant he housed chakra that didn't seem to have an end. Chakra was essential in a shinobi battle. Naruto was likely to be better because of his already large amounts of chakra. Naruto's strength has nothing to do with the Kyuubi, dear, Makoto said firmly. Even without the Kyuubi, Naruto has much more chakra than you, which is why he can use Kage Bunshin without any risks, but you can't. Despite the fact that he has large amounts of chakra, Naruto's fighting style isn't centered on ninjutsu, is it? Sasuke frowned, shaking his head. No, he said. You never see him releasing jutsu after jutsu. Sometimes I even think he only knows 2 or 3 jutsus. He isn't afraid to use just one jutsu the entire battle. But it is quite effective, Makoto said. In any case, don't look at Naruto as a mountain you cannot climb, my son. I believe that with hard work, you can do it. You are my son and Itachi's brother. It may not come tomorrow, but I know eventually, you will be better than Naruto. He isn't great at everything either. That was something that made Sasuke smile, a beautiful smile that would have made Sakura turn crimson as a classic Hinata would and then faint a second later. Thank you, mother, he said. Naruto is a short-range fighter. He always needs to get close to his opponents to win. I think I will better my mid-range techniques to help make up for that weakness. Do that, Makoto said. And when you come back, make your mother proud, okay? Of course, Sasuke said firmly. What will Naruto be doing? I don't know, probably going to train Hinata to prepare her for the match against her cousin. He has been a little obsessed in getting her into the right fighting spirit. He has done a good job so far, but with how much time he gives the girl, you'd think that he actually cared. Sasuke said in thought. Makoto seemed amused. Don't speak of Naruto like that. He is a sweet person. You just never see that side of him, she said. Sasuke looked at his mother with a stare. The first few days, he treated Hinata like a pet mother, the raven-haired said firmly. I don't care much, but it says something when a person looks at another person not as a human but a pet. It was almost creepy at first. Makoto laughed. Well, that is Naruto, she said. He is special in his own way. Perhaps this is why I like him so much. He sees things differently, and while flawed, I think he is a good person. Sasuke didn't tell his mother that the only person who could actually say that with confidence was her and the blonde's mother. Not even Kakashi had at least once said that Naruto was a delightful person. The blonde was just an indifferent person. His mother just liked the blonde. He shook his head, clearing those thoughts. His mind almost drifted into a foreign land. It would have been something uncomfortable. I will see you when I return, mother. Sasuke waved at his mother as he walked away from her. Hokage office allies were something valuable in the elemental nations, but one could never be too sure that they would be there to help in the time of need. The Sandaime Hokage had sent a message to the Yondaime Kazekage to talk to him about what he had learned about Orochimaru's plans. He needed Suna to offer a helping hand as a sign of their friendship and strong alliance. It was still early days, but he was having a bad feeling. The man had so far said that he would only come to Konoha during the day of the finals, so they won't have much time to talk before that. He only hoped that things would work out for the best though. But in case things don't work out, he would have a plan. You could not fully expose your back in the shinobi world. There was always something that was looking forward to stabbing you. The Sandaime would make sure that even if things with Sunagaku don't work out, Konoha would be in the best position to handle its problems. Of course he thought the possibilities of Sunagaku turning their backs on them were very low. Granted, the talks they have held and the agreements they have signed were not just a farce, nothing could go wrong. Sarutobi believed so. He had come to trust Rasa, but not with his life of course. Every Kage always did what was best for their villages, that meant anything was possible. Orochimaru has surely grown arrogant in his power. The Sandaime Hokage said to Jiraiya, who was sitting on the window frame, looking outside from the tower into the streets of the village he called his beloved home. The Sannin continued staring outside for a few moments before looking back inside the office into his former sensei. Yes, the man said in a quiet tone and a small nod. I can't really believe that he is going to do it though. He paused for a moment, studying the third carefully. How are you dealing with it though? Orochimaru was your favorite student. The Sandaime Hokage lost his smile for a moment as he put on a disappointed look on his face. He shook his head, wiping the look off his face. He turned his eyesight towards the ceiling as he responded, I did see him as my son, and even though people told me that he was evil in the inside, I was blinded by my love for him. Even when faced with the chance to do right, I still could not do it. The old man shifted his gaze towards Jiraiya and put in a hardened mask. But this time I will not. You plan to face Orochimaru. Jiraiya stated with a frown. You've not been getting any stronger, sensei. You're way past your prime. The Sandaime smiled bitterly. I know, he said. But this is something that I must do. I have made so many mistakes in the past, and although I have been trying to correct them, the consequences still weigh up on me. I can still fight. Jiraiya wasn't going to doubt his sensei. In his prime, the old man had been called a god of shinobi, and that wasn't just something that was given to him because he was better. He had been an excellent shinobi and his genius made him feared and respected all over the elemental nations. He believed there was still one more fight with the Sandaime. Besides that, Orochimaru was his greatest blunders. He had allowed the snake to leave the village when he could have stopped him. For the old man to have peace in his when he does face death, he would need to correct the mistake that he made. But if I see that you're struggling, I will not hesitate to interfere, Jiraiya said in a firm tone. I cannot allow you to die. You can hate me in the end, but this village still needs you, sensei. Even though you're way old, you're still a pillar that cannot be shaken. You have had your faults, but you have always tried to do what is best. Hiruzen smiled warmly. I don't plan on dying anytime soon, Jiraiya, he said. He wasn't being completely honest with his former student. If killing Orochimaru meant sacrificing himself, he would do it. Of course he would worry about Naruto, but he was sure he had made plans for things to work out. Honestly, sensei, Jiraiya said with a bitter smile. I have lost Minato, no family left, Tsunade Hime isn't here, and if you go as well, I'd really be lost, the Sannin said in a calm yet sad tone. The Sandaime didn't say anything. This one of those moments he needed to get something strong to drink or his pipe. But he suppressed the urge. You can try to get Tsunade back, and you still have Naruto and Kushina-chan. Speaking of, the blondes just made the Toad Sage frown. Tsunade has been refusing my advances and she has come close to breaking my bones each time I try to get her back to the village, and Naruto, although he is my godson, won't acknowledge me as family. Kushina doesn't have a problem though. He could get along with the two just fine. His time away with them from the village had proved that. While he might not have grown closer to Naruto, he was still able to understand the blonde a bit. If they share something in common, Naruto wouldn't have a problem with him. The blonde didn't hate him anyway, just didn't care. Naruto is just a little detached, the Sandaime Hokage said. He doesn't care for making bonds just for the sake of it. Naruto doesn't ignore you when you try to talk to him, he speaks to you freely. Don't force things, just allow things follow through their course and it will work out. As long as you keep making an appearance in his life, Naruto will notice you. Jiraiya managed a smile at hearing this. He trailed off when he heard a knock at the door. Enter, the Sandaime said. The door slowly opened as Naruto stepped into the office. His eyes traveled from the old man sitting behind his desk and then to Jiraiya. They lingered on the Sannin for a moment before looking back at the Sandaime Hokage. Ah, Naruto-kun, the old man said happily. Have you come for the preparations? He spoke without explaining what the preparations were for. He knew Naruto would get it. The blonde nodded. I'm leaving the village along with my mother and Hinata, he said. We need permission for that. The old man nodded with a smile. I have already prepared the documents and signed them. You should be good to go tomorrow morning. Is there anything else that you'll need? Naruto shook his head. You need to keep something in mind, Naruto, the third said in a serious tone. Now that you have caught Orochimaru's interest, he will likely be after you as well. If you don't mind, it would be best if you permit Jiraiya to make visits every now and then. He will be doing the same with Sasuke. That is fine, Naruto said calmly. I just wanted to make sure that things were in order. I have already had Hinata pack her things. I will see you tomorrow morning then, the blonde. Before you leave, the Sandaime started. I want you to visit the gravesite at around 4 p.m. You should meet someone there. Naruto looked at the old man questionably, but all he got from the third was a smile, and so he nodded and then disappeared from the office via Shunshin. What are you planning? Jiraiya asked curiously. The third continued to smile for a few moments before he finally responded to his former student. Naruto's captain in Anbu, well, former captain. She is having some troubles and I'm sure she will be there at the site by that time. Naruto made a bond with his team during his Anbu days, so I am sure he will be useful. The Toad Sage shook his head. Well, his sensei was always scheming something. When was he ever going to take it easy? Sensei, Jiraiya started. Do you think that Orochimaru would try to get Naruto to follow him when he realizes just how he thinks? The Sandaime nodded. There is no doubt about that, the old man said firmly. But there is no chance Naruto will actually follow Orochimaru. If anything, he would join the hunt for my former foolish student. Naruto detests people like Orochimaru and would never allow him to get close to his mother. In Naruto's eyes, she is a pure person, just like Hinata is, and if Orochimaru got closer, he would only try to corrupt them. Jiraiya appeared to think for a few moments before speaking once again. Well, at least we don't have to worry about that. He also formed a rather strong bond with Makoto, and Sasuke seems to be willing to follow him without question. He has, the third said with a small nod. How are you going to handle things though? You're okay with him leaving the village along with his mother because he won't be able to notice the increase in security. Anbu forces already know, and the Jonins will be informed shortly. With Naruto away, he won't know, but if he finds out while away, he won't bother returning, the Sandaime Hokage said calmly. If something like that happens, it won't be good for him. The villagers will turn on him as the Jinchuriki and shinobi who fled from his responsibilities. They won't say he is Minato's son, they will say he is nothing like their hero. Of course, if something like that happens, Naruto would have an excuse to never set foot in the village. There were other factors that could sway the blonde though, and one was Uchiha Makoto. The third was positive that Naruto wouldn't just abandon the village without talking to her first. Makoto would not leave because she has her clan to look after. This meant that Sasuke would also be around the village with his mother still here. Things could still work out. Don't you think he will just disappear when he learns that the village is under attack? Jiraiya asked. The Sandaime smiled. I have a plan for that, he said. Don't worry about it, it is solid. It will make sure that Naruto fights for Konoha without any worries about his mother. You just worry about what you have to do and leave Naruto to me. Jiraiya didn't like the glint in his sensei's eyes. It was always there when the old man was plotting something, and he just hoped that it was something that wouldn't backfire. But whatever it was, he was sure it wasn't something he wanted people to know. What about Danzo? The Warhawk had not been just sitting quiet as the Sandaime ran the show. He was doing on his own share of scheming. It may not be anything illegal, but it wasn't something good when it was being planned by the man. There was always a sinister motive behind Danzo's actions after all. The Sandaime's smile was replaced by a frown as he responded to Jiraiya. That is a problem, but I am trying to limit the damage that he is doing. For now, we have Orochimaru to worry about. But of course that doesn't mean that we must take our eyes off him. One little slip and he will be ready to pounce. Hyuga compound. Hinata nervously glanced at her father, with her mind working out a few ways on how things would go about with what she was going to say to him. Trying to get him to talk to her hadn't been easy, but she had managed it. Perhaps he was willing to speak to her because she had made it to the final round of the Chunin exams. Father, Hinata managed to say the word without stuttering. Perhaps it was because she didn't hold many nice feelings towards the man. She wouldn't say she hated the man. Despite everything, the man was her father and nothing would change that. Even so, she didn't hold too many fond feelings towards him. Naruto was always telling her to speak her mind, but when she was faced with those unflinching eyes, she could never really speak her mind about certain things, and to think the man who could stare at her coldly was her father. She was nothing more like a slave bought at a hefty price for the Hyuga to use, but since she had been deemed useless, they had discarded her, but still wished her to live because they had paid a hefty fee. What is it, Hinata? Hiyashi questioned in a stern tone. I. Hinata swallowed when her father merely stared at her coldly, twitching slightly at her stuttering. Any second now and he would stand up and leave the room. She would not be able to say anything to him. I am going to leave the village with my team for this month before the final round of the Chunin exams. Hinata was a lot more surprised than Hiyashi at her audacity. The former Hyuga heiress had spoken in a firm tone, not asking her father for permission to leave the village but merely informing him that she was leaving. It sounded as if his opinion didn't matter in her decision to leave the village. Getting over his surprise, Hiyashi put on a not-so-amused mask on his face. What makes you think that I am going to allow you to leave the village? He asked, merely out of curiosity. He was daring her to give a response. If the Sandaime approved of it, then there was no way he could stand in the way. She was serving the village as a member of Konoha's military force. If her sensei said she had to be at the training ground at 12 a.m., she would have to be there. He could only use his power to make the Jonin in charge of her reconsider things. I was only informed to tell you that I leave tomorrow and will return on the day for the finals, Hinata said in a humbled tone, her eyes not facing her father. It was a big ask for her to speak without stuttering, but facing the man straight in the eye would just shatter her confidence. Do as you like, Hiyashi said dismissively. It isn't like I have much hope for you anyway. You have disappointed me long before, I cannot expect anything good from you. Interestingly enough, Hinata didn't feel down by those harsh words. Perhaps it because she now knew that she was a lot better than what her father believed her to be. Senju compound Kankuro stared into the sky running a number of thoughts inside his head. They were ready to leave the village and return to Suna, but it wasn't the return that was making him worry, but rather, what Baki had told him and the fact that he had to keep it a secret from his brother and sister. His sensei had informed him of Suna's planned invasion to Konoha. The man didn't seem to agree with it, but still had to do what needed to be done because he was following orders of the Cage. The man had ordered his forces to prepare for war, and shinobi would do so. Sunagakure wasn't in the best of places, but still, it wasn't really in a position of power. It heavily depended on Konoha to thrive. He didn't understand all that, but he still had to do what he needed to do. He didn't think that his father would plot against Konoha, but it was happening. Kankuro didn't really care about anything, he just wanted to make sure that his siblings were safe. Keeping this information from them would keep them safe, then he was going to do so. Temari and Gaara were being kept in the dark because according to Baki, the two were much closer to Naruto and his mother. If Suna was going to betray Suna, it would really be betraying them. If the two knew, they would no doubt tell Naruto about it or his mother. Kankuro had seen how Naruto acted around his mother and he had heard what his sister said about the blonde when things relate to this mother. Kushina also really cared about his siblings, but he could not risk anything, even though he knew that. He didn't really care that much about Naruto anyway. It was a little easy for him to go about things. You've been spacing a lot recently, Temari said walking up to her brother. What is bothering you, brother? Kankuro turned to face his elder sister for a moment before looking at Gaara, who was just behind Temari. Our father, the puppet user said. That was something believable because he was actually worried about his father. Gaara looked at his brother carefully. He knew when someone was hiding something and he was sure that Kankuro was hiding something as well. But because he didn't know how serious things were, he couldn't say anything. Besides, he believed that his brother would come around when he feels their time is right for him to tell them what he is keeping bottled up. He has not been himself recently, Gaara said calmly. I wonder what has been happening around. We are no longer to wander into the Cage Tower and there has been a lot of activity within the village. Kankuro was glad he had his face mask on, otherwise there would be some worries on his face. Gaara wasn't stupid. He was very observant, but he was not going to let anything slip through unless the redhead decided to use interrogation to get information. Kankuro really didn't see that happening, though. I wonder what is happening. Temari added her own thoughts. I thought things had changed, but now things seem to have returned to the way they used to be. Baki walked up to the three siblings before anything could be said. He got straight to the point. I just received a message from the Cage, he said. He said you're all to stay here, as long as the Uzumaki permits it. If not, we will find you a hotel. I will handle your training, so you don't have to worry about anything. Of course, staying here was just a way for him to keep his presence in the village so that he could study the village's defenses and study where and how he could attack. Understanding the enemy from the inside would be better in order to take them out. There would be a lot of questions if he appeared in the village every now and then without anything really. With his students he could get in and out of the village in the pretense of taking them out on a training field outside the village. They had made it to the finals, so no one would question anything. I don't think Naruto's mother will have a problem, Tamari said. But the problem is that Naruto won't be in the village along with his mother. He didn't say anything about the details, but he told me that he would be leaving the village for some training time. All the better, Baki thought. He could make use of the compound without worrying about the Uzumakis catching him. He just had to worry about Konoha's Anbu, but he was sure that he could handle things smoothly. I have already spoken to the Sandaime Hokage and he is okay with everything, you just have to talk to Kushina-san. Baki said. Talk to me about what? Kushina suddenly asked, as she walked towards the Suna shinobis, with Naruto slowly walking beside her. Baki turned to face the woman. He really needed to keep his guard up a lot more. He hadn't felt the presence of the two before the woman spoke. In fact, he hadn't even felt the presence of the blonde beside her until he saw him. What was with that blonde, anyway? Rasa-sama has requested that you allow his children to stay here while they prepare for the Chunin exam finals. They only told me that you were leaving the village. Kushina blinked. Well yeah, we are leaving the village, but I don't see any problem if you stay here anyway. I will have Makoto-chan keep an eye them while away, she paused turning to Naruto. Would you rather we leave with them? It could be fun. Naruto shook his head. They will be opponents in the finals, it will be best I not see anything of their abilities as they train, the blonde responded calmly. Well, I tried, Kushina mumbled. Naruto wasn't worried about the three staying here while he was away. The Senju compound didn't have anything valuable in it that they could find. The only valuable thing was protected by a blood seal, and finding it wasn't likely unless they were searching for it. The rest of his assets were inside the safety of his house. Kushina smiled as she looked at the Sand Kids. Well, come on you guys. If you are going to stay here for a month, we need to stock up the food for you stay. You're my guests, so I can't have you buy your own food. Root Base's Danzo narrowed his eyes at Orochimaru as the snake Sannin walked through his house, with Kabuto right beside him. What are you playing at Orochimaru? The War Hawk demanded as the snake neared him. What do you mean by that, Danzo? Orochimaru asked innocently. He knew what the man was talking about, but it was fun seeing Danzo make that face. He got a glare from the man and he merely laughed in response. Don't make me reconsider colluding with you, Orochimaru, Danzo stated in a firm tone. Orochimaru shrugged. You didn't have a choice in the matter. For you to get what you want, you need me, the snake smirked. You shouldn't say such careless things, Danzo. I could handle things on my part without you, but working with you making things a little interesting. Danzo was quiet for a few moments as he mulled over his thoughts. If he really had any other option, he would not have asked the Sannin for his help. Well, it just happened that the snake was acting and it was something that could work for him and so he decided to hitch a hike. Nevertheless, if you're going to continue working with me, I'll need you to tell me when you are going to do things that I will find troubling. Danzo stated firmly. Continue. Orochimaru said in an amused tone. Come on, Danzo, we both know that as soon as you have Konoha in your hands, you will try to get rid of me. I'm useful right now, but once you have gained what you need, you will try to kill me. I have been working with you for a long time, do you really think that I naively walk with you thinking we can be real partners? I guess I will have to find the answers on my own then, Danzo said, ignoring Orochimaru's question. I want the Uchiha, and I will very like it if you keep your distance. Naruto is also off limits. You can't have everything you want, Danzo, Orochimaru said calmly. Speaking of Naruto-kun, what can you tell about him? He seems a lot more interesting than I first thought. I heard he humiliated you, Danzo said. If he could smile, he would be smiling right about now. He really did some satisfaction in knowing that the snake had been humiliated by a mere brat. That must have wounded your pride. Kuku. Orochimaru burst out laughing. I must say he caught me by surprise. I didn't think that I would see the Hiraishin in action in his hands, and he seems to control the Kyuubi's power to some degree. There is more to him than that, Danzo said. He is a cunning child, and a former Anbu. I will need him for my new Konoha. The power of the Kyuubi needs to be used for Konoha's safety and goals. The Warhawk paused as he changed the subject. How are things at your end? Fine, Orochimaru said with a grin. Things are moving smoothly. I just hope you don't plan on stabbing me in the back right after I kill my sensei. I will be busy, Danzo said. I'm sure you'll have something planned up just in case. You know me, Orochimaru said, smiling. Make sure you hold your end of the deal, Danzo. I don't want to use threats, but there will be consequences if you don't. I have nothing to lose in this, but with you, you have everything to lose. Graveyard Naruto was surprised when he saw Yugao at the site. He was not really expecting to see her of all people. The Sandaime had said that he would meet someone, but never did he think that he would meet her of all people. What was she even doing at a place like this? And what did the old man have planned? This wasn't just something random. When it came to him, Sarutobi didn't do random stuff, everything was always calculated. The blonde shook off his thoughts and walked towards Yugao. As he grew closer to her, he heard a sobbing sound. Naruto didn't make much of it until he got closer to her. She was standing in front of a stone. Who was buried under the stone didn't interest him at all, but he was surprised to see tears streaming running down her cheeks. The blonde frowned slightly as he realizing that the woman was crying. She didn't even seem to have noticed his presence at all. Naruto just stood there, his eyes analyzing the look on her face. Her eyes were all red, and she looked anguished. This was the part of humans that was very much interesting. Sometimes these vile creatures could look so broken that it was almost sad. Naruto could not say that Yugao was pretending. She wasn't the kind to do so. She looked to be in pain. Naruto could not empathize. He did not feel a damn thing within him. There was nothing that could make him move towards her to comfort. The only tears that moved him were his mother's. When had he last seen them? He could not even think of taking such a luggage to his mother so that she could comfort it. His mother was not a machine used to comfort people. He was basically useless in this kind of situation, so why had the Sandaime brought him to this place? Naruto smiled when he realized something. He was never going to have pieces of his own. The Sandaime was a cunning and manipulative geezer who kept besting him. He had Hinata because the old man had pushed her into his hands, and now he was throwing him another piece to use. It was like all the pieces he had on his board were all handpicked by the crafty old man. How Naruto hated knowing that everything that he was doing was according the old man's plans. He just could not get away from the web that connected him to the Sandaime's schemes. This was another piece for him, huh? Well, Naruto wasn't going to push Yugao away. He was going away for some time. He could use someone else to teach Hinata while he worked on his reflexes and taijutsu. He was going to face a speed demon in the finals. It would not do him good if he neglected his training. He was not looking forward to having his mother nurse a wounded hurt, but this had to be done. Yugao would always be grateful for her help. He had come to understand loyalty was much stronger than strings of manipulation. Of course that depended on people. With humans, anything was very much possible. Naruto took Yugao's hand and they disappeared in gusts of wind. Chapter 16. The Sandaime Hokage smiled at Kage as the man took his seat beside him. They were the only Kages present for the finals of this Chunin exam. Well, the professor wasn't making much complaints about the absence. This way was just fine. The important people were not the Kages but rather the potential clients and the contestants. It would have been good for both of us if you'd come here earlier, Hiruzen said to the Kage. There were certain things that I wanted to discuss with you. Sunagakure was allied with Konohagakure and there were things that needed to be ironed out. He also had the intention of informing the man of Orochimaru's plans, but this wasn't a good place to do so. Still, for someone who went through many ways in order to form a strong relationship between the two villages, he would have thought that the man would be more than happy to discuss business. We will have all the time we need after the finals, the Kage said calmly. I must thank you though for taking care of my children. I thought cutting the distance they would have had to cover while traveling to and back from Suna would give them enough time to train. The Sandaime smiled. Although I was not able to see their training, I am sure that they had more than enough time. The Senju compound's training fields are protected by barriers, so they would have had the secrecy they needed. Ah, that would be the Uzumaki's doing, Rasa said with a smile. Baki informs me that they were away from the village. They have yet to return. It appears that way, Sarutobi said. I'm not even sure myself where they went. You know Naruto, he doesn't like indulging everything and is quite capable. The Cage laughed for a second. Yes, he is indeed quite capable for someone his age. I was honestly surprised when I learned of the things he could do. You have raised quite the shinobi with him. I am just glad that he is engaged to my daughter. We can talk about that later, the Sandaime Hokage said as he stood up from his seat. He raised his right hand to silence the full-packed stadium. Thank you for coming everyone. I welcome you to the finals of the Chunin exam. The proctor stepped up before the Sandaime could say anything further. My name is Gok, and I will be the proctor of the finals. I will state some rules before we begin. There will be a count of 5 and if the contestant isn't in the stadium by the count of 5, she will be disqualified. The match will be over when a contestant is unable to continue or when she waves the white flag. I reserve the right to call off a match and declare a winner if I believe the contestant can longer continue. I will not repeat the rules as I believe they are simple enough for everyone to understand them. There will be no special treatment for anyone late. First match, Hyuga Hinata vs Hyuga Neji. With Makoto, Miko-chan, Kushina said to the Uchiha as she made herself comfortable beside the woman. Thanks for saving my seat, she said. I figured you'd want to watch with your friend by your side, Makoto said responded with a smile. It didn't feel as if it had been a month since she last saw the Uzumaki. Really time had moved so quickly. With her precious son away, she thought things would have been slow as the desire to see her loved one's return grew by the day, but it had just flown by. Perhaps it because she had been buried deep in her work as clan head and trying to tie some loose ends with other clans. Naturally, Kushina said taking her eyes into the center of the stadium as she saw Neji take his turn. She glanced at her friend for a moment as she asked, "Things okay in my absence?" Makoto nodded, "Yes," she said. "Just missed you and Naruto. Speaking of which, where is he? The match is about to begin and if he is late, Hinata will be disqualified from her match. I doubt he trained her just so she could be disqualified." Kushina wasn't worried about that. She had just been with Naruto and Hinata just a few minutes ago. They'd only returned to the village. She'd wanted to return earlier but Naruto had said he wanted to get some things done in preparation for his match against Lee. Might be planning for a dramatic entrance. Kushina said with a smile. Makoto smiled at hearing that. She was slightly amused, but not surprised. Naruto wasn't the one for dramatics. He wouldn't put on a show, especially for people such as these. It was not secret to her that Naruto held no love for Konoha's people. Putting on a show for them wasn't something he'd do, unless there was a motive behind. She really liked how the blonde worked his mind. It was admirable. I just want to see his match. He is going to go against a very tough opponent, Makoto said. Honestly, she was a lot eager to see Naruto fight than seeing her own son do battle against a Jinchuriki. Was she bad mother for that? Back at center stage Neji confidently strolled on the ground, his eyes darting around for a sign of Hinata. He could not see her anywhere, and he had been tempted to use his Byakugan to find her. He wasn't nervous about fighting her, not by any chance. The thought of using the Byakugan was because he thought that she might be hiding from him. She was a spineless and sheltered little girl after all. She was a failure and everyone in the Hyuga clan knew that. It wouldn't surprise him even if she doesn't show up. He would still be disappointed though. He wanted to show everyone that just because he was in the branch family, didn't mean that he was a loser. The proctor looked up for a moment. "We will beg." The man was cut off when a powerful tornado blitzed into the stadium. The tornado crashed at the center in a loud boom that caused debris to pick up, but it did not fold. It continued spinning powerfully for a few moments. It had happened so quickly that the crowd had been put on alert by the arrival. The shinobi who had been ready for war, had nearly jumped out of their hiding place with their weapons raised. But the swirling wind suddenly burst, dispersing, revealing a very Hyuga Hinata with her right knee on her ground, and Naruto standing just beside her with his right hand on her right shoulder. The blonde disappeared a second later. Neji narrowed his eyes at his cousin. He had to quite honestly admit that he was very shocked by her appearance. He hadn't thought that his timid cousin would actually have the spine to actually be okay with an entrance like this. As Hinata stood up, the proctor spoke. Are both contestants ready? There were stiff nods from both Hyugas. Begin. Neji didn't get into a stance, he took the chance to speak. He didn't care that people could hear him. Nothing would really change. He was fated for misery. I thought you were simply hiding, unable to face me. Neji said a bit arrogantly. Hinata tilted her head to the side. She wasn't smiling, but her expression wasn't completely blank. Why would I hide, Neji-nisan? The former Hyuga heiress asked in a quiet tone. Neji couldn't really spot the difference between the Hinata he knew and the Hinata he was seeing in front of him. Why? You're a failure, and you cannot defeat me, Hinata-sama. You cannot defeat me. A failure like you should have just stayed in bed. You're not even fit to be a shinobi. A failure, huh? Hinata put on a really sad smile. I am a failure. My own father considered me a failure and told me that he expected nothing of me even though I made it to the finals. I am a weak coward who lost the status of clan heiress to my younger sister simply because I could not strike her down, but what of it? Neji was slightly surprised by Hinata's calm response. What of it? He scoffed. What? Because your father discarded you, you want to prove yourself against me? Don't be a fool, Hinata-sama. He paused. Oh, wait, you are a fool. You cannot defeat me. That is your fate. You're nothing but a spoiled little princess and I will show you just how much of a failure you are. I have nothing to prove to my father, Hinata said in a firm tone that surprised many in the stadium. I am indeed a failure, a coward, yes. But you're mistaken, Neji, I am not a spoiled child. There is no difference between you and me. There is a difference, Neji shouted, momentarily losing his calm. You don't have to walk around cursed by Seal. You're born into the main family, you have everything given to you and don't have this fate hanging over your forehead. Hinata's sad smile deepened as she shook her head. Do you know something, Neji? My own father has threatened to put the caged bird seal on me, regardless of my birth. You're not the only one with burdens, I know someone with a heavy burden, far greater than yours. At least you didn't have to walk around this village with people cursing your very existence because you carry something. Hinata took a stance, but did not activate her Byakugan. A second later, she darted towards Neji. She didn't attack him head-on, instead, she jumped up into the air, flipping and face downwards. Byakugan, the dujutsu activated as her body began to twist around in midair. She charged down towards Neji like a bullet, rushing through in tremendous speed. There was a loud boom when she crashed into the ground. Neji did just enough to jump away from the human bullet. The moment he landed on the ground, Hinata was already on the attack once again. Her right hand was glowing with chakra and she aimed a strike towards his forehead. Neji leaned back slightly to avoid the blow. As he did, Hinata raised her right foot and attempted a high kick aimed towards Neji's left shoulder. The Hyuga blocked her kick with the palm of his right hand, which was glowing with chakra. He then grabbed her leg around the ankle. Hinata sent her free foot towards Neji's head, but the kick was caught once again. Before Hinata could strike Neji with the palm of her right hand, her cousin acted faster and brutally slammed her into the ground. The Hyuga prodigy then jumped slightly before aiming a strike straight towards Hinata's chest. While still lying on the ground, Hinata held out the palm of her right hand, glowing with chakra. Neji's strike was blocked by the palm of her hand, but there was an explosion of chakra when the two hands collided. Hinata was slightly buried into the ground, as Neji flashed away from her. The crowd roared as Hinata stood up and took a stance. Neji merely glared at her heatedly. She was putting on a fight, far better than he had expected her. He could not allow her to perform like this. And so, Neji dashed towards Hinata. Upon reaching her, the Hyuga prodigy aimed a high left-footed kick towards Hinata. His foot was glowing with chakra as he sought to strengthen the kick. Hinata leaned back as he had predicted and Neji reacted in faster speed as he brought his right foot into the ground, and aimed a powerful strike into Hinata's chest. Hinata managed to put her left hand as a last-ditch cover, but the attack was still able to send her crashing into the walls of the arena. She crashed into the wall with her back, but was quick to peel herself off it as Neji was upon her again. The prodigy reached her quickly, and began his attacks. You're within my field. 8 trigrams 64 palms. As the Hyuga released his strikes, he was baffled as Hinata blocked each strike. None of his 64 strikes hit her. Neji's shock had been clearly visible as well as his frustrations at being unable to hit his cousin. He just could not understand how she could have blocked all strikes without allowing one to slip. No one had fought against had actually done that. More to that, Hinata was a complete failure. While Neji was in his shock, Hinata reacted quickly and waved a high kick that slammed into the Hyuga's forehead, sending him flying backwards. Neji flipped several times in midair before landing on both his feet. "Does it surprise you that much?" Hinata asked quietly. "You say that I'm a failure, and I agreed with you. But do you know something? I have a sensei, who has been telling me that I am not a failure and has brought me to this level." "Don't get full of yourself," Neji shouted. "I really do care about you, Neji. This resentment that you carry towards us, it pains me. I have always wanted to be your friend and family, not just Hinata-sama, the spoiled child you see as having everything because of her birth." Hinata said as she took out a scroll and opened it. "I don't want to fight in a way that will hurt you." Naruto would probably not approve, but there was a way in which the blonde had taught her that would guarantee her victory. Above everything else, she just wanted to save her cousin. Besides, it wouldn't be a good surprise if she does manage to keep some cards hidden to herself. Naruto hadn't taught her just one way of fighting. "What nonsense are you talking about, Kai?" Hinata said after throwing the scroll into the air. The scroll releasing a wave of water that sped towards Neji, but they did no harm, but rather just filled the entire ground. Neji narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His Byakugan could see traces of Hinata's chakra within the water. It was strange. Hyugas always fought with their taijutsu style and nothing else. What was Hinata planning? "I didn't lose my status as clan heir because I was really weak. I could fight my sister, but I just could not strike her because she was my younger sister. I wanted to protect her, not hit her. But due to my own weakness, she ended up carrying the weight that I was supposed to carry. Instead of protecting her, I burdened her," Hinata said with a sad smile. "I am gentle. My sensei isn't the gentlest person, actually, he can be cold-hearted at times, but do you know what? He told me that my kindness is what makes me who I am and that I should never lose it." "Kakashi." Hinata shook her head. "Uzumaki Naruto, he is my sensei. I can fight because of the inspiration he has given me. He gave me courage and the will to stand up. Perhaps if you speak to him one day, you will learn to understand that what you carry on your forehead isn't something you can curse your own existence about, but what he actually carries is something much more." Hinata took a stance and held out both her hands. Neji didn't say anything, but he charged towards Hinata, rushing through the water in the ring. He twisted around along with the water and then sent a strike towards Hinata's left shoulder. Hinata moved a motion with her left hand, a wall of water pulled up, creating a shield. Neji struck the wall, splashing the water, but didn't reach Hinata. The prodigy once again sent another strike towards Hinata, but the girl once again raised a shield of water. Neji attempted more strikes, but she continued to block them with the damn water. The Hyuga jumped away from the girl and glared at her. She was looking winded, but so was he. "It's fitting, isn't it?" Hinata suddenly spoke. "The water is gentle, so is the name of our taijutsu style." The moment those words left Hinata's mouth, Neji was jumping into the air as the water was moving up to grab both his feet. He frowned when he realized that there was no escaping the water. It was all over the arena. The moment he landed down, the water quickly grabbed both his feet like some gentle chains. Hinata moved her hands as the water began to rise up around Neji. The water created a dome around the Hyuga prodigy before Hinata spoke once again. "If I close this up, you will be trapped in a water bubble, and won't be able to breathe. Do you wish to give up?" Neji's face looked as if he had just been insulted massively. He glared hatefully at his cousin for a full minute before scoffing. "I will never surrender to you. Don't think that you have won." Hinata allowed the water to move towards Neji. "Kaden," Neji suddenly shouted. The Hyuga created a large dome of chakra. The rotating chakra hit the water, sending it splashing towards the walls of the arena. When Neji stopped spinning, he was breathing a bit heavily. "This has been achieved through hard work, the ultimate defense. You cannot defeat me, Hinata-sama." Hinata smiled. "You're a genius all right," the Hyuga said smiling. "That is something that only main family members ought to know, and yet you have mastered it on your own. If I was the clan head, I would not keep you from learning such things. Hinata looked into the sky for a moment before looking back at Neji. She raised her right hand. I wasn't expecting that, and I have run out of chakra. Neji seemed to have sensed that she was going to give up and sped towards her, but Hinata didn't do anything, she merely stared at her cousin. Upon reaching her, Neji released his Kaden, once again, but here he used it for offense. The rotation slammed into Hinata, and sent her brutally crashing into the wall. Still, Hinata got into her feet, her sad smile painted with blood. Proctor, I am unable to continue. Neji cursed his cousin. She could still fight. She still had chakra to continue. The fact that she was still able to get up after receiving that blow was lost to his mind. He was raging over the fact that she was faking being worn out. Is that it? You coward, you're just going to run away. My intention was not to win, but to put up a good fight. I pushed you to your limits. You can't use Kaden anymore, you have just enough chakra for one last move. I prefer to take things step by step. I put up a good fight, perhaps next time, I will fight to win. Hinata turned away from her cousin. Neji gritted his teeth in anger. She was showing him her back even though the proctor had yet to announce a winner. Neji lunged towards Hinata, but he didn't reach her because he was stopped by the proctor, who sent him a warning look. Winner, Hyuga Neji. There was a round of applause. With Naruto had been watching the match from above where he was with other genins and their senseis. What were you feeding her, was the question Ino demanded after the proctor announced the winner. Nothing, Naruto said. She was just taking things seriously, as a kunoichi should. I am honestly disappointed that she did not break him. Ino narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are you suggesting that I don't? Naruto turned to face the Yamanaka girl to see if she really wanted him to respond to her question. After watching her put on a pathetic show during the prelims, Naruto hadn't been more disappointed. Why couldn't she take things seriously? She was a kunoichi, and perhaps if she had been willing, she could have turned out to be of use. Ino stared back, daring the blonde to respond. That is what I am suggesting, Ino, Naruto said. He sighed. Perhaps that was my fault. I always fought your battles when you got into trouble. I should have taught you to defend yourself instead of just defending you. Protecting me was your job, Ino said with her hands folded across her chest. One that you forced me to do, Naruto grunted. Shikamaru cut in. Hinata said she didn't want to fight in a way that would hurt Neji, and you suggesting that she could have broken him means that there is more to her than she showed. Well, I think anyone would be able to tell. The kind of blow she received from taking on Neji's Kaden isn't something one would just shrug off. Aside from that, she was able to match Neji in speed and blocked all his attacks that could have proved fatal, the Nara said. Are you suggesting that she allowed Neji to hit her? Kurenai asked skeptically. There was great improvement, she saw it, but Shikamaru was suggesting that made things hard to believe. Shikamaru stared at Naruto for a few moments before shrugging. Maybe she couldn't, but what is certain is that, she did not struggle to block Neji's technique. I'm sure the experienced eyes can say she did it almost effortlessly. The Nara paused for a moment. Your turn is next. Naruto nodded. Naruto, Ino said in a quiet tone. Will you also be able to teach me? Naruto stared at the girl for a long minute. Once could explain that as his surprise even though it was not visible on his face. He wasn't only expecting Ino to actually say those words. It was something that almost made him smile. Almost. I will, he said before disappearing. He appeared in front of Lee, who looked more than ready to jump on him before the proctor could even officially start the match. This was going to be one hell of a battle. It was simply because the situation that surrounded him and the fact that this was a friendly wouldn't allow him to fight as he should. Lee was a fine genin with great speed and incredible physical prowess. This was surely going to put him to the test. It was fine though. A part of him relished to be put to the test. He was never usually restrained and pushed against the wall. Both contestants ready? The proctor asked, earning a nod from Naruto and a hi from Lee. Begin. Let us have a good match, Naruto-kun, Lee said firmly. His sensei had informed him that Naruto was better than Sasuke and he had to be careful. Of course he had been surprised when Guy informed him that Naruto was better, but when he remembered that the blonde had caught his kick when he was attempting to fight Sasuke, he didn't find it hard to believe. With the senseis, yo, Kakashi, Guy said happily at his rival. Come in time to watch me my student beat yours. The man asked with a toothy grin. Kakashi shrugged as he walked towards the man and other senseis with Sasuke strolling just behind him. The first match is already over then, the Jonin said, apparently having ignored Guy. Yes, Asuma said. Neji won. Hinata could have still continued fighting though, Kurenai pointed out. She seemed evenly matched with Neji on taijutsu and she had just pointed out that Neji didn't have much chakra left. She might have won if she didn't forfeit. I foresaw something like that happening, Kakashi said with a shake of his head. Well, it hardly matters anyway. I imagine the point wasn't for Hinata to win but to prove that she isn't as weak as people make her out to be. She must have showed guts, skill and decisiveness. If she pushed Neji to his limits, it is worth celebrating. I imagine not a single person in this arena was expecting her to win, let alone put up a good fight. If she did that, without even defeating Neji, then she won. Kakashi paused and turned to face Guy. You were saying something. Guy faltered for a moment before regaining his composure. Let us make a bet, I say Lee will win this match. Kakashi had to think for a moment. He might actually do it, the Jonin said much to the surprise of Sasuke. Are you serious? Sasuke asked, surprised. Naruto lose to a genin. I never thought I'd see something like that happening. No, I don't think it is possible, the Uchiha corrected himself with a shake of his head. Kurenai was curious. Why? Because he is strong, the Uchiha said firmly. Naruto would beat Neji to a pulp. I haven't even come close to beating him. He was the person to train Hinata. That says much about him, he paused turning to Kakashi. What do you really mean? Look at Naruto, Kakashi said. He isn't carrying his sword. When Naruto fights seriously, he always uses his sword. It doesn't mean he doesn't have the tools to stop Lee, he has them, and if Lee is like Guy, then Naruto knows he won't be someone to just stop by saying give up. Both Sasuke and Kakashi knew that Naruto used his sword to kill people. The blade wasn't used to get people to give up, it was used to cut things up. Both had seen how the blonde used his sword. If he used it in this battle, he would be cutting up Lee. And that would be like chopping of his hands or legs. I don't understand, Guy said, blinking in confusion. It's best you don't, Kakashi said, managing to sound nonchalant about it. Back at the fight Lee blurred of existence. Konoha Senpu. Lee was upon Naruto a matter of seconds, his right foot cleaving through the air in tremendous speed as it charged towards Naruto's forehead. The blonde raised both his hands, crossing them to form a defense. When Lee's foot crashed into his hands, Naruto was forced to slide backwards through the ground because of the strength behind Lee's kick. The taijutsu user didn't stop there, he moved closer to Naruto once again and let out another high kick, but this time with his left foot. Naruto blocked the kick by strengthening his crossed hands once again, and the kick crashed into them, but didn't break through. In a show of flexibility, Lee dropped to the ground after having his kick blocked. His right foot caught some wind as it traveled through the ground, rushing towards Naruto's feet in an attempt to sweep him off the ground. The blonde quickly jumped up, avoiding the attack. Naruto stretched out his right foot and then attempted to slam his heel on Lee's head, but the taijutsu user held out both his hands just above his head to block the attempt. He held on for the seconds it took for Naruto's left foot to touch down the ground. Before the blonde could make any move, Lee raised his right foot and attempted to slam it on his knee. Naruto quickly moved away to avoid being hit. He landed a few feet away as Lee straightened up. Naruto didn't linger around for too long, he disappeared in a small burst of speed that caused dust to pick up as he lifted off like a bullet. He flashed just above Lee, right foot swinging towards the taijutsu user's temple. The speed in which Naruto moved may have caught him by surprise, but Lee was still able to react quickly enough to put up both his hands in defense. Naruto's flying kick slammed into his hands, and to his surprise, there was a lot more power than he had anticipated. Lee was sent crashing into the wall in blinding speed. There was a loud boom when the genin crashed into the wall with his back. Naruto landed on the ground and a second later, he took off like a bullet once again. Rasengan, he charged up the jutsu as he neared Lee, who was plastered across the cracked wall he'd crashed into. Naruto attempted to slam the jutsu straight into the taijutsu user's gut, Lee blurred out of sight. The jutsu slammed into the wall. Boom. The jutsu exploded after hitting the wall. This created a hole in the wall, but there was enough dust to cover the two. Lee suddenly flashed behind Naruto and slammed a right kick into the blonde's back. There was another boom as Naruto crashed into the wall with his front. Because the wall was already having a hole on it, he was only able to create a bigger hole after crashing. When the dust died, the crowd saw Lee standing a couple of feet away from the large hole in the wall, spotting a few bruised and Naruto stepping out of the darkness within the hole. The crowd burst into a thunderous roar of appreciation. Bets were being made on who was going to come out on top in the match. "I figured fighting against someone like you would be very challenging," Naruto stated as he walked out of the wall. He stood before Lee, head tilted to the side. "I have never had fun fighting someone. Perhaps because it was always an enemy that I had to dispel or someone I was training. I am glad that you're enjoying this," Lee said with a toothy grin. His expression turned slightly serious. "We must continue with this. There are still other matches that must still be fought." Naruto didn't offer a response, he merely rushed towards the taijutsu user. Lee rushed on towards him as well. When the two got closer, Lee fell backwards, allowing his boy to fall down as he slid down the ground. Naruto jumped into the air to avoid the feet that would have peeled him off the ground. As he landed a feet away from Lee, got up and twisted around as he lunged towards Naruto in tremendous speed. The green-clad genin sent a flying kick towards the back of Naruto's head. The blonde ducked under the kick before he spun around to face the taijutsu user. Lee reacted quicker and threw a punch towards Naruto's face. The blonde tilted his head to the side, avoiding the punch. Lee didn't stop there, his left punch drove towards Naruto in blinding speeds. Naruto blocked the punch by raising his right hand around the side of his head. He picked up his right foot from the ground and sent a midsection kick towards Lee's waist level. The genin responded by doing the same while jumping back slightly to make some room. The two kicks clashed in midair, creating a small shockwave. The two leaned forward slightly, both driving their right punches towards each other's face. The two fists clashed between, coming to a standstill. Lee quickly spun around. He returned to face Naruto with a high kick, aimed at the blonde's temple. Naruto reacted by ducking under the kick. Lee seemed to have anticipated because he twisted his body remarkably as he leaned forward, both his hands held out. He grabbed Naruto by his shoulders with his right foot still in the air. He used the blonde as balance to propel himself into the air while Naruto was forced downwards with his face. The blonde twisted around and hit the ground with his back as Lee flew above him. The taijutsu user dragged himself downwards, aiming a brutal punch towards Naruto's chest. The blonde inhaled some air with his mouth before releasing it in the form of 4 wind bullets. The invisible projectiles hit the taijutsu user straight on the chest, sending him back above the ground. Naruto held a single-hand seal, wind style, great wind breakthrough. The blonde released powerful gusts of wind from his position, sending them straight at Lee. The taijutsu was still recovering the earlier jutsu that had hit him. The gusts of wind slammed into the genin, sending him further into the air. Naruto stayed on the ground as 2 clones appeared beside him. The clones suddenly blurred out of sight. They appeared above Lee and both slammed chakra-enhanced punches to the back of the green-clad genin. Lee was forced into the ground in brutal fashion. Boom! Was the sound that rocked through the stadium as Lee crashed into the ground with his face. Naruto got up from the ground and stood up. He was starting to feel the effects of this physical battle. He was learning that a physical took more out of him. He could not worry about chakra because he had yet to do anything to even leave a dent on his reserves. Naruto dispersed his clones and watched as Lee got up from the ground. Lee winced as he got up from the ground. He was slightly bleeding from his mouth. He had been hurt too badly by that last round of attacks. This was proving to be more difficult than he had first thought. He could not win this as things were going. He looked at his sensei, who nodded. Lee took off the weights. The ground shook as they dropped the weights down. The entire stadium silenced when they realized that Lee had been carrying the damn things around him as he moved around. Naruto frowned slightly. That was a lot more weight than he had anticipated. Lee suddenly disappeared in a blur, far faster than Naruto could follow, and appeared right in front of Naruto. He drove a right punch straight into Naruto's chest before twisting around, and kicking Naruto on the face with a high kick. The blonde was sent crashing into the arena's wall. Naruto grit his teeth as he felt the pain around his body. He could not allow this to go any further than this. He peeled himself off the wall and landed down the ground. Lee flashed before him once again. Naruto burst into crows. The taijutsu user twisted around, looking around as if he could not see the blonde, but in reality Naruto was standing right in front of the genin. He summoned 2 swords and pumped chakra into his feet. He rushed towards Lee and pushed him towards the wall. The genin slammed into the wall. Naruto didn't wait any before stabbing both swords, sharp with wind straight into Lee's shoulders. The swords pierced through the shoulders, pinning the genin into wall. Lee snapped out of the genjutsu as pain shot through his body. His eyes widened slightly when Naruto's sword touched his throat, cutting slightly enough to draw out blood. "Give up," Naruto said calmly. "I don't want to see any more of your hidden cards." Lee swallowed slightly. Even though he was in pain and the swords were pinning him on the wall, he could not give up just like that. While he was deliberating on what to do, Naruto slammed his left palm on his chest, and muttered a few words. Several marks began to spread around the genin. Naruto stabbed the sword on his right hand on the ground and turned away from Lee. The proctor stepped up. "Winner, Uzumaki-en." He never got to finish his explosions rocked through from outside the stadium. Naruto froze as he heard the explosions. Just by that, he could tell that the hidden leaf was under attack. There was danger around here, and his beloved mother was present as well. The blonde spun around with his eyes darting around. He saw several shinobis appearing from the shadows and Anbu securing the stadiums, the people around falling into a silent sleep. Naruto disappeared in a flash. He appeared just before his mother and Makoto. He didn't say anything to them, but just grabbed them and flashed away. The destination was the safest place he could imagine, his house. When they appeared in the house, Naruto's attention wasn't at his mother but at what to do next. Was he to just hide in here and wait for the storm to disperse? That would represent the best of options, but it would have some major consequences for him. This village would not be happy to learn that its Jinchuriki had abandoned it in the time of need. But he could not leave his mother alone here. The fact that she was with Makoto didn't seem to register inside his head. "Itachi." It was Kushina's voice that snapped Naruto out of his thoughts. He looked at his mother for a moment and walked towards her. She was standing near the entrance to the kitchen. The S-rank criminal was sitting beside the table, drinking tea as if he was in peace and the village was not under attack. What was Itachi doing here in her house? Kushina wondered, with a narrowed glance. Why did Naruto and Makoto not seem surprised to see him? It wasn't that they weren't expecting him, but he was a wanted man in the hidden leaf. Knowing Naruto, he should not be allowing the man to be near her, fearing the backlash that would come after. "What are you doing here, Itachi?" Naruto questioned, walking over to the Uchiha. Both Makoto and Kushina slowly followed from behind. Itachi placed his cup on the table and responded. "The village is under attack from Orochimaru. The Sandaime was certain that you'd come here and so he called me here. Given my status, I can't be seen walking around the village. To answer your question, I am here to protect our parents while you fight for Konoha. That is at least what the Sandaime wants." "That sly old man," Naruto said bitterly. "I am beginning to dislike his scheming," the blonde said with a frown. "Naruto," Makoto said calmly. "You have to return out there." Naruto turned to face the woman and then he looked at his mother. He didn't want to. Screw what the Sandaime had in mind. Itachi couldn't force him to do anything, and if he chose not to fight, he would not. He could just go out there and secure a few things before coming back here. But that look from Makoto. It was almost pleading and it twisted a few things inside of him. Naruto had always thought that he could be free from such influence, but he was not. "Mother. Go," Kushina said. "Sasuke is still out there. You have to look out for him." She smiled sadly. "A selfish part of me would rather you not risk yourself, but go, I will be waiting for you here. It will make our lives easier if you do." Naruto stared at her for a moment before nodding. "I will first secure those close enough," he said before disappearing from the sight. "The water is still boiling," Itachi said to Kushina. "I'm sure you're looking for explanations," the Uchiha said. He was quite surprised at how calm she had been. Perhaps it was simply because she had been in the presence of Naruto. "I'd always figured that Naruto was still on contact with you," Kushina said with a sigh. "It was unlikely for Naruto to resent you for what happened. He doesn't care about the village and its villagers. Opinions differ and he sees things differently. With the Sand siblings, Kankuro had orders, and the orders were to inject his brother with something that would make him lose it so that the Biju inside of him could come out, but he didn't wish to follow those orders. He wanted to protect his siblings, not see them take part in this betrayal. Perhaps they would be betraying Suna as well, but it was still much better than fighting a losing battle. "We have to get out of this village," Kankuro said to his siblings in a hurried tone. The battles had already started, and it was only going to take a few seconds for Baki to come to them and issue the orders that had been assigned by the Kazekage. Sunagakure was part of the invasion that was attacking Konoha right now, and Kankuro didn't want to be part of the battle. "It is about time you explained things, Kankuro," Gaara said firmly, his gaze firmly on his brother, who seemed to shrink slightly under the stare. He had always known that Kankuro was hiding something, but he never thought that it would be something this big. This was just ridiculous, but of course he had to know everything to understand the situation. As it stood, he didn't know anything. "We don't have much time," Kankuro said quickly. "We have to leave this village, I will explain on the way." Before either of his siblings could say anything, Baki appeared before them. "Leave this village. We have been made fools of. Orochimaru was masquerading as your father, and provided the recent changes I saw in him, it is safe to say he has been for a while. You have to leave the village now. Konoha will not be merciful even though we have been betrayed ourselves." He understood that at least with the Kazecage's children they could still look to rebuild Suna. He didn't have much hope for Rasa being alive at this moment. This was why he needed to save this three. He would also have other shinobi surrender or flee from the village. That would lessen the casualties, and after which, he would be able to negotiate on Suna's behalf. Temari looked horrified. "So let me get this straight. Sunagakure has betrayed Konohagakure even though the villages have been working together for the past years. What was the meaning of my proposed marriage to Naruto? We don't have time for this, but for what is worth, that is the path your father wanted. He was going to follow along with that agreement as an ally of Konoha," Baki said. "Leave now. I will secure your path out from the village." "You don't understand," Temari said, still horrified. "Naruto will kill us for this. He told me that he would never forgive betrayal, and when it comes to his mother, reasoning seems to be thrown out of the window." "We can worry about that later," Kankuro said, grabbing both his sister and brother. "For now, we leave." Temari nodded hesitantly. "At least make sure nothing happens to him or his mother," she said to Baki before they disappeared. Earlier with Sasuke, the young Uchiha looked around the stadium, seeing that most people had been put to sleep. Even some genins were sleeping, but the experienced shinobi were still standing. A massive genjutsu had been placed around the stadium. What was even happening around the village? He was a lot more concerned about his stopped fight. He had wanted to fight Gaara. He had been training hard for a month, it couldn't have been all just for nothing. The fact that Konoha was under attack wasn't all that of a problem for him. He was a lot more disappointed by the thought of having his fight held back because of this mess he was seeing. He knew his mother had been in the stadium, but he was not the least worried about her. The moment Naruto vanished from the stadium, he had known for sure that Naruto had taken her away from here along with his mother. The blonde held a level of affection towards his mother, and Sasuke couldn't see him leaving out his mother in the face of danger. "What is going on here, Kakashi-sensei?" For the first time in his life, Sasuke felt content with calling the man his sensei. He had been calling the man sensei simply out of formality, but now he meant it because the man had really been a sensei in the past month. That just made his mood turn a little sour once more. All the training for nothing. It was a damn infuriating reality that he was facing. "Invasion by sound and Sunagakure," Kakashi said firmly. "It was supposed to be just the sound. I don't think even the Sandaime saw this one coming. I mean, with all the agreements Suna has with us, didn't think that they would betray us." Sasuke narrowed his eyes at that information. He could not picture Naruto being happy about that. Kushina had been treating the Sand siblings as her own children, and even though Naruto didn't like it, he tolerated his mother behaving all motherly towards them. If someone he had allowed to get that close to his mother had betrayed him like this, it would surely cause the blonde to go into a rampage. Betrayal was simply blasphemy before Naruto, and he didn't forgive it. Sasuke was certain it would be punished by death. A brutal death for that matter. Then, before Sasuke could respond, Naruto appeared before them, looking all serious. The Jonin smiled seeing the Blonde. The Sandame had insisted that Naruto would join in the fighting. I have a mission for you, Naruto. No doubt from the sly tongue of the third, Naruto said in a dangerous tone that sent chills both Kakashi and Sasuke. Why does it seem like Suna is attacking this village? Where is the old man? Kakashi had never really seen Naruto angry. The blonde was really controlled, he handled his emotions like a trained Nei agent. But he was seeing a dangerous person before him. His expression wasn't indifferent, but actually looking serious. Yes, it is from him, Kakashi said in a nervous tone. Suna has betrayed us. I don't know many details, but they seem to be working with Orochimaru. You are to send hundreds of clones to help evacuate the villagers to safety. Sasuke, other Chunins and Genins are fighting around the academy and the hospital. Pick one and go. Naruto turned away from the Jonin and flashed away. He could understand the reasons for having his clones to the dirty work, but Naruto hated the idea that the Sandame was controlling his movements. For the first time in his life, the blonde just wished for the old man to just die. It would be a lot easier for him to work without him. He had been preparing for the day the old man disappears, so if he disappears with this invasion, it would not be loss. He would not smile, it would sadden him, but it would be for the best. If things continued like this, he would end up seeing the Sandame as an enemy. Naruto flashed towards the streets of the village. He could see massive snakes around the walls of the village battling with monstrous toads he assumed to be Jiraiya's summons. If Konoha had reacted this quickly, it meant Itachi had been right, they had known about this. But it had been kept from him. Still, for Sunagakure to work with Orochimaru, that detestable piece of trash. Did they know? Naruto halted as small gusts of wind started to pick around him, his eyes flashing red. Naruto calmed himself before creating 100 clones and led them to their duties. Where is Shukaku's Jinchuriki, Kyuubi? With the Sandame Hokage, the Sandame looked around the village from inside the barrier he was trapped within. With the measurements he took to prepare for this, he was certain that this little invasion would be squashed over soon enough. He wasn't worried about everything. Nothing had yet to go out of his plans. The old man turned to his wayward student and shook his head. I have to say, my foolish student, you have rather disappointed me. To think that you'd raise your hand against this village even after all it did for you. I think I raised you better than this. Orochimaru smiled. You did raise me better, he admitted. Well, there was nothing much left of me anyway, but I'm sorry for disappointing you, Sarutobi-sensei, the Sannin added with a smile. Ah, the old man sighed. Your arrogance will be your downfall. I assure you, my dear student, you will not leave this village in one piece. I will make sure of it, the Sandame stated in a firm tone as he slipped out of his robes, revealing his armor. I'm guessing you tried to get Rasa to work with you, but he refused and in the end you killed him. Orochimaru nodded. That is about right, the snake stated with a grin. I needed Suna's forces, and the look on your face when you realized that Sunagakure had betrayed, had been something worth seeing. It is still a foolish move, Orochimaru. Do you really think that you're enough to destroy the hidden leaf? The Sandame shouted in question. In any case, this has given me the opportunity to correct a few wrongs. Cuckoo, Orochimaru laughed. I don't think that will be happening, sensei, the snake with a grin. Kuchio's no jutsu. Edo Tensai. The Sandame Hokage widened his eyes in realization of the cursed jutsu the Nadaime had created, but it had been sealed away for safekeeping. To think that Orochimaru had even learnt on how to use the jutsu, the old man's look twisted with anger as he stared heatedly at his former student. How low have you fallen, Orochimaru? Orochimaru shrugged. You haven't seen enough, sensei. For now, let me introduce you to the Shodai and the Nadaime Hokage. I think it is most fitting if I have them restrain you before I kill you myself and then have them destroy the hidden leaf. Meanwhile, Shikaku couldn't believe that Danzo would move so quickly after everything. There was an invasion occurring within the village and the man had dragged them into the council chambers. He would have uncharacteristically demanded what was happening if the daimyo had not been present. Still, Danzo had a load of balls in order to pull this off. It was basically a coup. They had been dragged away when the invasion started, and it was as if the man had planned it all along. No, this had been premeditated. The Warhawk could not have thought things like that just after the invasion started. He had planned this. Shikaku had an idea on how things were going to play out during this meeting, and it would not be good. He had a feeling that the Sandaime hadn't foreseen this one coming. Even so, things were moving too quickly. What is the meaning of this, Danzo? Sume demanded, not being mindful on the daimyo's presence. She hated being dragged out of her comfort zone and from watching her clan in this kind of time. She would be out there making sure that her children were okay rather than being cooped inside here. In case there is an emergency or when the Hokage is unable to take control of the village, Kaharu, Homura, Anbu commander, the Jonin commander, Shikaku, and I, take control of the village. This is an emergency and the Hokage is otherwise occupied right now. Danzo was happy that he had managed to execute his plan flawlessly. Of course he didn't care if the Sandaime lived or not, but he would be happy if he ended up dying. One thing that worked on his favor was that these people do not exactly know what is happening outside these walls. They would rely on him to feed them information. If they were certain of the situation outside this building, they would have made things much more difficult, but the important thing was that they were clueless. They didn't know that Tsunagakure had been tricked by the Orochimaru, who killed the Kazekage and impersonated him. They didn't know anything and he held all the cards. It wouldn't matter if they realized it later after the meeting. He would have gotten his hands in the village strings, Konoha would be his and they would be powerless to do anything. Not even that sly Sarutobi would be able to act, well, if he does survive Orochimaru. Danzo thought it was unlikely. It was a joy when he had this feeling that he was in control of the situation. There is really nothing to talk about, Hiashi said. Plans were made to counter the problem, so I don't see the point of having us to temporarily take control of the village. It isn't like the Sandaime is dead anyway. We don't even know anything happening outside. What is happening outside is that Suna has betrayed us and is fighting along with Orochimaru. Sarutobi was foolish to trust the Kazekage. I am more troubled by the fact that he knew this invasion was going to happen and yet did nothing to stop it. As we speak, he is currently locked in a battle with his former student Orochimaru, who he let go years ago, Danzo said in a firm tone. It is about time we let his reign to come to an end. This is like a coup, Shikaku muttered under his breath. Say what you will, Kaharu stated. But we must do what is best for Konoha and the daimyo agrees with us. Hiruzen can no longer continue as Hokage and we know that he plans to die along with Orochimaru. We want to come out of this with a Kage who will lead us. It would be disastrous if the other Kages think we have become weak. What do you propose then? Hiashi asked with narrowed eyes. The Hyuga clan head wasn't against the idea of getting a new Kage. In recent years they have been at odds with the Sandaime Hokage and everyone knew the old man was way past his prime. If he was fighting a powerful shinobi like Orochimaru, he would not come out of it in one piece, if he survives, and that meant he won't be able to lead the village. The village could not afford to appear weak. What was most unfortunate was that Tsunagakure had betrayed them, even after all the Sandaime did to strengthen the bond between the two villages. He had even been willing to marry off Minato's son to Suna just to strengthen that relationship, but because of this, that agreement would have to be torn apart. We select a new Kage, the daimyo stated. I have liked Hiruzen, but if he allowed this to happen, and I cannot simply let it slide. Konoha heavily reflects on the Fire Nation's power. I need someone strong and capable who can lead this village and continue to protect the country. It was coming to this. Shikaku was outnumbered here. They would put on names and there would be a vote. Of course the Fire Lord's vote meant the most. Shikaku really hated this position he was in. I nominate Jiraiya of the Sannin and Hitaki Kakashi. You can only nominate one person, Kaharu stated. We have asked Jiraiya to fill in the position but he said no. You know that well that it wouldn't be for the first time that he has refused to become Hokage. Even his sensei could not convince him. Kakashi is still too young and still represents the same naivety that has led for this mistake to occur. Who should we place as the Godime Hokage then? The daimyo asked. The answer is obvious, Danzo stated firmly. I should become the next Hokage. I am capable of making the hard decisions that Hiruzen was unable to do. Perhaps we should first wait for invasion to end. Shikaku proposed. No. Danzo slammed his fist into the table. We can put it into a vote and the daimyo can make it official. He paused, smiling ghostly. If it eases your worry, we can make the decision just in case, but if Sarutobi is still alive, he can be given the chance to name his successor, that is his right as the Hokage after all. Chapter 17 Naruto had been rushing through the forest for a few minutes, with his body covered with the Kyuubi's chakra and a single tail visible behind him. He was using the power of the Biju to sense Shukaku's location. The Biju within him had said that he could just do it himself by using the chakra. Of course Naruto hadn't questioned the Biju on the idea, he had simply been too focused on getting those traitors. When he finally caught up to the Sand siblings, the blonde landed into the ground and the chakra that had been around him dispersed. He looked at the three with a dangerous look as he took out his sword, and immediately sharpened it with wind chakra. Kurama was truly impressed with Naruto, not that he was infuriated at Tsuna's betrayal or that he was ready to take on 3 genins on his own, who were surely powerful. But it was the fact that despite his anger, he hadn't allowed his chakra to influence him. Kurama had suggested he use his chakra because he was sure the hatred coupled with the blonde's anger would force the blonde to draw out more chakra and possibly give him some freedom, but there had been nothing. The blonde remained pure in his anger. I'm truly impressed that you can control yourself in this state. Even the kindest person would have been influenced by my chakra, but you have held firm, Kurama said to his host. How you control your anger is remarkable for a human. Do not compare me to the humans you have dealt with, Kyuubi, Naruto responded in a calm tone. My anger is too much for this world. If I do not contain it, this land around me would change its form and it would not stop destroying until there is nothing left in me. The blonde was speaking through his mouth that the Sand siblings heard him. Naruto, Temari was the first to speak. She looked a bit fearful, but she braced herself to speak once more. Please let us explain what happened, she begged. There is nothing to explain, Naruto responded in a dangerous tone. We will not fight you, Naruto. That is fine by me, Naruto said, taking a few steps towards the Sand siblings. He suddenly disappeared from his position and flashed in front of Temari. As he raised his right foot, the blonde didn't attempt to dodge, she merely stood still. Kankuro didn't have time to defend his sister with his puppet, and instead, jumped in front of her, and took the kick that slammed into his left shoulder. Maybe you guys don't want to fight, but I can't just watch you being attacked for no reason at all, Kankuro said through gritted teeth. He tried to unwrap his puppet, but Gaara grabbed his right hand. Stop it, Gaara stated in a firm tone. It was one of those no-nonsense tone. Naruto, at least give us a chance to explain. You can do whatever you want thereafter, but no matter what, we wish you no harm and we will not fight back. He understood that the blonde was angry, but they didn't know anything. Perhaps Sunagakure is at fault for allowing itself to being deceived by Orochimaru, but they could not be blamed for something they didn't know about. They had not betrayed Naruto, and he wanted to get that message through. Naruto had seemed like someone who could be reasoned with before. Naruto tilted his head to the side, he was still for a second with Gaara still holding Kankuro's hand. In a split second, Naruto stabbed his sword through Kankuro's right shoulder. The sword pierced through, causing the genin to yelp in pain while cursing Naruto. Why do you not wish to fight? Why is there that look on your eyes that doesn't spell regret? When people do things like this, they either show remorse or are just cold about it, but I have known you too, you're not cold-hearted. Why? That is because they didn't know anything. Kankuro shouted, holding his bleeding shoulder. I knew, but they didn't know anything. They were not told because they knew that they would tell you about it. We were also betrayed. I think at this point, it is safe to say that Orochimaru has been impersonating as our father, and was the one to make this decision. He probably had to do that because our father refused to offer him help. Naruto stood still for a moment before sheathing his blade. It would explain why Temari had been saying that her father hadn't been himself lately. It was something reasonable. I should kill you because you knew about it, Naruto stated calmly. But at this moment, I want to shred Orochimaru into little pieces of snakes with my own hands and feed the snakes to my. The blonde trailed off as he sensed 4 chakra signatures surrounding them. Knowing that they were noticed, the 4 Nei agents flashed into the clearing. You are all to come with us under the order of the Godime Hokage, Shimura Danzo. The 3 of you are wanted for Tsuna's betrayal and you are needed as Konoha's Jinchuriki. Conniving pieces of shit, it was definitely the first time that the 3 Sand siblings had heard Naruto curse, perhaps that was really a first. He wasn't in a good mood now. The saying that Danzo was Hokage was just dangerous. This wasn't something that Naruto wanted and not something that would make his life easy. A dangerous animal as Danzo would only seek to destroy him and his mother. The cripple would only wish to control him and the power of the Kyuubi. Naruto could not allow for that to happen. He would not stand for it. For now, there was a question: what to do? Should he just disappear from this place and rush off to his mother? If she wasn't in a safe place, there wouldn't have been a question about it. She was safe, so he could afford these other thoughts. If he just left, the snakes breathing his air would go after the Sand siblings. At this stage, Naruto couldn't say he cared. He wouldn't be troubled if they died. They no longer served a purpose, especially now that Danzo had become Hokage and Suna had betrayed Konoha. Anything that had been worked on with the Sandaime would be torn apart. Well, he was feeling a little high. He could release some stress by tearing through those root shinobi before rushing back to Konoha. His mother would be safe and he could work out on what had to be done. Naruto turned to the Sand siblings with the expression on his face looking indifferent. He spoke in a slightly cold tone. If it is true that Danzo has managed a coup, you will be in trouble. My mother would be saddened if anything happens to you. Escape now, I will smite the vermin, the blonde said as he turned to face the vermin. Gaara nodded. He was sure that these people would not simply allow them to escape from this place without putting up a fight. They were the children of the Kazekage and were valuable political tools. These masked men wanted to get them to Konoha so that they could be used to make Suna bow to the demands of Konoha. He would have to creative if he was going to escape from this place. Still, even if they escaped today, what would happen if Konoha decides to march towards their home village in order to make them surrender or even take over their village? Gaara would have to fight. He could not abandon Suna to say that he wanted to become stronger, and he could not allow his sister or brother to become slaves of Konoha. His beloved sister would be hit the most. He was a wind user, and a female. Konoha didn't have that many great wind users, they would use her to breed wind users. The thought sickened Gaara, but at this stage, he could not do anything. He would have to negotiate with Naruto. From how things appear, the blonde was also facing a wall. If he was going to fight Konoha shinobi even though he was a Konoha shinobi himself, it meant that there was trouble. Those people wanted to use force and Naruto wasn't going with it. It was possible that the blonde had the thought of killing them all. You have my thanks, Naruto, Gaara said humbly. I hope we will talk soon. Suna will be forced to surrender as it cannot match Konoha in might, but that isn't a path that will dwell well with me. If this is the kind of people we will be surrendering to, the future looks bleak. I would rather surrender to you. Having said that, Gaara grabbed his siblings and then exploded into a tornado of sand before drilling into the ground. A second later, there was no trace of his presence or for his siblings. Should we go after them? One of the Nei agents asked. One shook his head. No, we know they are heading for Sunagaku. We can get them at any time. For now, let us focus on this one. Gaara would be more than willing to surrender Sunagaku to him. Naruto liked that idea. It worked as some sort of a reprieve if he could get hold of the sand. His mother has said she liked the village and it could become a home if all else failed. How did Danzo even become Hokage? A few minutes ago, the Sandaime was still in charge, Naruto said in question, looking at no one in particular. Does this mean that the invasion is over? But if it is indeed true that Danzo has become Hokage, then he had planned for this to happen at this time. How did it manage to skip through the Sandaime? Was the old man still alive or dead? At this stage, Naruto didn't know how he would feel about it if the old man was indeed dead. But if he was dead, it meant that Orochimaru was alive. He needed to get rid of that snake in the near future. It still didn't please him that the invasion had been kept a secret from him. These people had withheld the information from because they thought he would run away from the village at the thought of Konoha invasion. They really did consider him a flight risk. Well, that was actually the truth. There is no reason we have to tell you this, one of the agents said tonelessly. Now are we going to do it the easy way or the hard way? Killing you will complicate things, Naruto said calmly. But I want to and I will. There are no witnesses and if questioned, I can simply that you were killed by the Sand siblings. You'll be dead to refute those claims. The blonde dropped in his front, hitting the ground with both his hands and stood like a four-legged animal. The malicious chakra began to pour out, covering his body in crimson glory. As the malice spread through the trees, the root shinobi held firm, not allowing themselves to be intimidated by the powerful chakra. They had gone through simulations on how to handle a Jinchuriki and they were confident, there was no reason to panic. Two chakra tails formed behind Naruto and begun to swing in a dangerous way before the blonde disappeared in a blur. Konohagakure Jiraiya frowned as he looked at the unfolding situation around the village. He could understand what was going on. Danzo was making his move. About 100 of nameless masked men belonging to Root had suddenly appeared out of nowhere the moment the Sandaime was confirmed to have been killed. They went on about killing everyone considered an enemy of Konoha, even some of the Suna shinobi who had surrendered. It left a bitter taste in Jiraiya's mouth to see something like that happening. There was no need to kill shinobi who had surrendered, but Danzo had supposedly ordered his men to kill everyone who was an enemy. It was being probably done to weaken the enemies in case the man has something planned up. But why would Danzo be making a move now? Or where the Root Anbu all this time they were fighting? If they had been involved from the get-go, things would have ended in a quickie and there would have been fewer casualties. The Sannin really didn't know what to do about now. While the Sannin was standing atop of the academy just beside the Sandaime's corpse, and Anbu dropped beside him. Danzo has mustered a coup and has taken the Hokage's office with the daimyo's approval. Hiashi and Shikaku were present but neither were able to stop it. It occurred while the invasion was in motion. Jiraiya frowned deeply at hearing that. Who do you work for? Sandaime Hokage, the Anbu reported. He knew that Danzo had been planning to turn the village against Naruto by saying that he was working with Sunagakure as to try to get revenge over how he was treated. The Sandaime had Naruto help the villagers evacuate to help counter this. If Danzo was able to get the villagers to hate Naruto, he would have had the opportunity to get Naruto into the dark side. He would surely try to brainwash the blonde into working in the shadows to protect Konoha as its weapon. That was the dream after all. Jiraiya would never allow something like that to happen. He doubted he would even get the chance to say no to it though. Naruto would say it for himself. The Anbu continued speaking, in case Danzo becomes Hokage, I was told to inform you that you should try by all means to bring Tsunade back to the village. Naruto may escape Konoha, you're to assist him that way you will keep contact with him if he does escape. If Naruto leaves Konoha, he won't come back, Jiraiya said firmly. It was going to happen and Naruto would be hunted down by Konoha and all of Danzo's allies. There was really nothing keeping the blonde in this village and if his mother was willing to leave with him, it would be all over. Naruto will return to Konoha, for Makoto. He will leave the village with Uchiha Sasuke. Unfortunately, the Sandaime doesn't know what will happen thereafter. The Anbu said. Jiraiya was certain that if he doesn't offer Naruto help on a safe place, he would not be able to know what the blonde would be thinking and doing. Naruto would surely just disappear from the face of this world and pop up in the future years. Perhaps by then it would be too late to change things. He needed to get in the blonde's head now before anything happens. Sasuke would have to return to this village because his clan was still here and he could not abandon his mother just as his mother could not abandon her clan. She would be forced to stay behind. Once Sasuke has become strong enough, he will return for his clan and for Konoha. That was easy to make out, but Naruto's route was a little tricky. Jiraiya looked down at his sensei. With everything happening around and within his head, he really could not grieve. Well, time would come, but really he was sad. His sensei had planned on dying here. But by dying here, he had left quite the mess behind and things could go either way since he didn't have a handle on things. He should have done something about the daimyo when he learned that the Fire Lord was in the village. He had probably come here on Danzo's request. Jiraiya didn't put it past the War Hawk to have manipulated him to get what he wanted. The fact that the cripple had feudal lord's approval meant that he couldn't do much about Danzo's grab at the Hokage mantle. Things have really just become complicated, a lot more troublesome. Danzo has already become Hokage, bringing Tsunade here won't change anything, Jiraiya said with a bitter frown. He didn't even know if the woman would be willing to return to Konoha. He had tried that before, and nothing had worked. What would be the difference now? Danzo's occupation is only temporary, the Anbu stated in a firm tone. The Sandaime knew he was going to die, you should know that as well. Since he didn't know how Danzo would react, he drafted his will and named his successor. If you manage to bring Tsunade back into the village, she will be the rightful Kage. I have his will in my possession, and until your former teammate returns, I will keep it that way. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. For someone who had spent the last days scheming and plotting things, it would have been a surprise if the old man hadn't planned for Konoha even after his death. Still, there was a problem. Danzo had already taken the seat, he would not relinquish it that easily. The Anbu disappeared before Jiraiya could say anything. The Sannin knelt down and stared at the content look his sensei had on his face. He must have died having done something to Orochimaru that made him a happy person. He could not figure what. He had been focused on Orochimaru's summons and handling other nuisances. Is it true? Kakashi asked, appearing before the Toad Sage. He didn't say anything for a moment as he stared at the Sandaime with a sad look on his face. This was going to be a sad day for Konoha, and it was going to be compounded by what he had just heard from some Anbu. Jiraiya didn't respond to the question. He took out a sealing scroll and sealed the Sandaime's body. Preparations for the memorial would have to be started today so that by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, they hold the funeral. Konoha would surely be sad. The village held some love for the old man, and it had really become difficult to speak of the Hokage without speaking about the Sandaime. He had held the position for quite a number of years, and despite his old age, he had commanded respect. Konoha had truly lost something. Honestly, Jiraiya was sad. He may have had some troubles with his sensei, but through and through, they had stuck with each other, and the old man had always been there. He wasn't perfect, but he did try to be a good person. It was going to be surely sad from now on. No Minato, no Hiruzen, who did he have left? Naruto didn't really care about him, and he couldn't say they really close. He did care for the blonde, that should at least count as something. He would have to reform those bonds with Tsunade or else he would go insane. Yes, Jiraiya finally said in a quiet and slow tone. It is indeed true, Kakashi. The man straightened himself and put on a serious look on his face. We have to take more serious measures now, or else this village will be turned into something neither of us likes by that man. Kakashi didn't look happy at all. He knew what Danzo was all about. To many he was just an old man who loved Konoha and has been involved in the village's leadership for quite some time, but the Jonin knew the man was a freak in the dark. He could play the part of a good person, many believed it, but he was the devil walking by a cane. Isn't there something we can do? Kakashi was really not willing to serve under the War Hawk. He had known for a long time that the man had wished to be Hokage. He had at one time been given the job to kill the Sandaime by the cripple after all. That really complicated things as he didn't know where he now stood with the current Hokage. He went through proper channels with those important clan heads and the daimyo. It was more like a coup really, Jiraiya said through gritted teeth. No doubt he has his support, and if we try that, it will lead to a civil war. The village is still burning with the invasion. Taking it through a civil war will only destroy it, and it will open a window of opportunity for other villages to attack. Kakashi frowned. So he made this move knowing that rebelling would be unlikely, the Jonin said. What then? Are we going to allow him? For now, Jiraiya said with a nod. Sensei made a plan. I just have to make sure that it works, no matter what. I have to get Tsunade, because if I don't get her, Danzo will be permanent. Have you seen Naruto? Jiraiya shook his head. If you want to look for him now, you have to go to his house. Not even Danzo can get through the security there. Before Kakashi could respond, a white-masked Anbu flashed before the two. Jiraiya-sama, Hitaki Kakashi, you both summoned to the Hokage's office, now, the Anbu said before disappearing. Hokage office, good, I don't have to use force to get things done, Danzo said as both Kakashi and Jiraiya appeared in the office he now occupied. I understand you two must be going through some things, but Konoha must come first. Don't make yourself too comfortable, Jiraiya said flatly to the cripple. He wasn't going to reveal anything. It would set the man to work out a way to counter the third's plan. What do you want from us? There are things that have to be dealt with. Really, the villagers had yet to be taken out of the evacuation chambers. The invasion might be over, and battles may have already stopped, but there were things that needed to be handled. Calm had to be restored, and no doubt the news about the Sandaime's death was surely making rounds around the village, and soon enough, the mood around would be a bit gloomy. The Sannin wasn't really going to be taking orders from Danzo. He would do as he pleases, and Danzo could not force him to do anything. He was still a Sannin and would not bow simply because of threats from the man. Besides, this was only for a short while. He would get Tsunade back, even if he had to use force. There was no other way to handle things at the moment. Don't concern yourself about things outside, Danzo stated calmly. My men are already ushering the villagers towards this tower. They will be gathered here along with everyone so that I can make an announcement and tell them of Hiruzen's death. Hiashi, Shikaku and Kaharu will offer words of comfort and I will strengthen the villagers' will. Jiraiya, you are to leave this village now and fetch Tsunade. She has enjoyed her time enough. She is needed back in the village, and Kakashi, you will no longer lead Team 7 but will be drafted back to Anbu. Your duties will begin in an hour. You're to take up a squad and head out to the outskirts of the village and be on the lookout for 3 nights. You will return thereafter. The man seemed to have things planned out. You wouldn't say he had taken the office not more than an hour ago, but yet he had all the plans. Well, he had been planning on becoming Hokage for about a lifetime now. One couldn't fault him for being a little excited. I will leave after the Sandame's funeral, Jiraiya said calmly. He wasn't going to leave Konoha just like that. He was sure Danzo just wanted him out so that he could wave his hand without him interrupting his plans. He wasn't about to allow the man to do whatever he pleases. He wanted him and Kakashi out because they held some influence within the shinobi population, and without them, the man could have a smooth sailing. On the bright side of things, Danzo didn't know that bringing back Tsunade would be his downfall. He could smile knowing that, but that would have to wait for now. He needed to make sure that Danzo does not make himself comfortable in Tsunade's seat. Are you refusing an order from your Hokage, Jiraiya? Danzo questioned with narrowed eyes. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. Controlling Jiraiya was out of the question even. The man wasn't a child, and the only reason he was still standing here was because of his loyalty to Konoha. Yes, I am, Jiraiya responded calmly. I figured you'd say something like that, the Warhawk said. It's fine, but as you wait to get things done with Hiruzen's funeral, my men will be searching for Tsunade. I know where she is and know that they will be using any means necessary to get her back to the village. I don't need her legs, but her hands and mind. Jiraiya snorted at the thinly veiled threat. Try that and it is your men who will be returning without their legs. Well, that is if they do manage to escape with their lives intact. Despite everything, Tsunade is still a Sannin, the Toad Sage said, not worried the least for his former teammate. She could handle herself. Really, there was no need to worry about her. I have not forgotten, Danzo said emotionlessly. Kakashi, get ready to leave in an hour. If you choose not to follow my instructions, you will be charged with insubordination. He didn't need pieces that wouldn't work for him. He would rather the Jonin die than be working against him. Kakashi swallowed slightly and nodded like an obedient soldier. He didn't have any doubt that the man just wanted him out of the village, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Hi, the Jonin said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Danzo looked at Jiraiya, who was staring at him calculatedly. Is there anything you want, Jiraiya? The Warhawk asked quietly. There is a lot that I must fix. Sarutobi left quite the mess and I must deal with it all. If you don't mind, get to your point so that I can do my work. It hadn't been even hours and the Warhawk was already planning on replacing everything that his sensei had done over the years. Danzo was going to undo all the work the third had done. It sickened Jiraiya at how things were moving. This was still a sensitive time. When were they going to grieve with this man looking over their shoulders and starting to screw up everything? He needed to get Tsunade quickly or things Danzo would ruin everything. What do you plan on doing with Naruto? The Toad Sage questioned in a serious tone. Danzo didn't bother responding to the question. It was a stupid question and Jiraiya should have the answer. It wasn't even hard to guess how the Sannin would react to it, but he was the Hokage of Konoha and he would do what he wanted. If Jiraiya was going to try to stand in the way, he would have to be removed. The Warhawk had plans to make sure that happened if things got difficult. He could tolerate Jiraiya because he didn't underestimate the man's power and he knew how useful he was and would be for Konoha, if things go in the right way anyway. If not, the sage would be a problem that would need to be solved. Do you even need to ask that question, Jiraiya? The Warhawk questioned, staring straight at the Sannin. He wasn't going to hide his motives now, not when he had become Hokage. There was nothing that Jiraiya could do. He had Konoha's might in his hands. It was only a few who shared the same opinion about him as Jiraiya and Kakashi, and that worked well for him as he wouldn't face much opposition from the shinobi forces. Naruto is a shinobi of this village and will be utilized for this village's safety and prosperity in mind, Danzo added in a flat tone. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. I will admit things have to be handled with care as Naruto is a flight risk, not even you can deny that. The cripple paused for a moment. I am giving you this task of bringing Naruto to me so that I can talk to him, with you present of course. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He could not understand what Danzo was trying to play at, but it was obvious that Naruto would not agree to anything the man would suggest. Even he could not sway the blonde on thinking otherwise. Danzo would try to use force to get Naruto to do his will, but that would not succeed. Would Danzo try to take Naruto by force in his presence? If that happened, he would be forced to intervene, but Danzo could point that as a betrayal and would try to get him in the bad side of the hidden leaf. Jiraiya didn't want to be a menace to Konoha, but he would not pick Danzo's Konoha over Naruto. If he did that, he would no longer be Jiraiya the Toad Sage. When do you want him? In an hour, Danzo said. I have a few things to do before that. There is quite a mess in this village and calm needs to be restored. I must also deal with Sunagaku for its betrayal. Isn't that something that the council should decide? It wasn't visible, but Jiraiya was sure Danzo had shrugged carelessly. There is no council. I am the Hokage and I will decide the best way forward for this village as its leader. The council will be called when needed, but it will not help me to run this village. I have my vision and they do not share it, neither do you. Jiraiya did not say a word, he merely vanished from the office. Once Jiraiya was out of the office, Danzo snapped his fingers and two white masked nins appeared out of nowhere. Go fetch Baki, he ordered one of them before turning his attention to the other. 1. Have you found any success in trying to bridge the barrier around Minato's house? The root shinobi shook his head slowly. No, Danzo-sama, he said. But Naruto isn't anywhere in the village, so it is safe to say that he is inside that house. Trying to use force to destroy the barrier would likely cause panic around the village, so at this point, we have no way forward. Danzo nodded, not the least surprised, but feeling some resentment towards Minato for being able to get one over him even when dead. That is fine. Perhaps we should have destroyed it while the invasion was still occurring. In any case, I have assigned Jiraiya to bring him here. With Jiraiya, he won't refuse to come. A couple of minutes later, Shikaku let loose of a long breath as he weighed things calmly. It was a different turn that was troubling, but there had to be a way around things. Danzo could not be allowed to take that position permanently. This village would become hell if things were allowed to continue as they were. He desired for a peaceful tomorrow, and what Danzo would bring would be nothing but chaos and pain. Jiraiya-sama, Shikaku said as the man appeared before him. He hadn't even looked back to see the man but had sensed him. Perhaps this was one of those moments when a shinobi's senses awoke fully in order to deal with the mess around. I figured you'd make an appearance before me. Not unexpected. This was the Nara head after all. Sensei made a plan, but it might take some time to materialize. You're in a strong position as a Jonin commander and know Danzo well enough. Can you make sure that Danzo doesn't do anything drastic while I go out to try to enact the third's plan? The Nara head appeared to think deep for a few moments before responding. Tsunade, he said quietly. Did the third name her as his successor? If so, things will work out perfectly then. Danzo's allowance to become Hokage was to stand if the Sandaime didn't name a successor. That was agreed by the others. It is going to be troublesome, but I will do my best. I know that we cannot have a safe future with our lives in Danzo's hands. The man paused for a moment. I suggest you leave soon. We can mourn the Sandaime later. This isn't a time we can let our guard down or Danzo will strike us down. Jiraiya frowned. He hadn't planned on doing something like that, but this was the best option for Konoha, not for him. Naruto's house. Itachi had never seen Naruto looked slightly pissed off and panicked before. He wasn't mad at the moment, but he sure as hell wasn't happy, and he really did look worried. Perhaps what was happening around the village worried him. Even he was worried. I thought I would be a little sad knowing that the Sandaime is dead, but at the moment I don't feel anything. It is strange, perhaps it is the range of emotions flowing inside of my head, Naruto said to Itachi. Sasuke looked surprised that Naruto could say that he was feeling some mixed emotions. Perhaps his mother was right, Naruto was a person, he does have emotions. Still, given the look on his face and body language, you'd never guess he was going through some troubling thoughts. The blonde rarely looked troubled by anything. The younger Uchiha decided against commenting. He was sure if he said something stupid, Naruto would kick him out of the room and Itachi would not object. To stay in the conversation and know what is being planned and said, he would need to keep his mouth shut and just listen. What did you hear outside? It had to be something big that was making the blonde worried. Itachi could tell that Naruto was worried about something even though his expression didn't show much of it. Danzo has become Hokage, Naruto said, suddenly sounding calm. The first thought was dragging my mother and leave this village, but that man will chase after us. I cannot afford to have my mother living on the run with me. Besides, it would be a little sad if I were to leave your mother in this village ruled by that thing. Makoto smiled as she walked into the small room. I feel so happy that you care that much about me, the Uchiha said. I know you want to talk a few things out, but Jiraiya is in the kitchen with your mother and he says Danzo wants to see you. Naruto looked massively displeased. Itachi, we will most likely do a massacre later on, the blonde said as he walked away from the room. Makoto frowned hearing those words from Naruto. She knew what he meant by that. She understood that Danzo was going to try to force Naruto to become a weapon and Kushina would not want that. Naruto wouldn't even want to stay in this village ruled by Danzo. For Naruto to stay, Danzo had to disappear and the only that was going to happen was through killing him. Makoto stared at her son for a long minute after Naruto had disappeared. He was going to see Danzo and from what he had just said and knowing the War Hawk, the blonde would not be in a happy mood when he does return. He was going to possibly look for Danzo's head and he would do it even if Itachi doesn't help it. If his power alone was not enough, the Kyuubi would breathe again. The Uchiha knew Naruto well enough to know that he did not joke when it came to his mother. He was also certainly in a good mood following Suna's betrayal. Perhaps what made things a little better was that even he was being rational enough to understand the situation. Rasa had not betrayed his or his mother's trust. The fact that Orochimaru killed him was proof enough. If he had indeed betrayed them, he would have lived to fight during the invasion. Danzo being Hokage isn't the most desirable thing, Makoto said with a slight frown. His presence changes everything. We cannot live as we want with him in that office and really, despite everything, I fear for Konoha's future with him leading it. Not in the sense that he will actually allow the village to be toppled, Itachi said in response to his mother's worries. Makoto nodded in agreement. Danzo will always have a dark streak about him. I am sure that he will not waste the time to attack any village he deems to be a threat to his Konoha. If it means fighting the entire elemental nations, he will bring Konoha to war to achieve his goals. Makoto didn't want that. It would just bring the village to fight endless battles. There would be a lot of blood being shed and she did not want to see that. The Uchiha wanted to enjoy her life. If things came to blow, no life was guaranteed. She could not say she would live to see Naruto become a man. It would be a massive disappointment if that does happen. She was riding all her hopes in that happening. Naruto had to develop, for her and not for anyone. She would claim him as hers and nothing would stop it. Well, as long as she was alive to make that happen. Focusing on Itachi once more, Makoto nodded. It isn't something that I saw happening. I don't think you did too, she said taking her eyes towards little Sasuke. The young black-haired was staring between the two adults, listening attentively. She smiled. Naruto was training him well. A little while ago, he would have been asking too many questions and exploding over things he didn't even understand. His tomorrow will not be a happy one with Danzo in charge. More than anything, Itachi, I want to protect him. I want him to enjoy a good life you never got to enjoy. Konoha will be divided and it will be forced to experience dark memories that may never be erased in our history, Makoto added in a quiet tone. Nothing was going to be safe. It was just wrong to allow a person like Danzo to rule Konoha. He was going to openly do his dark activities now as there would be no one to stop him and he will no doubt plan to control other nations. He could not allow that to happen. Such an action would not lead to peace, but to just more resentment towards Konoha. What do you suggest, mother? Itachi asked. Leaving Konoha was out of their question. The clan was here. This village was their clan's home. When Naruto returns from the meeting with Danzo, he will be talking about killing the man, Makoto said. For him, living in this village will be impossible with Danzo at the helm. It is either he leaves or he gets rid of the thing that makes things difficult for him. Sasuke found the appropriate moment to respond since coming into the small room. The best option will be to get rid of the Hokage. I have seen how he behaves. Naruto doesn't keep anything around him that is a nuisance or doesn't help him in anything. If something is useless he discards it without a second thought. He was willing to discard Ino because she had become useless, she was his childhood friend. From what I hear, the Hokage is a massive threat, and the only way Naruto deal with that is through taking his sword out. Itachi looked at his younger brother for a moment before responding. You have gotten a good grasp of how Naruto behaves. Sasuke shrugged. He isn't that hard to figure out. He is somewhat simple, but that doesn't mean he is easy to deal with, the younger Uchiha said a bit carelessly. As simple as he can be, understanding him is a different matter altogether. Not everyone can understand him and only those who can understand him will be able to live in the same wavelength as him, the eldest of Makoto's children said in a calm tone. Nevertheless, I am happy that you're able to understand bits about his character. You have a long journey with him and if possible, I don't want anything separating you from him. Sasuke stared at his brother for a long minute. In just a couple of conversations with the man, Sasuke had come to realize that Itachi was never going to speak ill about Naruto. If anything, the Uchiha seems to have nothing but praises for the blonde. It made him curious. Why was it like that? Naruto did not win any personality awards. He wasn't that much of a great person in Sasuke's eyes. What do you rate him so highly? Perhaps it is because that I have known him for a long time, Itachi said. Despite everything, Naruto is a good person and he knows more than anyone what a good person should do. I believe that if it wasn't because of his unfortunate situation, he would have turned into a great person who would be loved all over as his father was loved. He hates evil, and yet he himself has no problem in committing evil and he won't even stop evil even though he dislikes it, as long as it doesn't influence his life. Contradictions, yes, but no one is perfect in this world. Naruto may have many flaws as a person, but if he was to rule this world, he would make this world the ideal world for peace lovers. Sasuke tilted his head to the side. He did not fully understand what his brother was really trying to say, but he got the wind of it. Hokage office. It was almost amusing to see looking so contemplative as he stared at Naruto. The blonde before him was just a brat but it was apparent that the war hawk was thinking hard to get things done. Perhaps he knew that Naruto could just disappear from this place within a second and given what he carried, any village would be open to welcoming him. Kumo would even give him the VIP treatment. The blonde had the Kyuubi in him and could also use the Thunder God technique. If that didn't make him a valuable asset then Jiraiya didn't know what would. For Naruto it wasn't just the power but the mind as well. The blonde was sharp. The Sandaime worked overtime just to make sure that he stayed on top. His sensei had admitted that if Naruto had been a little older and much more experienced, their games would have played out differently. Still, how was Naruto going to play this? The blonde was very careful and he made calculated moves rather than reckless movements. There was always a plan, just like with his sensei. Well, the old man had been called the professor. It wasn't for nothing. You failed in your pursuit of the Sand siblings, Danzo said, his first words since Naruto appeared in the office with Jiraiya. Given your personality, I'd banked on that you'd kill all three of them for the betrayal. Naruto stared for a few moments. He really didn't want to be here. There were so many things that he needed to do. His tomorrow was in a sinking boat at the moment, or at least that is how it looked with Danzo sitting behind that desk. It would not be for long, but the present spelled that outcome and it left a sour taste in his mouth. The fact that Danzo was wearing the mask of the Hokage didn't mean that he was going to change his approach towards War Hawk. Nothing had changed. He still didn't like him and would not be bowing now, and not ever. That is your interpretation on the matter, Naruto responded indifferently. I did not fail. To say I have failed would be making the assumption that I was given a mission to kill them. If that's so, then you can say so. Nevertheless, what of it, what if I have? Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly. There was nothing in the child's tone or expression that he could read. The blonde's emotions were locked away. How should he handle things then? Naruto had one weakness and that was his mother. If he needed to get the blonde under control, he needed to get him through his mother. It didn't require any complex schemes that would require extensive work and maintenance. There is nothing of it, Danzo said with a slight shrug. But it is good that they are still alive. This way, I can use them to get hold of Suna. I do not wish to completely destroy it. Speaking of which, your planned marriage will still go ahead. I have spoken to Baki, and Tamari will soon be living with you as your wife. It didn't matter if he was talking to just a kid. He had what he had in mind and would go through it. Of course Suna didn't have to agree to it. They would be forced. It was either they agreed to it, or he would just do it by force as well as punish them for it. Talking was much simpler for both sides and he was going to run away with it. Jiraiya thought of furiously interjecting but he held himself well. Danzo wasn't going to be Hokage forever. Once he got Tsunade, he would remove the man from his seat. And besides, this was Naruto the man was talking to. The blonde would have a measured response, not a childish outburst. Nothing new, Naruto said with a shrug. Of course with Suna's betrayal, things could never be the same. He might not have killed them, but things would never return to the way they were. Perhaps over time he would get around the idea, but Kankuro had known and he would never be forgiven. Never. The Sandaime had also known about the invasion but kept it away from him on purpose. Naruto didn't want to think much about that because it would make him think some nasty things about the old man. For now, it was best to just leave the dead. Yes, Danzo said with a nod. You will not run from Konoha. If you do, I will hunt you down until I find you. And you must remember that you can't always be everywhere at any time. You're just human, you're not omnipresent. There are things that will happen and you'll never be able to stop them. To avoid that, you will do as you're told. Danzo had just threatened his mother without uttering the specific words. A stupid person would not notice the threat but Naruto had played the game for far too long along with the Sandaime Hokage to miss a glaring threat like that, and one that was directed towards his mother. Naruto did not forgive anyone who threatened his beloved mother. You could curse him and spit on him, but no one threatened his mother. It was unforgivable, blasphemy. A little while ago, Naruto would have exploded, but he held himself well, although his jaws clenched. His eyes also sharpened a bit. He was a different person altogether when he responded. I see, Naruto said as if he was thinking hard. What else? I will take over your training from tomorrow. You don't use the Kyuubi's power in the way that I wish. We have to change that. You will become Konoha's weapon. After I am done with you, you will be able to protect everything that you value and hold dear, Danzo said firmly. Naruto did something he rarely does, he snorted disdainfully. Go home and work on your playbook, Danzo. Do you think I am stupid? You just said that I could not protect everything because I was human and now you say that once you are done with me I will be able to protect everything. The Sandaime never made such contradictions that made him look foolish. If that wasn't enough, Naruto shook his head in disappointment. Jiraiya couldn't help but laugh at this. It was damn amusing. No one really spoke like Danzo like this. Even he had never been in a position to give a response like that. Naruto was something else. Perhaps he was used to just playing the game with the third. The old man could have been called weak, and lacking in terms of courage, but when it came to using his mind to get things done, he had a way. Jiraiya could say that his sensei had been much shrewder than Danzo. It was almost like the brat was exposing the man for being a fraud. I will let that slide today, Danzo said after a few moments of silence and reflection. But I will not allow you to talk to me like that again. I am the Hokage, and you will speak to me as such. You will not disrespect me. Or what? I'm at a position where I understand that I am very much valuable. I have no qualms in doing your kind of missions and I have the Hiraishin as well as the Kyuubi in my disposal. Lose me, you lose both. Maybe you can say that you will get the Kyuubi, but I'd find that amusing. If I die, the Biju goes on a rampage. Who will stop it? Do you know a seal strong enough to hold a Biju as powerful as the Kyuubi? Something happens to my mother and this village will become hell to everyone who lives within it. I am not saying I hold all the cards, but I am not expandable. Correct me if I am wrong, Danzo narrowed his eyes dangerously. The blonde was close and not completely wrong and that bothered him. He wasn't happy about how things were going in the moment. The blonde was disregarding the fact that he was the Hokage and could make his life a living hell if he wanted to. He didn't expect the blonde to be this uncontrollable. How was Sarutobi able to keep him on a tight leash? At this moment, he had no hold and the blonde could disappear at any moment. It was seriously a problem that he could not let slip through. He had to solve this or he would never get what he wants with the blonde. This meant that he would have to discover the former cage's secrets quickly. Danzo refrained from making any more threats. It was best that he did not. He could allow the blonde to go home and gloat about this one. He needed to retreat and think things over in order to get the winning formula. Threats were not working. He needed something that would get him to work with the blonde and he would find it. Nothing is ever so sure in this world. I would rather get rid of a powerful tool than keep it close to me when I cannot control it, Danzo said. That just meant that the man was a control freak. He liked being in charge of everything. This was a clear difference between him and the Sandaime Hokage. The old man had known that he could not control every situation. Still, he always worked around the situation to make sure he got there. The third was the type who saw that a mountain was too steep for him to climb and got out to search for the muscles to carry him up all the way to the top. The third could dine with his enemies and still flash an honest smile. Danzo could not. He only had one mask and that was an emotionless look. Hiruzen had been a master of all masks. He could play the gentle old man who had lived for far too long and seen too much and sometimes a cruel, cunning and genius. That wasn't to say that he was perfect. He wasn't. In any case, you're dismissed. Report to me tomorrow afternoon so that I can brief you on what we will be going through. I need you to grow up into the perfect weapon for my Konoha to reign supreme, Danzo stated without any fear. Finally, Jiraiya had something to say about that. What is that supposed to mean? The Sannin demanded. Danzo was already planning something sinister. Maybe even invasions on other villages so that Konoha can control them and the removal of everything that he sees as a threat. Don't concern yourself with it. Hiruzen's memorial will be made tomorrow. It is best we do this quickly and move over his era to begin mine, Danzo said with a slight wave of his right hand. He didn't say anything but looked down at the paperwork already filling up his desk. There was a lot of work to be done. He would have to pull a late one. Not here obviously, but inside safe house. Jiraiya did not say anything in response. He knew the man wasn't going to tell him anything. The Toad Sage walked up to Naruto and placed his right hand on the blonde's shoulder before they disappeared from the office. The two appeared in atop of the Hokage monument. While that was amusing to watch, are you sure it was a wise decision to antagonize Danzo? Jiraiya asked in a serious tone. One must never underestimate Danzo, and even if Naruto did appear to be all over the war hawk, the man could not be taken any less serious. The man was still shrewd. The fact that he was sitting in that office as the Hokage was proof enough. In response to Jiraiya's question, Naruto shrugged off nonchalantly. I could not see myself speaking to that fake cripple as if he was a respectable man. Besides, he will not last in that position. Curious, Jiraiya took the bait. What do you mean by that? The Sandaime must have known that he was going to die. Orochimaru was the one student he loved the most and was his greatest regret. No matter what he did, the snake was always something that turned his head upside down. He has always known that Danzo wanted his seat, and should have known that the man would attempt to take the office in the wake of his death. Well, he didn't attempt it, he did it. Naruto did know the old man well enough. Well, it was to be expected. The Sandaime Hokage had known Naruto more than anyone. It was the old man knew the blonde more than his mother did. He left a will, naming his successor. During the meeting with clan heads, Danzo said that he would occupy the position of Hokage until Sensei names his successor, as it was his right to do so. I'm guessing he said that because he knew that Sensei would not live through the invasion. But did not see this one coming. I will leave the village tonight. I am going to try to find Tsunade. I won't take long. I will make sure that I return within a week. If I wait any longer, Danzo will just make it much more difficult for Tsunade to take over, and the more the days go by, the more settled he becomes. Naruto looked down at the village he didn't care about. That was a long route and he did not have the patience for it. It would take time and there were no certainties on it. The Sandaime's memorial is tomorrow. I would advise that you attend. Danzo has already made himself comfortable. If there is damage, he has already done it. But you can do as you like. Are you worried about me? Don't fool yourself, Naruto said indifferently. Ouch, Jiraiya said, holding his chest in a comical show of pain. Naruto's house. When Naruto stepped in front of Itachi, he already had his mind made up about what he was going to do about Danzo. The man could not be allowed to live longer than he was living. Naruto would not even give the man the time to spend more a night as a Hokage. It was enough that he had achieved his dream, he could not be allowed to enjoy it. If he allowed for another day for the man to be acting as Hokage, he would only be creating a prison for himself. Danzo would surely come up with a way to get his hooks all over his life. Before something like that happens, it was best to just get rid of the man. Itachi, Danzo will not see tomorrow. I cannot allow it. He has made threats that have displeased me. Your ideal Konoha cannot come to pass with that man acting as Hokage, the blonde stated in a firm tone. Midnight, I will be sharpening my blades, and after which, I will go out prepared to let four tails out to cause a massacre. Itachi wasn't surprised. He had expected it to happen, and his mother had said Naruto would return ready to kill Danzo. Why now? It hasn't been a day since he became Hokage. Exactly that, Itachi. At this point, Danzo will not allow Anbu to get close to him. His name will remain close, and he will always use his hidden facilities to conduct private business. If he dies tonight, no one will complain. This is the best possible chance to get rid of him. Itachi stared at Naruto for a long minute for responding. It's ironic that Danzo ordered me to massacre my clan for the sake of Konoha, and now I have to do it to him and the rest of his troops. This will be last mission. I'm afraid that I cannot even go back to the Akatsuki if I do this, the Uchiha said stoically. Midnight. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a blank expression on his face. The young Uchiha was standing in front of him and Itachi, staring at both of them with an equally blank look. How he was able to hold his look with both of them staring at him was something that was noteworthy but not praiseworthy. What are you doing, Sasuke? I didn't think you were the kind of question the obvious, Sasuke responded in a flat tone. Naruto blinked. He wasn't amused, but not angry either. This was Sasuke, and what he had said made sense. He did not question the obvious. The right question to ask Sasuke should have been if the black-haired thought he was going to be allowed to go with them to fight Danzo. The thought hadn't even come to his mind, but now that he was facing it, it was something that he had to consider. You're not coming along with us, Sasuke. It is going to be dangerous, Itachi said to his younger brother in a firm tone. He could not allow his younger brother to experience something like this, and there were going to be dangers that would threaten his life. Sasuke glared at his older brother fiercely. You and Naruto are always leaving me behind when you do important things. I am tired of being treated like a child. I want to be involved. The young Uchiha complained as loudly and firmly as he could. But you have yet to grow. It is this kind of attitude that makes you childish, Naruto pressed. If you want to be treated better, start behaving. You're making fuss right now. Your voice is too loud, people will hear us and silence will be eliminated. Sasuke merely glared back at Naruto, but the blonde shrugged it off. In any case, I think it will be good for you if you tag along. It will be dangerous and you will come close to death. Perhaps even suffer some life-threatening wounds, or even lose a hand, but it can be attached and you will back to fight as good as new, right? Naruto just painted a rather grim picture that Sasuke was willing to consider. Hate us if you like, but the truth is that you're not ready for this. You don't know what we are dealing with. Going with you will mean that you will become a burden, and I'm sure you know what happens when you become a burden to your teammates, Itachi said calmly. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I cannot risk it. I understand what you're saying, but I still cannot allow you to come with. Your mother would not forgive me. Chapter 18 Root Bases. The place was brought to a standstill when a murder of kind crows appeared in the dark corridors out of nowhere. The crows were suddenly surrounded by Root Anbu. It had occurred within seconds of appearing. Talk about effectiveness. It was silence until Danzo's footsteps echoed around, with his cane tapping the floor as he walked. He stopped a good distance away when he looked at both Naruto and Itachi. I wasn't really expecting this, the Warhawk stated. But it hardly matters. I can tie a loose end and then make you my soldier. It is foolish of you to come here thinking you can get away alive. Itachi, I did not think that you were this naive. There was a hint of disgust in Danzo's tone. Naruto looked around, watching the Root Anbu. He ignored Danzo as he spoke to the Uchiha beside him. They are effective all right. Nice little dogs. I want to keep some of them. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly. That wasn't part of the plan. Why? With Danzo dead, they will be lost. It will be easy to make them work. Besides, I need some weapons of my own to look around this world. It may be fine here in Konoha, but as the invasion has shown, some people are busy plotting outside. I must know before it is too late, and this people, well, some of them will help me with that. Getting rid of them would be a waste, Itachi said. Is everything set? Naruto nodded. The barrier has been erected. I don't have to worry about anyone noticing anything. We can freely go wild. The moment the words left Naruto's mouth, the blonde dropped down the ground on both his hands. The malicious chakra that resided inside of him started to pour out. It quickly surrounded his body, forming two tails behind him. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan came to life. We cannot afford to spend too much time here, and we need to know what Danzo has been planning, the Uchiha stated calmly. You can start with them, I will take care of Danzo. It should take a couple of seconds to deal with him. I need to be delicate to take Shisui's eye. He looked to the man who dared stare at his Mangekyo. Tsukuyomi. The following morning it was early morning and yet the hidden leaf was woken up by a heavy storm that shook the entire village. It was more of a shock that had the villagers muttering in quietness as they recollected the memories they had of the day they heard of the Uchiha incident. Another massacre had occurred and this one was bloody. An entire root organization had been slaughtered as well its leader. It was a mystery. At least with the Uchiha incident, they knew who had caused it, but this one was a mystery and it brought about fear within the streets of the Hidden Leaf. Who was it that had done it? Was it someone in their midst? Was it Itachi again? If it wasn't the Uchiha, who could done it? It was better to believe what was tangible than the unknown. For that thought, some villagers believed that perhaps it had been Orochimaru or Itachi. Who knew? It could be between those two. The former had recently invaded their village and killed their Sandaime Hokage. It wouldn't have been above him to do something like this. Everyone had their thoughts, but what was certain was that the village was in fear. It had happened overnight and no one saw or heard anything. Someone or some people had just walked in and killed more than 100 of trained killers without anyone noticing, not even the Anbu who were supposed to know. It was a terrifying thought that made things troublesome. As Shikaku would say, Jiraiya looked at the village from the Hokage monument. Yes, it was still early morning, but the village streets were already filled with people. What was worrying was that the village was silent, not completely, but there was a sense of dread within the atmosphere. The Sannin acknowledged that something had to be done in order to restore calm in the village. If things stayed like this, the other villages would surely attempt to try to take advantage of the confusion. It was a mess that he didn't think he would wake up to see. If he hadn't taken Naruto's advice, he wouldn't have been seeing this now. Then again, it was best that he was here. It was in a moment like this when his presence was needed. Still, it was just a day ago that Danzo had been hovering over the village like a black cloud. He had thought the village's future was at risk with the man acting as Hokage, but it had come to a bitter end. It was somewhat of a bitter pill. The man had coveted the position of Hokage all his life and when he had it, his life was taken away. He had not enjoyed it. It was taken away from him in brutal fashion. Despite the situation, Jiraiya thought the man deserved it. Nevertheless, it did not change the situation that was facing this village. More than ever, this village needed someone strong to stand in its leadership shoes. It needed someone with a reputation. Tsunade was what the village needed and he would get her back. No matter what, her village needed her now and she could not run away from it. She could hate him, but this was not a matter he could allow to go on unattended lest the leaf falls. Jiraiya narrowed his slightly after the Anbu who had come to him yesterday appeared on his right-hand side. Did Sensei predict this one as well? It was one of the possibilities but less likely, so he didn't consider it would happen, hence I said Naruto would leave the village yesterday. With Danzo still here, there is no reason for Naruto to leave, the Anbu said calmly. I don't think anybody expected him to be dead just hours after taking the seat. But it has happened and it must be dealt with. With him gone, I have no reason to keep what the Sandaime gave me. I trust that you will carry out his wishes. You sound as if you were leaving this village, Jiraiya said curiously. I am, the Anbu said with a small nod. I will claim the actions done to Danzo and his route. If the village stays like this, people will panic. It is best they believe that someone actually did it than to let them continue making guesses, the man said. You must know who did it then, Jiraiya said in firm tone. Why though? It is a sacrifice I am willing to make for the sake of the hidden leaf. Every now and then, someone has to make a sacrifice, the Anbu responded. I know Naruto was there in the root bases. I sensed the residual chakra of the Kyuubi, but he could not have done it alone. Naruto is strong, but not that powerful. Just because you sensed the Kyuubi's chakra doesn't mean that it was actually Naruto who was there. What you don't know is that there is another person who contains the Biju's chakra, the Anbu said, drawing many questions from the Sannin. By the end of the day, this village will know my mask and that I exist. The Anbu vanished without another word after speaking. In the end, the man didn't say anything and Jiraiya still had questions. He would have to dig deep to find them. Aside from the Kyuubi's chakra, there was no trace of Naruto's presence. It was disturbing that there was another person with the Biju's chakra. The Sannin could believe that. That man had no reason to lie and it wasn't like he was going to do anything to Naruto if indeed he was involved. Someone had actually done the leaf a favor. If he could get Tsunade to return quickly, then there won't be any troubles when she does return. If she had returned when Danzo was still kicking, there was a possibility that the man would have refused and a civil war might have taken place. It was within the scope of possibilities and Jiraiya had considered it. With things like this, there would be no one to oppose Tsunade and the clan heads would give her the support. If she was able to apply her mind, there was no doubt that the Slug Princess could pull it off. She had been taught by the professor after all. How was he going to get her to return though? Jiraiya shook his head. He would think of that after the Sandame's memorial. What even made the day a bit better was that Danzo hadn't announced his position as Hokage. Very few would be disappointed. Senju compound, you must have had a rather rough night out, Makoto said, bandaging Naruto's upper body. The blonde was in discomfort. He didn't have any wound on him to say he had been injured. The woman assumed the Kyuubi had closed those flesh wounds, but the pain was still there. By now, Itachi was long gone, not even a trace of his presence left behind. It was better that way because once it became known of what had happened, it would be really difficult for him to leave the village. The whole thing was still dancing within her head. She could not decide if the thought had been morally right, but in the present situation, it had been the right thing to do. To save Konoha and themselves, they had to shed blood. That was the world that they were living in. It was sad that to avoid evil, they had to become the lesser evil. There was no doubt that Danzo would have driven this village to war within months and many people would have been killed. To avoid that, they removed him from this world. But what if another person rises to cause another war? Makoto shook her head. She didn't need to have those kind of thoughts. When had she become that kind of a person anyway? She wasn't Itachi. The thoughts had been just her family, her clan and her village. World peace was the thought of idealists. Those robots were trained killers. I have to admit, they had been trained well. It was a lot difficult than what I had in mind. They made a real fight out of it, Naruto said with a wince. He had received his fair share of hits and cuts. It hadn't been a clean sweep, but they got through. Once the master was dead, it became a lot easier to handle. You faced Orochimaru, a Sannin, and left the battle with no wounds, but when you fight Root Anbu you have troubles, Makoto said calmly. I had the element of surprise with Orochimaru and with the Root Anbu, I did not have. Well, the job is done anyway, the blonde said. Makoto nodded, and you're still alive. I am very happy that you are alive, Naruto. Of course I hadn't doubted your strength, but I am happy that you are okay. The Uchiha placed a delightful smile on her lips as she spoke. Naruto stared at the smile for a few seconds. It wasn't the first time he was seeing the smile. The thing that made him curious was that the woman seemed to have a different kind of smile when she looked at a few selected people. This was one that seemed to be reserved just for him. The blonde shook his head. Maybe he was having one of those days. I had no other choice but to return. If I had died in that battlefield, my mother would have had trouble of having to live as being known as the mother of the shinobi who did this to the Hokage of the Leaf, the blonde said in a firm tone. At least now, things look good again. Makoto nodded. Yes, she said. You can start hoping again. We can hope for better things. I don't think they will allow just anyone to take the position after the Danzo case. Laws have to be changed about how a cage is selected as well. The Uchiha paused for a moment before changing the subject. What are you going to do now? I'm going home to my mother and smile while I make her breakfast. I feel as if I am free. I have never felt so weightless in my entire life. There is no Sandaime, no Danzo, no one to make me worry. The village now has a better outlook of me since the invasion, all thanks to the third scheming, Naruto said with a very tiny smile. You can almost say that I'm quite happy. Makoto laughed. His tone and his words just did not rhyme. Although there was a tiny smile on his face, his tone wasn't smiling, it was actually blank. I'm glad that you have found happiness. I wish you'd express it more. Do you want me to show you how to express happiness, dear? I'm in the room with you, Sasuke said with a nasty look on his face. Why are you acting like that with him? Because he is a delight to your mother, Sasu-chan, Makoto said with a smile. She had really forgotten that Sasuke was in the room with them. She blamed Naruto for making her forget that her precious son was in the room. She was certain that the blonde hadn't forgotten but was actually just ignoring him. Sasuke scoffed in response. Makoto merely shook her head before turning her attention towards Naruto once again. I meant what are the plans from now on? Itachi says he won't be returning to the Akatsuki, I am sure there is something planned. Naruto shook his body for a moment just to feel the pain once more. There was a lot that he could do now. He could just relax and enjoy his delightful life with his mother now that things were calm within this rotten village. But that would be naive of him. He could not stand and think that things were going to be alright from now on. This was the shinobi world, anything could happen without any notice. An invasion had occurred in this village and he had not thought it would happen. Even though Suna had been tricked by Orochimaru after he killed its cage, the relationship between the village and Konoha was at odds and how it went from now depended on how the coming Hokage would treat the matter. He could not relax. Not in this world. He needed to plan ahead. First he would see who would be becoming Hokage. Until he knows who and confirms their motives, he would move to do what needs to be done. But of course, he would still make plans of his own. He could not live without a plan. Wrestling with the Sandaime Hokage had taught him that much. The fight with Danzo's rats taught me that I still have a lot to learn. I want to grow and become stronger. Watching Itachi fight showed me what real power is. I want to reach that level where I will be certain that I can protect my mother regardless of what comes to my way, Naruto said firmly. With that in mind, I will leave Konoha for a while in order to get the training I need. Itachi will be training Sasuke. That was something that made Sasuke turn on a smile. He was still angry over the fact that Naruto and his brother had left him behind. He understood it was dangerous given Naruto's pain, but he was still bitter about it. This news was going to make him happy and he would be strong in the end. When do we leave? Not even considering your mother when those words leave your mouth, Naruto said in a flat tone. Sometimes your lust for power disappoints me. No matter what Sasuke, you must never forget what is beside you. Your mother carried you for 9 months and she is the only parent you have left, treat her with care, the blonde paused. I am going to mine. Are you going to tell her? Naruto closed his eyes as he thought of many scenarios. Yes, he said. Maybe not today, but I will. Mother will worry about it as she will no doubt suspect me and Itachi. If it is so obvious, it is best to clear the air so that we can both share our thoughts and be open with each other. The last thing I wish to do is to worry my mother about me keeping things from her. But you honestly do keep things from her, Sasuke pressed firmly. I have never lied to my mother and never will, Naruto said. That was his only response before he left. Sasuke watched the blonde disappear with a stare. He should also be heading home with his mother. He could not remain sitting here forever. They were things that had to be done and he had to think about how he was going to do things after leaving this village to train with his brother. The raven head looked back at his mother and frowned. She was staring at the door Naruto used to leave the room. His mother had become really close to the blonde. She was way too close to him for his liking and the blonde made things worse by telling him how he should act around his mother. His own mother. Who did the blonde think he was? You and Itachi are really close to Naruto, Sasuke said to his mother. Makoto smiled at the accusation in Sasuke's tone. Don't be a jealous child, Sasuke, it doesn't work on you and for an Uchiha, that kind of an emotion is never good at all. You will do stupid things because of it, she said calmly. What you need to remember is that I am your mother and Itachi is your brother. No matter, Itachi will always love you and he certainly does love you more than he loves Naruto. Don't ever doubt that, because Naruto can never take your position in our hearts. Naruto's house. Kushina rubbed her eyes in a sleepy mode and just to confirm if her eyes were not playing tricks on her. She was seeing something very rare. She had always been the one to cook the meals that were eaten in this house, but now, Naruto was cooking for her, and his body language spoke volumes about a happy person. What could have happened to make him so happy? Last night wasn't a pleasant night at all. She hadn't slept peacefully as she normally does because of the news of Danzo's rise to the Hokage seat. It had been a worrisome discovery that made her fear for her son's future. She knew the man would plot to have her dear Naruto become a weapon for Konoha. It was something that she could not stand to watch happen. She did not want her son to live that kind of a life. She wanted him to live as normally as he could. She could not think of escaping this village, but if it meant saving his son's life from the danger, she would think of it. She was willing to do anything for her son. Naruto turned around to face his mother with a small happy smile. "Good morning, mother," he greeted the redhead calmly. Kushina was starting to wonder if perhaps her son had been possessed or whether someone was playing a cruel joke on her. She had dreamt of something like this happening. She wanted a happy child who could surprise her like this. The Naruto she knew could never do something like this no matter how much he loved her. Her Naruto shouldn't be happy, unless he had snapped and was actually crazy. She couldn't fault him for losing it. Things had been hard on him since birth. There was no reason for him to be happy on this day either. Today was the Sandame's memorial. The old man had meant something to him. He could not simply be this happy when the man who had cared for him was to be buried, and above all, when Danzo was Hokage. Perhaps she was in a dream world. "You're not dreaming, mother," Naruto said in his normal tone. The tone of his voice just snapped Kushina out of her thoughts and she walked over to the kitchen and settled down. It was really her son that was making her breakfast. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Kushina asked carefully and delicately, as if she didn't want to break anything. Naruto nodded. Perhaps the right emotion to show at this moment would have been amusement over his mother's question and the worry in her tone. He had just nodded before talking in a more familiar tone. "I am fine, mother. I have never actually felt so alive in my life." Kushina did not offer a response immediately. She dived into her thoughts as she tried to figure out how she was going to deal with this situation. She was failing to handle it normally. Should she be happy that her son was showing signs of happiness? She shook her head. She just needed to confirm something before doing anything. "Naruto, you do know that the Sandame is dead and that Danzo is going to make our lives difficult because he has become Hokage, right?" She just needed to confirm that he was aware of the situation that surrounded them and that it was nothing to be happy about. Naruto did not offer a response to his mother. He acted as if he hadn't heard her and continued preparing his breakfast. Once done, he brought a bowl of water for his mother and then dished out the food on the table before settling down. He said no prayers before taking a bite and then he responded. "The old man's death is sad, but honestly, I have not really given myself the time to think about it. Perhaps it has yet to fully register in my head," Naruto said in a calm tone, very little emotion in his voice. "Danzo is another matter. Maybe he wasn't thinking that much of the old man's death because a part of him was happy the man was dead. Of course, he would never tell his mother that. If the Sandame hadn't annoyed him with his schemes, maybe he would even shed a couple of tears during the funeral. But now, there was nothing in him. A troublesome matter that could ruin us." Kushina stressed the words slowly. Seriously, the man was without doubt the biggest problem they faced. He was going to turn her Naruto into a weapon that has been dreaming of if he wasn't stopped. There would be little resistance from the clan heads, and she would have to fight on her own. And she would put up a fight. She wasn't going to allow anyone to ruin their lives just to gain something. She was happy with how things were progressing in their lives, especially. If he was smiling like this, then she could hope for a better future. Happiness for Naruto was a possible thing, but if Danzo wasn't stopped, that smile could vanish. Naruto looked at his mother for a moment before looking back at his food. "I met the Sand siblings," he said. "Yesterday. I'm sure by now they have crossed the desert and are home." He had said this just to see how his mother would react. He was going to be careful with how he handled issues with those other siblings, but his hostility towards Kankura would not be masked. Kushina smiled happily. "I'm happy to hear that," she said. I was worried that something might have happened to them. It would have been sad though. I'd really grown attached to them." She paused, thinking about their situation. Tamari-chan will surely have a lot to deal with now. They no longer have a mother and now their father is gone. I'd become like a parent to them. Maybe I should keep watching them. Naruto managed to keep his mask, but he had mixed feelings about the whole thing. His mother was seemingly forgetting that their village had attacked Konoha. Yes, they were fooled by Orochimaru, but history will record that Tsunagakure attacked Konoha along with the Sound Village. When you put reason into the situation, it did make sense, how his mother was acting, but Naruto still felt somehow about the whole thing. Perhaps, that was the only thing Naruto was willing to say. He would not make decisions for his mother. At least on our side, things are better. We don't have to worry about the villagers and can actually look forward to some peace. That was something that Naruto thought he would never say while in this villages, not when those monkeys were still dancing in the streets. This change didn't change much in his opinion of them. What they had done, he would not forget. We would, but you're forgetting something, Kushina said. But really, was her son the one to forget about something like that? He was acting as if Danzo didn't exist. The woman frowned. What are you not telling me, Naruto? Naruto didn't waste time to respond, not because he was pressured but because he hadn't been planning on keeping it from his mother if she asked. There hadn't been a right moment to say it than this. Danzo is dead, the blonde said indifferently. Kushina stared at her son. Her skin crawled as she thought of the possibilities. He had risked his life to get rid of Danzo. She did not doubt that the blonde was involved if he was saying it. She should have thought that he would do something like this. Perhaps this was all that scheming with Itachi was all about. Life is a precious thing, Naruto, Kushina said calmly. You're precious to me. If something happens to you, I don't know what I'd do. So, I beg of you, please don't ever do something so reckless again. What if Danzo had caught you instead? Wouldn't have happened, Naruto said in a firm tone. There had been plans to avoid such a thing happening and Itachi was there as well. Itachi would have given his life to save mine. Naruto, you have been in Anbu before, you should know that not everything goes according to plan. You might think that you have everything thought out, but the unlikely will occur and throw away your plan E and F, Kushina said in a sad tone, thinking about the night she gave birth to Naruto. I should be angry that you'd do something like that, but seeing how free it has made you, I can't complain. Perhaps it would make her a bad mother, but this was the shinobi world and Naruto was a shinobi. He had lost his innocence long ago. The ship had already sailed, she could not keep wishing for an innocent child. The Naruto before her was a fighter who would fight anyone who threatened their happiness and lives. He did not shy away from taking decisions to secure their futures. When had he crossed the borders in trying to do so? Her son was calculative just like his father. He did things for a reason, and didn't just jump into a pool because the water looked clean. Naruto smiled warmly. It is a good day, he said. The feeling is strange, but I can't say I hate it. It is somewhat refreshing. As long as you are happy, she said. It became silent as the two ate their breakfast in comfortable silence. About an hour later when Jiraiya came to face Naruto, he didn't know what to expect from the blonde. There was no proof, but he was still certain that Naruto had been involved with Danzo's murder. He wasn't going to complain. Konoha had been done a huge favor and no one would cry foul over it as the man hadn't announced his position as acting Hokage as of yet. Still, the Sannin was certain that Naruto didn't do it for Konoha and it made him worry a little. Would the blonde kill anyone who he thought was going to make his life miserable? The blonde had told him before that Danzo would not be alive to be Hokage today and when Konoha woke up, the War Hawk was declared dead. Killed along with his root Anbu. There had been blood everywhere and it seemed that whoever was in that place hadn't been all gentle at all. It wasn't like the assassin style that Naruto was known to use. Jiraiya just could not stomach seeing the blonde surrounded by piles of bloody corpses. What can I do for you, Jiraiya? The blonde asked the question while standing atop of the Hokage monument. The toad sage beside him was wearing black. The time for the Sandame's memorial was upon them, but Naruto was still in his normal clothing. Aren't you going? Considering how close you two were, it would be somehow if you don't go, the Sannin stated. Naruto looked up into the heavens with a blank look on his face. When was it going to rain? He wished for nothing more than raindrops to pour into his face. It wasn't that he needed them to hide the emotions in his face, he just felt the rain would go well with the cloud that was hanging over his head. "I'm not going," Naruto ended up saying, surprising Jiraiya. Why did he have to go? What would it achieve if he went to that place? People would be crying and it wouldn't be pleasant for him, especially if it were these people of this village who would be wearing those sad looks, weeping for the death of the old man. He still had to think about the situation that had arisen between him and the Sandaime. Before the man died, he had been growing to dislike him for his plots and twist. He was never free because the old man seemed to have a hand in everything that he did and he was always watching his every move. It had felt as if he was trapped, unable to do anything to escape. Honestly, he had tried and failed to get the best of the old man, but he had failed. It had been frustrating that with each move, the old had already known. If anything, he was nothing more than the Sandaime's puppet. If the old man had lived through to this day, they would have ended up resenting each other. Naruto was certain of this. Why? Jiraiya asked, all in curiosity. Somehow, the blonde seemed a bit down, but yet his tone had felt emotionless. Perhaps he was just hiding his emotions. Then again, Naruto wasn't the one who walked with his emotions masked in his face for all to see. Still, Jiraiya wanted to know why the blonde was choosing not to go. This was goodbye, and if you miss your chance, you might never get the chance to do it. If it wasn't because of what Naruto had said the day before, he wouldn't be in the village by now. He would have left Konoha in search for Tsunade. I have a lot to think about, Naruto said as he sat down, legs crossed, eyes downcast. His vision the stone he was sitting on, not the gloomy streets of the Hidden Leaf. There is a lot to think about, Naruto repeated. Naruto was saying the same thing twice. What was happening in this world? Was he perhaps dreaming, or was it starting to dawn on the blonde that the Sandaime Hokage was now gone and would no longer be in this world anymore? He would no longer burst into the office and say, "Sensei." The old man had ceased to exist in this world, and all that remained was his legacy as well as the bitter and sweet memories they shared together. Before Jiraiya could say anything, Yugao flashed into existence, wearing black. She smiled thinly at the Sannin before speaking politely. "You should go, they are already looking for you. I will stay with Naruto." Jiraiya nodded before sending a glance at Naruto once more. He disappeared without saying another word. "It is really a sad day for Konoha," the woman started in a calm tone. "I'm sure when our allies hear about this they will also mourn with us." The death of the Sandaime wasn't the death of a normal shinobi. The old man had lived through 3 shinobi world wars. It said much about his age, but also a lot more about his power. He was truly a humble soul that was respected for being peace-loving. He preferred negotiations over the needless bloodshed. Like the Yondaime Hokage, he had died in the service of his village and as a proud cage. Possibly, Naruto nodded in agreement. But his reasons were much more different from what Yugao had in mind. In his mind, Naruto thought that the Sandaime had a way with people. The old man could sell the image of an old man who had seen too much in his life and all that he wanted was just peace. The old man was like that. He played with people's perceptions to suit his own agenda. It had worked well for him, as nobody ever discovered that he was a fox in a sheep's garment. Well, if you never got found out, who would complain? For him it was a problem because he knew the Sandaime's nature and his tendency to plot twisting schemes that would work for the tomorrow he hoped for. That was the thing with this world, everyone was always thinking about their ideals and the kind of world they wished. Everyone thought that they were right, but who was wrong? Who was even allowed to say that someone was wrong and that this was right? People had their own justice and moral compass, but the problem arose when they tried to force those ideals into other people, even resorting to manipulation. Naruto had no problem with those games though, but he would never allow anyone to manipulate his life ever again. It was enough that the Sandaime had manipulated his life so that he could have the ideal puppet. Yugao glanced at Naruto for a moment and looked back at the silent streets of the Hidden Leaf. It was a sad day for the Leaf. Konoha had lost a great pillar, a legend in the Hokage's office, and now it didn't have a cage. The one who had grabbed the seat yesterday was dead. If other villages had known that Danzo was the acting Hokage, they would have smelled blood and made attempts to attack the village. "Why are you not attending the proceedings, Naruto? Is there any reason I should? You were close to the Sandaime Hokage and this is the time you get to say goodbye to him," This is the time we get to grieve for the loss we have incurred. I should know. I was struggling to deal with my own pain at the loss of someone I loved. The pain of losing someone you loved was something that was breaking to the heart. Yugao had felt it, and even though she was trained to control her emotions as an Anbu, when he loved one died, she had been unable to control any of her emotions. Nevertheless, it was life, and with the help of Kushina, she was able to cope. The woman had after all lost her husband, the great Yondaime Hokage, and had to contend with her son being a Jinchuriki, and worse of all, the villagers hated him for it. Kushina's pain had been greater than hers, but she hadn't fell apart. She was a strong woman and Yugao admired her for her strength. "You're mistaking something, Yugao," Naruto started in a firm tone. "Perhaps in the early days, I had grown to like the old man, but as the days grew, perhaps to be more specific, in the past months, I hadn't been smiling with him. Any more months to have come with him still alive, I would have grown to resent him. It is good that he died now before I could learn to dislike him." Yugao was shocked at hearing that. For a moment she thought of slapping the blonde, but when she looked into his eyes, she saw nothing that reflected his emotions. Perhaps he wasn't focusing on the old man's death, perhaps he just didn't care. Either way, it was wrong. Yugao could not tolerate something like that, and she was sure that Naruto would not speak like that in front of his mother. Kushina had sent her here because she had known that Naruto would not show himself in black. He needed someone. What could she do to help him? Someone so young shouldn't be like this, he had to have emotions. The Sandaime had at first fought to keep you away from Danzo because he didn't want you to become an emotionless robot, but it seems that he didn't have to worry about that, Yugao said absent-mindedly. Emotions. I have them, they are just not wasted on pointless things. The third is dead, we must move on. The dead must not hold us from looking forward. Admittedly, the Sandaime was doing all he could to secure my future, but with him gone now, I will have to get my hands dirty. Well, not literally. He did have his toys now. Yugao narrowed her eyes. There was a dangerous feeling in his tone and she didn't like it, it made her feel slightly nervous. What are you planning? Nothing major, Naruto said with a slight shrug. I have to go away for some time to train and become stronger as I grow. A time away from this god-forsaken village will do good to refresh my mind, the blonde added. Yugao shook her head. Even though the villagers were now whispering his name with small hidden smiles for his actions during the invasion, Naruto could still not like them. She was sure that a couple would be worried about him when they do realize that he wasn't present at the funeral, even though he had been close to the Sandaime Hokage. She had become used to the fact that Naruto held no love for Konoha though. He never did show it to other people because he knew he would be treated as a flight risk, but the Sandaime had at times treated him as a flight risk and Naruto had known about it. A new Hokage would have to agree to it, but I don't think the council would agree to it, Yugao said calmly. Well, if they knew what the Sandaime thought about Naruto, they would keep him locked up in chains and keep him from leaving the village. I don't really care about the council. They will not dictate my actions, but if they are being stubborn, I will get Jiraiya to play his part, Naruto said before slowly standing up. Come on, you must cover for our disappearance to Suna. We are going to Suna. Naruto shook his head. I am going to Suna, you will stay behind to watch my mother. It will only be for about an hour though, the blonde said firmly. There are some things that I need to handle. Yugao stared curiously. Suna wasn't just outside of the leaf, it was far away into another country. It didn't take an hour to get to the village, it took much more than that. There are people who have gone ahead of me, they should be ready to call him at any time soon. I want to be ready when they do call me, Naruto said. Tsunagakure Baki found himself sighing once more again. He was in the presence of the village's council, the current ruling body within the village. Without a cage, the council was now in charge of all decision-making. They had been fools to think that they would win a war with Konoha. They had supported the invasion and were not against it, all of them. Baki was a shinobi and he did not question orders, he merely did as instructed. Perhaps the fools had become slightly greedy after Orochimaru had made the proposal. He had known that the snake Sannin had approached the council when Rasa had first refused to listen to the man's proposal. They had a good thing going after all, and they had secured Suna's future, so Rasa had no reason to betray that plan. Yet, the council didn't have the same thought. He should have noticed the differences though. Rasa had spoken. proudly about the plan had he worked up with the Uzumaki and the Sandaime Hokage. Everything had been well and going smoothly. He had been a good father to his children, and then all of them sudden, he flipped. Baki had not questioned anything. He had his thoughts, but he didn't voice them. He had been foolish. But never again would he make that same mistake. He would look after the Godime cage and would question where he felt the decisions being made, if they were questionable and if he felt they were wrong. His thoughts were not the source of his sighs, nevertheless. He was dealing with the damn fools of the council. He had returned from Konoha to inform them about the decision that they had to make about what Danzo had informed him. The man had ordered them to surrender or risk being forced into submission. We simply cannot allow that man to rule over this village like that. Suna is ours and we will not sell it to that man. But we can hand them to Mari. That traitorous snake did inform us of Ross's deal with the Sandaime. Perhaps we should send a message to either Iwa or Kumo. I'm sure both villages would be willing to help, for a price I know, but we can use the cage's children as bargaining chips. There was a pause for a few moments. Yes, that would work. Neither village would want Konoha to get any stronger than it already is. They will think that if Konoha is coming after Sunagakure, what will stop it from coming after them after it has recovered from the invasion? This was the madness that was making Baki sigh. This was perhaps the longest he has attended. They could not come into a consensus. Baki. Whatever was going to be said was stopped when a murder of crows burst through the entrance of the chambers and the lights went dead. The reactions had been instantaneous as the people within the chambers quickly got up into their feet in fear and started shouting for Anbu and for Baki to do something. They had the idea that they were under attack. No one was supposed to disturb them, and if there was something that needed their attention, and Anbu would have reported it to Baki and the man would have told them about it, but this was an obvious attack on the council. Perhaps what brought the fear were the crimson eyes that were glaring dimly within the murder of crows. It was undoubtedly the Sharingan, but who? Itachi. Before Baki could move, two white masked men flashed both in front and behind him, their blades pressed against his body. He was caught in a web and was certain, one wrong move, the blades would be piercing his body. For now, he would stay still. Baki glared at the murder of crows, certain there was someone. Who are you? He demanded. The crows caught as they started flying all over the chambers, revealing a very still Uzumaki Naruto holding a blade on his right hand. His eyes were just cold. Uzumaki, what is the meaning of this? When it was apparent to the council members that it was just a brat, they shouted for the Anbu to come forth and dispose of the fool who dared try to threaten them, but no help came. No one came. They just shouted and called helplessly. Once tired, they glared at Naruto. What is the meaning of this? It has come to my attention that this council conspired with Orochimaru to invade Konoha even after your cage had refused. If you had been fooled like everyone else, I would have let it slide, but you supported the invasion. He paused before asking. Why? That is a foolish question to ask. Do you think you can get out of here, Gaki? This is our village, and no sooner than later, this place will be crawling with Anbu. Be clever and we will not dispose of you, but we will use as a bargaining chip to make Konoha forget everything. Naruto didn't look impressed at all. You're not worth talking to anymore, the blonde stated before blurring out of view. He appeared in front of an old council member with his blade held high. The others watched curiously, as the blade dripped with blood. A second later, a head dropped to the floor. Chaos reigned and Naruto snapped his fingers. Two more masked men appeared into the chambers and disposed of the remaining council members. Baki watched with an expressionless look on his face. He didn't care about the old farts. If anything, he would have ended up killing them himself. They had become too power-hungry and would drive this village toward the edge of a cliff. Naruto settled down on one of the chairs and motioned for Baki to be freed. The man sat down across the blonde. He really needed a seat. This was a coup. One that would not be bad if he was able to negotiate. The village did need new faces to lead it out of this troubling situation. These are Danzo's men, Baki stated, looking straight at Naruto. Naruto didn't respond to that. The man was merely making a statement, he didn't have to respond to it. Danzo is dead, you no longer need to worry about surrendering to Konoha. A new Hokage will probably be Tsunade. And if she has kept the Sandaime's teachings, she won't make the same demands as Danzo made. Did you have a hand in his death? Again, Naruto didn't respond to the question. For the next 2.5 years, you will train Gaara in leadership. You will select a new smart council and then after you think he is ready, install Gaara as the Godime Cage. Do you wish to make Gaara your puppet leader? Gaara is a smart person, I'm sure he will be a good leader who will be grateful and will not make stupid decisions as the former council made. Naruto paused. Do you have a problem with this arrangement? What do you plan on doing after? Rasa held a very high opinion of you and you don't look as if you're interested in controlling Suna, not that I would allow it. I have no interest in leading this village. I merely took an action that interests me and works well for me. If things go south in Konoha, I can come here with no problems and no one will object to it. This village can become a fortress with Gaara's power and any village would think twice about attacking it, so it makes it a safe place. Nevertheless, if you do have problems, you can die in the next minute and I can look for someone else to do the job. The Anbu around here are dreaming in the world of Genjutsu. As far as they are concerned, everything is going smoothly and the council members are still debating. The blonde stood up. I hope I do not have to come again and slaughter everyone in this room, with you included. If Baki had been told that such a situation would appear before him in his life and caused by someone so young, he would have laughed until he rolled over the ground, it would have been ridiculous. But it was happening. He gave himself the credit for being calm about it. His next question surprised him though, he could not quite believe he was the one asking it. You seem to have things in script, what do you think will happen now? Even if the next Hokage doesn't make demands to Tsunagaku, our relationship has reached a point where anything can happen, what do you think would be the best way to deal with the situation? Naruto looked at the man with a blank expression on his face as if to ask if the man was being serious. He shook his head, and gave his response. I don't particularly care about that. What needs to happen will be up to you. I was merely removing objects that may cause troubles to Spur. If they had gone to either Iwa or Kumo, a bloody war would have occurred soon enough. I wouldn't mind wiping out an entire village if it would prevent war from happening. The lack of emotion made Baki doubt that this would be done because Naruto wanted a safe world. No, believed there was another reason for that. From what Rasa had observed, the blonde didn't hold a high opinion of other people, in fact, he didn't care about them. Baki placed his hands on the table and stared at the blonde. Konoha doesn't know you're here and I'm sure it doesn't know you are working with Danzo's people. If this got out, it would cause uproar. If you are saying Danzo is indeed dead and you have his people, then it is safe to say you had a hand in his death. Does Konoha know about it? For a man who was acting as Hokage, it can be considered treason if it is discovered. Naruto didn't look amused. The people that matter are actually happy that he is dead, the blonde stated calmly. But if you're interested in doing blackmail or threats, hold all the cards in your hands and learn more about the game. But continue trying to play it, and I will reconsider allowing your existence to continue. The blonde burst into a murder of crows once again and was gone a second later along with the masked men. Baki noticed the room glowing slightly and realized that there had been a barrier placed around. It was for sure blocking chakra from leaving the chambers and the sound as well. A smart move. Even if he had done his signals using chakra to alert the Anbu close by, they would not have felt it because of the barrier. Never mind that, how was he going to deal with the situation now? The village had no leaders as things stood and without a cage and a council, it was lost. He needed to step up and assume leadership role, but he would need help. Civilians and retired shinobi would do in a new council. Yes, that would do. It wasn't just shinobi matters that were handled by a cage but also civilian matters. Someone to represent them would be needed. He just needed to be careful with whom he picked, otherwise, he would end up regretting it. Konoha Naruto's house, are you really fine, Naruto? Makoto asked, looking at Naruto with concern. He hadn't showed up at the Sandame's funeral and he didn't seem to be suffering from grief. In fact, he looked way normal and perhaps a little cold given the situation. Makoto believed that Naruto wasn't that of a cold person that he would no care if someone he cared for died. He and the Sandame had been friends, well until of late. Naruto was no longer going to the Sandame to have the normal talk, it was always business with the old man trying to manipulate the Naruto. She had never been fond of the old man's tricks. Perhaps that was why she stayed away from the village politics, council and just focused on rebuilding her clan. The children were growing up nicely, they would grow into the politics of the village. I have no problems. For a moment I was a little sad that he is dead, but I have gotten over that, Naruto responded calmly. They were sitting behind his house, in the garden. Yugao and Sasuke were also present. His mother was locked up in the house with Jiraiya. Naruto didn't know what they were talking about, but he hadn't bothered trying figure it out. Makoto sighed and just nodded. Are you still serious about leaving the village for your training? Sasuke butt in before Naruto could respond. Of course he was serious, mother, the Uchiha stated firmly. Naruto would not joke around something like that. He didn't even do jokes, did he? Sasuke was sure they were going. He was really looking forward to the training. He would come back stronger. Naruto and Itachi would no longer leave him behind when they go out for dangerous missions, a child no more. Most of all, he would finally spend some quality time with his beloved brother. You appeared fine when I talked about it yesterday, Naruto said, having ignored Sasuke. Makoto paused and put on a look on her face. But when I got home, I thought about it and realized that you would be gone for a bit too long for my liking. I will miss you. Really, just thinking about your absence in my life for at least a year makes me feel lonely and sad. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow at this as he thought over a few things. If it weren't for your responsibilities, you'd be free to come with us. Makoto nodded, but at least when you do come, you will be all grown up and looking like a man. You think like a man, but haven't quite grown up, physically at least. I wish I could just sleep and wake up 3 or 4 years later. Yugao stared at the sly smile on Makoto's lips. Was it just her? She shook her head. No, she wasn't seeing things. Makoto had the look of a hungry woman in her eyes. It wasn't for the first time she was seeing it. In fact, the woman treated Naruto like an adult and Sasuke as a child. When she spoke to Naruto, she spoke as if she was speaking to someone her age. Certainly, the woman had some naughty thoughts about Naruto. Could it be that she was booking the blonde? She was a fit single woman who didn't seem to have any interest in any man other than Naruto, who wasn't a man but a boy by the way. However, that didn't seem to matter to Makoto, did it? She was waiting for the day when Blonde would come back all grown so that she could nasty things to him. Yugao turned red as her thoughts wandered off. She looked at Naruto. He was a fine-looking boy who was mature, but his mother issues were definitely a problem. How come neither Naruto nor Kushina seemed to realize the intentions of Makoto? Yugao blinked when she realized that Naruto's eyes were staring into hers. She had been caught staring. She smiled and Naruto just shrugged it off with indifference. That was what she liked about him. He did ask questions, but not always. Unfortunately, for Yugao, Makoto didn't let it slip. Is there something on your mind, Yugao? The former Anbu quickly shook her head. No, she said. Have you cleared things with Anbu? When Konoha does get a new cage, you won't be allowed to roam around as you are now. But it will be simple for you to come around here as you like. I have, Yugao said with a nod. Makoto nodded as well. Are you planning on joining Naruto? Though, for you, it would be difficult to convince the leaders to allow you to leave. Yugao merely shrugged. I have been Anbu all my life. Since I have quit Anbu, I would have to be drafted into the Jonin roster or at least registered to take part in any missions. For now, I am free of all chains and until I agree to anything, I am retired as a shinobi. Besides, any cage who comes in will only read a file that says I am incapable of carrying my duties as a shinobi. The Sandaime never got the chance to complete his report. Makoto smiled. I like that people who surround my boys are smart. Well, I doubt Naruto would allow himself to be surrounded by a couple of idiots. She shook her head at the thought and turned to Sasuke. You have to start using your head a lot more than ever, and I hope by the time you return, you will be mature. His mother was making it sound as if he doesn't use his mind. I use my head, mother. I just cannot think like Naruto. He frowned when he thought that his mother was trying to make him be like Naruto or at least comparing him to the blonde. Makoto shook her head. You cannot think like Naruto. It works for him because he is Naruto, but you are Sasuke. Think like Sasuke and your things will work out well for you. Trying to be like someone else won't do you good, the woman smiled brilliantly. Besides, I love you for who you are. I will not ask you to be like Itachi. Or Naruto. Sasuke smiled and almost thanked his mother, but Naruto was sitting right there. He didn't want to act like a child in front of the blonde. He could see the kind of look he would receive. Then again, what could Naruto say when he was obsessed with his mother? Chapter 19. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a stern look on his face. He didn't want to believe what the blonde had just said. It wasn't anything wrong, it was just that it came as a surprise to him given the situation that the village was in. Naruto wanted to leave Konoha, not permanently, but for some time away to train. He had been doing just fine inside this village, so what was the problem now? He had disappeared once when things got tough, but things were not that tough now. Actually, they were good. The villagers appreciated Naruto's efforts as a shinobi and were actually coming in terms with the fact that he was actually Minato's son. Things have changed for you, Naruto. You no longer have to worry about someone attacking you or the villagers throwing things at your house. Your mother can smile walking around the streets and no one will throw straight glares at you, Jiraiya tried to reason with Naruto. For sure, even if the villagers were changing, Naruto was not. The blonde still looked at them with contempt, or just indifference. Perhaps the right term was the latter. He could not go as far as to say that Naruto hated the villagers of this village. He didn't like them, yes, and saw them as low-life creatures who didn't deserve to be humans, but he didn't despise them. It was almost as if the actions they took were expected of them. You expect evil to try to ruin your life. Naruto expected the villagers to act in the way that they had been because he believed it was their nature. Snakes would bite and spit out venom, dogs would bark and try to take a bite. It appeared to be the theme when Naruto dealt with the villagers. I have never said that things were the same, Jiraiya, Naruto responded in a calm but firm tone. Things have changed, he was willing to admit that. He had confessed it to his mother and everyone who knew him. He was feeling slightly alive and somewhat happy. There was no longer a load on his shoulders, the heavy yoke that he had been carrying was removed from his shoulders. He was free. Things had changed, Konoha was changing, but he was not. Naruto would always be Naruto. Yes, he would eventually have to adapt to his surrounding to accommodate it, but his objectives hadn't changed that much. Things around the village were just changing, but this was still the hidden leaf. Nothing would last forever. A single thing that proves to be suspicious, everything would be forgotten and they would return the wounds of the past. Then why do you want to leave Konoha? I thought I explained that clearly for you to understand. You are not a simple man who fails to grasp complex terms. Why do you look so baffled by a simple statement? Jiraiya shook his head. I just want to know why. I can't understand the reasoning and the timing of your thoughts. You don't have to understand it really, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. But it makes things easy for me if you do understand it. Still, it is making me feel slightly annoyed that you cannot seem to understand why I need my time away from the village to train. Simple things you must understand, Jiraiya. The Sannin didn't like the way Naruto was talking to him. Perhaps he just didn't want to think of the reason, he just wanted Naruto to explain. The blonde's tone had a hint of impatience in it. It was for the first time that he got the feeling from the blonde. Naruto was good at masking his emotions. Was he just that annoyed? I understand you want to get strong, if you're going to ask me why I wish to get strong, you can stop Jiraiya. I honestly do not have the patience to answer rhetoric questions. Naruto cut off the Sannin in a hardened tone. Have you heard about the Akatsuki? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. The fact that Naruto seemed a little snappy today was out of his mind. Naruto seemed to know something, and unless he was getting old and easily forgetting things, he had not told the blonde about the organization and its intentions. But if the blonde knew about it, then there were no problems for him to seek out training. But who would protect him against S-rank shinobi? Naruto was strong for someone his age, but he wasn't almighty that there was nothing he could not handle. Finally, you seem to be thinking, Naruto said with a sigh. I heavily rely on the Kyuubi's power when in trouble. Perhaps for now it is because I have reached my limits and need something to break those boundaries to meet the challenges I am facing, but I still need to be strong enough to fight on my own. The same thing can be said about Sasuke. He is going to inherit the Uchiha clan from his mother, and he will need to be strong enough to handle everything. As the days go on, the Sharingan becomes a rare commodity that many would kill for. He will need to protect his clan while his mother rests. I have my own problems that I must solve, but there is nothing wrong with trying to become strong enough to defeat your enemies. We are not trying to gain more power simply because we are power hungry. it is only the realization that there are mountains that will crush us in our current form. I do not wish to be powerless in my life. I don't wish to face a situation I will be unable to do anything about. If I can train my body to handle the challenges that this cursed world can throw at me, then I will not hesitate to do so. Maybe some will say I am power hungry, but I do not care. I am not killing anyone to become strong, but merely utilizing what I have to get strong on my own. That is interesting coming from someone so young. Shikaku suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Neither Naruto or Jiraiya appeared surprised by the man's presence. You give off some good reasoning. What I expect from you. My son speaks highly of you. He has often admitted that you will be a frightening person when you grow up. Praise from a Nara, I will take it, Naruto said with an expressionless look on his face. He said nothing further, and did not attempt to study the Nara. He was certain he would only get that bored expression that would not reveal anything. Well, it is the reality, Shikaku said. What do you want to protect, Naruto? What is important to me? Naruto said. He did not specify what. That can be done while in this village. I realize that this village means a lot to my mother, and I have grown quite attached to Makoto. Leaving her behind would be rather sad. As you can see, when I move, Sasuke moves. Sasuke is attached to this village because of his clan. That is something he will not abandon. And as someone who likes moving around with tools to use, it would not be in your advantage if you left him behind, given everything you have done for him, Shikaku said without looking at Naruto. I want you to admit something to me before I say I will support your decision to leave the village, for now. Shikaku was the Jonin commander and a very respectable man. Hiashi held much pull when it came to political power, but within the village's military, the Nara was the boss. He was the kind of person you tried to listen to when he was talking, because simply, he did not waste his breath talking nonsense. I planned it. It was either that or I leave Konoha. Escaping the village carried some risks as I would be hunted down. That would have make things difficult. The only option was to get rid of Danzo. I also did you guys a favor. He should have been killed long ago, but the Sandaime allowed it to play for too long, Naruto responded calmly. Shikaku managed a small smile. He did not say what, but the blonde had responded because he knew what he wanted. Obviously you did not do it alone, you had some help. I can't say from someone who is currently a shinobi of this village. I have my thoughts, but I will not voice them. I will talk to the other head clans, and you can leave, but on one condition. Naruto stood up from where he was sitting. I will let you know, but only you. I'd like to keep my movements a secret to avoid unnecessary disturbances. Naruto walked away after saying those words. Jiraiya stared at the back of the blonde-haired Uzumaki for a while before turning to Shikaku. Was it safe to allow him to leave alone? Yes, Shikaku said with a nod. We don't have to worry about his safety or anything. He will return to this village. I'm sure he was only asking to simplify things. His mind had already been made up on leaving, and even if we had said no, he would have still leave. It is best to allow him to leave on our terms. I wanted him to accompany me to fetch Tsunade, Jiraiya said. But he isn't the greatest person for that kind of a job. True. You should depart soon. Konoha cannot keep going on without a cage. Tsunade has to come back to this village, Jiraiya. She cannot be allowed to roam freely. She has done a great service to the village in the past, but we need her now. The Toad Sage nodded with a firm head. I won't come back unless she is by my side. The Sannin promised. Shikaku nodded. Although it is a bothersome, I will handle most day-to-day duties of managing things along with Hiashi until you return. We will try to keep information contained within the village, but sooner or later, the villagers will start asking who will become the next Kage. I hope by then, you will have returned. Hyuga compound Hiashi stared at his elder, who had quite honestly surprised him during the Chunin exams. She had requested a meeting with him, he did not know what for, but Hinata had never shown this much boldness before. Perhaps he should be grateful to the Uzumaki, but he was not. A part of him believed that Hinata always had it in her. If she can pull the same courage and strength as she did during her fight against Neji, then she would prove to be a huge surprise, but good for the clan. The Hyuga clan needed strong leaders, and as his daughter, Hinata had to be strong. Tell me, Hinata, did you hold back in your fight against Neji? He was certain that if Hinata had wanted to win the match, she could have won it. It was apparent that her agenda wasn't to win the match but to prove a point, and she had proved it alright. She had done it expectedly. He was not proud, but he was happy that she was showing changes. I can't say I held back, but I think if I was fighting to win, I would have won the match, Hinata responded calmly. Why did you not try to win the match? I just wanted to prove a point, and if I had defeated Neji before I can help him, things would have been difficult. Hiyashi was silent for a few moments before nodding. Why did you call this meeting? I wish to be given the right to challenge my young sister so that I can reclaim what I lost to her, Hinata said. The position didn't mean that much to her, but she just wanted to be able to protect her sister. She could not have her younger sister shouldering all the responsibilities. Besides, she needed to change the clan. The ways of the clan are what has brought the resentment within the clan. She wanted to change that resentment into love. Family wasn't supposed to be in the way that the Hyuga was. They were cousins, not enemies. Neji treated her like an enemy, but they were family. It wasn't just Neji, it was with most members of the branch family. Of course none of them boldly displayed it in the same manner as Neji in fear of the cursed caged seal. I see, Hiyashi paused. He had expected as such after hearing what she had said during her match with Neji. He had spoken to the prodigy to clear some things about his resentment and why his father died instead of him. He believed things would change now. Neji, Hiyashi called. Come in. The Hyuga stiffly walked into the room and greeted Hinata. The girl returned the greeting with a warm smile. You won't face your sister, but your cousin. If you defeat Neji, you will reclaim what you lost. But in return you will no longer be associated with Uzumaki Naruto. He did not want that kind of a crowd anywhere near his daughter. It wasn't anything personal against the Uzumaki, but the rumors that were making rounds within some powerful circles were making him think twice. There was a lot more going on with the blonde and he had to keep his daughter out of it. Despite everything, Hinata was still his daughter, and even though he had been tempted to shift her towards the branch family for her lack of a spine, she was still his daughter, and with the brave new face she was showing now, he could not discard her. Naruto represented a threat to this. The blonde Uzumaki was a dangerous person. Hiyashi would admit that to himself, but not to anyone. Besides, there was a possibility of the boy influencing the decisions that Hinata made. If she became clan head like that, Naruto would have influence over the clan. He could not have that. This was why he needed to cut off the relationship now before it blossomed into something dangerous. Why father? Hinata asked in a quiet tone. Hiyashi glared harshly at Hinata for questioning him. Are you questioning my decisions, Hinata? Have you forgotten who I am? I meant not to disrespect you, father, but you have to understand, I am what I am because Naruto took his time to train and teach me things. He even allowed me close to his mother. I assure you, many people do not get that privilege, Hinata explained in a light tone. It would be somehow if I just ended the relationship after everything. Naruto would feel betrayed. It doesn't matter what he feels. You have to think about the clan now, Hiyashi stated firmly. Nevertheless, I will thank Naruto personally for his role. I cannot ignore it, but this has to be done or you will remain as you are. Hanabi will remain clan heiress. I understand, father, Hinata said humbly. Training Ground 7 Naruto looked at Ino with an impassive look on his face. He had said he would train the girl, but that was impossible now because he was leaving the village. She would no doubt throw a tantrum over the idea of abandoning his duties towards her, but there was nothing that could be done. He had to leave and Ino had to stay behind. He was within Training Ground 7, the ground in which so many things happened in his time with Team 7. He was still a member of the team, but he was sure that by the time he returned to this village, he would no longer be a member. He would be focusing on much more greater things in life than playing teammates. I don't quite remember the last time it was just me and you sitting under a tree, Naruto said looking up into the tree. Things have changed drastically between him and Ino. Maybe so because his mother had now shifted from the Yamanaka towards the Uchiha. Since the incident, she has spent much more of her time with Makoto than with Ino's mother. She still did go there to help when she could, but Naruto could not remember the last time he went to the place. He had no desire to even be there. Then again, he only went into the shop because his mother was there. Perhaps the fragrance was flowers was lovely and peaceful, but if it wasn't the fact that his mother visited the place, he would never have set foot at the Yamanaka flower shop. You have been ignoring me lately. I apparently don't matter anymore, Ino responded in a quiet tone, looking down the ground instead of Naruto. I wouldn't say that, Naruto said. He would not say she was useless to him because of her weak-minded attitude. Maybe she was not useful, but to say that she no longer mattered would not be the truth. We did have some memories that annoyed me. I cannot forget those. If anything, you were the friend that I had when no one else wanted to be friend. I at least can appreciate that. From where I am standing, it doesn't look that way, Ino responded. You have been ignoring me. Maybe, Naruto said with a shrug of his shoulders. I've been a lot more focused on my duties. I am a shinobi and you are not. Maybe you wear a headband, but you're still living in the dream world. Our worlds are far apart. There would be nothing to talk about. Our worlds have always been far apart, Naruto, Ino stressed. Even so, I could always count on you. I could always come to you, but you have changed. When you're not doing missions, it is Hinata or Sasuke and the rest of the time it is your mother. Naruto was silent for a long minute. I won't be able to train you, Ino. One thing I have always liked about you is your perceptiveness and keen mind. I will miss that, but I cannot train you because I will be gone from the village by tomorrow. Ino's head snapped towards Naruto as she stared at him. What? Only for a couple of years in order to train, Naruto said. Ino stood up. I see, she said walking away. She did not say anything further, just walked away. Naruto did not stop her. The blonde merely settled on his back, entered into a staring contest with the leaves. It was so peaceful now in the hidden leaf that he could even doze off without worrying. There would be no villager who would bravely attempt anything. Danzo was gone and the Sandaime Hokage was also gone. He was free to relax. He could still not get used to the feeling. A part of him just wanted to enjoy it while a part of him felt bored with just sitting around with nothing to do too. Before this, peace, there always something that he needed to think about, something he had to do. Naruto closed his eyes and his mind as well. I thought you were going to leave before I could talk to you, Hinata suddenly spoke, causing Naruto's eyes to open slowly. My father informed me that you would be leaving the village for a couple of years. Do you have something you need to tell me? I spoke to my father and he gave me the chance to reclaim my right to be clan heiress. I had to fight Neji though, but it was something that had to be done. Hinata spoke calmly. I see, that was all that Naruto could offer in response. For now, he had no use for Hinata. He had given her enough to stand on her own feet. The fact that she was able to stand before her father without shrinking meant that he had done a great job. It was a beautiful job that he had done and now it was all over. She could stand to walk on her own without him glaring at her by the sidelines. Of course she would be needed so or later after he does return to the village. The Hyuga was an important clan within the village after all. He would find a good use for it. For now, Hinata could do as she pleased, he would not care, but when the time does come, he would care. The condition that my father set for me to reclaim what I lost was that I cut all my ties with you, Hinata said in a much quieter tone. Whether Naruto was surprised or not, it did not show. The blonde Uzumaki didn't even give it much thought. We are all selfish in some parts. No matter what, humans will always take a decision that suits them best regardless of what. For your case, it is understandable. Protecting your sister and saving your clan has always been your goal. Maybe I would have been disappointed if you didn't make the choice you did. Hinata smiled, relieved. She had thought Naruto would understand, but she was not completely sure. Hearing him say it with his own words made her feel relieved to say that she didn't make the wrong choice and she had not been wrong about Naruto. Her father was the one who was wrong, but for now, she would just have to keep those thoughts to herself. She could do nothing now. She was after all just a mere brat. She would have to grow into the clan and a lot stronger for her word to actually mean something. Hinata would grow. If she did not, nothing would change. She didn't hope of cutting her ties with Naruto. She would go with what her father was saying for now, but as time goes on, he would have to forgive her. Maybe she would work on changing his mind about Naruto. Nevertheless, for now, there were no problems because Naruto was leaving the village. She would not have contact with him and she would not be worried. Naruto wasn't the one who needed her to worry for his safety. About an hour later Naruto was sitting atop of a tree within the forest of death. It was a bit inconvenient to relax within the village when he had eyes watching over him. There was no one that could order Anbu to spy on his movements, perhaps the village's councils or the commander of the forces, but he should not hold that much importance that those people feel the need to watch him. Perhaps there was a certain bird saying that he was a flight risk. Naruto did not imagine abandoning Konoha at this stage. Everything was well set for his life to be memorable and without many troubles. His mother was happy here. She had Ino's mother and Makoto. She had this village that she seemed to care for despite everything it has done to them. Naruto could not simply wish to take that away from his mother. He understood that it was possible to form new relationships with those around, but his mother was content with being in the hidden leaf. He would die before robbing his mother of her own happiness. Naruto could adapt anywhere he went, he didn't think much of humans anyway. They were more like the same to him. Most of them were just monkeys in a zoo and some of them were just weed that needed to be rooted out. He would not deny that there were good people in this world. An experience with Hinata had taught him that much. Naruto's train of thoughts came to a halt when a white masked man flashed beside him. He didn't look at the man though, he merely stopped thinking and opened his ears to hear what the man was saying. Orochimaru was seriously wounded during his fight with the Sandaime Hokage. At this stage, it is safe to say that he is incapacitated. The Sandaime took away his ability to use ninjutsu by sealing away his hands. So, he is weakened, Naruto said in thought. This was a good chance to take care of the snake Sannin. The world would be much better if a despicable person such as the snake wasn't alive. Naruto snorted at the reason, like he cared. His main reason for wishing for the snake to be dead would be that Orochimaru caused the invasion of Konoha. He was the one who manipulated the council of Sunagakure and the one who killed Rasa. He could give the man some credit for not allowing himself to be manipulated. If he was killed, it meant that he had not given Orochimaru any chance at all. While he might not have grown attached to the man, he could give him the credit of dying while refusing to betray the trust his mother had placed on him. To the Uzumaki, that meant that the man was trustworthy and Orochimaru was not. To say the snake was two-faced would be an understatement, he was multi-faced. But still a Sannin regardless. A dog is much more vulnerable when it is backed against a corner. I'd say Orochimaru will be much more cautious now and deadly. But when he regains his strength, he will turn back to his normal arrogant self, Naruto said. I can wait, but I will have to confirm everything myself. Anything else? Kaharu and Homura are plotting something. They are rather displeased with the turn of events. The man was saying that they were unhappy with the fact that he had a hand in killing Danzo and that none of the council members seemed to care about the death of the man. The idea that he may have had a hand in it might have come and the others might have shot it down. Those two would probably attempt to prove that he was indeed involved, if not, they would surely try to campaign against him by seeking out the villagers and drive their propaganda. For a second, Naruto thought it would be too much of a hassle to deal with it and those two would need to be erased, but he shook his head. He didn't have to kill everyone. If he tries to have them killed, it would only cause more problems as if he could be leaving a trail of blood which would eventually connect to him. The village could handle the mess. Shikaku and Jiraiya would certainly do something to repel the elders from playing their trade. Is Shikaku aware of it? It is a possibility, Hiashi may know. Shikaku isn't sitting inside the Hokage office, but the Hyuga head is. Naruto didn't find that to be surprising. If Shikaku was like his son then it was a possibility then, he would rather play the supporting role than take the lead. It was even troubling in this situation because being Hokage required much more work to be done and with what has happened, management of everything would require a lot of effort. Inara would certainly do everything to avoid something that would require too much energy. I hope Shikaku does something before they get bold enough to do something unwanted. In any case, keep watch, and we will negotiate to keep them silent if it comes to it. Hi, there was a pause as the man seemed hesitant to ask what he wanted to ask. When working with Danzo, you didn't have to voice your thoughts, you merely did what you were instructed without questions and without fail. The man did not tolerate failure, but Naruto wasn't that much of a dictator and a control freak. Speak your thoughts, the blonde Uzumaki said calmly. Why, negotiate? It would be quite easy for us to silence them without leaving any evidence behind. I don't doubt that, Naruto started. But you people still have a goal to protect Konoha. Their efforts to ruin me would destabilize the calmness that was brought up by the man who claimed to have done the deed. And besides, there is a certain boundary that I cannot afford to cross. My actions were tolerated, but anything more will not be. The best thing I can hope for if I do something they don't like would probably be a time to runway before they can give chase. Not every action would be tolerated. Naruto did not want to test how far they were willing to tolerate some of his actions. It was better to not to find out the hard way. So far, it was good and he would not be making stupid moves. His mother would not suffer because he could not keep things under control and was acting like a bloodthirsty murderer. The man seemed to think about it before nodding. I understand, he said. Should we continue on the surveillance of Orochimaru? Naruto nodded, but, have Sai do it. He will be suitable for this kind of mission. I want confirmation on whether the redhead with the snake is really in Uzumaki or not. If so, then she must be removed from the lair. As you wish. Tsunagakure Baki thought it was best decision to allow Gaara or Temari to become the cage of the village he loved dearly. Kankuro was out of the picture since he wasn't suited for the job. Temari had her own issues, which would make her a difficult cage. There was nothing wrong with allowing a woman to become a cage. When looking at it, Baki thought Gaara was most suited. He was much calmer than his siblings were and thought a lot more before he took his decisions. Temari was prone to burst-ups with her hot temper and Kankuro, well, he was just Kankuro. Gaara would do just fine and since he was the son of the previous cage, it would be no problem. Maybe some people would be against the idea given his past, but Baki would not allow something like that to stand in the way of Suna's survival. They could not allow just anyone to become cage. Someone trusted who would not come with any other intentions was needed in that tower. You seem conflicted, Gaara said to his sensei. The man had always kept his emotions hidden, but today he could see some. Perhaps it was because he had become a good reader of people's emotions with the years of pain and suffering. There has been a lot of think about, Baki responded calmly. Naruto was here yesterday and he slaughtered all members of the village's council for their role in the invasion. He knew that they had supported the idea and got rid of them for it. Gaara showed no outward reaction to it, he wasn't surprised. Naruto would not forgive anyone who placed his mother in harm or threatened her peace. Surely, the invasion had its damages, and the blonde had been disturbed by it. Perhaps the major fact that made things worse was the thought of betrayal. Naruto expected more from Suna, not to be stabbed in the back by the village. If the council had known about the invasion and had actually supported it, then he would no doubt put them in the path of his sword. If he had known about it and had willingly kept it from him, Naruto would not have stopped in his assault. Maybe he would have ended up killing them. Gaara didn't put it past the blonde to do something so brutal. You're not surprised, Baki said. There is no reason to be, the Jinchuriki said. He did chase after us with the intention to kill us. Only stopped when we explained that we didn't know. If we had known, maybe I wouldn't be alive at this point. Of course there was resentment or maybe just lack of love for his brother. Gaara was sure that no matter what, Kankuro would not be liked by Naruto. It was a wonder why the blonde Uzumaki hadn't thought of attacking him. Well, he was not complaining. He still had his brother. He had already lost a mother and a father, he did not wish to lose any more precious members of his family. He chased after you and still listened to you, Baki said in surprise. I imagine if he came after you with intentions to kill you, he would have been infuriated. Yet, he was able to let that anger pass. Naruto isn't the one to give into his emotions. He reasons before he acts. Perhaps he tries to avoid making mistakes by rushing in recklessly without understanding things. He allows logic to rule over him and I don't think he wanted to do anything that would upset his mother, Gaara explained lightly. If Naruto had killed them knowing that they hadn't known anything about the invasion, his mother would have surely been displeased by it. The redhead Uzumaki had come to love them and she cared for them. If something bad happened, she would obviously be worried. Naruto would not intentionally do something that would worry his mother. She did come out on top of everything. At least that was what Gaara had learned and he was sure that everyone who knew the blonde Uzumaki knew it as well. Well, at least these days he didn't show it as much as he used to. The blonde could afford to stay away from his mother, but she was always in mind and she could never be forgiven. Perhaps the change came with growing up and learning new emotions that refused to be expressed. That is at least something good, Baki acknowledged. If he allowed his emotions to rule him, he would certainly not be the kind of person he was. I guess for him staying rational and logical at all times is must. One wrong move and he could find himself in trouble. Gaara thought for a few moments before nodding. He would make enemies, but as he isn't the one to be making enemies. He mostly ignores the things that around him unless they affect him. Well, in this world it doesn't matter if you do things that will attract enemies or not, for no good reason, people will be after your head. Simply because we live in the shinobi world. Anything can happen in this world and you should be careful with how you deal with things, Baki said firmly. Your father knew Suna's position in the Great Five Villages, yet that didn't make him plot sinister moves to try to get Suna on top. He planned properly for something that would last. In any case, I want to inform you that after slaughtering the council members, Naruto said he wanted you to become the next Kage. I don't know how we are going to go about that. I guess even if he hadn't said anything, I would have still cast my vote for you to become the next Kage. Gaara was silent for a few moments as he thought for a few things. Leading this village meant taking responsibility for everything that happened leading to Suna's invasion in Konoha. But this also gave him the chance to protect the village he loved and ensure that something that happened before would not happen again. Mistakes of the past could not be repeated in the future or it would mean the end of this beloved shinobi. If he became a Kage, how would things be? Would the villagers even accept him? They no longer hated him as they used to since Kushina fixed his seal, and things have been better, but becoming a Kage would be a different matter. He wouldn't even be surprised if some even whispered that he had become nice, just for them to lower their guards so that he could take over the village. The human mind had no limits to what it could think. When Baki blinked in surprise before shaking his head. I didn't think you'd be so eager for it. When you become a Kage, you don't live for anything but your village. Your father was willing to sacrifice even his own family for the village. Even the great Minato Namikaze sacrificed his life and his son for the future of Konoha. Do you think you can carry out that much weight, Gaara? I have never been afraid of a challenge, but this is much more than just a challenge. This is a chance to live, to do something good. Some of my past actions were not just. This village has also fallen. It would be an honor to pull up my sleeves to attempt to bring out to the light. Besides, if he didn't step up, his sister would be used for political gains. He could not have that. He loved her dearly that he would not stand to watch it happen, even it would mean that he would make some people angry. Then before I leave you to think about things, you must also know that Temari will have to be used. I don't like using the word, but there is no better word to it. Danzo was still willing for her to be married to Naruto. We may have to propose that with the next Kage. At least with him, it is someone you know. Someone who would not hurt your sister. Gaara didn't say anything in response as Baki left, but he did understand what the man was saying. Well, he was never against the proposed marriage in the first place. The question now was whether Naruto would still treat them the same after everything. He had come here to this village to slaughter the council members and left without saying a word to them. The invasion had changed things. It was reasonable to think that the blonde would not treat them in same way he used to. Would he be cold? Would he even be good to Temari as he had been? The blonde might even refuse the deal this time. Perhaps maybe he would agree if his mother pushed him towards it. Gaara didn't know what would happen. He would have to speak to the blonde to understand where things stood with them. You appear to be in deep thought, something bothering you. Temari asked her brother as she walked up to him. Naruto was here yesterday, apparently to slaughter the council members for their role in the invasion. Gaara responded calmly, his eyes fixed on his elder sibling. Like him, Temari did not show any surprise. Did he do it? I haven't heard anything about it. Gaara nodded. He did it. They are probably keeping it a secret just so the villagers don't panic. We don't have a Kage and are in trouble with Konoha over our role in the invasion and now we lose the council. The village is basically a mess at the moment. Some people would rather abandon the ship rather than sink with it or even try to save it. If people start to leave this village, it will not survive. Night Yugao was slowly walking along the bright night streets of the Hidden Leaf with Naruto by her side. They were coming from the Senju compound and perhaps out of sentimentality, Naruto had decided it would be best for them to take a walk. She could sense Anbu watching them and some hopping through the rooftops, going about their business. Naruto seemed ignorant of the world around him, but Yugao knew better. She had worked with him in Anbu after all. Say, Naruto, Yugao started calmly. What is your relationship with Makoto-san? Naruto turned his head to face the woman over the strange question she had just asked him. Her expression said she was being dead serious. If it wasn't for the looks she had been giving him and Makoto, Naruto would not have responded to the question. That explains your looks, why do you ask, Yugao? Yugao thought about dropping the matter given Naruto's tone, but this was something she could not just drop like that. It wasn't like Naruto was suddenly going to say he was leaving her behind because she was asking too many questions. Well, it is just that the ways she treats is a little creepy at times. She makes you as a man, but you're just a kid. Yugao paused for a moment as a thought of a few things. Considering what she has seen from him, she could not really say that with confidence, even though he was really just a kid. Well, in body at least. Most of the times, I can pretty come to a conclusion on what people are trying to say to me by thinking, but the subject doesn't interest me, I don't bother trying to understand it or even think much about it, Naruto said. If you want to keep this going, be more clear because I will not say the words you're afraid to say. But to answer your question, Makoto is to me, he paused. I don't know, but an important person both me and my mother. She calls me her hero, and I guess her existence made me feel some emotions I never thought I could experience in this godforsaken village. How important is she to you? Irrelevant, Naruto said with a wave of her hand. If she is important, she is important. I don't measure how. There are barely a handful of things I term as important. Some things are just useful and some I like, those are disposables. Yugao shook her head. He had no shame in saying that. Well, this was Uzumaki Naruto. She had to get used to it. Still, it appeared that Naruto was oblivious of Makoto's feelings to him. You do understand the love between a man and a woman, right? Naruto did not offer a response. What if I told you that Makoto likes you in a way a woman likes a man? It's immoral for a woman old enough to be your mother harboring such feelings for a kid, but it is the truth. I don't even know what to think about it. If you were not Naruto, I would be repulsed by the idea, Yugao said, her eyes watching Naruto's body language like a hawk. The blonde offered nothing in return. Ridiculous, the blonde said. Why don't we go now and ask her? I'm sure she has yet to sleep by now. If we stop by the Uchiha compound, we can ask her and no doubt she will give an answer if you ask, Yugao spoke in a daring tone. I see no need to prove anything, Naruto said before pausing. I must be bored indulging such conversation, the blonde Uzumaki said in thought. Yugao sighed knowing that just meant the end of the conversation. Naruto was not going to say anything about the matter, but she was determined that she would bring it up once more again. She was not going to end it here. Naruto would return to the village all grown up and no doubt he wouldn't be just a kid. She wondered how he would react if Makoto made a move though. Obviously, Naruto didn't out much emphasis on the things of the heart, well things that had to do with romance. He didn't seem interested in it, but at once did say that it would make his mother happy if he developed such feelings. He said it, but it didn't actually mean that he was making attempts to develop those feelings or even try to learn about love. If he was not scheming, he was bored. Naruto would rather sleep than engage in mundane talk with anyone who was not his mother. Well, there were exceptions. Naruto's house everything was well set for them to leave, nothing was missing. Itachi was already waiting in the planned location and Naruto was just going to grab a hold of everyone and then they would disappear in a flash. The flying thunder god had been learned for the protection of his mother, but now he was using it to make life much simpler. Well, he could say the use of it now would be for the sake of his mother. The world was dangerous now, especially now that other villages had come to know that Konoha had been invaded, and although it won, it was wounded. For safety reasons, Naruto thought it best that he didn't travel through the elemental nations as it would increase the risk of coming across hostile humans. It was just going to be 2 women and 2 kids. Scumbags would be thinking of getting rid of the kids and then use the mothers. Naruto hated the thought. No, he despised the thought and such men who had those kinds of evil intentions. If there was something that he would openly admit to hate, then it was those low-life humans. Kushina stared at Naruto for a long moment before taking her eyes around the house. She was certainly going to miss the atmosphere of the house she once shared with her beloved Minato. But she would still be happy with Naruto. The last time they had gone out training, it had been fun. She met new people and assisted Naruto with his training. She had always been by his side when he trained. To give a few pointers there and to ensure that he doesn't overdo it. It had been a refreshing time and she certainly hoped that this one would be as refreshing as the last trip. Did we say goodbye to everyone? Kushina asked, looking around as if she had lost something. I'm good on my part, Yugao said. For her, it was just her. Former teammates in Anbu and maybe one or two friends, nothing more. She didn't have a lot of people she was familiar with. It was the life of an Anbu. She was always busy with missions and the one relationship she had maintained with Hayate had been good and fruitful, but he had been killed. A part of her had felt as if she could no longer continue to live, but here she was. Although she was not part of this family, she felt part of it. Naruto trusted her with his mother after all. How many could claim to have the honor? Sasuke merely shrugged. The only person he could say goodbye to was his mother and that had been already taken care of. There is nothing left, it's not like we are leaving permanently anyway. We will come back to this village, Naruto responded calmly. I'm wounded that you don't think so highly of me, Naruto. Kakashi suddenly said as he appeared in the room. Naruto looked at the Jonin for a long moment. How could he have forgotten about the man who was as close to a family as anyone was? Kakashi had always been there for him, in training and just to stay close to him. The man might be tardy, but he had made time for him. Things changed after Team 7. Yes, he had become much more focused on becoming a sensei and making Hinata stronger as well as trying to exorcise his frustrations over his lack of success in getting one over the Sandaime Hokage. How could he have forgotten about the man though? It was careless of me, Naruto said to the Jonin. But I thought you were out of the village on the assignment Danzo had given you. He is dead, Kakashi said. Can we talk? Naruto looked at his mother for a moment before nodding. Follow me outside, he said. Kakashi nodded and faced everyone else. Well, Yugao, Sasuke, I will see you soon. Have a safe journey, Kushina-san, the man said with an eye smile. You're going visit? Yugao asked. Kakashi merely gave an eye smile before following Naruto. He is going to follow us? Yugao asked. As far as she was concerned, Naruto had not told anyone of his location, and not anyone in the council knew where they were going. She didn't even know herself. He will probably make visits every now and then, Kushina said calmly. Well, Kakashi and Naruto have always been close, even if Naruto won't admit it or he just fails to realize it. He just refuses to admit it, Sasuke was quick to say. At least that was a part of Naruto that Sasuke could say he knew. He didn't know everything but he knew everything that needed to be known. He could blame his mother for making him understand the blonde. It wasn't that of a problem anyway as it made things easier for him because he was interacting with the Uzumaki on a daily basis. Unknown location Yugao was quick to get on her stance when the black eyes of Itachi welcomed them after disappearing from Konoha. She was thinking perhaps it was an ambush, but the fact that Naruto or anyone else seemed alarmed raised some questions but she still did not let her guard down. Itachi looked at Naruto questionably. The blonde Uzumaki shrugged. She doesn't know anything, he said. A time to tell her had never came up or maybe he had never thought of informing her. She wasn't going to run now or anything. It wasn't like this was some kind of a conspiracy. A discovery like this was okay, she would see things herself instead of asking him many questions he would not answer. Itachi shook his head. I guess you thought it wasn't that important, the Uchiha said, turning to face Yugao. Hello, Yugao-san. Itachi, Yugao more or less growled out the name. Do you understand this situation, Naruto? The blonde merely shrugged. Don't ask too many questions and keep some thoughts to yourself. You won't get in trouble with Konoha, either way. That isn't very nice thing to say, Kushina said to Naruto in a stern tone. Don't worry, Yugao. Itachi means no harm. He is going to be training Sasuke for the next 2 or 3 years. Don't think of a traitor of Konoha. Just think about Naruto's friend, Sasuke's brother, and Makoto's elder son. The redhead Uzumaki said in a warm tone. Yugao just stared. It was a little too much. Sasuke, you can go up and sulk up to your brother. I will talk to him tomorrow. This has been a rather tiring day and I would like to rest because tomorrow, I will begin my training, Naruto said calmly. Sasuke glared. You're going to leave Sasuke to me. I thought you'd be interested in continuing with his training. Naruto shook his head. I have taught Sasuke what I know, besides, I need to focus on myself. I would rather not get involved. I'm sure you two have your own issues to deal with. Sasuke would resent me for interfering with his time with his brother. Before anything happens, Kushina was quick to say before Itachi could respond. Show me the kitchen. I want to pack everything we brought and ensure that everything is well set. If you're going to start training tomorrow, you will need to have all the healthy meals you can get. Chapter 20 The Hidden Leaf Once more again, Naruto did not feel anything when seeing the village. There wasn't a sense of happiness, a sense of calmness or just relief that they had made it after a long slow distance of traveling from the other nations that were not in the elemental nations. The same could not be said about the two on his right hand. Both his mother and Yugao appeared overjoyed about finally returning to what they termed as home. Well, it can be called home because this is where they lived. Sasuke had nothing on his expression to say he was happy to be back. Perhaps the events of the past years had been much more important to him than anything. Naruto could say his mother was also important. He could, but he would not. It wasn't his problem, he didn't have butt-in on personal things. Kushina breathed in the air from the Hokage monument and smiled in content with her eyes closed. She was finally back home, after 3 long years in the wilderness. There had been no one she knew, just her little group along with Itachi for the first 2 years. Missing home aside, the time away had been nice. They had created something of a small family. Every night they ate dinner together. It had been a rule she had enforced. She would have been willing to drag everyone else towards the dining room if they chose not to obey, with Itachi included. It really feels nice to be back home, Kushina said with a smile. It doesn't appear to have changed though. She had thought maybe there would have been changes, but there was nothing. It wasn't a bad thing either way. It really feels good, Yugao agreed. I wonder what will be waiting for us now, but right now, I just want to go and see my friends. It has been so long since I last saw them. Since I am not a kunoichi now, I don't have to report to the Hokage. I'll see you guys later. She was still going to follow them around. No, Sasuke shook his head. She was merely going to be with Naruto's mother. He doubted she would even think of going back to where she once lived. She had forged a good relationship with the Uzumaki. It was reasonable to assume that she would wish to live with them. It was just a thought, one that didn't reflect on the expressionless mask on his face. Make sure you do come later, we have to talk about living arrangements, Kushina said to Yugao. The former Anbu nodded before disappearing into thin air. Naruto didn't even want to think about where this was going. Right now, he just wanted to rest. It was still early morning, he could still see the day later on. There was nothing that he was going to miss anyway. Let us go to the Hokage Tower and report of our return before any more plans come, Naruto said. It was best to do so. He didn't want to have to scare Anbu away in their attempts to force him towards the presence of the leader. You're awfully observant of rules when it is convenient, Sasuke commented idly. Naruto didn't care about rules, he worked things his way. However, when it was convenient, he went all his way to follow them. Rules have a time for application. If it doesn't work for me, I won't have to follow it, Naruto said with a shrug. Sasuke merely shook his head. His expressionless face returned to full force as he spoke once more again. Let us walk there, the Uchiha said forcefully. I want to see how they react in our presence. I want to see if this village is really worth everything that my brother gave for it. You can do as you like, Bu. Naruto was cut off by his mother. Do something for Sasuke for once, Naruto. He has always done everything you say, and if it were you asking, you would have forced him to follow. Be fair, Kushina said sternly. Naruto's expression did not even twitch. You can go, I will send a clone to walk with you. I want to get over whatever nonsense is waiting for me there before resting. We have hardly rested in the past week, and in the next, we will be busy once again. Acceptable, Sasuke said. If there are problems, you will take the blame. Naruto just created a clone and watched it disappear with the Uchiha. Maybe I am a little interested in seeing how they will react in my presence. Well, the clone will share the memories once it dispels. I thought you would be, Kushina said with a smile. She really hoped that it would be positive, as it was positive when they left. She wanted Naruto's thoughts about the villagers to change. If that changed, she knew that her Naruto would become a different person. We are going to continue living in this village, no matter what, so we have to learn to understand it. We can't just ignore it. If we do that, we won't be living. You never really tried to understand them, somewhat understandable, and I cannot blame you for it, but things have changed now. You are no longer that child, and they no longer act in the same way as they used to it. We must all grow. It was fundamental in a person's life to grow. Naruto understood that. He had grown, but growth came in different ways. Naruto was unique, he would grow differently and he would see things differently. He was not going to force himself to like anything that didn't do it for him. We just returned, there is time. Naruto was only willing to say that before disappearing along with his mother. Hokage office Tsunade stared at the two people who had just appeared in her office. A couple of seconds ago, she had been informed by her Anbu that they had returned to the village. Of course it wasn't just the two, there were two more others that were not present. The other was strolling through the village streets with what she now thought was the clone of Naruto. She stared at the blonde for a long minute or so. He really looked different from the picture she had with her. She wasn't staring at a teenage face, but a mature man's face. His body was also grown, he could pass as Kushina's man. There were two things that stood out the most though, the look on his eyes and the feeling that he gave off. The feeling gave her the creeps. Kushina could not possibly be ignorant of it. It wasn't anything malicious or just pure evil, it was just that feeling of danger. There were certain people that gave you the feeling that they were not the kind to be messed with. This teenager was one who gave off that feeling. "What can I do for you?" Tsunade asked the two, in a flat tone. Before Naruto could say something that would piss off the Hokage, Kushina was quick to speak. "It's nice to see you again, Tsunade," the Uzumaki said with a small smile. "There is no need for such a tone, we are family after all." Tsunade snorted. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, not Tsunade's snort, but his mother's statement. "I hadn't given it much of a thought, but Mito is your grandmother. You do have some Uzumaki blood in you. I doubt it counts as something, but it doesn't take away that you do have it." Someone with the Uzumaki blood was to be considered important. The dream to restore the clan was still alive and he would not perish in this world without forming something to bring about a start to the restoration of the clan. "The only part that would make you say that is Mito," Tsunade said in a blank tone, staring at Kushina. She had obviously ignored Naruto's remark. If she had done it to get a reaction from the blonde, she did not get it. Little as it is, it doesn't change the fact. Nothing is much more important than blood. Kushina responded calmly, not the least fazed by the Hokage's stare. Tsunade wasn't the only one in the room with a strong personality. Tsunade stared at Kushina for a few more moments before smiling slightly. "That aside, it is good to see you again. It has been quite long since I last saw you," the woman said in a different tone. "Too long," Kushina said with a nod. She could not forget. She had encounters with the woman. Mito was her grandmother after all. She had spent a lot time with the wife of Hashirama, a lot of time in her deathbed as she was being prepared to take over the duties of holding the Kyuubi. She had done so, and now the responsibility had been passed down to her son. Thanks to that masked man and Minato. She did not hate Minato for it. He took the best decision for both Naruto and the village. Well, she could say it hadn't worked well for Naruto, but for the village, it had worked. The village was saved but Naruto had become miserable. He could have been a much more bubbly person who took after her had it not been for the Kyuubi being sealed inside of her. That was just hopeful thinking though. The past was the past. This was the present and they were building towards a better future. People could say what they wanted to say, but the past had made them stronger as a family. "This must be Naruto," Tsunade said, turning her attention towards the blonde once again. "I read your letters, very vague. I had to depend on Shikaku to interpret. I want a more detailed report on your abilities and Sasuke's. I want to know everything." "That cannot be done," Naruto said in a flat tone. "Shinobi have their secrets and it doesn't matter if you're a Kage or not, but I will not divulge my abilities to you, especially when I am not obligated to do so." Sasuke walked into the room at that moment but Naruto just continued. "What you need to know is that we both are capable shinobis." Jiraiya was the next to appear. "Obligated," Tsunade mused. "As far as I am concerned, I am your Kage and you are just a mere genin. Do you really think that you can refuse my orders? I was merely playing genin to indulge the Sandaime Hokage, Naruto said calmly. I am a former Anbu. Rankings don't really matter to me either way. Let me put this in a way you will understand. If I am not convinced of your skills, I won't allow you to do higher ranked missions. You will do C and D ranked missions. I was informed that you were given the Senju compound. Taking care of it will require funds, and if you aren't getting enough pay, you won't be able to take care of anything. My survival doesn't depend on shinobi pay. There are many ways to make money, but I do see your point. Naruto paused when he got a look from his mother. Nevertheless, I do not wish to form a troubling relationship with the Kage of this village. Arrange a match with anyone you like and I will fight them. That should satisfy you, right? Acceptable, Tsunade said. Between the two of you, who is stronger? Last time I checked, Naruto was way stronger than Sasuke, but a lot can change, Jiraiya asked with narrowed eyes. He could not tell just by looking at them, but what was certain was that both had become powerful, and in Naruto's case, much more dangerous. Who knows? Naruto responded with a shrug of his shoulders. I'd like to know, Sasuke said. Honestly, I cannot stand being called a genin, and I'm sure the others have grown in ranks by now. Over the past year, we have trained together and sparred, but never fought seriously. That can be arranged, Tsunade said with a smile. Any objections? Naruto said nothing. Excellent, Tsunade. Tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. sharp, be at Training Ground 7. Naruto, you're a former Anbu and your performance at the Chunin exams impressed many. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi have sung praised about your strength. If you impress me enough, I will give you the Jonin vest because you have done a number of a ranked and an S-ranked mission that qualifies you to become Jonin. As for you Sasuke, if you impress me, you can gain special Jonin until you complete the number of missions required to become a full Jonin, the Godime stated. Sasuke seemed to smile at this, but Naruto's expression remained the same, slightly bored and a lack of other emotions. Both of you are dismissed. We will talk after your match, especially you Naruto, there is a lot that must be discussed. I assume it has something to do with Suna, the blonde said, to which the Godime nodded. I'm going home, Sasuke said to both Kushina and Naruto before disappearing into nothingness. Kushina turned to her son. I know you want to rest, so go rest at the compound. I want to clean our home first and I have to make a few stops. Naruto stared at his mother for a few moments before nodding. He disappeared in a flash of black. Well, Jiraiya, Hokage-sama, I will see you tomorrow, Kushina said with a smile on her face before turning around to leave. Jiraiya watched the Uzumaki disappear before speaking to Tsunade. I wanted to fight Naruto, but I think this will be a good plan to see how both will perform. If we are to do by Naruto's reports, it is bound to be something special. If they don't hold back, Tsunade said strongly. I know they won't show everything, but Sasuke has always been in Naruto's shadow. He is an Uchiha and that comes with pride. He won't be satisfied to just fall back in defeat. He will give it the best he can. I'm hoping for that, Tsunade said with a sigh. If they both stay grounded, they can become our greatest assets, if there are truths to the reports to the information Naruto was sending us. Uchiha compound Makoto smiled brightly when her son walked in front of her. Finally, she was seeing him after 3 long years. She had been in contact with him, once every 6 months, but she had never seen him. The communication was all written, nothing verbal. So to be able to see, hear and touch him made her feel very happy. She would be able to experience all the joy of communicating with her son. Sasuke, Makoto said holding out her hands for a hug. The teenager walked up to his mother. He was glad no one was watching when his mother wrapped him up in a tight hug that left him slightly embarrassed. Mother, Sasuke still managed to respond with a small smile. Makoto let go of Sasuke and stared at his figure. He had truly grown. She could no longer call him Sasu-chan. It was something else and he felt strong. This was her youngest son, and the hope of her clan. For now, her joy. You have truly grown, dear, she said. Much more than I had anticipated, but this is all good. Keep growing like this and in a couple of years you'll the man of this house, she said smiling. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he man enough? He had grown and was all powerful. He wasn't the same kid he was when he left the village. Well, she was his mother. But Sasuke was certain that she would not say the same about Naruto. Seeing him, she would say that he had become a real man. The Uchiha shook his head to clear those thoughts. I have been training hard and eating healthy over the past years. Healthy diet and healthy training makes you grow quick and stronger, Sasuke said. Well, that is what Kushina and his brother had said anyway. He could not prove them wrong. I knew you'd be in safe hands with Kushina, the woman said smiling. If Sasuke had grown like this, then what had become of Naruto? She licked her lips in thought. She really could not wait to see him. She would go to see him now. She could not wait, she had been waiting for far too long. Mother, Sasuke started a sad tone. About Itachi. Makoto shook her head. It is okay, Sasuke. I understand, there was nothing that could be done anyway. It was going to happen, at least he allowed something good to come out of it. Don't feel any guilt, I don't blame you. Besides, it was your brother's wish, we have to accept it. 2 hours later, Senju compound. Naruto's eyes slowly opened, black eyes were staring back at him. He blinked. Had he been that out of it that he could allow someone to get this close to him? No, the security around the house gave him the assurance to leave his guard down as he rested. No one with the intentions to do harm should be able to enter the house. It was not guarded by the root Anbu, he could not risk having those people seen by Tsunade's Anbu. It would raise a lot of difficult questions that he could not answer without getting in trouble with the law. It was safe to keep them away. That didn't mean that there was not one or two within the village playing civilian. Naruto focused on the eyes staring at him, he could not forget them, it was Makoto. She was lying on his bed, facing him. It was a rather unique situation. The only other woman he has found himself sharing a bed with was his mother, but that was long ago when he was still younger. He was curious though, what was she doing? Makoto, the blonde acknowledged the woman's presence. Makoto smiled brightly. The Naruto I know is very dignified that he treats himself as royalty. He wouldn't have gotten in bed with his day clothes, were you that tired? Yes, Naruto said with a small nod. I have not been able to sleep in the past days as I have been preparing for my return. You were truly tired then, but if I had been an enemy, I would have killed you in your sleep, she said. If you were an enemy, you would have died the moment you stepped into the compound, Naruto responded flatly. Makoto merely smiled at the response. Perhaps that was true. There could be a clone or a Kra with a Sharingan watching the compound. She stared into the eyes of the blonde. It was a dull blue world that tried to suck her in. She blinked to break off the contact. Is life really that boring, dear? You could say that, Naruto said after a long minute of silence, but he didn't explain any further. What are you doing here? I would have come to your place to see you after I had rested enough. What do you think? Are you perhaps sad about Itachi? Naruto asked. For his mother, it has always been about comfort and nothing more. He had slept in the same bed as his mother to comfort her when she was sad, he could not think of any other reason than that. Makoto laughed, it was a small innocent giggle. Despite everything, you really are innocent, she said. I know you are tired, but I can't help myself. Before Naruto could ask what was happening, Makoto moved just inches closer before she suddenly got up and sat atop of him. Naruto faced her, his expression drawing a curious look. Makoto just smiled as she placed both her hands on his covered chest. She leaned closer and whispered into his left ear. We are going to do something pleasant, don't try to fight, just allow me to please both of us, okay? And your mother must not know about this. The following day, training ground 7. Tsunade was tapping her fingers by now. It was not yet time, but everyone had gathered already for the match between Naruto and Sasuke. The latter was already present, but she could not see Naruto. From what she has known so far about the blonde, he wasn't a tardy person and had a way about doing things. What is keeping him? Tsunade demanded impatiently. She turned to Kakashi. He didn't pick up any of your behavior, did he? The Jonin smiled a bit sheepishly. Of course not, Hokage same, he said. Influencing him like that is impossible. Your years away from the battlefield must have dulled your senses, Jiraiya said with some mild disappointment. Naruto has been here. He was here before Sasuke came. He acts in a dignified manner befitting nobles because he sees himself as a higher than other humans. In any case, he is sitting in the trees. Judging from everything, I assume he is meditating. Tsunade frowned at her inability to sense the blonde. She was only able to do so because Jiraiya had said so. I didn't notice him until a few moments ago. He hasn't been really trying to hide himself. I guess the fact that he is meditating is making it difficult to sense him, Kakashi weighed in a calm tone. The Jonin watched as Naruto jumped from the tree he had been sitting on. His landing on the ground was as calm as a gentle breeze. There was no sound whatsoever, not even dust picking up. He moved with grace as he moved to the center of the field where Sasuke was standing like a robot, head facing the ground. The blonde was wearing a long dark crimson coat that was closed off around his upper body, and parted below his waist. Its collars were short, it had a black Uzumaki symbol on the back. He was wearing dark blue shinobi pants and shinobi boots. Konoha's forehead protector was tied around his forehead, slightly hidden by his hair. It was different from Sasuke, who was carrying a long sword around his waist. Naruto had no visible weapon on him. There was a crowd, much more than what Naruto had anticipated. It was not a problem. There were Anbu watching, that was expected. He didn't expect members of the graduation group to be present. Word does spread fast. And there was the old-grown Hinata. His eyes met with Ino's, but the blonde-haired Yamanaka responded with a blank stare. She looked away when Naruto's bored eyes lingered on her for a few moments. Tsunade took the chance to speak. Let me iron out a few things before you start. None of them are still genin. Shikamaru, Neji, Lee and Hinata have all made jonin, the rest of them are chunin. Shino should get his promotion soon. If you fool around, you won't get your promotion. I wasn't planning on fooling around, Sasuke responded calmly, his eyes staring at Naruto. I know he won't fool around. He doesn't have time for jokes anyway. Naruto did not respond, he merely examined the Uchiha. Good, Tsunade said firmly. Begin, she said, folding her hands across her chest. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke blurred away from existence. The Uchiha flashed behind Naruto slightly above the ground, his body twisting with his right foot aiming at the back of the blonde's head. Naruto raised his right hand without even looking back at Sasuke. The hand reinforced by chakra blocked the kick. Within a second of Sasuke's kick slamming into Naruto's hand, there was a sound of chirping birds as Sasuke charged a Chidori. Naruto appeared to take a step forward before disappearing out of view. He appeared a couple of feet away with his hand still in the air. He was now facing Sasuke. The Uchiha dispersed his jutsu as he landed on the ground. Interesting, Sasuke said. Normally, you make it a point of not moving in the few seconds of our sparring sessions. Well, I thought if I attacked like that you'd make movements. Your first mistake, Sasuke, Naruto said. That jutsu takes away your chakra, and against me, you know that in a battle of endurance, you will not win. If you recklessly use chakra, you will lose it, your ability to use your greatest card in the Sharingan, and I will break you. You think I don't know that? Sasuke asked rhetorically. I have been fighting with you for a long year. I should know that I cannot win in a battle of endurance. Besides, this isn't a fight of endurance. Although I'd hate to lose in front of these eyes, I have to showcase my skills to get that promotion. When Naruto said nothing in response, Sasuke took out his blade and began to charge towards Naruto head-on with his blade cutting through the air. In a second, he was twisting in front of Naruto, his blade cleaving through the air in blinding speed. Naruto took a step back to avoid the blade that would have cut through his chest, but as he touched the ground, another Sasuke flashed behind him, stabbing his blade through his back. Naruto suddenly burst into crows. The black feathered birds flew a small distance away from Sasuke. They gathered around in a heap as Naruto formed once more again. He just stood there, watching Sasuke. It was not going anywhere because Naruto didn't seem to have the appetite for engaging. The blonde was not the one to play around like this, especially since he knew him better. When it came to taijutsu, Naruto could predict him because he had formed a large part of his style. But of course with the evolution of his Sharingan he was able to mix it up. Yet, that didn't change the fact that the blonde had trained him and had trained with Itachi. He was very familiar with the Sharingan's ability and Sasuke had thought of a way to better the blonde, speed. With enough speed, and his Sharingan's ability to see into the future, he could get the better of the blonde, but in this battle, Naruto didn't want to engage. Sasuke's blade burst with lightning before he charged towards Naruto once again. This time around, Naruto also moved towards him, matching his speed. The Uchiha held out his right hand, and a kunai popped up. In a quick motion, he flung the kunai in incredible speed, straight towards Naruto's forehead. The blonde ducked under the kunai as he continued to charge towards Sasuke. Within a second, he was inches away from the Uchiha. Within a second, a Rasengan was formed on his right hand and charging towards Sasuke. The Uchiha blocked the strike with his sword. Naruto suddenly disappeared and Sasuke suddenly twisted around, his body falling backwards, his sword flicked into his left whilst his right held a hand seal. Kaden, Fireball no Jutsu. As that was happening, Naruto had appeared in front of the jutsu, facing the other way. In response to the fireball charging towards his back, Naruto held out his right hand, Odama Rasengan. It also appeared in an instant and the blonde slammed it towards the oncoming jutsu without turning around to face it. The main purpose was to defend him from the fire-based jutsu. Sasuke flashed above the blonde. Birds chirping on the blade of his sword, Sasuke stabbed it towards Naruto's chest. If it hit, it would be a fatal blow, but Sasuke was expecting Naruto to dodge. He was surprised when Naruto was only able to shift slightly and the blade pierced through his left shoulder. Sasuke didn't allow his surprise to get the best of him. He spun around in midair and slammed a brutal kick onto Naruto's chest, sending the blonde crashing into the ground. Naruto didn't allow his body to hit the ground. He held out both his hands and folded his feet, crashing loudly with the mobile parts of his body. Sasuke flicked his blade into his left hand and formed a Chidori whilst still in midair. He blurred towards the downed blonde, with intent to cut him with his jutsu. Naruto reacted quickly by lifting up both his legs. He pushed his body into an upside position, only balancing himself with his hands. He was able to dodge Sasuke's jutsu nevertheless, and the Uchiha hit the ground in a loud boom. Before he could move, Naruto's legs slammed onto both his shoulders, and the blonde held the Uchiha in a hold, his legs locking around his neck. Without a second of thought, he let go of his hands, using Sasuke as balance, and his hands flashed towards Sasuke's head. Once he had grabbed it, he slammed the Uchiha into the ground. Naruto quickly let go of the Uchiha before making some distance. He frowned as he looked at his bleeding shoulder. Sasuke suddenly flashed behind him. Naruto reacted quickly by shifting his upper body to the left when Sasuke's blade was thrust towards his back. It barely missed his body, but managed to cut through his coat. When Naruto narrowed his eyes backwards, another Sasuke flashed above him, right moving blurring through the air as it moved towards his head. Wind burst, Naruto uttered. It was a simple jutsu that merely blasted everything within a certain distance away from him. There was no large scale of the jutsu, just this one used as a last defense in case he could not shield himself against physical attacks. This is boring, Sasuke said, standing a couple of feet away from Naruto with his hands folded across his chest. You're distracted. I certainly want to know by what, because there has never been anything that has seemed capable of distracting you. With the others, how can he say this is boring when we have hardly been able to see anything because they are moving too fast? Kiba more or less demanded. Perhaps he was feeling that the Uchiha was being smug. How was everything so far not impressive? It may not have had all the fireworks, but he would not go as far as to say it was boring. Because Naruto's mind is elsewhere, Hinata said in a calm, yet firm tone. In all my days training with him, I have never seen him like this. Sasuke should not have cut him, and he shouldn't have gotten behind him at this stage. I have to say I am rather shocked, perhaps even puzzled. I never thought this would be possible. Shikamaru said nothing. He did have his own thoughts, but he would not voice them. It was for certain that Naruto had his mind elsewhere. He still looked calm as he normally was. However, it was his fighting that gave it away. He wasn't being careless, it was just that people expected a lot better from him, and besides, Naruto had always shown to be superior to Sasuke. It must be something nice, Kakashi said with somewhat of a perverted eye smile. Jiraiya snorted, thinking of what the Jonin was suggesting. Naruto had never shown the slightest of interest in the opposite sex. But if something did happen, then that could only be the thing that could confuse him. If he doesn't get serious, he can kiss the promotion goodbye, Tsunade said in a firm tone. Back with Naruto. Naruto shook his head, his expression never changing. I guess. You're right. I have come to experience something unique, and it has confused me slightly. I just can't seem to get the experience out of my head, the blonde stated. Makoto would certainly be pleased that she had left this kind of a mark on him, but it was not one that Naruto wanted. Well, it was only a matter of time before he could wrap his head around the experience. For now, he could just forget it and focus on Sasuke. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in curiosity. That is a surprise, he said. His mother had returned home excessively excited, tired even. And she had been coming back from seeing the blonde. Sasuke refused to think that his mother has something to do with Naruto's current state of mind. I wonder, he shook his head and stopped talking. Naruto held out his right hand. It's about time we get this over with. I have matters to discuss with the Godime Hokage. About an hour later, Hokage office. Naruto was sitting in the office with both Jiraiya and Tsunade watching him carefully, well, more like analyzing him. He had yet to do something special to warrant this, but he guessed if the woman read his files, she would be careful in dealing with him. The Toad Sage had dealt with him in numerous occasions, so it was another debate. The Godime Hokage could not really understand what made the blonde so special. Sure, he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the son of the late Minato Namikaze, but he hardly represented any of that. The fact that he was a Jinchuriki had gone unnoticed during his fight with Sasuke, which was unusual for a Jinchuriki. Perhaps it was because not everyone knew about it. However, as far as she was concerned, everyone who dealt with Naruto personally knew about it, and he wasn't the sort of person who would hide what he was carrying in fear of being hated by his peers. Of course, the shinobi populace knew about it. How could they not? The blonde Hokage sighed as she leaned against her chair. First, I would like to thank you for getting rid of Danzo, the woman said in a tone of authority. The old man should have done it long ago, but he lacked the backbone to do so and instead allowed that treacherous man to continue living. Naruto could debate that, with good factual and tangible evidence to back his argument. The Sandaime he had known was a cunning and manipulative old geezer who had no problems in trying to attach strings on anyone as long as it would benefit Konoha. He could put the argument, but Naruto did not. However, should you do something like that without being given the order, you will face severe punishment in either death by execution or exile from this village, Tsunade added in the same tone as before. The latter would do since you're a Jinchuriki. Trying to execute you would result in us freeing the Kyuubi. That was something she did not wish to do. Konoha had seen the Biju once and witnessed its power firsthand. Another appearance would surely cripple the village. The village has been receiving heavy blows in the past, and another one in the form of the Kyuubi would leave it heavily damaged to the point where even Suna could take it down. I have no such plans, Naruto said calmly. He could have told the Godime Hokage that working up such meaningless threats to him would not work. Yes, if she wanted him to behave, she had to come up with something better, not such a blunt threat that failed to shake his fears. Nevertheless, Naruto chose against voicing his thoughts once more again. It would be troublesome to start a fight with the woman. A relationship with the Sandaime was forged based on mutual benefits. As long as he got what he wanted and Tsunade got what she wanted, they should all be happy, and he should have no problems in keeping the facade of an obedient shinobi of the hidden leaf. He wasn't expecting things to go smoothly. There would be disagreements, and he was sure by the time he leaves this place, there would be one already. This was all just a greeting. I hope so, Tsunade said with narrowed eyes. We have made an agreement with Sunagakure on a new way forward to ensure that what happened in the past doesn't happen again. Your marriage with Temari will still go ahead, but this time, there will be no loopholes to get out of it. Whether you will it or not, you will get married to her. When you turn 18, she will move into this village. Naruto's expression remained the same, slightly bored, lacking any real emotion on it. It made Tsunade twitch slightly, but she did not comment on it. Jiraiya spoke for the first time. I guess this is something you expected. The Toad Sage said because of Naruto's lack of surprise in the news and the fact that Tsunade was forcing him to do it. He was sure if the blonde had other thoughts, he would have put on an argument. After all, the Naruto he knew didn't dance to anyone's tune, unless it was his mother's or the Sandaime's. It was a reasonable path I saw as occurring, Naruto said. Besides, keeping Temari in this village means that Gaara will not do anything stupid or allow his council to plot something behind his desk when he knows his sister, he cares deeply for, is in my hands. Tsunade narrowed her eyes sharply. I hadn't mentioned that Gaara was the new cage. Your statement suggests that you know, and that isn't something that has been made public, the blonde Hokage said. I thought you would have more of a less brutal thought about the issue given your past relationship with those siblings. A matter of the past, Naruto said with an indifferent shrug. How do you know? Any rational mind would assume the same, Naruto said flatly. And you just confirmed that I am right. Besides, my statement didn't really say Gaara is the new cage. I merely said he won't do anything stupid and won't allow his council to do anything stupid. Gaara is Temari's brother and, his council, because he is a Suna shinobi. It all depends on a matter of interpretation. Not the most important detail, however, the blonde paused for a moment as he changed the subject. Is there anything else? The Akatsuki. Jiraiya said. If he was expecting Naruto to add something, he was disappointed, the blonde did not. I'm listening, that was Naruto's response. This is a matter that affects Konoha's security, and we want your cooperation. You must know that they are after Jinchurikis and we can't let them get them when we don't know what they are planning. Resistance could leave this village open to attack from the organization, Tsunade said. She didn't have to add anything further about the matter for Naruto to understand what she had left unsaid. I will give you what I know, Naruto responded calmly. But I have most things covered, the blonde paused. I want to be given the same pass as Jiraiya. Tsunade stared for a moment before bursting into laughter. Once she was done with her laughing, she said, no, it was a firm no. You not really someone we trust. If we trust you enough, then maybe we can think of something. I was merely making the suggestion to make things easy for you, Naruto said as he stood up. Soon enough, you will reconsider. For now, I can let it slide. He disappeared from the office. That was a rather measured display, Jiraiya muttered as Shikaku appeared from the shadows. But a smart move, the Jonin commander stated calmly. He speaks less, much more measured. This is going to be troublesome. Well, at least there is no thought of him leaving this village. If he knows the threat of the Akatsuki, he won't risk leaving this village because it offers him protection and above all else, makes his mother happy. What is your judgment then? Tsunade asked. Nothing to worry about, for now at least, the Nara said. He will probably mind his own business and try to stay away from anything troubling. But since he asked for the same pass of that of a Sannin, I imagine he is going to be coming and going out of the leaf regularly. That means he has connections outside, or at least places he wants to see to something. Without doubt it is nothing that will threaten Konoha, what it is remains the curious puzzle. Ramen stand Kakashi was sitting with Naruto at the ramen stand, both having meals. It was just after a few minutes after the blonde left the Hokage's office. It has been long since we last ate here, Kakashi said quietly. I am much more interested in what has been a distraction to you, the Jonin said with a knowing smile. Yugao had whispered something into his ear after he had pressed for details. She had been with the blonde for the past years, she had to know something. Sasuke didn't know and wouldn't have told him even if he knew. Asking Kushina was out of the question, so Yugao had been the only option. I was distracted but not anymore, the blonde said calmly. Are you going to tell me? Naruto didn't say anything. Well, Kakashi was best suited for this. He definitely could not go to his mother, but Makoto had told him not to say anything to anyone. He had said he would not, perhaps in the middle of his confusions over the emotions he felt. It had certainly been a puzzling experience that left him with emotions he had never thought he would feel, and an experience he didn't think was quite possible. It had happened, nevertheless. Whether it was good or bad was an argument that he was afraid to have. He didn't want to admit that he had enjoyed it, that the feeling had been pure ecstasy. Naruto cleared his thoughts without letting it show that he had allowed himself to drift away into his thoughts. There is nothing to tell, Kakashi. Oh, come on, Kakashi pouted. Does it have anything to do with Makoto-san? Well, Yugao had suggested it may have to do with something with her and she had said the woman had been with Naruto alone yesterday at the Senju compound for some time and had left looking quite bubbly. How did Yugao know? She had been watching because she had been curious. Nothing was certain, but the hint was there. According to the former Anbu, Naruto had been perfectly fine after she left his presence. Something had happened during the day and all clues pointed at the Senju compound. Naruto didn't show any outward reaction to the mention of Makoto's name, which left Kakashi quite disappointed because he had been expecting something. Even if there had been a slight twitch, he would have gotten an answer. Well, so much for trying to read the blonde Uzumaki. How well is your control over the Mangekyo Sharingan now? Naruto asked after a few moments of silence. What? We are not going to talk about how things have been in the past years and how much you have missed me. Kakashi asked. I didn't say I miss you, Kakashi. What is really there to miss? Who knows? Kakashi responded with a shrug of his shoulders. If you did not, we wouldn't be sitting here. Nothing further was said as Makoto's voice rung behind the two men. She was holding an umbrella, a warm smile on her lips, eyes slightly closed as not to show too much. Kakashi-san, she greeted the copy nin, still smiling. The Sharingan user smiled as he acknowledged the woman. Can I steal Naruto? Makoto asked a bit too sweetly. Our conversation wasn't going anywhere, Kakashi said. Though, he was certain he wasn't being given an option. Naruto, we are meeting later on at around 7 p.m. for barbecue. Be there, your peers will also be there, and Sasuke as well. Naruto merely nodded and got up from his stool. He turned to face Makoto who hadn't moved. Where is your smile? The woman asked quietly before shaking her head. Hold this, will you? She said handing Naruto the umbrella. She moved closer to him, and took a direction away from the ramen stand. Kakashi watched the two walking away side by side, under the shade of a single umbrella, almost like a couple. He smiled. What would Jiraiya say about that? He would certainly make something out of it, yes, a great masterpiece of literature. Senju compound Naruto's expressionless mask stared at the half-naked woman who was sitting atop of him. He was allowing himself to be led, allowing the woman to do as she pleased with him, simply because he was curious. His mother had said he needed to live, not just to survive. This was what adults did. If he ended up getting married, this would be what he would be doing. It would be a lie if he said he was not pleased. Curiosity was becoming an intoxicating pleasure. He had never looked at a human like this before. He had never caressed a human so gently, allowing the emotions inside of him to burst up. I had a feeling that when you come back you'd be like this. Makoto said, as she rested her head on Naruto's chest. Like this. Your face, Makoto said. You spent most of your childhood working out things, difficult things, especially with the sandame. There was always a puzzle that had to be solved and that made your otherwise boring life a little entertaining. Whether you want to admit it or not, you take your thrills in being mentally challenged. As things stand now, there is no one to challenge you. The sandame is dead, Tsunade doesn't play that kind of a game and Orochimaru is somewhat of an oddball, but he can be predictable because of his nature. Nevertheless, you are not being challenged, there is no puzzle, and that makes your life boring. Everything else cannot entertain you. Well, yesterday you smiled in content after I was done with you, yet the background in your eyes never really changed. Naruto was silent, his thoughts were silent as well. His hands moved automatically and wrapped around Makoto's shoulders in a gentle manner. It gave him some sort of a satisfaction that he could not quite explain. Yet, this was all just a play, a secret play that could not come out to the light. It was real, yet not real. You are much like Itachi in your attempt to understand me, Naruto responded. He did warn me that it would prove to be detrimental should I allow it to get best of me. It depends, but I don't want you to be bored with your life. You have grown now, you simply cannot be satisfied with just being with her. Nothing can replace the moments with your mother, but someone or your mental needs a few things to keep the light going or you will go out of your way to make things interesting. I doubt you'd do anything risky. Makoto paused, her left hand soothing over Naruto's chest. Your heartbeat is calm, and your body is warm, she mumbled. Do you think I am forcing you to do something bad? I didn't give you a chance and I knew you'd never refuse me. Do you think I am a selfish woman who is taking advantage of your soft spot for me and has already taken away your innocence? What do you call this? There was a reason he was not answering her question, and that was because she was wrong, she was not forcing him to do anything. He was indulging this because he wanted to do it, he was enjoying what she was doing to him. An illicit affair. Makoto smiled. I am older than your mother, yet I'm sleeping with you. It will be like a betrayal to Kushina, which is why she must never know, Sasuke especially. A little voice says I am a Predator, but, I don't know, it has been long since I have been in this embrace, since I allowed my urges to get the best of me, but this does not feel wrong. Do you think it's wrong, Naruto? About 2 hours later, has your life become that peaceful that you'd allow yourself to be distracted like that? Sasuke asked as he walked towards the Naruto, who was sitting in a meditative position just behind his house. There were Anbu watching. You know they might not have better opinion of you, and you certainly didn't impress the Hokage. Naruto opened just one eye for a moment before closing it. Why couldn't people just allow him to rest in peace? He wanted to get his thoughts right. It was something though, wasn't it? Sasuke was looking at him so stern-faced, reprimanding him for making careless mistakes. A reversal of roles. It was his role to get the Uchiha in line and now he was the one at the receiving end of it. Well, Sasuke heavily depended on him to think. If he screwed up things, he screwed up things for both of them. But screwing up things was not a subject Naruto had studied. He didn't go around making mistakes, foolish mistakes to be precise. He wasn't perfect, so every now and then he would make a mistake, but not foolish ones. Where is this peace you speak of, Sasuke? Naruto said. Then, why were you distracted? Sasuke demanded strongly. Instinctively, the Sharingan activated to spot any twitch in Naruto's body language. He wanted to see if the blonde would tell the truth or not. Normal eyes would not be able to spot it if the blonde does react. He normally does, but there were those rare moments. Personal matters, Naruto responded calmly. I have managed to resolve it though. You don't need to know and I hope you never know. He wouldn't go as far to ridiculously say he felt guilty about everything. He could have corrected Makoto and told her that he could have refused her if he wanted to. She was not the one who could make him do anything despite her importance. She did not have that kind of a hold on him, but he had allowed her to think that way. Yes, she did understand him much better, but she did not know what was happening inside his head. He had allowed her to do what she wanted because he was honestly curious. He wanted to see if Yugao had been right. She had been right. Perhaps he should reward her for it. Still, the experience appeared to be much more than he had expected. Well, he could not have known because he only had an idea, but the actual experience wasn't something that words could have explained it to him perfectly. Some things were not for words, but for the eyes and the emotions to be able to get it. I hope you have, Sasuke said with a warning look. Perhaps having many tools at your disposal is having a bad influence on you. Back then, you had to do everything on your own, while fighting your battles. However, these days, you don't have to do anything, they do it for you. Is this why you always cut a board figure? Everything has become easy, there is no challenge, nothing to excite me. It isn't a bad thing having tools, but there is this. Naruto shook his head. What do you want, Sasuke? We didn't discuss what you'd be doing once you return to the village. I'm going to be doing missions and looking after my clan from now on, but there are enemies that we must erase, Sasuke stated. Enemies, yes, we do have. Patience is virtue. If you become impatient, you will move at the wrong moment and everything you have planned will be destroyed within a second. One careless move and the enemy will stab you in the back, not just the enemy, but even people you trust. This is the shinobi world, anything is possible, Naruto said. Yugao for example, the Sandaime pushed her to me so that she could spy on me, but now things have changed. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He didn't know about that little information. But if Naruto knew about it, why did he keep her close? Why is she still around? My mother seems to like her and her mission died with the Sandaime Hokage. I have studied her over the past years and she seems to genuinely see us as family. I have my reservations about that thought, but that is beside the point, Naruto explained lightly. Focus on your clan, Sasuke. I will tell you when we are ready to tear apart our enemies. If you had disappointed me I would say don't disappoint, but you have not. How do we stand with the Hokage? To be able to move freely within the village we need her too. Sasuke trailed off when he sensed someone. You have a guest. We will continue this discussion later, but I am curious to hear what the Hyuga wants to say to you. Sasuke didn't leave, he just stood there as Hinata made her way towards them. The Hyuga had grown. The Uchiha was able to acknowledge that and her eyes spoke of someone who had experienced quite a lot, but more importantly they were not the eyes of the innocent little girl he had known back then as a member of Team 7. The Uchiha smiled. Well, Someone has grown, he said. Hinata smiled at Sasuke. You have matured as well, Sasuke. What are you doing here, Hinata? Naruto asked without looking at the girl. Perhaps it would have been said the question was rude when being addressed as they hadn't spoken in quite some time, but Hinata knew why Naruto was asking the question. She had not expected it, but she understood why he was asking. She did remember her last conversation with him after all. I know what I said the other day, and I am sure that my father will not be happy if he learns that I was here, Hinata said. This is the only chance I will get to speak to you today. I'm sure from tomorrow you'll be a busy person. Later on, Ino will probably seek after you. I would rather not have any petty talks with your father, not that I can't handle it, but for now, I do not need it, Naruto responded calmly. I said my father will not be happy, but that doesn't mean he can actually do something about it. As I am now, he doesn't get to tell me who my friends are, Hinata said a bit firmly. I have a request. Naruto finally looked at the Hyuga. He stared into her eyes. You have lost some of your innocence that made me value you above wretched humans. Well, I did expect this world to taint you, but you have not become one of this world, the blonde said. What is the request? I want you to talk to Neji, Hinata said. He is perhaps the strongest, and still remains a clan prodigy, but if he is to remain by my side, he must understand certain things and be a lot stronger. I just need you to take him under your wing for a little while. What do I gain by doing that? An ally, Hinata said. Neji is smart and he is certainly much more level-headed than Sasuke, no offense meant, the girl said with a look at the Uchiha. When you become clan head, you will support Sasuke when I say support him, regardless. I might need a few favors every now and then, Naruto said to Hinata. Tomorrow, 5 p.m., you know the spot. Later, Naruto, Ino called the blonde Uzumaki as he was walking away from the restaurant they'd been in with what she called friends. The night was no longer young, the streets were slightly brightened with the night lights. It was just around this section though. This place was mostly crowded with people because a few shops were located around here. It had its name. A walk away from here, and the dark alleys would come to life. Naruto stopped moving, but did not turn around as he spoke. You did not speak to me throughout the whole night. Even though everyone engaged both in Sasuke, the blonde paused as the blonde Yamanaka stopped just an inch away from his back. I thought perhaps I was no longer your Black Knight. At the term, Ino nearly smiled. Nearly. She had used that to call him in their younger days. Black had fitted him because he had been a gloomy person. Well, now it didn't fit, perhaps her Crimson Knight would do. Ino shook her head, she was thinking too far off. Ino held out her hands, she wanted to wrap them around the blonde, she hesitated because she didn't know how he would react. They had not parted in good terms, and even though he had written to her, she had not responded to his letter. It was just one, with a few training tips. She had not responded because she had been angry with him for leaving her behind. Even so, she had missed him. She had dearly missed him. But she was still mad at him. The mixture of the strong emotions that made her emotional. After a long moment, Ino wrapped her hands around Naruto, burying her face on his back. Her hold on him wasn't gentle, it was tight. She didn't want him to go. She didn't want him to leave her alone. He had left her, and she had been miserable. How many nights had she spent thinking about the moments they had spent together? There had been times she wanted to shout at him for being stupid. Yes, she had thought when he does return, she would slap some senses and teach him how to treat a woman, but she didn't have that energy now, she just wanted to hold on to him so that he doesn't leave her again. He was her Crimson Knight after all. She wanted to tell him that she was both angry and happy that he was back, but the words failed to leave her lips. Ino wanted to tell him that she had received his letter and had trained as hard as she could with the help of Hinata. She wanted to proudly tell him that she had become a kunoichi, someone who could be useful to him. But the words could not come out. She just held on to him.